Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallows here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pitt men's basketball team lost to Georgia Tech yesterday. Also, the Flyers beat the Penguins 6-1. Penguins, with that loss, continue to be at the bottom of the Metropolitan Division. They'll actually sink further down because the Flyers and the next team ahead of them in the division. Penguins second to last in the Eastern Conference. Also, the Pirates, they played yesterday in a spring training game, and the Pirates, they lost 2-1 to the Atlanta Braves. Pirates play again today at 1 o'clock against the Baltimore Orioles. This is now part of their spring training schedule. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan of the Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the Fan Special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
What's up, guys? It's Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it is perfectly fine to admit it. Most of us guys, maybe closer to all of us, especially if you're not in your early 20s anymore, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, Blue Chew can help, and you probably know this, but if you don't, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, Blue Chew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Ericalis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. And not a great morning, I'd say. Very, somber is not the right word. I mean, it's sports. It's not life and death. But it was a rough day yesterday for all the Pittsburgh sports teams in terms of winning. Pirates with the least severe of losses. They lost 2-1 to the Atlanta Braves. So, yeah, it's kind of a bummer. That was our first loss of spring training. So, boo-hoo. Yeah, not that significant, but they lost. That's a fact. Pitt basketball lost to Georgia Tech as well. And the Philadelphia Flyers beat the Pittsburgh Penguins 6-1. And that makes it 3 Pittsburgh sports team losses on fateful Tuesday, February 25th. That's all right. We'll live. We'll talk about things. My name is Nicholas Ericalis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. 35 degrees outside right now. It feels colder than that. There's a little frost outside, at least in my quote-unquote neck of the woods here in Green Tree. But 35 degrees across the greater Pittsburgh area. And today, 55% chance of rain throughout the area, and most of that's not supposed to start until 6 tonight. Which is a little bit of a shame, too, because that's when our big event tonight, our 15th anniversary party at Rivers Casino is tonight. It's when it's supposed to start. It's from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Hopefully you got tickets. You needed to get tickets. This is an event where you have to get in by getting a ticket, but it's out at Rivers Casino, and it's going to be a good time. So hopefully you got your tickets. Hopefully we'll see you there tonight. If we won't see you tonight, perhaps you'll just hear crazy stories, tomorrow, and you'll get to motivate yourself next time we have one of these to get yourself a ticket. But it should be fun. 15th anniversary party tonight at Rivers Casino. Again, you got to have a ticket to get in, but hopefully you do. 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, though. I'm excited to be there. Excited to meet any and all of you that exist out in the greater Pittsburgh area. So, yeah, good stuff there. How about this, too? I saw this news yesterday. Travis Kelce apparently is going to try to come back for a 13th NFL season, which I wouldn't recommend, but I'm not a professional athlete, and I'm not him. And I don't know. I mean, money could have something to do with it, too. Who knows? Making millions is something that I think anybody would do if they could, especially if they have enhanced abilities like the ability to play football in the NFL. So I get it. I do. Kind of get it. He just looked, and perhaps that's something that I'm doing too. I'm going to talk myself through this because I am curious and interested. I'm curious and interested about what the Kansas City Chiefs are going to do this offseason and how they're going to approach next season and what exactly is going to happen. They looked terrible in the Super Bowl. That doesn't mean they were terrible throughout the entire season. There is a difference. And I just want to make sure that that I put that out there because I don't know exactly how they're going to do next regular season, and I'm judging them a lot based on the Super Bowl and how they lost. I mean, it was miserable. Like I've never seen a team look so stunned and defeated and pretty much fatigued. Like Travis Kelce was just not involved in the game very much at all, and I don't know exactly what happened. But he wasn't really involved, and he looked exhausted throughout that entire game. And like any time they put him on camera, you just saw like his hair was all messy, and he looked like he was beat up. And so to come back for a 13th season, I mean that was the big news. So he's coming back. How does a team? And maybe just think too, like how does a team respond from losing in a Super Bowl where they had the opportunity to win their third in a row, to do something that's never been done in the Super Bowl era? Like how do you respond? Like how do you come back from that? Like that's the kind of loss that can just absolutely demoralize a team. And yet the Kansas City Chiefs, they are a team where you feel like they're the ones, if any team can do it, they're the ones that can rebound and actually go for a run at it. Now, a lot of people think that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be a solid. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to have a solid chance to win the Super Bowl next season, just with how talented they are and with how little of their personnel they're going to lose, with the possibility they could gain even more talent while already being a Super Bowl champion. So, yeah, I was just thinking in my head, like, where do the Kansas City Chiefs go from here? Can they win the Super Bowl again? Are they as threatening now that they lost the Super Bowl the way that they did? Again, in a game that was never close. They're going to have a Travis Kelce tight end come back and play for another season, a guy that's not retiring. He's going to come back and play, aging even more after looking embarrassed and fatigued during a Super Bowl. Like, where do they go? 412-928-9370. Talk about the exercise of futility a lot, or at least we did. That was a Joe Starkey term that I've adopted. The NFL's exercise of futility, because at least from the AFC's perspective, like the Kansas City Chiefs, they seem like they're going to be a shoo-in for the Super Bowl every season, and it's been that way over the past 5 seasons now, where the Chiefs have at least made it to the AFC Championship game. If not, they've gotten into the Super Bowl the majority of those runs as well. So, I mean, that Super Bowl loss give us hope? I mean, does Travis Kelce coming back give us hope too? Like, he's not willing to hang it up. He feels like he has something left. And, I mean, I wouldn't want to lose in the Super Bowl and retire either, if I'm thinking of him personally, because I think he wants to prove that they've got something left. And part of me doesn't doubt that they can make it back to the Super Bowl. I just don't know at this point, because I also didn't think that they would lose in the Super Bowl as badly as they did. And then they ended up losing that badly in the Super Bowl. You have any thoughts out there? 412-928-9370. And you may be wondering, okay, why? How do the Steelers get involved in all this, or how do the Steelers compare? Look, I mean, I don't. As long as the Chiefs exist, or there are other teams even more ahead of the Steelers that are good. If the Steelers can't win in the first round of the playoffs at any particular season, like, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I mean, I find it more interesting to talk about the teams that are there and doing it, because the Steelers are not there, and they're not winning the games that they need to win. They're just hanging around the middle. Now, we've been over this before, and there's quarterback rumors everywhere. Not that I'm going to try to discredit those at all, because it is true. I mean, like, we didn't think Russell Wilson and Justin Fields were together going to come to the Steelers and Kenny Pickett was going to be sent off to become a Super Bowl champion. We didn't know that. So I'm not going to dismiss any of the rumors. There's just so many that they all frustrate me. There's just so many rumors. Like, it frustrates me because I don't think any of the options are really going to help the Steelers unless you get Justin Fields or unless you get one of those journeyman quarterbacks who's going to give you a higher probability to lose. I know it sounds weird. Been saying it for a while. I hope that the Steelers lose this next season and are forced to actually thoroughly reassess. Don't want any more first-round playoff losses. I don't want any more barely missing the playoff seasons. I want them to, like, pick a side, either win a lot or lose a lot, and they don't look like they're winning a lot anytime soon. But for a team like the Kansas City Chiefs, like, are the Chiefs done? Or did the Chiefs lose the Super Bowl, and that's where their legacy sits right now. That's where the impression of them sits right now, that they are beatable. I mean, did the Philadelphia Eagles figure out the secret recipe to beating the Chiefs? Are the Chiefs less scary now than they were when they played through this season and when they took their path to the Super Bowl this season? 412-928-9370. Feel free to let me know. Talk to me on the phone or talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. And again, this inspired by news coming out yesterday that Travis Kelce is coming back to the Kansas City Chiefs. He is not retiring. He will play another season in the NFL, or at least he intends to play another season in the NFL. I mean, again, just after he looked, like, the impression I get, I mean, like, you almost felt bad for them. If they hadn't previously won 2 Super Bowls, even if they would have won, you know, the one that they did back in 2020 and then didn't win after that, like, I'd feel bad for them in this game. Like, I don't feel for them necessarily. Like, I'm curious to see how they're going to do moving forward. I don't feel bad that they lost, but they looked awful, and I almost felt bad. I almost felt bad for them just watching them struggle and scramble for any type of plan that could have adequately battled the Eagles. But they looked lost. They looked tired. They looked bested. And I'm concerned for Travis Kelce because, you know, I hear he's coming back. And I haven't played in the NFL, and, you know, I've never been even close to playing any kind of professional football. I'm just a guy that kind of talks about these things and thinks about these things, but, like, after watching that game, I'm just like, I could have sworn, like, he might have hung it up at that point. But, again, there's a lot of pride, too, in not finishing your career losing in the Super Bowl. But not only that, too, I mean, losing in the Super Bowl and, you know, finishing your career losing in a Super Bowl where you had the opportunity to win a 3rd consecutive. Like, they were on the brink of history, too. I think that's a lot of what did it. And maybe that'll change. I mean, maybe the pressure will be off them. Maybe they'll rebound and they'll come back and they'll win the Super Bowl again in the 2025-2026 season because now there's none of that pressure. They can just restart and play again and try again. I don't know. I oddly, and this is what made me not always a great athlete, was the mental side of it would also hit me as well. Like, man, like, even while we're going through this season, like, we had an opportunity to win 3 in a row, which means we would have given ourselves a chance to win a 4th in a row the following season. If we were playing through this season and we won, we could have won 4 in a row. Bah. Like, yeah. I mean, it's just that's a thought that lingers, I think, especially for the guys who have been there. And I don't know, Patrick Mahomes is pretty solid. He didn't look great either in that game, but he also didn't really have Kelsey. Like, Kelsey wasn't involved very much at all in that game against the Eagles in the Super Bowl. Like, he just wasn't involved. For whatever reason, whether he wasn't able to get open properly or, I mean, he did drop a pass too, which was just no good. That just made you think for a second, like, you know, could he hang it up? And he is not hanging it up. He is coming back per several reports now. Travis Kelce's coming back to play again for the Kansas City Chiefs. At least one more season. Perhaps going out as a Super Bowl champion if they can make it back. They're still the top AFC contender. I just don't know, too. Like I said, I'm thinking about it. Like, you know, like, are other AFC teams going to have more success now with the Chiefs being so exposed, having been so exposed in the playoffs like they did, or in the Super Bowl in particular? Because they still, I mean, they had to make it to the Super Bowl. They had to win all those games to make it to the Super Bowl. I think if I remember correctly, they lost one or two during the regular season. They didn't lose very many games. They beat the Steelers, so good for them on that front. You know, but are other teams going to pick up on that now, on the Chiefs' weaknesses? Have the weaknesses for the Chiefs been exposed? And is Travis Kelce coming back to the Chiefs actually going to be a detriment to them? 412-928-9370. Let me know what you think. Talking NFL this morning because the Pirates lost, the Pitt men's basketball team lost, and the Pittsburgh Penguins lost. They all lost yesterday, so in their respective games. So we're talking about the NFL. There was news that was released yesterday that says Travis Kelce will return to the Kansas City Chiefs. He is not retiring. He will play. He plans to play for a 13th NFL season with the Kansas City Chiefs. So talking about that, talking about the Chiefs' effectiveness, if they can bounce back from the Super Bowl loss and actually, get back to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl, even though they lost to the Eagles this past season and, lost the opportunity to win a third in a row. I mean, what do you think? You think Travis Kelce coming back is a good idea? You think the Kansas City Chiefs are still the most feared team in the AFC? I mean, the most feared team now is definitely the Eagles with the way they're built. I think across the entire NFL. But if we're talking just AFC teams, I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs still at the top of that. Do you have more faith in another team now to come back, rally, and maybe take down the Chiefs in the playoffs this season? Do you have faith that team exists in the AFC, or is it still the Chiefs for you, despite the embarrassment that was their Super Bowl performance? Let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. I got a break coming up here, but I'll be back to talk sports next. So get a phone line during the break, and we will chat after the break. When you get on the phone line, 412-928-9370. Nicholas Harry Callis here. It's the Fan Early Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as you head out for the Wednesday morning rush. We do have some heavy fog, especially in the low-lying areas and as well traveling along the river valley. So definitely be careful and keep the low beams on for safety's sake. Also, if you're traveling the parkways east and west, they're mainly steady into their respective tunnels, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. And looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking. I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure, and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Welcome to Porky's Barn Grill on Bridge Street in Etna. Porky's is known for its barbecued meats. The smoker's right in front. For a 5-star dive bar, the food at Porky's is great. 30 taps of beer served cold. The homemade soup is steaming hot. See you at Porky's.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Talking sports into Berg. Early.
Good morning, sir.
Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's a frosty Wednesday morning in February, the end of February, which I've never ceased to be amazed by the swift passage of time. It's already March 2025. That's wild. Baseball season's here again. Wild to me. The NFL season is over. Wild to me. It's all wild how fast time is moving along. It was just the holiday season. And now it's baseball season. About that. Pittsburgh sports, not any glimmering results from yesterday. The Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Philadelphia Flyers. The Penguins, 55 points in last place in the Metropolitan Division. And with the Flyers, with their win over the Penguins, have now passed the New York Islanders. So you get to third place in the Metropolitan Division standings. Flyers have 59, Islanders have 57, Penguins have 55. And again, the Penguins, the bottom team in the Metropolitan Division standings. Pitt men's basketball 7-10 now. They lost their 10th game against an ACC opponent this season yesterday when they lost to Georgia Tech. Pitt men's basketball has 3 games left on the regular season schedule, so that's kind of a bummer. And I've been saying that for a couple of weeks now, but it is certainly not ideal what they've been doing, and they lost another one, and sad. I mean, their overall record's over 500. They just games in conference. They've been struggling with this season. Again, 7-10 now. Pitt men's basketball is against conference opponents. Pirates lost the game. Theirs was the least significant of the losses. Just a spring training loss. Their first spring training loss of 2025. So I mean, scary. That is what it is. Of course, it's not that detrimental, but it is a loss technically. It is a loss. So here we are. Was looking at some fan headlines as well online. You can go to 937thefan.com for fan headlines. Just look right on our homepage at all the biggest stories. And Omar Khan said a couple of things the other day that are big headlines that I want to address real quick. I talked a little bit about the Steelers quarterback situation earlier on, and apparently to Omar Khan, all options are on the table, but there is a preference for Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. Which again, that's why the quarterback, the thing about the quarterbacks, all the reports about the quarterbacks and which ones could come to the Steelers, like, I'm not saying that stuff can't happen. I'm just saying, like, with so many reports, like, they need to just pick a guy. They need to just pick a direction right now, because they lingered with Brandon Ayuk, I think, last season, and they didn't come up with a backup plan. They didn't call Brandon Ayuk's bluff. They really thought they were going to get him. And for those of you that taunt any reports about that situation, don't taunt the reports. It was going to happen. They were going to trade for him. And it turned out that he was just using negotiations as leverage to get paid by the 49ers. That seems to be what happened there. So there's no reason to, I get that that's why you may have your hesitations about believing reports, but like, that's not a reason to disbelieve any of the quarterback reports out there. But for me personally, there's just so many reports. Like, I'm not worried about how many quarterbacks they may be linked to or they may be inquiring about. What I want to know is, what, who can they get and what can they do early on to at least have a solution early on, because you don't want another Brandon Ayuk situation. You don't want another situation where you were seemingly so close to getting a guy that you needed and then not getting him. Like, the Steelers needed wide receiver help last season, and they didn't have it for the first half of the season. And then they acquired Mike Williams, and I think he played less than a lot of people had hoped or anticipated he would play. So it's all weird. I mean, I think that the earlier they figure it out at this point, the better served they will be next season, whether it's in an effort to win or in an effort to tank and try to rebuild in the coming years. But just seeing all these reports, it's just like, again, I'm not gonna say that any of these reports aren't accurate or legitimate. Reporters get things wrong, but at the same time, Justin Fields and Russell Wilson did come here last season after several other people said that they wouldn't. So I don't discredit any of the reports. I don't think that they are reports in bad faith necessarily. It's just, for me, it's hard to digest all of the reports that exist out there. And I want them to make a decision, and I want them to make a decision soon. I don't want this quarterback situation to linger like the Brandon Ayuk situation lingered last season, because the Steelers could be without a serviceable quarterback coming into this season, and that would be... Actually, that honestly might be good. Maybe Maybe it'll be better for them to do that. That way they can really double down on losing. They have a quarterback that is in there as like a third stringer. Wishful thinking there, probably not going to happen. They're going to get a guy that can start and give them the best chance. I have no doubt about that. But if they're going to do it, they got to do it. And they got to do it soon before, again, things get lost like they did with Ayuk. That's my biggest concern there as well. But the reports themselves, I think, are legitimate. There's just too many of them for me to follow or for me to get my hopes up, for any of the options that are in those reports. But if they're going to do it, I need to stop hearing reports. They got to do it by the end of March, I'd say. Get a quarterback, unless they're going to get one in the draft and have that guy lead. But I don't know if that's the best idea as well. I don't know if this is the best draft to commit to a quarterback in. But we'll see, right? We'll see. Also, Con says Pickens has a desire to be great in Pittsburgh. So, take that for whatever it's worth as well. We'll see if George Pickens is indeed going to come back to the Steelers or not, but that's also a story in the process of developing as well. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next right here on The Fan.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
At the Home Depot, it's our business to support yours. Partner with your go-to source for building your business. We can help you streamline your operations by supplying the whole job from start to finish. Any questions? Our Pro Desk is ready to answer the call with supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. Elevate your efficiency and take on more projects with the partner you can trust. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
heavy fog in the area, so please be sure and keep those low beams on for safety's sake. We did spot some up around the Hampton Township area and also on I-79 up through Butler County. Parkways east and west, a little heavy into their respective tunnels, and the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. Also, if you're traveling on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, that's looking pretty good for you from the Gateway, Ohio line out past New Staten. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrought1d.org to find your local Type 1 diabetes support network today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84.
Like, man, I haven't played football in 10 years. And then I went to the chiropractor yesterday for the first time in a long time. And, of course, like when you go to the chiropractor, you got to say what's happening with your body and your injuries. And I start going over everything that's wrong with me now and all the injuries that I had. And I start thinking, like, it's like I got 4 bulging discs, got 2 herniated discs. I tore my Achilles, tore my hip flexor. I have, tore my thumb up, had wrist injuries, had knee injuries, had concussion injuries. And, like, I look at the guy, he's looking at me, and he's just like, dang. And I'm like, yeah, that's the and I haven't played football in 10 years, and, like, that's the remnants from playing football. Like what the time has gone so fast to get to this point, and the Fan's been around since 2010, and I've been here 8 years and haven't played football in 10 years. It's just everything just is flying, and it's been a great experience.
Yeah,
especially being here and the people and different people that we get to work with all the time. Throughout those years. I mean, I never thought I'd be in radio ever in my life, and this is awesome. I love it.
We're super lucky, and I'm not going to say it's unconventional how you got here because this is a transition that a lot of athletes make. You got to be good at it, but you never thought you'd be doing it.
No.
I dreamed forever about working here, specifically in mornings, and we're very lucky to do this every day because it's a blast.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not an easy job. People think it's an easy job, but there's a ton of pressure, and it's a volatile industry. And if things aren't going well, you ain't going to be here. And so there's a stress element with it. There's no question about it, as there is with anything, and it's all relative, and we're not digging ditches. I don't want to be misconstrued. I was thinking the same thing driving in. Okay, and it's a good place to start. What were we doing 15 years ago? Where were we in our lives? Callis, you are 25?
26, thanks.
Yeah. So you were 11 years old when the station started.
Mm-hmm. Did I ever tell you the story of how I hated the station when it came out?
You hated it?
I did. Because B94 was the alternate station you'd go back and forth on to listen to hits.
Yes.
And as an 11-year-old, I'm thinking like,
yes,
sports talk is boring.
Yeah.
I want to listen to music. Why'd they get rid of one of my favorite music stations? And that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I warmed up to it over the years, and I found out you can listen to Pirate games on here, so that was nice. But yeah, that was my first impression. Was this sucks?
That's kind of how I was too. Like I never listened to Sports Talk. I didn't listen to Sports Talk until like a couple years ago, honestly. But I just knew 93.7 as B94 as an alternate, to 96.1 or 106.7. Like I had the three in the programmed in the car, and B94 was my alternate. It was my hey, I want to listen to pop songs.
I don't remember there being an announcement or anything like that, and I've been doing some reading on it. There obviously was. They're going to flip formats, but what did I know? And I just remember one day putting on B94, and it's like Seibel and Starkey, and they're replaying an interview from earlier on in the show, which we don't do that anymore unless it's super-duper good. Oh, we did this great interview in the first hour. Let's just re-rack it coming up here in hour number 4. And they didn't know what they were doing. I heard Starkey talk about it yesterday. He didn't know. He's a writer, and he did some fill-in stuff on, I guess it was the ESPN station at the time, or maybe he did KDKA. I don't know what he was filling in on. A little ignorant in terms of what was going on back then, but he didn't know how to host a radio show. A lot of those guys didn't. Now, Pony, Muller, they wanted to do that forever. Yeah. So they knew. Giannotti wanted to do that kind of thing forever. But the writers who were coming in, Cook, who was coming in, I think he did a weekend sports show on KDKA AM. You just have no clue.
Zero.
None.
Zero.
I do remember the first bit of content that I remember from the Fan. I was driving up the hill, my old street growing up, and I heard a sports update. And I don't remember who it was. It could have been Jeff. It could have been Hagman. Any number one of those guys.
Colony.
Could have been Colony. Yep. Should have included you, Jim. We love you, Jim. It was the Andrew McCutchen contract. 6 years, $51.5 million. And I swear to God, I teared up. Oh, my God. They paid a guy. They paid that guy. They paid Andrew McCutchen. This is unbelievable. I just remember hearing it, breaking news on the update, and I was like, damn. And it just sticks out with me.
Yeah.
15 years ago. So your life was significantly different 15 years ago.
Oh, man. I mean, I was literally getting ready for the Combine. I was getting ready for Combine, right now. Getting ready to embark on that experience.
So what were you doing, 2 days? How's that go?
So, I mean, you ramp up I had the Senior Bowl, so I was actually doing football stuff, and then I just start to, it gets ramped up of, what the drills are, and you do it at a high intensity, and, you do, the sled pulls and things of that nature to get yourself faster, do all the drills, and then the last week before, it's the taper period where I just kind of do the jog through of the drills. And
just to get the muscle memory kind of deal.
Yeah, to not push yourself, to get yourself ready. But I've always tested well, and so I was not worried. I didn't have any anxiety. I was I'm going to run fast.
You knew it was your wheelhouse.
Oh yeah, I mean from high school I would go to camps and just blow it out, run, jump, bench, do all that stuff.
So you're training specifically for the Combine then? Which is football adjacent, obviously, but was it different than?
Oh,
yeah,
night and day different of the training. And then, after the Combine, had to get back into football training. It's so different.
And that's the longest football year of your life.
Longest year.
Because you're playing your season.
Yep.
And then you're going right into Senior Bowl.
Yep.
And you're preparing for Combine.
Then Pro Day. Then visits. And then draft. And then a week later.
Then you got to do preseason.
You got to do rookie minicamp. Then I had to do OTAs. And then I had to do minicamp. And then stay there. And then start right to training camp. It's insane.
And you could have, back then, I mean, you're playing 20 games. 20 games, then more than that in the playoffs, which you've never done.
2-a-days.
2-a-days.
Yep.
And
no
you were
rolls.
saying Houston, I mean, it was hot.
110 heat index every day. Yeah.
So that was you 15 years ago.
Yep.
My life has changed in that I was, math, 19 years old, but I was dating my now wife. I was in college. None of us had kids.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all significantly different.
Mm-hmm.
But I still had her. I don't think I've changed that much. You just go to school and get internships, and the winding road leads you to here. I feel like you guys, your lives are way, way different. I am starting my career as a professional athlete. Callis is 11.
Yeah.
He doesn't know his butt from the hole in the ground.
He didn't even hit puberty yet.
No, well, did you? I mean, were you early
I
puberty?
hit puberty the following
I was
October.
9 when I hit puberty. The following October.
I hit puberty very young. I was tall and I had a lot of hair before a lot of my peers. So
How tall are you now?
5'9".
Yeah, you and me are about the same boat height-wise. But if you hit it early, so you were tall for your grade.
I was 5'6".
When you were
by the time
like
I
12.
was just about 12, yeah. So, I was going into a season. I was trying to make All-Stars for Little League. That didn't pan out that year. And then the following year, I became an All-Star a champion. I was a tournament MVP during our All-Star time as well. I was very proud of that. Yeah, that's where I was, though. I was trying to play baseball for,
And you're dealing with adolescence, and you're dealing with puberty, and all the things that come with it, and the questions, and the. Did you guys ever have the? Oh, what do we call it?
Oh, you know what?
Wonder of Wonders. You watch that?
Yeah, in like health class or whatever.
Yeah. It's we had an assembly for that.
Yeah,
where they split up the boys, they split up the girls. Right. Girls, once a month, it sucks. Guys. It's not that bad.
Right.
It's not that bad.
Yeah,
oh, they never.
You get your hair in weird places. You're going to smell bad. Might want to start showering.
Oh, I remember that. That wasn't it wasn't an assembly for us. But they did
why did we do that?
They did it in.
You do it in health class.
In health class.
We're going to sit there with I don't know, 250 other dudes.
Or gym class,
laughing about balls and stuff.
It was a little extra.
Gonads.
It was a little extra awkward where I was in elementary school because the fifth grade teachers, one was male, one was female, so they put all the guys with the guy, all the girls with the girl. We're just in the classroom talking to the teacher, and he's like, all right, come on, we can talk about this. What does this mean? What does that mean? What do you think about this? This is what this is. And I was like, okay. Ugh. And they said, if you talk about this on the bus with anyone, no, you're going to get in trouble.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to the humans out there. When I learned about it, Wonder of Wonders, I was learning about it.
Oh, yeah.
No, my parents were very open and willing to talk about these things, and I found that out as we went. Like, my parents, open as hell. Any questions, there was no judgment, nothing. But we didn't have the talk until I got to talk there.
Yeah, right.
And I came home, I'm like, yo.
Yeah.
What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's shocking.
So Callis, he's learning about sex. He's learning about the changing body. You are preparing for the NFL Combine. I've got my high school sweetheart trying not to fail out of college because I was partying too much. And here we are 15 years later getting paid to just spout opinions into a microphone.
Crazy.
It's pretty good.
Crazy.
Texter, did you guys ever play the penis game?
With the
Yes.
calculator?
No, but that did that too.
Pen
Can
5.
I tell Doran what it is?
Yeah.
So you say the word penis, and so somebody says it, and then the next person has to say it at least louder than the last person did.
Oh, my gosh.
And then you would just escalate until someone inevitably would get in trouble.
But I found the all-star strategy to that. Can I share it?
Go ahead.
You say it just loud enough to be uncomfortable but not get yelled at, so then the next person has to say it pretty loud.
And then they're done.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the games that you guys are playing?
No, I just know about it. And I was me and my brother-in-law are immature, so we played it a couple times at the Eaton Park,
You just
place for smiles.
I said these are the games you guys are playing. No, I just know about it. But me and my brother-in-law, we played it a couple times.
We only played it twice in our lives. Knowing each other, we've only played it twice. That's not a regular occurrence.
Bechtold was like 2.
Yeah.
Because Austin's what, 22 now? 23
No,
now?
Geez, you're losing track. I think he's 24. He's only 2 years younger than me.
Yeah, he was like 9.
Yeah.
I think he was born in 2001, right?
Yeah, he wasn't even double digits when the station started.
Nope.
Oh, my God.
I know.
And then Pony yesterday, I guess, on the show, because I saw him tweet it out, I said that like I'm too cool to listen to the show. I just didn't hear it yesterday, but I saw him tweet out like the top 15 sports moments over the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so much of my life, the way I think about things is like I should probably say it. Your son turns 5 today.
Yes, happy birthday.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
My dad got his heart transplant 4 years ago today, but I remember I remember the time of it because he came home the day that West Virginia basketball played Syracuse in the NCAA tournament. I always frame moments in my life around sporting events. Makes it easier to remember things. Like I remember my wife and I broke up for a year, and I had a friend, Nick, actually reminds me a ton of Harry Callis. Bigger guy, jovial, super friendly, like a giant teddy bear.
The guy that met at Permanis.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. And he was a huge Patriots fan growing up. And so the Steelers played the Patriots and got their butts whooped at Acrisure. And it was a rainy day. And it was like 3 days after my wife broke up with me. And I'm sitting there watching Tom Brady dice the Steelers apart. And the skies are opening up. And the tailgate's not fun. And I'm crying in my beer. And the whole time he's like, oh, Tom Brady. Oh, he's all giddy and crap. And you just remember things in your life around those events. But for you, it's different, right? Because all these things you're not experiencing as a fan living in Pittsburgh. No, you're living your dream out as an NFL player.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I missed out on a lot of the Pittsburgh moments that Pony posted. Like, I was playing. Like, I mean, but I would pay attention to Pittsburgh things, clearly, but I was playing majority of that time.
Like the wild card game for the Pirates, like, you're in the throngs of your career.
Yeah, but you know what? I was actually lucky. Well, not lucky, but I got released and that week, and I got to go to that game.
You got to go to the game?
Yeah, and then I got picked right back up, so it was, like, nice.
Oh, it's perfect.
It was perfect. I was off for, like, a week, and then I got picked right back up. So I actually got to go to that game. And some of those moments, man, like, I mean, through that decade of just 2010 to 2020, that was very sweet for us, at least people in Pittsburgh, to experience some of the things that we got to experience. I mean, you think you start off that decade basically with the Steelers going to the Super Bowl. They lost to the Green Bay Packers, but, I mean, 2010, 2011, like, they went to the Super Bowl to start that decade off, to lead up to where we are now. Like, that is a nice way to start.
Oh.
It's a nice way to start.
And the Penguins were always, every time they took the ice in a playoff series, with really the exception when Crosby and Malkin were hurt in 2011, I mean, the expectation was go win the damn Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
And then the Pirates, 11 was fun until it wasn't. 12 was really fun until, oh my God, it wasn't. But there was that build up to 13.
Mm-hmm.
And then you knew, okay, this team's actually got it. And then 14 and 15 and those off seasons. And the station was absolutely thriving at the time. And we would all go down, but we being the people who worked here, the hosts, they would take turns going to spring training and staying there for a week and talking to players. And because the expectations were so high and we're the flagship. And, man, that decade was great.
I mean, it was great.
I mean, even you talk about you start the decade with losing the Super Bowl. You were in the Super Bowl, but then you had the Killer Bees.
Yeah.
And, like, it was still fun.
Right.
Underachieving, but they were good.
They were good.
The Penguins were good, and they went in 16 and 17. Man.
I mean, Pitt beating Clemson, that was a moment for me in fan history. I mean, I was there, but I know that obviously it was broadcasted. Pitt beating Penn State that same year.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and then kind of in the middle of the 2010s.
You know what? That's one that didn't make Pony's list.
Right.
In terms of pure entertainment value and what that meant, too, at the time.
Had that game coming back, the first game back since 2000?
That was one of the best games in the history of the station.
Yeah.
Like, no question about it. And that was the year Pitt beat Clemson, right?
Same year, yeah.
Same year. And then Penn State went on. Penn State wound up being really good that year. That game was awesome. And I remember driving around, and it hit me the number of Pitt flags that were out.
Yes.
The number of Pitt people walking around wearing Pitt stuff that weekend was at such a fever pitch. The atmosphere for that game.
It was insane.
It was the biggest party in the country.
It was insane.
That weekend.
That was great. Just seeing the two contrasts of the colors, the dark blue and white, and then the Pitt colors of that year. It was awesome. I mean, I shared a suite with Jay Paterno.
Huh.
I mean, him and my uncle, they coached together.
Yeah.
And obviously, I told a story about my uncle coaching at Penn State. So, like, I knew the family really well. But, I mean, I'm like, this is awesome. Like, and we're both like, this needs to be played every year. Like, he was like, yes, this needs to be played every year. And I just never forget. Just scared. I mean, that game made him scared. Because look how they had a good year.
They could have gone to the college football
with Saquon.
Playoff. Yeah, they had 2 losses.
2 losses, and then that was the game that messed them up. That's why we think that they don't want to play. because Pitt can be that thorn in your side.
Mm-hmm.
So those were two moments for me. Obviously, the ACC championship game.
Yes.
To start off the 2020s.
Fake slide.
That was great. And Pony didn't have Kenny getting drafted. I know that we can make a joke about it, but at the time, that I thought that was a huge moment.
You know what, Doran?
In program history, and we were on air for that.
That was a massive on-air moment. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because you had so stressful, I know, for you.
Yes.
You got your source texting you all the picks before they happen, and you're beating Schefter to the punch. You're beating Rappaport to the punch. You're beating all the draft nicks to the punch, and you got the text, Kenny Pickett. And you're like, nah.
Right.
Nah, I can't go. Can I go with this? Is this legit? And he's like, it's legit, or it's legit. And you put it out there. Stunning. And we were on the air for that. You know what? I forgot about that one because I think of things framed through the morning show. We got Canada news. And unfortunately, on the flip side, there's bad breaking news. Franco.
Yes.
First show to react to Franco.
Yes.
But I forgot we were on the air when Kenny Pickett got drafted.
Yeah, and that was a massive moment. I mean, thinking the Pitt quarterback, and and how Kenny had such a great year, and actually the Steelers drafted the quarterback. I mean, we know how it ended, and it wasn't great, but that moment was huge.
Yes,
huge.
Yes,
and we got to say it before everybody.
Yes.
Everybody in the country.
I mean, we're talking about minutes beforehand.
Yep, that's big.
Beat the flagship to the punch too, by the way. Just, so the people know.
There you go.
They right there with the team. Beat them to the punch.
Tonight's going to be fun, though. So, to be able to
blast.
relive some of those moments and to be able to do that with you all that are listening, that are going to be in attendance, I think that it's pretty cool that, we get to do this and you guys actually somewhat care for what we have to say. We really appreciate it.
Yes.
We really do.
That's the good point by you. It's a day for us to give thanks.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if y'all weren't listening, and a lot of y'all are listening, listen to me, I go to New Orleans. I'm saying y'all now.
Y'all.
Listen to me. The ratings are good. Station numbers are good. Our show numbers are good. If they weren't, the fan wouldn't last for 15 years. And we are thankful to do the job. This is the best sports city in the country.
No doubt.
It's the best.
No doubt.
You guys rock, and we'll see Yins. A lot of you tonight. I'm back to Yins. I ordered a burger on the phone in New Orleans.
On the phone?
On the phone, because I had to go walk and get it. It was like a 2-minute walk. But I ordered on the phone, wanted to be hot and ready when I got there. And I said, y'all do takeout? Because I wanted to assimilate to the culture. I think if I would have said, Yins do takeout, they wouldn't have.
They wouldn't have
done it for me, no. All right, Omar Khan spoke yesterday, and we got to get our bing, bing, bing BS meter out. Because last year he said he had full faith in Kenny Pickett. Was he lying? Did things change? Well, things certainly changed. We'll comb through some of these Omar Khan clips. Ping! And see what sets off the BS meter. That's in 30 seconds. We'll get into the sports. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Are you kind of going to feel it out and see what each one decides? Have you decided maybe which one you would like to lean toward?
I think ideally, I'd like to sign one of the guys that we had last year. But the reality is they're both free agents. So until we get one of those guys under contract, all options are on the table.
All right, good morning, folks. We already talked to you for like 25 minutes. But we now flip over to the sports talk on the 15th anniversary of 93.7 The Fan. Omar Khan at the NFL Combine. Jerry Dulac asked him about the quarterbacks. And Omar said what Art Rooney II said. We would prefer to have one of those guys back. And so the messaging from the top and then down to the executive level is the same. I think that's important.
Yes.
You want to be forward-facing. You want to toe the company line. That being said, bing, 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 my BS meter's going off. I don't think they really want Russ. I think they want Justin Fields' camp to think they want Russ. You can't watch the last 5 games of the season, and it's not all on him. But you can't watch those final 5 games. How bad the offense was scoring 14 points a game. How putrid they were in that playoff game. And tell me that the franchise, even though, my God, they make a lot of missteps, you can't tell me that they think a solution to their problem is to bring Russ back and then surround him with more talent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that they're interested in him at all. And that's why you've got reports out there that Russ wasn't getting along with Arthur Smith, multiple reports. That ain't going to happen. And that's the right thing to say that it could, because you're positioning yourself and you're throwing as much out there as you can and seeing what sticks and what people are going to run with. But I don't believe for a second, that Russell Wilson factors into this at all.
I agree. I think there's almost 0% chance that he comes back. I don't think that they could also, and you said everything great, with the whole Arthur Smith situation, I think that there's some legs to that. There has been legs to that that's been reported that, they didn't get along. And the offensive coordinator, especially somebody like Arthur Smith, who I think everybody respects in that organization more than Matt Canada, has somewhat of a say-so of who he wants to probably work with at the biggest position in sports. So that's one piece of the puzzle. The other piece of the puzzle is I don't think the Steelers can justify paying Russ more than $1.2 million to be their quarterback.
Right.
It made sense last year. I give them a lot of credit, for that situation because it's like, hey, we're paying him almost a rookie base salary to be our quarterback, and he's getting paid $39 million elsewhere. Like, okay, fine. But we can't sit here and justify for what we got out of him last year to bring him back for $25+ million.
Even at 15.
Even at 15.
What we assume Justin would want. You went 0-5 down the stretch.
Right.
You didn't score points down the stretch. You played your worst football as a team, but as an individual down the stretch. The only way, you say it's 0%, I'm inclined to largely agree with that. The only way they bring him back is if he's so desperate to come back because there's not a lot of options out there that he plays for like $5 million. That to me is the only way he comes back.
Right, and they're desperate at the same time too, where
Right.
Justin went somewhere else, and there's no other options, and they don't want to go the Jameis Winston route. They don't want to go the Aaron Rodgers route. They a trade falls through for Matt Stafford. Like all these things have to happen. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to say 0%. Let's say 5% chance. Because if those things happen, you kind of have to. You have no choice. So I think if they both get really desperate.
Yes, because there's not a lot of good options out there. I think Stafford qualifies as a good option, but only at the right cost. I just don't know how Mike Tomlin in his end-of-year press conference can talk about big changes. And then you got both coordinators coming back. Your offensive line coach coming back. Your stars are all going to be coming back. It sounds, and we'll get into this later, like George Pickens is going to come back. And then you bring back the same quarterback. You cannot do that. And I do wonder how desperate Russ is going to get. Like, is he going to want to come back and make next to nothing? I don't think he's got a lot of suitors out there, man. And maybe it's overstated how many suitors Justin Fields has. I do think there will be a few, and I think there'll be more than Russ. I just don't know who would want Russell Wilson. Not with the way it ended with Sean Payton and some of the swirling rumors there. Not with the way that it ended for now here with some of the rumor about Arthur Smith. Who wants to bring that guy in to be the starting quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
And so for him, he's got to be thinking, okay, how do I make myself more desirable to anybody, but specifically here at Pittsburgh? Well, I got to come at a fraction of what I thought I could get when we were 10-3. I think that's the only selling point he's got.
Well, and I mean, if he could set his pride aside and say that I'm open for competition, I think he'll have many suitors. I think he'll have a couple suitors saying, like, okay, like, I'm willing to compete with player X at quarterback. And if it doesn't work out, then I'm willing to be a backup. Like, if you draft somebody, like I think the tactic has to be is like, yeah, Russ will be open for competition if you do have another quarterback on your roster that you don't see Russ being the, engraved starting quarterback. Like, if you draft somebody, he's willing to compete. If you have another quarterback you're thinking of that you want to bring in too, he's willing to compete. If The Steelers are like, hey, we signed Justin. Russ is like, hey, I'm willing to compete. I think that might be a tactic that could work.
Well, here you are at the crossroads of the tail end of your career, and I think for him, to your point, it might come down to, do you want to play?
Right.
You want to be around in the league?
Right.
Or do you want to step away from the game? Because the options out there are not going to be tantalizing. This, for him, would still be, even with the butting heads of Arthur Smith, the best option. And I've said a couple of times, they can't. They won't. They're not gonna. What if they do? Like, what if Russell Wilson is the quarterback again?
Yeah, it's possible.
Next year.
It's possible. Possible. Things have to fall in, many different directions, which we've seen happen a million times. But it's possible. I think his real only option, personally, though, is Las Vegas. Like, that just makes the most sense.
With Carroll.
We talked about it yesterday with Stafford. Like, you have, all this cap space. You could surround him. He could be that stopgap quarterback. You know him very well. I think Carroll would have to ultimately sell the organization, sell Russ to the organization. I don't know if they're willing to do that. I don't know their relationship, but I think that if I just close my eyes and think about the most realistic option, it's there. They're not really in the business of winning and rebuilding right now. They just kind of want to get their culture set.
They want to stabilize the thing.
And he's not, he's so political and such a machine that he's not going to ruffle any feathers in that realm. Like, they've had so many quarterbacks and so many different head coaches and offensive coordinators in the last 5 years. They need some stability.
Right.
Russ could bring stability. I'm not saying that he's going to win, but he could bring some type of stability that you're looking for.
He's a veteran. He's going to say publicly all the right things. He has the relationship, for better or worse, with Pete Carroll. For them, it's not necessarily, you're right, about winning a championship. It's, here's where our franchise has been, and my hand is very close to the ground right now. We need to get back to a place of respectability so that we can build this thing out. We've been a laughingstock for 2 flipping decades right now. So, yeah, I could see that being an option. I think Steelers fans who say things like, I'm not going to watch the games anymore, are so full of crap. Yeah. NFL fans who say, I'm not going to watch the games anymore, are so full of crap. The data would back it up. Steelers TV ratings here, through the roof. NFL ratings throughout the country, through the roof. Most watched Super Bowl ever. And there's probably a hate watch element in there, but it's not like the game was competitive. You would have a lot of people say, though, that if Russell Wilson comes back, they're not watching the team next year. Mm-hmm. I think it would infuriate people. It would infuriate me. I got nothing against Russell Wilson, the guy. But you cannot bring him back and expect different results. With Justin Fields, you can squint. And because he had that 6-game window where you were 4-2 and you saw some nice things out of him, I think you can convince yourself that there's a possibility that there's more meat on that bone. I think we saw the good, the bad, the ugly, everything Russell Wilson had to offer last year. And if you bring him back, you're just content with being 10-7 again.
Yeah.
And losing in the first round again. With Justin, you can at least say, all right, what about the big changes? Well, we brought back one of our quarterbacks, but we're going to allow him to play different. Mm-hmm. I don't know what else you could do with Russ apart from surround him with better talent. And even then, where's that going to take you?
Right.
So the question, we always want to start with a question. Radio Tactic on the 15th anniversary of 93.7 The Fan. What would your feelings be if you wake up one day and you listen to our show and we open things up? Breaking news. The Steelers have agreed to a 2-year contract with Russell Wilson. How are you feeling? 412-928-9370. I don't think it's likely. I'm not going to say impossible. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on that coming up next. And Omar did expand a little bit on their plan at quarterback. So we heard what he said there about the 2 guys from last year. What if they don't come back? He also weighed in on that. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 Pittsburgh sports losses yesterday. Pirates lost in spring training to the Atlanta Braves 2-1. Pittman's basketball lost to Georgia Tech for its 10th conference loss of the season, and the Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Philadelphia Flyers 6-1. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. Here's a special salute to Clemson baseball and head coach Eric Bakich. In the middle of the fifth inning, the PA announcer asked all the veterans to stand. And the Tigers players, all they did was go up into the stands, shake their hands, and thank them. That is what I call a true patriot. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money. So he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Must finance HMF, low APR, tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Rebate offer on select Santa Fe trims only. All buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/3/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for great President's Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-426-0177. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-426-0177. 800-426-0177. That's 800-426-0177.
Fog this morning, then clouds and sun, the high 51.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and get
clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report. Some fog in the area, especially to the north of the city of Pittsburgh through Butler County along I-79 and 422, and a little bit further north along I-80. So please keep those low beams on for safety's sake. If you're traveling on the Parkway West, you're seeing some heavy traffic right around I-79, and then again past Carnegie, and then again as you head past the Banksville Merge Point. Parkway East getting in line at Edgewood Swissvale, and the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Omar Khan speaking yesterday at the NFL Combine about quarterbacks.
Yeah, I know you guys are going to ask about the quarterback situation. I'll tell you guys as much as I can. You know, the reality is last year we went into this understanding that we had 3 quarterbacks in the last year of their deal. Here we are. Until we get one of those guys or 2 of those guys or some combination of them signed up, you know, all options are on the table. Had conversations with both Russ's people and Justin's representatives. You know, with that, you know, we'll see where it goes.
So we asked going to the break at 412-928-9370, what would your reaction be if Russell Wilson were signed back as Steelers quarterback? And we got some texts here. I would be livid. Another text. My forehead would smack the desk in front of me if they signed Russ again. Texter. So what you're saying is with Justin, it's easier to fool yourself. Yeah, I think it is. I think most Steelers fans understood what they did last offseason. You said it in the first segment. I totally agree. I had no problem with what they did. They needed to move on from Kenny. Kenny needed to move on from them. They were treading water. It didn't look good. You go out, you overhaul the room, you do it on the cheap, but with a guy with upside and another guy who had won a Super Bowl, and you're going for it. You're trying to win a playoff game and then see what happens. I have no problem with that. For me, it should be a different philosophy this offseason. It shouldn't be about winning a playoff game this year. If you do, great. It should be about building up the roster, potentially finding the next great Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback.
Yes.
And there's not a lot of options out there. The draft doesn't get anybody all that excited. The free agent crop doesn't get anybody all that excited. Matthew Stafford might get people all excited and hot and bothered and warm in the right places, Doran, but he's not a long-term answer. That all being said, I don't think they have any idea what's going to happen here. I think they've got no clue. When Omar spoke last Combine, I should say, and said we have full faith in Kenny Pickett, you know, some of that's executive speak, but I think they were prepared if he was going to be the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
And then other options become available and things happen. They didn't foresee that. I don't know that they have any clue what's going to happen right now.
I think that they don't, and I think that's pretty obvious, right? I mean, you don't know what Justin's going to want to do. You don't know you don't know who's going to fall into your lap, and you have to get it done in a kind of a rapid pace here to get things going forward. But I think the thought process should be, listen, we have a high pedigree quarterback. We got to get him back and get him and pay him a decent amount of money, but not break the bank, so we can spend money elsewhere to surround him with the adequate talent that he needs to flourish. We have an opportunity here to let this guy be what he was drafted to be.
Right.
And that's a first round pick with a lot of talent. We can answer a lot of questions this year with him at quarterback. he could go out there and he could kill it. And then you know that you have your guy, your future quarterback, your franchise quarterback. He can be mediocre, and you can have him on a 2-3 year deal, and then, go into the next season and draft a young quarterback and then have them battle it out. Like, this should be about Justin. Now, it takes two to tango, as we said for many, many times. I get that. But the thought process should be, let's find out with this guy. And if we find out that we come out on the positive end, then he's our answer. But if not, then we have to be prepared to draft next year.
Yeah, I think Justin Fields represents another bite at the apple. Right? Is he going to be your franchise quarterback? Probably not. Probably not. He's played pretty long time now in the NFL. Still young. I don't know that I would call him raw, but I think in the right circumstances you can win with Justin Fields. He was 4-2 last year. I don't think Jalen Hurts is a perfect quarterback, but he's absolutely in a perfect situation. I don't think Brock Purdy is a perfect quarterback, but he's been in a perfect situation. I think you can win with Justin Fields. And if not, okay, at least the process makes sense. Mm-hmm. If there's going to be another stopgap, easy for me to say, quarterback, Russ doesn't make sense. He made sense last year. If you're going to go why am I trying to say it again?
Stopgap.
Why am I trying to do that to myself? Stopgap. Stopgap.
Stopgap.
Good morning, Pittsburgh. Stopgap. If you're going to go with a quarterback who's only going to be here for a year or two, it does need to be a different quarterback that's going to be here for a year or two. Like, it can't be the same stopgap guy. The question was, what can you win? How much can you win with Russ? I think you found out. Now, could he be better with better weapons and a better offensive line? Yeah, sure.
But it's going to cost more.
But right.
And that's why I say that even Stafford doesn't make sense, because he's going to cost a lot for a stopgap quarterback. Because he's not your future.
Great execution by you there.
You know what I'm saying?
You nailed that.
Stopgap.
You nailed it. Callis, can you give us a little stopgap into the microphone right there? I bet you're going to nail it.
Stopgap.
He crushed it.
Stopgap.
Hit that thing out of the park.
We don't need a stopgap.
Don't do it again. Now we're flirting with disaster here.
Don't need a stopgap for $50 million. Think about that.
Well, right, especially when you're not going to elevate the team to Super Bowl contention.
Right.
Like, if Josh Allen were available, I don't think his roster's all that good in Buffalo. I don't think it's bad. It's not all that good. But he can elevate you. Patrick Mahomes, I don't think that roster's great, but he's Patrick damn Mahomes. Matthew Stafford's a really good player. He's not going to elevate you that way. So stopgap just doesn't make sense right now. But if they were going to go down that avenue, you absolutely can't go back with the same guy. You can't. You cannot say Russell Wilson's our quarterback again after we saw how it ended last year. And it was a bad taste in your mouth. He played just as much bad football as he played good football. That's a reality. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll continue taking your text, tweets. We'll take some calls on Omar Khan's comments on the quarterback position. We'll get into the George Pickens stuff coming up at 7 o'clock, but we're not only going to keep it Steelers today. There is a common thread running underneath every single sports team in town right now. Every one of them. And we'll get to that coming up next. It's remarkable, sad, infuriating, all at the same time. We'll explain what we mean when we come back. You could tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball lost its 10th ACC game of the year yesterday, losing to Georgia Tech. Pitt men's basketball has 3 games left now in the regular season. More for the headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's 2 different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Try
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room cleaned free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to Sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Give us a call on that fan hotline, 412-928-9370, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Pitt was a 9.5-point favorite last night at the Pete. Lost to a bad Georgia Tech team. The Penguins take on the hated Philadelphia Flyers. Philly scores on the first shot of the game. Happened again, Dorn. Can't make a save. They lose 6-1. And we were talking about the state of things before the show. And it's not just that everything stinks right now. It's the way it's happened. I did some fast math, Dorn. The Pirates were 55 of 52 last year, just 2 games out of a playoff spot. Through 107 games, that's not a small sample size. That's a bigger chunk than not. They finished 76 and 86, 10 games under 500. That means they went 21 and 34 down the stretch. The Penguins this year, not that they started well, but they were 17, 16, and 5, and there were some signs that things were turning around a little bit. They've gone 6, 12, and 4 since. That is really 6 and 16, 10 games under 500, and in 2 of the last 3 losses since 4 Nations, they've just been non-competitive against Philly and against Washington. And then there were still embarrassing moments against the Rangers because, again, your goalie couldn't make a damn save. Pitt football starts 7-0. Desmond Reed, one of the best players in the country, frankly. Eli Holstein being mentioned in the same breath as the Heisman Trophy. 7-0 start, finished 7-6. And then the aforementioned Pitt basketball. 12-2, number 5 in the net rankings. They're now 16-12. They've gone 4-10 in their last 14 games. It's not just that all these teams right now could be categorized as bad.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, duh. My bad. My bad, Al. Must have screwed up the bags. They were 10-3. They lose the last 5 games. Thank you. Big one. Hello. Big miss by me. Math. All these teams had promise, varying degrees of promise, but the Steelers at 10-3 were like, they could win a playoff game. They probably should. They could win 2. That was the conversation.
Right.
And Russ had just destroyed the Bengals. Pitt at 7-0. Oh, my God. College football playoff conversation. The ACC is not that great. We know their defense is going to come around, and Eli Holstein's playing out of his mind. Pitt basketball. Jalen Lowe looks like he could be a, ACC Player of the Year kind of guy, or very least ACC team member. They all fell apart.
Yes.
Why? I mean, look, roster construction, coaching, all these things. And there's different reasons, perhaps, for each team.
Yeah.
But the fact that literally all 5 teams that people really care about in this town all started okay, if not great, and they all fell apart down the stretch, that's bizarre to me.
How bizarre is that?
Super bizarre. I'm going to do more math real quick. You keep going.
And like the fact that, it's all of them. It's not just like one team, but it's multiple teams that have done it. And especially with Pitt and the Steelers, and then now basketball, it to me, it might be complacency. Like, I've been trying to think about this all morning. And this is, we talked about this before the show. I'm like, what is the psychological element to this happening? Like, is it complacency? Is it not buying in? Is it thinking that you arrived? Like, I don't know what it is at all, but it is absolutely bizarre that this has happened to so many teams in this city.
Okay, so the complacency thing. I'm bad at math. The complacency thing. I think there's something to that. Like, from a psychological standpoint, I don't look at the players, I look at the coaches. Mike Tomlin knows he's not going anywhere. Pat Narduzzi won an ACC championship. His buyout's really high. He's done really good things at Pitt. He's not going anywhere. Jeff Capel. The program had momentum the last 2 years, and you could absolutely make an argument that they deserved to make the tournament last year and could have been a Sweet 16 team, but he could be on now one tournament in 8 years, but his buyout's really high. He's not going anywhere. Derek Shelton. We don't know how long that contract that he signed was for, but when they started 20-8, they gave him that contract. Yeah. He knew he wasn't going anywhere. Am I missing anybody? Mike Sullivan. He might be case number 2 behind Tomlin.
Right.
He ain't going anywhere. None of those coaches, regardless of failure, had to fear for their job. And it might not be causation correlation there. It might not be, these guys know we're not going anywhere, so don't need to work as hard. I'm not saying these guys ain't working hard.
Right.
But if I'm looking for a common thread, that's the common thread I've found.
That's a good point.
None of those coaches are going anywhere.
It is a good point.
Thank you.
I mean, because it's hard to figure out, this situation with the spiraling down the drain of these teams. You can make that point. But I don't know how much that is in connection with the players on the field and them not winning. Like, maybe it's the fact, like, all right, what we're doing is working, and let's just keep what we're doing. And I think that any really competitor knows that whenever you are doing things really well, you never stay the same. Like, you have to re-up. Like, you have to take it to another level because of the complacency element within your team. Like, if your team is undefeated or your team is on a winning streak, it's like you're kind of like looking around like, okay, like, when is this going to end? So you just make sure it never ends. So that's whenever you have to level up. And I don't know if these teams did level up during the time where they felt like they were doing really well. That isn't good enough.
Really well said by you. I think of all the coaches that we're now talking about, Narduzzi is the one who changed his stripes this year.
Oh, yes, he did. Yes.
He said, I'm going to hire Cade Bell. And let's see here. Okay, Division II or whatever they call it these days. Who scored a lot of points? We're going to go with that guy. And he's got energy. He's going to bring Desmond Reed. And it worked for a while. And I do think with them, injuries had an awful lot to do with it, particularly on the offensive line with the quarterback position. Like, I'm not going to overlook that. I think Narduzzi had all of them changed. Mike Sullivan, they're up 2-1 in the third period. They're still pinching. They're still pushing pace
still
of
doing
play.
the same stuff.
Still doing the same stuff. Tom, we've talked ad nauseum. Still doing the same stuff. I think Jeff Capel's an unbelievable recruiter, and I'm not going to pretend like there haven't been moments where he adjusts in-game or things like that. But I don't think his calling card is he's a great designer of offense or anything like that. He's a believer in, I'm going to get good players who are offensively skilled, and they're going to go out there and play. But I think that the sum of the parts for that team is better by, to quote Mulsey, orders of magnitude than their record is right now.
Yes.
Because I don't look at him as a big-time adjustment guy. So I think as we're pulling at this thing and we're trying to find a common thread, I think that might be it. Like these guys are kind of set in their ways. They're going to do what they do. And right now, that's not working for them.
Whenever you're winning and you have a target, right? You have a target on your back. And teams want to figure out why you're winning, like organizations and the coaches and the staffs and everything. They want to figure out, and players, whenever you're watching film and you're doing the things, they want to figure out why you're winning. Like, what's making you successful and how can we become successful doing that? That's one side of it. And the other side of it is, okay, like, how do we beat you? How do we beat you? How do we figure you out? And whenever you're winning and you're doing things the same way and you're a really good team and you are in the middle of it, like, teams are going to figure you out or try to figure you out. And at the same time, you have to play that psychological game where we're not going to let you figure us out because you think that we're going to keep doing what we're doing, but we're going to do something way different. There has to be a time, I think, and it's easy for us to sit here and say that.
Sure it is.
I get that. But there has to be a time whenever you're feeling really good about what you have and you're winning, that you just absolutely go a different direction, but know that that could be a winning formula as well. You cannot stay the same because teams will figure you out.
Gotta have plan B.
Like, honestly, like, the moment was SMU for Pitt football. Like, they were figured out. And SMU had really good athletes, and they were like, listen, we can beat you. We figured out. We know what you're going to do. We know exactly what you're going to do on offense, exactly what you're going to do on defense. And then Pitt didn't have an answer for it that game, and then they were figured out for the rest of the season.
Right.
Like, it was it.
And there's an example not from this year that I think fits right in with that. When the Steelers were undefeated in the COVID season, or they started 11-0, they didn't lose their first game, and people went, oh, wow, now they got figured out. No, the 2 games prior to that, the Ravens, who
started to leak.
You were starting to leak. Washington beat them, but the Ravens, they knew exactly what the Steelers were going to do offensively. And we're all going, hey, yo, like, okay, the book is out on you. It took a while, and they were a good team. Like, the Steelers weren't a terrible team. They were a good team. Start 11-0, you're a good team. Okay, there's some leaks there's some leaks here in the pipage. You can't just keep doing the same thing. Throw them a curveball. Have a plan B. They didn't. And I think, astutely, you've pointed out here, we've seen that with all these teams.
All of them. I mean, exactly, with the Pirates, too. I mean, that's another prime example that you talked about. I mean, before the All-Star break, I mean, you're feeling pretty good, and then you're just sticking with the same thing. You didn't make the adequate moves, and you didn't, construct your roster in a different element after that break.
You keep throwing Triolo out.
People will figure that out. Like, this is high-level sports.
Right.
It's not high school or middle school sports. Like, people are paid to figure that stuff out, and once you're figured out, you're done.
Yes.
You're done. You're exposed. And then if you start leaking, like you just said, which is a great point, earlier, before the losses happen, then you're like, you have to be aware of what you're putting on the field or the ice or the diamond that you are leaking, and that teams will actually – they'll respond to that.
Right. Sometimes, you're going well and there's a loss and you get exposed, and it's not always a bad thing. It's a gift when you are playing well and then you hit a game or two in whatever sport and you're not playing well, but you still win. You can go back and you can fine-tune things. We haven't seen enough of that.
Nope.
I did that math, by the way, and I picked sort of an arbitrary point with the Penguins because they started 17, 16, and 5, and they had found their footing, and they've gone 6, 12, and 4 since. But the Pirates, it was an obvious mark. They were 55-52. The Pitt was 7-0. Pitt basketball 12-2. The Steelers 10-3. After that point for each team, combined record of all of our beloved teams, 38-71. down the collective stretches for all these guys. It's insane, man.
Oh, my goodness.
And I do think we hit on the theme there. You know, coaches who are all comfortable in their spots, who have done things a certain way, and have not changed. Texter writes in, and it's a really good point. Pirates waited months for Rowdy Tellez to figure it out. They never, they
Right.
give him a day off here and there. They try to unplug him, but more often than not, they were penciling his ass in
Right.
at first base. It is 6:45. It's time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Coming up next, the now sponsored, let's go, Bradenton Bucko Breakdown.
There you go.
Jared Jones pitched. David Bednar pitched. And the Pirates did something yesterday that they did a lot of 2 years ago that I want to see them continue to do more of this season. That's all on the way. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates lost their spring training game to the Atlanta Braves yesterday 2-1. Another spring training game comes up today at 1 o'clock. It'll be played against the Baltimore Orioles. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some road work causing delays for you now. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. We have a lane restriction on the inbound side of the Parkway West near Roslyn Farms. It's causing delays back right around the I-79 interchange. Once you're past it, you're in line again near the top of Green Tree Hill, and then heavy again as you head past Parkway Center. Parkway East is heavy at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28, you are heavy as you head past Fox Chapel Road. And then if you're traveling the Parkway North, that's mainly steady. The HOV lane's open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Dodge Ram at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Pick up a 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting at $375 for 39 months. South Hills Chrysler Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
$50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up in about 10 minutes, Omar Khan's thoughts on George Pickens, on the exit meeting that he had with the player he affectionately referred to as GP. So that's on the way. Doran and I did math. All of our favorite sports teams, 5 of them in this town, Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, Pitt football, Pitt hoops, 38-71 down the stretch. And we have pinpointed that they have coaches that are all very comfortable in their positions. None of them are going anywhere. Doran also, during the break, said there's good players on all these teams. In the Penguins' case, you got Crosby. And there's elite players in different spots. But these rosters aren't good.
All right, like across the board.
Across the board. And really, they're all operating in the margins. Pitt, NIL-wise, they got a good following, but they're not the Ohio States, Notre Dame's, name other programs of the world. The Pirates have their restrictions. The Steelers don't spend enough money on the coaching staff, coaching side of things. They're not avant-garde, cutting edge in anything that they do.
I mean, they had a hope number one wide receiver this year. Like, you were hoping he was the number one, and then you had a bunch of guys. Like, that's not roster construction across the board that you could dominate.
No.
You know?
No. And look, like I said, they got stars Crosby and Skeens and Watt and Holstein before he was getting banged up. Like, they all have guys. The depth of roster in all circumstances just isn't good enough because all of them have restrictions in what they can do because of the way that they have to operate or, in some cases, choose to operate. More on this throughout the show. I think this is a really good conversation. People are blowing up the text line at 412-928-9370. But right now, it's the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. Bang. Bang.
Hold on.
Bang. See, we got sponsors now, and now we're not delivering. Oh, now we're delivering. The Bradenton Bucko Breakdown, sponsored by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health, Doran.
Nice.
Spring training yesterday, the Buccos, they lost, so they're not going to go undefeated in Grapefruit League play. Oh, no. Oh, whoa.
That's what it's called, Grapefruit League play?
Oh, yeah, it's Grapefruit League play.
Why is it called that?
That's a Grapefruit League. You got Grapefruit League, you got Cactus League.
Oh. Grapefruits in Florida, cactus in Arizona.
Because they got cacti
Why not the
in
Orange
Florida.
League?
Yeah, I thought Florida was more known for the oranges.
Yeah.
That's a good point by you, Doran.
Why isn't the Orange League?
You a big orange juice fan?
Oh, yeah.
You like the pulp?
No.
I used to not like the pulp. I've evolved into really enjoying pulp.
I used to be like, no, I'm not drinking it if there's pulp in it, but now, like, I'll drink it.
You
but
will.
I prefer the regular smooth.
Callis, you a pulp guy?
No.
Do you guys like grapefruit?
No.
No.
My grandma, my father's mother, I would go over to her place, and she would always have grapefruit.
Yep.
She'd cut that sucker in half, and then she'd drizzle a little sugar on top.
No, that's pretty good.
You'd eat it with a spoon. It wasn't bad.
That's pretty good.
But you eat a grapefruit raw? Man,
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Gotta have the sugar.
Yes.
Maybe I just haven't had good grapefruits. So Jared Jones yesterday goes 2 innings, had 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. And I don't want to make too big of a deal about anything that happens in spring training. But that was good to see from him because he did struggle down the stretch after getting injured. That's, to me, not the crux of this conversation. David Bednar. 1 inning yesterday, 2 hits, 1 strikeout, 1 earned run. Not thrilled with the stat line. The velocity looked fine to me. That's really the kind of thing you want. And most importantly, he's just pitching and healthy in spring training. He'll get the necessary buildup. Here's where I wanted to really nut down on this conversation. Is that a saying, nut down?
No.
Okay.
Nail down.
Nail down. Hunker down?
Hunker down.
Key Brian Hayes stole a base.
Did he?
That means your back's okay, right?
Now.
Like, why would they have this guy running?
Right.
Unless they feel really good. So that was a good sign. But again, not my major takeaway. O'Neal Cruz stole a base, and then he got thrown out trying to steal third. But they attempted 3 steals yesterday. When they started 20-8, it was when the bags were bigger. Yep. It's when some of the rules changed. They found the market inefficiency. They were running like crazy. We've talked a bunch about how this roster is going to have significant holes. This lineup's going to have significant holes. Buddy, be aggressive. Run a ton. And I don't know that they have great personnel for it, but put pressure on the defense, put pressure on the opposing pitching staffs. Take an extra bag now and again. Manufacture offense. I want to see them run a ton this year, Doran.
It's crazy that they did have Brian Hayes be that guy to do that, though. I mean, why not? I mean, if he's feeling good, I don't know how he's going to feel about 3 months from now, and to be able to do that. But that is a good sign to see him do that. Now, we know Cruz can do that.
And he didn't do it a ton last year because he was coming back from the injury.
Right, and they were scared that if he would slide into a base in his foot and whatever. I think he had to learn how to slide, too.
Mm-hmm.
that was an issue.
Him and Gregory Polanco cut from the same cloth there.
But that's a good sign, though, that he's learning how to slide.
Yes.
And they feel confident in him doing that. So, yeah, you have to win with the small ball ways you can do that. And that could be a good element for this year for this team. And they're harping on internal improvement, and that could be another element to the way that they manufacture wins.
With you, man. Because I saw a Zips projection that had them bottom 2 in all of Major League Baseball in home runs. And you could hope that Horowitz can come back and provide some power with the short porch and right. You can hope that Sawinski reverts more to form. You can hope that maybe Henry Davis, who had a nice first game in Grapefruit League action, can maybe hit you a few. But you're probably not going to hit a lot of home runs. So what can you do to put pressure on defenses, to scrape a couple extra runs a week in there? Because the pitching staff should be good enough to keep you in most ball games. Find a way to steal a couple of runs is going to make a massive difference. And it's upsetting that they got away from it a couple of years ago and the league did catch on. Get back to that this year, particularly in the early going, and make it something that other teams have to pay attention to the rest of the season. I think it could be a valuable thing for them. Colin Holderman, by the way, pitched 2 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, ERA of 9, but he and Bednar, who both pitched yesterday, big key to the success of the season next year. All right, that was your Bradenton Bucko Breakdown, now sponsored by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health. Coming up next, Omar Khan spoke at the Combine, and he talked about George Pickens. Do they want to sign him long term? Will he be around next year? How do they feel about the mercurial wide receiver? That's next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Out the door temperatures are in the mid to low 30s with little to no wind chill. Fog could be an issue for you through 9 this morning if you're north of Pittsburgh. Highs today will be in the 50s, the third 50-degree day in a row. Noon temperatures should be in the upper 40s. The afternoon's looking dry for most, but rain showers will arrive for those living close to I-80 around 3. Everyone else, you'll have to wait until after sunset for the rain to arrive. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Ramadan is here, and Salem's Market has everything you need. From fresh halal meats to delicious prepared foods, they're your one-stop shop for sahur and iftar. Visit 29th and Penn in the Strip District or order online at salemsmarketgrill.com. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident and blocking the shoulder as well as the left lane of inbound Route 28 near the Highland Park Bridge off-ramp, and it's causing delays all the way back to RIDC Park. Meanwhile, if you're traveling on the Parkway West, we did have some earlier work on the inbound side up around Roslyn Farms. Looks like that has been taken care of. All lanes back open, but your delay is now over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East is jammed at Wilkinsburg. Also, if you're traveling the Parkway North, that's up to speed from I-79 down across the Veterans Bridge and onto the crosstown. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit. Sweat running all over my chest. I don't quit, no. I just press harder.
Oh, I can't find the clip, Doran. It's in here somewhere. He had like 47 Omar Khan clips. I didn't sleep last night.
I know, you told me. You went to bed really late.
Really late. I don't do that. Yeah, 12:30.
That is late.
You know what? Something you could do to make you feel better?
What?
You could blame me.
Callis, where's this audio, man? Oh, thank you for finding it.
You know, I had a really solid exit meeting with GP, and I can tell you that he has a desire to be great. He has a desire to be great here. We have a desire for him to be great and to be great here. We'll see, with respect to the contract, you know, we won't discuss that publicly, and you know, usually those things are addressed at a later date.
So, an optimistic tone struck by Omar Khan there about George Pickens. And I'm going to freely admit something that no radio host ever wants to admit. And I get accused of this from time to time. I have flip-flopped on GP. I said there's no way you can bring him back if you don't give him a contract, because he's going to be a jackass. That much I think I still agree with. I also said I don't think they'll give him a contract. I still don't think that. But I said I would trade him. I'm not trading him. That's where the flip-flop comes in. Because I've already said, and I have not flopped on this, that this season isn't about winning a playoff game. This season is about accruing as much talent as possible to help the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, whether it's Justin Fields or a draft pick for next year, however they might come to acquire him. George Pickens is a hella talented player. And if he goes nuclear this year, acts a fool, requests a trade, blows up in the locker room, so what? They're not winning the Super Bowl. This isn't their year. If he winds up being great, you've got an answer. If he winds up doing all the things I just mentioned, okay, you move on from him at the end of the year, you wash your hands of him, and then you figure it out. But you've already got a number one talent at wide receiver. I'm not just going to get rid of that guy and then go search for another one. I'm going to see this thing to the finish line, and if it blows up, who cares? You ain't winning anyway.
I mean, and I think that he will be on more of the straight and narrow than we've ever seen in his career as a Pittsburgh Steeler this year, because there's a way that football talks to you without anybody in football directly having to talk to you, especially your organization having to talk to you. Whenever you're in a year like this, football talks to you. It's like you either shape up, get paid, or you don't get paid.
Mm-hmm.
That's how football talks to you, and especially a guy like George Pickens. Now, the Steelers don't really have to even say anything. It's like, hey, you either going to be here and you're going to get yourself paid with your talents, or you're not. Guys like football talks to you and not directly of your organization. Like I said, guys like Ocho Cinco reaching out to George Pickens, guys like Chris Carter, former Hall of Fame receiver Chris Carter, talking on Kay Adams' podcast about George Pickens. You see that stuff. You see the guys that have done it before you, that did it at a high level, guys that messed up, two guys that had messed up in their careers early on in their careers and then figured it out. Football talks to you, and you either do it or you don't. And I'm willing to bet that George understands that and feels a little bit of the pressure of going into this season and having to perform and stay in the straight and narrow so he can break the bank after this year.
I have zero faith in that happening. That being said, I'm rooting for it really hard. I want to watch this guy play football for the Steelers for a while. He's a joy when he's on to watch.
Now, I will say this, and I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I don't think that means he'll be a Steeler. Because, and if I were the Steelers organization and George stayed on the straight and narrow and he played great this year, I'm still letting him walk. Because I'm going to pay him the money and think that he's going to be the guy he was this coming year. So I'm going to give him the bag after this year and think that he's going to always be like the guy. No, he was just doing that to get the money. Well, so he's going to go back to his truest form, which is what we've seen the last 4 years.
If that's the case, then you should trade him. If you think that if you think he could be on the straight and narrow this year, and then they don't want to bring him back, you might as well trade him now.
No, you need him, or you're not going to have any receivers.
Yeah, but you're not going to win.
But you still need. You don't have any receivers. What are you going to draft and have two basically rookie receivers in Roman Wilson and Ibuka?
Well, and then you've got free agency. To your point, though, you want to keep that talent around for let's just say, Justin Fields. If you're trying to find out about Justin Fields.
Yeah.
So you keep him around this year. Justin's got that 1A receiver to throw to, and if he doesn't, you're really not learning anything about Justin Fields.
Yeah.
That makes sense. How do you see it out there? 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. There's not much that sports-related that really bothers me, right? We talk into microphones and, oh, man, the Penguins blew a lead, or, oh, boy, the Steelers did this. I'm still going home to my family. I'm still going to be a happy guy. One thing that really, truly does bother me, though, is when somebody does not live up to their potential. Somebody doesn't get it. And I'm rooting for George Pickens to not turn into Chase Claypool, to not turn into Deontay Johnson, and he's more talented than those guys. I'm rooting for a young man who I just believe to be immature, and a lot of wide receivers are. I don't think he's super unique in that. I'm rooting for him to have a great career, and I would like that to be in Pittsburgh. And I do think if you bring him back this year, you're going to find out. Like, you are definitely going to find out. If he's great and he walks that line, that's a growth moment. Like, he understands the stakes, and so he's going to channel his competitiveness, and we know he's got that for good, not evil. I want to see that.
Yeah.
And then you can revisit the conversation about whether you want to franchise him, do you want to extend him. You can figure all that out at the end of the year. What I will not say is that you can pay him right now. You definitely can't. You definitely can't pay him right now. Like, I'd be closer to trading him than paying him, but if they want to keep him, I'm really okay with that. And that's where I flip-flopped.
Yeah.
But you cannot, based on what we saw last year with some of the ups and downs. Even, I saw a highlight yesterday. Justin Fields, first game of the year against Atlanta, rolls to the left on a design rollout, turns back to the right, throws a laser beam to Pickens on the sideline. He catches the ball with 4 seconds left.
Yes.
2 feet from the sideline. Makes a guy miss. Right. Doesn't get out. Fortunately gets out with
1 second.
1 second.
I remember that.
And I'm like, I forgot about that. That is such poor, easy for me to say, but such poor football IQ. Like, it was so close to you effing the whole thing up, man. There were bad moments last year. Running wrong routes. All kind of stuff. The way he addressed the media, which I don't know if people care about, but I do. All kind of stuff. You can't pay him now. But for the first time that I've thought about it, I'm okay with them keeping him and giving him one more shot. What say you? 412-928-9370. You give us a ring on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Omar Khan also yesterday said something that Mike Tomlin would not say all season long?
It's obviously a priority. I mean, I'm not going to run from that. That's just a reality. We have some guys that are free agents, and we weren't good enough at that position. You know, we'll look at everything.
Omar Khan finally admitting the Steelers weren't good enough at wide receiver, even though Mike Tomlin, on multiple occasions, and Kaboli and Starkey have both brought this up a ton, snippy with the media when we question their quality of wide receiver. So Omar said a lot yesterday, and you always take things with a grain of salt. That was the most true thing he said in the entire media availability. We weren't good enough, and that's going to be a priority this offseason. He also said, in this league in 2025, you have to score points, which to hear someone from that organization say that, you know, the actions speak louder than words. That felt good to hear, too.
It feels good to hear, but doesn't it make you wonder if not everybody's on the same page? Like, I know that Omar, kind of was saying the same language, speaking the same language that Art was speaking at the end of the season whenever Art talked. But I don't know if everybody's on the same page. Like, I think that Mike Tomlin's on a different page. Arthur Smith might be on one page, and I think Omar's and Andy are on a different page as well. Sometimes that does work. It clearly hasn't worked. I just don't know if they all are like-minded. And it's great that we have Doug on today because he's been in situations, I know, for a fact, he's told me situations where everybody wasn't on the same page, and you have to somewhat be like-minded from top to bottom. Like you do. You have to have, like, philosophy-wise, day in and day out-wise, somewhat be on the same page of, what you're trying to accomplish and what type of players you want to bring in. Like, I mean, I don't know if and I know how it ended this year for Deontay Johnson. I don't know. I believe that Omar may regret the timing of trading Deontay Johnson. I believe
For
that.
sure.
I know how it ended. I know he was on multiple teams and he was, he quit in the game. But, like, who says that he lasted throughout training camp for Pittsburgh that he wouldn't have turned it around? Like, I don't know.
At the very least, you could have dangled him out for Brandon Ayuk.
Right, or that.
At least you would have had a
You'd
guy.
have covered your ground. You'd have covered your spot of the receiver spot.
Right. You wound up creating a hole. So that's one thing. I was going to get to that with all this wide receiver stuff. That's one thing that can't happen.
Right.
Like, they can't have their eyes set on a particular free agent or a particular trade target this year and go pot committed to that and then leave themselves hanging again. And I think Omar's a smart enough guy to not make that same mistake twice. But you talking about communication, they're so purposefully, what's the word I'm looking for here? They're so purposefully secretive about who is in charge of what. And you and I agree that it was at the impetus of Mike Tomlin to move on from Deontay Johnson. But if Brandon Ayuk got brought in via trade, everyone would be posting the gifs of Omar's coming.
Mm-hmm.
The con man, he would get all the credit when it goes well. When the roster's bad, we don't blame Omar Khan. We blame Mike Tomlin. And it's ambiguous. Like, that's the word I was looking for. That's the way they want it. Who's in charge of what? Who makes the personnel decisions? We're all smart enough to see through the tea leaves that Mike Tomlin has a ton of say here. But I think it's fascinating. Oh, great player gets brought. Oh, Patrick Queen. Omar Khan, he's cooking.
Right.
Deontay Johnson gets traded. Oh, that's Mike Tomlin. He did that.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want to see them make, as an organization, the same mistake again, to your point, about wide receiver. All right, 412-928-9370. Doran and I are both okay with George Pickens coming back for a lame duck year. Are you? 412-928-9370. Are you okay with him getting another chance and not getting traded this offseason? 412-928-9370. We'd love to talk to you about that. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost to the Philadelphia Flyers yesterday, 6-1. Penguins still at the bottom of the Metropolitan Division. The Flyers actually moved to third from the bottom. They passed the New York Islanders after beating the Penguins yesterday. Penguins and Flyers have a rematch. This next game will be in Pittsburgh, though, not in Philadelphia. Home game for the Penguins coming up tomorrow, and that'll be played at 7:30 against the Flyers. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's episode of What's the Deal with Rob Manfred's automated ball strike system features skepticism from future Hall of Famer Max Scherzer. We're humans. Can we just be judged by humans? Do we really need to disrupt the game? Wondered the 40-year-old Toronto right-hander, explaining that after a handful of calls are reversed, which basically evens out, what are we actually changing? He does have a good point. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Once again, that's Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here with Matt and Catherine. They made the decision to lose weight and improve their life together, both dropping 33 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
She came home so excited one day and said, I heard about Awaken 180. I'm so excited. You have to try it with me. It's not medication. It's not a shot. It's food. You're going to make meals. And I think that was one of the biggest selling points.
What makes Awaken 180 different is the maintenance program. Just to know that you get that support gives me the confidence to keep going. I think it's important for people to know how much more fun it is to do it with a partner. Just to have the support system, it's so much more helpful.
It's going to change your life.
Thanks, guys. Like any goal, accomplishing it with someone sharing the same goal makes it twice as easy and twice as rewarding. Grab a coworker, friend, or spouse and make your 180 with the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey guys, it's Malsey, and we talk a lot about sports together, right? And so we're talking about pro athletes. And what do you know about pro athletes? They train constantly, all the time, to try to perform better on the field or the court or the ice. However, I have a question for you. What if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to. Plus, since Blue Chew is an online prescription service, you're not dealing with one of those awkward conversations or trips to the doctor's office. No, Blue Chew ships direct to your front door in discreet packaging, and because no two guys are the same, the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush gets a little dangerous. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. We do have an accident now in Marshall Township. This is on the eastbound side of Route 910 at Brant School Road, just before I-79. Also, watch for delays around an accident on the inbound side of Route 28 near the Highland Park Bridge. Traffic is stacking behind it, just about back to RIDC Park. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still, Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
A texter with a possible quarterback solution for the Steelers that I think is worth discussing, Doran. It's a really good idea. It's a good thought. I had not really considered it, not in depth.
Could I guess it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Give me. You gotta give me some. Like, where are they coming from? Is this like
white guy quarterback? Didn't play this year.
What?
You could tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'll give you a few more minutes to nosh on that.
Ben Roethlisberger.
He looked good in the backyard with the kids. He did. He really did. He looked slender.
Uh-huh.
I've grown to really love that podcast.
Very good.
I really love Spence. He has grown on me. He's a great character. I've heard he's a very nice man.
He is?
Yeah, sure. Get Ben out of retirement. I mean, shoot, if you're not going to win the Super Bowl this year, at least give us the nostalgia. Penguins brought Kovalev back, for God's sakes.
Is this like a parody, or is this like legit?
I think it could. I think there's legs to it. I think you can connect enough dots that it makes sense. Is it super likely? No, but we're, as the Steelers say, and Omar said yesterday, we're exploring every avenue of quarterback. This would be an avenue that we really haven't discussed. We'll get to that in 1 second.
All right.
I wrote on Twitter, the Steelers started 10-3 and finished 10-8. Pirates started 55-52, finished 21-34. Pitt football 7-0 to 7-6. Pitt hoops started 12-2. They're 4-10 in their last 14 games. And then I also wrote, Doran and I have found a common thread here, we think. What do you think it is? Handful of people have tweeted in the pony jinx.
Yeah. Maybe.
Not just one dude. Multiple people.
Yep.
It's Pony. It's Pony's jinx. We also asked the question going to break at 412-928-9370. Would you be okay with the Steelers bringing George Pickens back for the last year of his deal? And here's a text. GP hasn't shown any improvement in attitude, so I have no idea where anyone thinks he's going to figure it out now after he gets paid. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about don't pay him. That's the dangling carrot, whether it's in Pittsburgh or elsewhere, and see if he can do it. Like, there's never been more pressure on him in his career. You want to go make $30 million a season? Go ball. Go ball and be a good soldier. So I think it's the ultimate litmus test. We're going to find out. And if it doesn't work, okay.
Yep.
You know how it's definitely not going to work? If you move on from him now. So you can weigh in on that at 412-928-9370. I'm filibustering. Do you have a theory? Or do you have a guess at which quarterback?
I need another clue.
White guy, quarterback, didn't play. Those are my clues so far. Recently won a championship.
Not Tom Brady.
No. Part owner, part broadcaster, and also quarterback of your Pittsburgh Steelers.
What?
So when Albert Breer reported that there are 4 teams that definitely talked to the Rams about Stafford, it was the Steelers, the Raiders, the Browns, and the Giants. But he also wrote other teams have checked in as well. And one that makes sense, I think, is the Minnesota Vikings. They won 1 million games last year. And then Sam Darnold didn't cut it for him down the stretch. They have $63 million in cap space. I think they are what the Steelers think the Steelers are. The Steelers might think they're a quarterback away. I think Minnesota is a quarterback away.
McCarthy.
Yes.
Won a championship in Michigan.
And he's white. If you bring in Stafford, and they could do it, again, $63 million in cap space. Are you going to let McCarthy sit there for a second year? Maybe. He ain't costing you much. And you could feel like you've got your succession plan there after Stafford. It could be a Jordan Love situation, maybe, or you could see what you could fetch. And I think J.J. McCarthy is better than any of the realistic options the Steelers could get in this year's draft. A lot has to happen to get J.J. McCarthy here. But out of any team in the NFL, Stafford to Minnesota actually makes a ton of sense to me.
Makes a lot of sense. But wouldn't you be as confident in your system because you got the most out of Sam Darnold that you could get that out of J.J. McCarthy, the guy that you drafted in the first round, instead of paying $50 million to Matt Stafford and using that $50 million to make your team better because you were so close?
Probably.
And then if you're the Steelers, you really want to take a chance on a rookie-ish player that is coming off of a major knee injury and never taken a snap in an NFL game.
Yes.
Okay.
Not a lot of good options for Pittsburgh. And you're right. For Minnesota, the most likely thing to happen here is, all right, let's see what happens with JJ. And we'll take that $63 million in cap space and let's make ourselves better elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the smartest thing to do. But you've got O'Connell there, who I think is a hell of a coach and a schemer, McVay kind of guy, right? What happened with McVay? You try it with Goff, you try it with Goff, you try it with Goff, doesn't work. Shanahan, similar kind of guy, young offensive dude. You try it with Garoppolo, you try it with all them dudes, right? Brock Purdy, I mean, it's not a great option, but you're thinking, okay, we need that quarterback boost, and so you trade all those picks and stuff for Trey Lance. Like, we need the quarterback. And maybe they view it as McCarthy's their Trey Lance, but they might also view it, hey, maybe we're a Stafford away from winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I could see it.
I could see it too.
Not the most likely thing, but I could see it.
But I mean, that would make a lot of sense, and that would make them an instant contender, even though that they were pretty good this year, and they fell through the cracks down the stretch. But you put Stafford with that receiving core indoors, I mean,
they might be the favorite.
Yeah. And, I mean, if I was Stafford, you get to play the Lions twice a year, too.
Yes. Let's go.
Yeah,
And they might have a ton of faith in McCarthy. Of course they do. I mean, that's why they drafted him.
Mm-hmm.
But it's tantalizing. And he's a question mark. He was a question mark because any rookie is, and now he's a question mark coming off of a serious injury. And so people might be asking to themselves, well, okay, then why would the Steelers be interested? Because there's not a lot of good options out there. There's just not. 412-928-9370. If you want to weigh in on J.J. McCarthy, the possible Steelers quarterback, feel free. If you want to weigh in on George Pickens and whether or not the Steelers should bring him back for at least one more year, 412-928-9370. We're bouncing around today. It's February. We're having fun.
Yeah.
First, though, before we get into more of that and your phone calls, texts, and tweets, we've got a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
News came out yesterday. Travis Kelce looks like he's going to play in his 13th NFL season coming up here, not retiring. He'll be back with the Chiefs next season. At least he intends to do that right now. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Welcome, John, our new admin lead.
Thanks.
You've got your laptop, all your admin apps. Oh, and you'll be in charge of ordering food for the team. So here's your drawer full of menus.
Whoa.
You'll keep your receipts in this file folder. Whoops! Receipt confetti.
Oh, dear.
Oh, and all these sticky notes have everyone's dietary preferences.
Have you tried EasyCater? Online ordering from great restaurants, tools to save time and stay on budget, digital receipts in one place.
We're gonna need a bigger recycling bin.
EasyCater, the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. Order now at easycater.com.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Now by Xfinity. Internet, mobile, and TV that feels just right. Just like driving past an expensive coffee shop as you sip your homemade latte. Like waiting to use that promo code for 50% off on your sister's birthday present. Like snagging limited edition sneakers before they hit the resale market. Like getting concert tickets pre-sale before online brokers raise the price. That's the feeling you get with Now Internet. Dependable internet with no annual contracts, unlimited data, and equipment included. Internet just right for endless video calls, streaming every season of that show you're obsessed with, and staying connected on multiple devices. Internet that's just what you want and nothing you don't. Backed by the Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month all in. Easy, simple, flexible. All for one low price. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting first-hand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm pulling a full Starkey today. I barely slept last night. Excited about the fan anniversary party tonight at Rivers Casino. Watch my Mountaineers.
They win?
They beat Jamie Dixon. Very happy about that. I love Jamie, though. Mm-hmm. You won't hear many Mountaineers say that. Great guy.
Yes.
Jamie Dixon.
Yes, he is.
And then my daughter, she didn't realize that I was staying up past my bedtime and decided to cry all night.
Huh.
Which is a bigger issue for my wife, but also for me. And so now I've had 3 cups of coffee, and I am vibrating.
Are you?
I am vibrating.
Yeah, you can't stop moving.
No. I'm shaking. I'm jittery.
You're going to be feeling really good tonight.
No.
Yeah, you're going to feel horrible.
Oh, tomorrow's show's just calling it now. We're going off the rails.
Oh, no doubt.
And we probably will for the next 2 hours and 25 minutes this morning. Do you want the Steelers to bring George Pickens back, if only for a year? Omar Khan said the exit meeting with GP went great yesterday. Sean in Carnegie wants to weigh in. Good morning to you, Sean.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Oh, we're great.
Awesome. So, 2 things. I think we should 1,000% bring George Pickens back. I'm trying to figure out a reason why we wouldn't, honestly. I mean, his worst game was what, against the Ravens? Was that when he had all them drops?
Well, so I'll play devil's advocate with you a little bit, even though I agree, Sean. I want them to bring him back. They're not winning the Super Bowl, and you've got a number 1 wide receiver talent. Why not keep him? The devil's
100%.
advocate point would be, well, see what you can get for him. I mean,
right, yeah.
You got holes elsewhere. I mean, you got a 2nd-round pick for Chase Claypool. I don't know that you would get that now, but maybe you would, and I could see reasonable people saying I'd rather have the 2nd-round pick. You can't win with a guy like this. I could see that.
Yeah, that's true. I can't argue that. He definitely has the potential, to at least from what he's shown, he has the potential to be a star, I think. But he definitely has some things to work on. But I mean, his talent is just crazy. But
no doubt. And if you're bringing in, darn it, Sean, 412-928-9370, and if you're bringing back Fields or a young quarterback like a J.J. McCarthy or a Joe Milton or a Trey Lance or any quarterback, you can rebuild a wide receiver room in an offseason, but you're guessing a lot.
Yeah.
Like, is Ibuka going to step in day 1 and be good if you draft him 21st overall? Probably, but you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What's Roman Wilson going to be? We didn't know what he'd be last year. I like the player, but now he's coming off of basically a redshirt season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Calvin Austin. Like, you get rid of Pickens, you got to go out and sign guys, which they need to do anyway, and you need to draft guys. There's no sure thing that those dudes pan out, and then you've got Justin Fields here for his last best chance to be a starting quarterback in the NFL, and we want to let that guy play, and now he's throwing to a bunch of guys who are learning on the job. I don't think that's ideal.
That's not ideal, and I honestly don't even think that the Steelers even thought this way of even trading George. They were always going to let him see it out because they need him, and they don't want to have a receiving crew built of young wide receivers and number 2s. Like, you went through that this year. You experienced that this year. I doubt it. They need to have at least a staple, even though the staple is George Pickens, and you don't know what you're going to get game in and game out. But whenever he's on, he's one of the best. But whenever he's off, it's tough. So you have to prepare for whenever he's off. Can you supplement that with the other receivers that you're going to try to get in the offseason?
Remember what it looked like when they didn't have him?
Yeah, it's terrible.
And then they never got back on track.
Right. I mean, can you say that Russ declined because of that?
I think they hit a funk and they never figured out a way to get out of it. And I think it wasn't the only reason, but it really started when you didn't have Pickens.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think he's a valuable piece. Now, he showed up late for the Chiefs game, and he was more concerned with fighting through the end zone on the Hail Mary against Cleveland. He ran the wrong route, according to a lot of folks, including Russell Wilson, on the in that Chiefs game as well. Like, there are reasons to go, oh, man, I don't want to bring this guy back. Can't win with a guy like that. That's what I said about Deontay. You can't win with guys like that. The difference between Deontay and George to me is that while Deontay, when he was at the height of his powers, was really good, George Pickens can be great.
Yep.
And so why not see in a season that's going to be filled with pressure for this guy if he can get it done? And then the added benefit is whatever the quarterback is that you're bringing in here gets to work with that guy.
Yeah.
I think it's super valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so is the second-round draft pick. And therein lies the conversation. 412-928-9370. We got a lot to get into today. Ray Fittipaldi is going to join us at 8. We've got Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. I also wouldn't mind diving into Omar Khan's draft history. Like, both these drafts that he's been the head of the organization for were graded as A's. Okay. What about now? Probably fold that in at some point.
Yeah.
But let's talk to Neil and Butler. Hi, Neil.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey, one intriguing player, but it's got to be paired with another guy's Trey Lance. He's never truly played since before COVID. If you remember all these years, he's got a lot of talent. And then he played North Dakota State. So nobody's ever seen what he can do. I wouldn't mind seeing him, but they got to get a guy in front of him. And then the problem is, who do you play? How do you get Trey Lance playing time? I've always thought he's intriguing, but never had a real chance.
I agree with that. I think he would be a great backup option to Justin Fields. I think if you play that, I've been saying that for weeks. I think that with what Art said, that they want the starting quarterback and the backup quarterback to match skill sets, that would be perfect. You have two guys that are high pedigree, that can move, that have been given up on, that could come in here, and if something happens to Justin Fields, Trey Lance could go in and you wouldn't miss a beat. Now, Omar did say, and we might get to it a little bit later in depth, but he did say that there could be a quarterback-receiver combo that the Steelers would be looking for. There's multiple. And now if you think about it, there's Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, there's Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, and if you really think about it, there's Deebo Samuel and Trey Lance because of the San Francisco connection.
Do you think, as a football player, missing really full seasons that long, do you think he has a chance?
Yes, I've seen. I mean, not playing. Yeah, like that's something to kind of scoff at a little bit, I guess, not playing. But, I mean, I've seen guys revitalize their careers of being in worse situations than not playing, like Geno Smith, like Sam Darnold. They've been in worse situations than Trey Lance by not playing, Trey Lance not playing, but them just getting their bells rung every single game. That's worse than not playing, and they figured it out. Why can't Trey Lance figure it out?
Trey Lance played.
I love the Geno Smith call, by the way. That makes a lot of sense.
I don't think you were saying to acquire Geno Smith, or maybe I'm not understanding what Neil just said. I actually think Geno Smith could become available this offseason. And
I'm saying, like, revitalizing their career.
Right. No, I get that. I think I just misunderstood Neil at the end there. I do think Geno could become available. That's a separate conversation, but I don't mind him as a stopgap for so many reasons.
When would he become available? It'll be too late. They only have 2 weeks to figure this out, really.
Right. Ain't that nuts?
Yeah. It'd be too late, in my opinion.
As for Trey Lance, played 19 games in college, started 17. And out of one side of my mouth, I'll argue one thing, and out of the other, I'll argue something different. But Kyle Shanahan knows quarterbacks, and so they thought highly enough to move heaven and earth to move up and get that guy. Now, they also moved off of him. But Mike McCarthy knows quarterbacks, and he acquired him in Dallas. So he was always going to be a project.
Yeah.
He was not going to be a plug-and-play guy, and they were in a plug-and-play mode in San Francisco.
Yes.
Like, they had the roster to win, and they drafted the ultimate project. 17 games in college? When we're talking about Tyler Shough, who's played 7 years?
Right.
Played 7 years. Kenny Pickett played 6 years. This guy played 17 games. I'm not saying bring him in as a starter, and you were the first guy I heard talk about Trey Lance even before he became available. As a backup, when you add talent and competition, you got Justin Fields, you got Trey Lance. That's a ton of talent. That's a great idea.
And you wouldn't have to pay him that much because, I mean, how many suitors are really out there for him? It's going to be like Justin Fields. Like, they'll have suitors, but not going to be significant amount of suitors. So you give Trey Lance maybe $1 million more than the actual suitor might, the other team that might be going after him as a backup. It's still not going to be more than $5 million.
Right, because he's not getting the he's not going to get Sam Darnold money.
Heck no.
He's not going to get, who's the guy who always wears the jorts? Gardner Minshew.
Right.
He ain't getting Gardner Minshew money.
How many games has he started?
Right. So you're talking about a guy with a ton of talent who was raw as heck coming out of school, who hasn't had a chance to refine his talents at the NFL level. So yeah, you might pay more for a guy that has done nothing because of the talent, but you're also going to pay less than for guys who have proven that they can be adequate backups in the NFL.
Yes.
412-928-9370. We're throwing it all out there, baby. And we'd love you to be part of the conversation. We've got Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock live from Indianapolis. We've got Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. But coming up next, another big-time soundbite from the 15 years that the Fan has been doing scintillating radio in this city. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 Pittsburgh sports losses yesterday. Penguins lost to the Philadelphia Flyers 6-1. Penguins are at the bottom of the Metropolitan Division still. Also, Pittman's basketball lost to Georgia Tech, making that 10 conference losses this season now. And Pitt's got 3 games left on its regular season schedule. And the Pirates lost in spring training yesterday against the Atlanta Braves. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The list of accidents growing longer. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. The latest one in Marshall Township, I-79. You have 2 vehicles in the median between the Warrendale and Wexford interchanges. That's causing delays back toward Cranberry and Route 228. We also have that earlier accident still blocking a lane of inbound Route 28 near the Highland Park Bridge, causing delays back to RIDC Park. And an accident also in Marshall Township on Route 910 at Brant School Road near I-79. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy 1 Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and 2-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Is the music getting louder? He's back there rapping.
Right. He was asleep just a second ago.
He does this
What's
thing.
with you guys always giving players hell? I'm sorry. Which one of you played in the NFL? Remember this one? Yeah.
Yes, I remember this one. He does this thing where he'll nod off back there, but he sets the brakes up in a way where he knows what commercial's playing last before our bumper comes back.
Right.
And he's like the Undertaker. He'll be out, and then bang, he's right back into it. We also just got a call from Anthony in Oakland.
Uh-oh.
One of the all-time great callers here on 93.7 The Fan. And Anthony told Callis he will be in attendance tonight.
Nice.
At the Fan 15th anniversary party. So super jacked up about that. There's this folder now that we have in our system that has all kind of highlights from the last 15 years. And one of the things I've been doing is I haven't listened to them. I just see the title, and I think, okay, do I want to play this or not?
Same.
Right? You just,
That's what I've been doing.
Just throw some darts.
Yep.
It's all good. This one's labeled LV Penis Clip. I have to play this. I'm going to play it right now.
Time for a little Bucko breakdown. Man.
Least valuable person.
The least valuable person. I'm going to go Gabby Sanchez. Trying to bunt on a third strike is...
It's bad.
That's grounds for LV Penis.
It's not good.
Did that go down?
Yeah, man. Unbelievable work by you.
He didn't dump that?
No.
That's unbelievable to me.
No,
I could have
it
been
worked.
fired on the spot.
Well, fingers crossed.
I heard Joe talk about this one yesterday, and he explained what the premise was around why he said that. Because you say, like, Ness after, like, I don't know, like a name or whatever, like of them doing
He's got
something.
certain crowliness.
Yes, exactly. And
So he was going least valuable player, LVP. That's LV Penis. I can see how that happened. I don't think when you talk about an anatomically correct part of the human anatomy, you do not have to dump it unless you were talking about it in a grotesque way, right, Callis? You're our FCC guy around here. You keep us on the straight and narrow.
Right, well, he didn't even say the word penis technically, so it was fine.
It was just LV Penis.
Right.
He said it quick enough.
I played the Ron Jeremy clip the other day.
See, that's one of the all-timers.
That's all-time.
And that's in here. It's just too long for me to play right now.
Yeah, I played the whole clip. Like, whenever you were out.
Yeah.
Whenever you were out, I was like, oh, this is too good. And Cam Guest was in here, the placeholder from Pitt, because he was shadowing, and he had no idea who Ron Jeremy was. So on air, I had to explain why that clip was so funny and what he meant. He knew who Ron Burgundy was, but he didn't know who Ron Jeremy was.
So that's one of the funniest Cook moments. It's the funniest Cook moment.
Yes.
I mean, you have the national sport of Afghanistan. I think that's more associated with Vinny. I think the genius of it was how Pony played it.
Yes.
I mean, brilliantly done.
Yes.
Just kept walking him there. It was brilliant.
So good.
This one says colony update.
This makes no sense whatsoever. I'm getting no volume out of my computer, and I don't know why. Amazing. All right, at some point I'll figure out what the hell is going on, and I've got nothing else to say about the Penguins.
Our anniversary party tonight from 6 until 10 at Rivers Casino. If you don't have tickets, well, you're SOL, but a lot of people do, and we're going to talk to Anthony in Oakland and some others tonight. I'm guessing that Jeff from South Park will be there. A bunch of others that I'm sure will come up to us, all of our biggest fans. All right, you ready for one more?
Yes.
This one says Ron doing Lady Gaga.
Oh.
Now, I would hope that that's him impersonating Lady Gaga, because the verbiage here, the description, is not FCC quality.
Ooh la la, goo goo, ah ga ga, aroma, something like I don't know.
Here, you want some scuttlebutt? I heard they asked Ron for a video, and he turned him down.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah. We're going to have a bunch of videos tonight from famous people, athletes, coaches, people who have been a part of the station, people who have admired the station. just great people from the last 15 years. And Ron, up until he retired, he was with the station from its infancy. I mean, he's run the gamut. Nah, I'm good. Why? Why won't he even do a video?
Not a video, really?
He's like, nah, I gotta wake up in the morning.
I get my walk in.
Gotta get my walk in.
I have my cup of coffee and I go sit by the pool. Every time I hear about that story about what he does on a day-to-day basis, it just reminds me of when I saw him in a Speedo at my buddy's pool.
That didn't happen.
Yes, it did.
He was walking around in a Speedo.
Yes.
At your buddy's pool.
Yes.
Ron was quick to rip himself. Also oddly confident in his body.
Yes.
Like a walking contradiction.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm an ugly guy. And then he's wearing a banana hammock.
Yep.
And his pipes were bursting whenever he was wearing your football jersey.
Yep.
That was made for a much bigger man.
And remember, he still doesn't like me, apparently. So.
Yeah, that might be why he's not doing a video. He
No.
doesn't respect the talent around here anymore. That was one of the all-time off-air moments for our show. As we were at opening day last year, and we ran into a guy that looked like Ron Cook. And so Callis, by my demand, took the picture and tweeted it out. And Ron called Callis a jackass.
Yes.
Yep.
He really doesn't like you?
He hasn't talked to me since. The last thing I said to him was, oh, I'm sorry, I meant no harm. We're good. And then he just never responded.
Yeah, he means it.
That guy can hold a grudge. I never had a problem with Ron. I loved Ron. Ron could not have been nicer to me. But I never wronged him, in his mind. All right, Ray Fittipaldo just texted me. He's good to go for 8 o'clock. That's next. Live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, the Steelers have a meeting scheduled with one of the top prospects in the draft who might be there at number 21. We'll get to the heart of that, get his thoughts on Omar Khan's comments from yesterday. So Ray Fittipaldo next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event. The new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive and lease for just $209 a month. Or purchase with a special low APR starting at 3.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise because we wanna see ya in a MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676, 800-747-7676, Again, that's 800-747-7676.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
New accident, this one in Glassport, 2600 block of Washington Boulevard near Collard Drive. Watch for those delays. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking now at Greensburg Pike. And Route 28 still heavy approaching the scene of that earlier accident near the Highland Park Bridge with delays before RIDC Park. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I just said to Doran it was probably quieter around here when I was out on vacation, and he didn't comment. So, message received.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, it probably was nice to get a little break for me.
I know, Cal. Yeah, that's what
the early morning show was wonderful. There was no noise.
You weren't distracted by my screeching and squealing?
I don't know how. I mean, Doran must be funny AF because you just.
Doran is a very funny guy. It's generally me cracking myself up, though. No one's funnier to me than me.
You didn't have to admit that either. You just made yourself look more dumb. Oh, I'm so funny to myself.
Do I laugh? What?
You have a great laugh.
Do I laugh though in the early morning show, or
no,
is it just
I don't hear you at all.
See, is Crowley laughing at himself?
My wife.
You bang things too. You don't have to do that.
You sent the video of you. You sent the video of you in New Orleans, and I don't know what's going on. There was a parade, and all you could hear in the background was, Rochelle was like, oh, did Crowley just send you a video? She was in the other room. She didn't even know.
There was a parade that went down our street, and they had the world's largest, I don't know what I'm allowed to say, the world's largest vibrator. Can I say that?
He said no.
No, I'm going to dump that one.
I got dumped on the 15th anniversary day. Very good. All right, Ray Fittipaldo, you're here for the Sports Talk. Ray Fittipaldo joins us right now, and he's brought to us by Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, serving as your home team for over 90 years, LGKG.com. We had two callers. They just dropped off. Ray, hello. Welcome to the show. And you are in Indianapolis, yes, for the NFL Combine.
Oh, crap, I dumped you, so he can't go on for the next 2 minutes. Let me talk to him privately. Yeah, you guys got a buffer for 2 minutes.
Then you bust out with the laugh. The vein in your forehead right now is hitting your computer.
Is it really? Yeah. I didn't know I had a forehead vein.
Yeah, you do.
Temple?
No, right in the middle of your forehead.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, now I'm going to freak out. I think that's just a wrinkle. I think it's just a fold.
No.
Blood pressure's very high. I've had too much coffee.
Can't tell.
Can we try Ray again right now?
No, you got to wait another, minute. The rebuild's still going on. But if you're going to use a term, use the term toy next time. That'll work.
So the parade that went down the street, for those of you who missed it via the dump, the world's largest
toy.
Adult toy.
There you go.
Adult toy.
There we go.
There you go. And so my wife is filming it go by, and of course I'm cackling like an immature child in the in the background. Yeah, if there was one thing I could change about my life, it'd be my height. But number 2 would be the laugh. I don't think it's a good laugh.
Like a hyena.
It's bad, man. It's really bad.
Again, the banging of things, too, it's just like, I mean, why?
Knee slapping kind of stuff.
You bang that desk, though. I'm just saying, like, you could just have enough consciousness to go, hey, Callis is doing a show, maybe just not, like hold it in a little more.
Yeah, he totally forgets that you're back there. Totally forgets.
In my defense.
Play the sounds of Crowley again, just to remind everybody what you sound like when they're commercials.
No, we got to get to Ray. Are we able to?
Yes.
Ray, good morning. Sorry about that.
Good morning. I guess I better watch what I say or this segment's going to be over.
That's right, Ray. You got to be real careful now because I think we've used up all of our dump powers. So we know you're just such a disgusting in-the-gutter man.
Right.
Better walk that line. All right, Ray, so you're in Indianapolis, and we'll get to Omar Khan's comments, but the Steelers have a formal meeting scheduled with Ashton Jeanty, the running back out of Boise State, who's considered by most to be a top 5 talent in this draft. How much stock do you put into these kind of meetings? How much stock should the listeners out there put into this? Like, because they meet with him, they're big-time interested in him at 21?
Yeah, I mean, they have there's probably going to have 40 or 50 formal meetings. They'll have many others that are just sort of drive-bys. So, I think they have to do their due diligence. If a guy like Jeanty does fall, listen, running backs tend to fall in drafts. I think they want to do their homework and know if this is a guy they want to take. But at this point in the offseason, guys, I would be floored if they took a running back. I still think it's D-line or receiver at 21. And, maybe there's a surprise in there at some point. Something happens, but I'm still sticking D-line or receiver.
I would tend to agree with that. But they do need a running back, and he's a top 5 talent. And so I'm not asking you what they should do, Ray, because they shouldn't draft the guy. Do you think they would, though, if he's sitting there at 21?
No, I don't think they would. I mean, obviously it would depend on who else is available, Adam, but I don't think they would. Let me throw another scenario out there for you. How about if Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland, the 2 top tight ends, top 5, top 7 in this class? How about if they fell? Would you do that over a receiver or D-lineman?
100%.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, because for me, I just don't think it's good business in a running back deep draft to take one in the first round, Ray. And we talk about the need at wide receiver. The need really is a passing game weapon. And if that comes in the form of a tight end, and particularly Tyler Warren, I think you run to the podium in that instance.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. I don't think Warren's going to fall, but Loveland could. And, you can go with the old Patriots model, Gronkowski and Hernandez, and other teams have done it too. So, I'd be 100% on board with that.
Ray, I'm paraphrasing here right now, but I do believe that Omar Khan, whenever he spoke yesterday, he kind of alluded to the fact that there could be a quarterback-receiver combo out there, that if they get a certain quarterback, there could be a receiver that's familiar to that quarterback to follow. What's your take on that?
Well, you certainly could have read it that way, but I sort of more read it as there would be a different type of receiver they might go after with Justin as opposed to Russ. With Justin, maybe things are off schedule a little bit more, with his scrambling ability, and maybe you're going to go after a different type of receiver, whereas with Russ, with his ability to throw it deep, the uncertainty with George Pickens, you might need another outside receiver. So that's sort of the way I read it. But if you could certainly read it the way you did as well, Doran. That could be a package deal with somebody who's played with those guys in the past. That's certainly a possibility as well.
Ray, what else did you take from Omar Khan's media availability yesterday? I mean, he talked a fair amount, but we also understand how this goes at this time of the year.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll get back to the quarterbacks in a second, but to me with George Pickens, he said what he had to say. I still think a trade is on the table. I would be shocked if they do a new contract in the summer. So for me, it's either play out the final year of the deal and just, go year to year with him, or you trade him. And you got 3 options to trade him. You could do it next month before the new league year. You could do it draft weekend, draft day on that Thursday, or you could wait till the trade deadline. So that's, he didn't say a whole lot there, but I still think those options are on the table. And I think the uncertainty with the quarterback position, guys, the Rams aren't here. The Rams don't come to the combine anymore, so their head coach, their GM aren't here. But until Matthew Stafford is dealt, okay, and I don't know if that's going to happen this week or next week, Matthew Stafford is setting the market for all of these free agent quarterbacks. So until Matthew Stafford comes in, and he's at $27 million now, he's probably going to get $40, $45 million a year. But until that happens, Russell Wilson's not going to know his value, and down below that, Justin Fields isn't going to know his value. So, like, the people waiting, why don't they sign Wilson? Why don't they sign Fields? I think the first domino to fall has to be Stafford. Until that happens, we're really not going to know on either Russ or Justin Fields, I don't think.
Ray, what are the chances that the team that gives Matthew Stafford $40 million plus is the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I mean, I would probably say the Giants or the Raiders are probably in a better position to do that. Not that they have a better chance to win, but I just don't think the Steelers want to pay a 37-year-old quarterback that kind of money. I mean, they got other issues they have to deal with. So I'm not saying it would be a bad idea. I think the Steelers would be open to it if the Rams made that phone call. But, like, that $50 million number is being thrown around probably by his agent. He might not get that, but I don't know, 40 or 45 for a 37-year-old quarterback, that's a little rich for me. I would do it for 30 or 35, but I think that's a little bit too rich for me.
Ray, Broderick Jones is going to be the left tackle of the Steelers of the 2025 season. That's his normal position. Now, the Steelers, they kind of have to have confidence in him because they traded up to get him in the draft a couple years ago. But how do we think he's going to play going back to his familiar left tackle position going into the season?
Yeah, I mean, I think Broderick, he's never complained about being on the right side, but I think finally playing where you're most comfortable is going to help him from a psychological standpoint. And hopefully, he can improve his technique. And really, once you find one position, maybe that's really when you can hone in and, get squared away with your fundamentals, because it is different going from right to left. Broderick said, with his athleticism, it was never an issue. But a lot of times, there are things that, come into play with footwork and hand placement when you're doing it from right to left. So, hopefully for the Steelers' sake, he can be that guy. They traded up to 14 to get him. They're counting on him. It's a huge year. I mean, Omar didn't come out and say it, but Dan Moore's going to leave. And Broderick Jones is going to be number one. They don't really have anyone behind him at this point, so he's got to perform, and he's got to perform much better than he's done the last couple of years.
Ray, Omar said that they didn't close the door on Najee. That's what he said. Do you think they've closed the door on Najee?
I mean, we've said it the last couple of weeks. This running backs class is loaded. I don't see a lot of benefit to bringing Najee back. Jaylen Warren's going to be on this roster. I think you go out and get a running back in the middle rounds. The only reason I'm not shutting the door is because Mike Tomlin really likes Najee, and I do think there's a scenario that Najee comes back, but I don't think it's going to be for more than what they would have paid him in May, and that's that $6.7 million figure. So, listen, if that running back market in free agency is bad, and you can get him for 4 or 5, maybe they do it. But I'm not paying them $7, $8, $9 million a year. That's for sure.
Ray, thank you for putting up with our nonsense at the beginning of the segment. The information, always good, and we appreciate your time, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. We'll see you.
Thanks, Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. One of the best guests that we've had over 15 years here on The Fan.
Thorough.
Super popular, Ray.
Mm-hmm.
And he is the one guest that you can have on after you've had to use the dump button that unequivocally is not going to say something that would get us all in trouble.
Right.
He would never do that.
No.
He was talking about the flip for Broderick Jones from right tackle to left tackle. So the last time I was truly reporting on the Steelers, I went into the locker room and I talked to Kendrick Green, who I found to be a delightful man. Didn't he go after Pony on Twitter, though? Was that Kendrick Green?
I think so, yeah.
I think he did.
Yeah.
I found him to be a delightful man, however. Or maybe because of that. Just kidding, Pony. We love you. But I asked him, what was your confidence level playing center last year? This was going into year 2. And what is it now? And he said, last year I wasn't confident at all, and now I would say about a 3.
Jeez.
I was like, oh, dude, you said the quiet part out loud, man. I felt bad for asking the question because that's going to go over like a sack of bricks, dude. It is 8:14. Time is brought to you by Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. There's a couple of things there from Ray that I want to react to. Plus, T. Higgins, not exactly thrilled with his situation in Cincinnati. How does that affect the Steelers? All that and more on the way. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All three Pittsburgh sports teams in season lost yesterday. Pirates was not as severe. It's just a spring training loss. They lost to the Braves 2-1. Pittsburgh Penguins remain in last place after losing to the Philadelphia Flyers 6-1 yesterday. Penguins play again on Thursday. Same team. It'll just be home for the Penguins on Thursday against the Flyers. And Pitt men's basketball lost to Georgia Tech for their 10th conference loss of the season. They've got 3 games left on their schedule. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampietro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Justin tried to sell his home in Wexford several years ago with a different real estate agent, but didn't get any results. So when it was time to try to sell his home again, he was a little skeptical about hiring a real estate agent based on previous experiences. However, after doing some online research, he found Gina and all of her 5-star reviews, and that's when he gave Gina a call. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price, you grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Hall of Famer Marshall Faulk. The 52-year-old recently returned to his alma mater, New Orleans, Carver High, for the unveiling of a mural depicting his end run around the drug culture. He's also the newly named running backs coach at Colorado. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football introducing Ann, who didn't want a generic plan or medication to lose weight. She wanted help. She wanted results. Ann chose Awaken 180.
I was drawn to the one-on-one coaching, the confidence that they give me, the answers that they give me, the encouragement they give me. Awaken 180 helps you to understand what healthy foods are and changes your lifestyle and is there for you for life. One medical condition that I had severely for about 7 years is acid reflux. Since I started this program, I have not had one single bout of acid reflux, and I've stopped my medication, and that's huge to me. It really is.
Ann got the support she needed, the results that she wanted, and she did it all with Awaken 180 weight loss. Let Awaken 180 show you how easy losing weight should be. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-426-0177. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-426-0177. 800-426-0177. That's 800-426-0177.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom.
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, price lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents to deal with and a little bit of fog in the area. Still, this report brought to you by two men and a junk truck. If you're traveling outbound on the Parkway North, an accident now being cleared, blocking the right lane near the Bellevue Westview interchange. Traffic a little heavy getting by in the left lane, but inbound you have delays from Camp Horn Road past the scene all the way to Perrysville. In the Carrick section of the city, crews on the scene of an accident now, the intersection of Amanda Avenue and Brownsville Road. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree inbound. Outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie. Then again from Roslyn Farms to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Churchill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Great stuff in the last segment with Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. Doug Whaley joining us today from 9 o'clock until 10 as he does every single Wednesday. And if you want to ask Doug a question, you can get him in now. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So Ray outlined 3 possible options for when they could trade George Pickens if the Steelers were to trade George Pickens. And I think there's only one that really makes sense if they were going to do it. That's after the draft. After the draft.
Yeah.
You know, you could argue do it before the draft to get more picks in this year's draft. I think I'd rather have more picks next year. And I also don't want to be in the Deontay situation again.
Exactly.
So if you did it like in 3 weeks, okay, there's no guarantee that you can fill all the holes in that wide receiver room. Just because you know it's a need, and Omar said that yesterday, and we all know it's a need, doesn't mean that you're going to be able to address that need. And so if you trade him after the draft, you'll have known what you did in free agency. You'll have known what you did in the draft. So he gave 3 potential options on the timeline there. The only one that makes sense to me is after the draft.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll do it at all.
I'm starting to get that feeling. Kaboli came on Monday and said he doesn't think they're going to move on from him this offseason. Omar yesterday said it was a really good exit meeting with George Pickens. So you don't always believe what these guys say this time of year, but I don't think they're going to move him either. They still understand the talent they have in that guy. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to pay him, but I think it's more likely than not he'll be a Steeler next year. Ray was also talking, it was a good question by you, about Broderick Jones moving from right tackle to left. And they're trying to build out like the Eagles. They want to draft offensive linemen, draft defensive linemen, build in the trenches. And they've invested a lot there. First-round pick last year, Troy Faltanu. Zach Frazier, the second-round pick. The year prior, they trade up for Broderick Jones. Last year, they got Mason McCormick. The 3 guys from last year's draft are all going to be starters next year. Here's the thing, though. You would like to think that you'd have it figured out by now. I believe Troy Faltanu is a good player. He ain't no sure thing at right tackle. And now Broderick Jones, who hasn't done a good job at right tackle, is your left tackle. That's going to be a problem next year. And the hope is that those guys can grow, develop, and be part of the solution. There's also a good chance that they're not. And so we talk about all these needs, defensive line, cornerback, wide receiver, running back, the list kind of goes on. If things don't go according to plan this year, you're right back going to that offensive line well next season, Dor.
Yeah, you are, and that's where you're going to have to spend your money. Like you're going to have to actually spend money on your offensive line, and that's how you'll have to rebuild it with players that actually played in the NFL for multiple years and have earned their way to get a new contract. You're going to have to spend most of your money up front, which I think that it's usually good to mix and match whenever you are building an offensive line. Look at the Eagles, the way they do it. My thing is like you have done an absolute disservice to Broderick Jones throughout these first 2 years. Like, he was a left tackle coming out in the draft, and you probably knew that if Dan Moore Jr. played well, you weren't going to play him you weren't going to pay him. If he didn't do well, you were going to move on from him. Why not just put Broderick Jones at left tackle from the jump? Like, why mess around with him at right tackle, a position that he's not comfortable with as a young player? Like, you knew that Broderick Jones is your future. Like, you traded up to get him.
Yes.
So you know that he's going to be here. and you know that he's a left tackle talent and very raw, why not just play him there from the jump? Like, why? You've wasted 2 years. In my opinion, he got some reps at right tackle, but that's not his natural position.
No.
And you probably knew the whole time that he was going to be a left tackle. Why not play him?
No matter how it finishes with Broderick Jones, if he's a Steelers tackle for the next 10 years or they move on from him after next season, I don't think the player evaluation was wrong. I don't think it was the wrong idea to trade up for the guy because he's super talented. I didn't think they'd have a chance to draft him. And you had Mulsey running around the halls singing about Broderick Jones, and I think for good reason. The most talented left tackle prospect that they've ever had. Full stop.
Mm-hmm.
So, not the wrong idea to trade for him. But you're right. When they knew Troy Fautanu was not going to play again this year, move Dan Moore to right tackle.
Yeah.
And put Broderick Jones in the position that he wants to play and he's best served to play.
And going to be at in the future.
Yes. There's no, and I use this saying all the time, there's no seeing the forest through the trees there. You said it really well. Dan Moore Jr. was either going to suck so you don't bring him back, or he was going to play well enough that he's going to cost too much and you don't bring him back. There is no world where Dan Moore Jr. was going to be the left tackle of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Zero chance. So they've screwed the pooch mightily on him. I also think that all the praise they've got in the immediate aftermath of the last few drafts was deserved at the time. I want to go and look because it's Omar Khan's season now, baby. These last 2 drafts, A+, A-, A, great drafts. How do we feel about them now? I'd like to get into that. Also, I'd like to talk about cap, no cap when we come back. Zach Taylor, the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, was singing the praises of T. Higgins. Said they'd love to have him back. I'm paraphrasing. And then last night, T. Higgins tweeted out a picture of a cap. That's what the kids are saying these days.
Yeah, a hat.
It's a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tweet out a picture of a hat, but it's cap.
It's cap, which means lie.
Yep.
Right?
I thought it was hat or no hat.
Cap.
He thought it was hat or no hat.
Oh, my God.
I'm kidding. Come on.
No, you're not.
I was cap. See, that was cap.
That was cap. So what does this all mean for T. Higgins? What does this mean for the Steelers? Plus, we'll look at the Steelers' last 2 drafts and see how they've stacked up now after 2 years. What are you shaking your head for?
Because he was like, I was lying. He was like, that was, I was cap. Like, he even said it wrong. So I know you didn't know. You'd be like, I was cap.
That was all cap.
Capping.
That's like.
You're like, I was cap.
It was all cap.
You said I was cap.
All cap.
That's when you say something to your significant other. And if they take offense to it, I was just kidding. But if they don't, okay, I said the thing I really think. I was for real. The Cows had no idea cap, no cap, hat, no hat, had no clue.
I had a clue.
And now he's lying on the back end of it.
It was all cap. With all the mistakes you made today, too. Come on now.
Every day, frankly. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline, no cap.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins lost 6-1 to the Philadelphia Flyers yesterday, and they remain in last place in the Metropolitan Division. The Flyers passed the New York Islanders. They now have 59 points. Islanders have 57. Penguins at the bottom with 55. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. There is always another way to win on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. It's the only app I ever use and recommend to bet sports and to play all your favorite casino games for real money. You can bet sports or you can play blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, hot online slots while watching your game. Make your downtime fun time. Play blackjack with a live dealer right on your phone. Download the app right now. Enjoy all the action and the excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. And new users, download the app. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. There's always new things on the app. Ultimate Hoops Lucky Tap, Almighty Buffalo Megaways, Jackpot Lucky Tap. And new users, you download the app, you get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. BetParx.com has all the details. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, tarnished maybe, or simply disgusting? Well, Colin Dunlap here from my great friends Larry and Nick, the owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. This is the same team of guys you see installing large glass storefronts all around town. Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a couple questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room cleaned free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Welcome, John, our new admin lead.
Thanks.
You've got your laptop, all your admin apps. Oh, and you'll be in charge of ordering food for the team. So here's your drawer full of menus.
Whoa.
You'll keep your receipts in this file folder. Whoops! Receipt confetti.
Oh, dear.
Oh, and all these sticky notes have everyone's dietary preferences.
Have you tried EasyCater? Online ordering from great restaurants, tools to save time and stay on budget, digital receipts in one place.
We're gonna need a bigger recycling bin.
EasyCater, the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. Order now at easycater.com.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app?
we thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yes, Callis.
No, I was saying we're back.
Yeah, we're just talking to one of our salespeople. Try to tell him the music was going.
Yeah.
He had an agenda.
It was a good one.
Might be trying to make us some money, so it's all good. We'll let him go. You guys can listen to the music. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. So it's Omar Khan season. It's Con Man time. It's Omar's coming time. And Omar has received high marks each of the last 2 years after the draft. And I think you and I were both high on each of the last 2 drafts. All right, how do they stack up right now? How good are we feeling about them now? Let's start with the first one. 2023. First round pick, Broderick Jones. I mean, so far so bad, right?
I have a different outlook, but keep going.
No, give it to me. Give it to me. We can stop and talk. We got a radio show. We're good. We can
stop and talk, but it kind of all filters in. Like, I base it off of playing time and how fast these guys can be ingratiated into the lineup and how much production that they've shown in year 1 and year 2, because we're going to back 2 years. So, I mean, Broderick Jones didn't play, the first 4 games, and then he got moved to a position that wasn't his natural position and started and did pretty well. Last year, he started again. So, it didn't look great. It wasn't great at times, but started.
Can you go incomplete?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the draft pick is still an A. I think that the coaching and development and usage aspect of it is where they've fallen way short.
I think as soon as this 2026, this day, whenever we do this again next year, we'll have a really good grade on what that pick would be.
I hope so.
Because he's going back to his natural position.
He's going back there.
So, yeah. I mean, we'll be able – that is incomplete.
And he was always a project when they got him.
Right.
He hadn't played a lot of games. I'm not in bust territory for Broderick Jones. No. I'm nervous. They need this to work out. I'm rooting for the guy. I happen to like the guy. But right now, I think the best you can do is incomplete. And the thing, you're right. When he came in his rookie season at right tackle, they started to run the ball really well.
Mm-hmm.
And then this year, not the same guy. Now, we know he was dealing with that arm injury too, which you have to factor in. All right, the second-round pick, Joey Porter Jr. You were the one guy last offseason. Everyone's saying they got their lockdown number 1 guy. And you said, okay, it was year 1. Good. Good returns year 1. Don't just pen him in as he's going to be this stud guy in year 2. It takes time. It's a tough position. And I thought he had great moments this year. I also thought he had moments that were forgettable.
Mm-hmm.
And he was very handsy. And that Cleveland game comes to mind immediately. And I didn't see an ascent from Joey Porter Jr. Now, again, we're going into year 3. I'm not saying he's a bust. He's a good player. Is he a number 1? Can he be a number 1? I don't think that answer has been written yet.
Better year 1 than year 2. Needed a guy, and I know that the performance wasn't great, but needed a guy like Patrick Peterson probably in the room to help him in year 2, to grow in year 2, and he didn't have that. And he was thrust into the position of being cornerback number 1, where I think it was maybe too soon to do that. Needed another guy on the other side like Snead. If they would have traded for him last offseason, I think Joey Porter Jr. would have had a really good year 2 if he'd have had a veteran guy on the other side to take that up. I mean, I know that, Dante Jackson did pretty well, but I'm talking about a real name on the other side. He wasn't ready to be cornerback 1 yet.
Someone to look up to, someone to emulate.
Yes.
Yeah. And
take the heat off of his shoulders a little bit.
Right. Someone who's dealt with expectation.
Yes.
And that wasn't Dante Jackson's bag. Someone that might look like me, too.
Yes.
They are not the same size, those guys. They play the position a different way. I'm bullish on Joey Porter Jr., but this was not the year that I was hoping he would have.
Right.
I don't think anybody was hoping. Keanu Benton.
See, I feel like all three of these guys are kind of the same. Haven't really progressed, but have had a lot of playing time, have been anointed starters in their first 2 years. They're kind of just like, I need to see year 3 again. None of them have progressed. The first 3 picks of the draft of, 2023 have not progressed at all.
And I thought Benton played worse this year.
Yes.
And I think he and Jones are similar in that they're miscast.
All those guys had better year 1s and year 2.
No doubt.
Better rookie years.
100%. Now, Keanu, I think, is, not to get like too, but I think he's more of an end. I think he's miscast as kind of that nose guy. Like, he's not Javon Hargrave. So I would like to see them get a modern-day clogger in the middle and then kick him out. I think there's a ton of potential there.
So we have 2 guys in the first 3 picks of 2023 that are out of position.
Yeah. Now, I don't blame the Benton one as much because I think that was necessity is the mother of invention, whereas Broderick Jones, they just did that to themselves.
Right.
Like, they did not need to do that.
Right.
Darnell Washington in the 3rd round, there was a point this year where you're dancing. You're dancing. Like, they got this dude. This is great. I'd like to see them use him more.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see them use him more in the red zone. I think he's a good player.
I think he is too. And I think that, we just sometimes we focus on tight ends and what they do in the passing game and how much they catch. But if we sat there and watched every game of Darnell Washington whenever he was attached to the offensive line and had to run block, we'd say that was a hell of a pick.
Yeah, that's true.
Hell of a pick. Yes. He sets the edge.
He crushes people.
Yes, he does.
He blocked too hard this year. He had a penalty.
Yes. Yes. Great pick for the value. The guy probably would have went higher because if he didn't have the knee injuries. But I think for where they got him, that was a good pick.
And they got another guy that kind of looks like him this offseason.
Parham, yeah.
Yeah. You got a couple of 6'8" dudes.
Yep.
Fit what Arthur Smith wants to do. Nick Herbig, I think we can all just nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. A 4th-round pick who has made game-changing plays in each of his first 2 seasons. Absolute A. Corey Trice got hurt. You can't count on him. You heard Omar Khan talk about him, but he's a 7th-round pick. You've gotten some decent value out of a 7th-round pick. This year you did. Last year, no. And then Spencer Anderson, a 7th-round pick, he's still on the roster. So we don't need to spend 8 hours talking about 7th-round picks.
I think Spencer Anderson's for where you got him and how much he's played and all the different positions he's able to play and go fill in. Played guard this year, played tackle this year, could play center if they needed him to. I think that's a very good pick.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very good pick. He's not going to be great, but he's going to be serviceable at all those positions whenever you have an injury on the offensive line. That's a great pick for the value you got him in the 7th round.
And people don't think about that.
Right.
Oh, he's
Great
not a
pick.
starter. You kind of forget about him. And he was hanging out with Sierra and Russell Wilson at the Penguin game.
That's right.
Prior to the start of the season. He was the one guy I was like, oh, they're hanging out with Spencer Anderson. They must respect this guy. Faltanu, 1st-round pick. This year was a wash.
Yep.
Roman Wilson, 3rd-round pick. This year is a wash.
Yep.
But Zach Frazier, Peyton Wilson, Mason McCormick all gave you reason to be excited about the draft class. You're not going to hit on everybody. You need to hit on Troy Faltanu, but I think you are at the very beginning of seeing those 3 guys turn into really good NFL players. And I think Zach Frazier is already there.
Yes.
So it's too early probably to have the 2024 conversation. We'll check back and see what Faltanu did this time next year. But 2023 looked good at the time, not looking so hot right now. Protected. Call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacement, they can do that too. No job is too big. No job is too small for the Pickle. 724-515-5551. They're answering phones 24/7 today or online at callthepickle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accident reported on the Boulevard of the Allies near Forbes Avenue. That's causing some slowdowns there. Outbound Parkway East, you're jammed from the Boulevard of the Allies out toward the Squirrel Hill interchange. Inbound delays as well, all the way back through the tunnels to Wilkinsburg. Also of an accident being cleared East Carson Street at the Smithfield Street Bridge on the south side, and one in Carrick on Amanda Avenue at Brownsville Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Route 28 delays at the Highland Park Bridge, and the Parkway North still an earlier accident being cleared near Bellevue Westview on the northbound side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month, truck month, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
schultzford.com. 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 schultzford.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Doug Whaley in 10 minutes for a full hour. 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Yesterday at the Combine, Doran, Zach Taylor, head coach of the Bengals, comes out, says they love T. Higgins. They want to work to get something done with T. Higgins. T. Higgins then tweets out the emoji of a hat, which means cap, which means there's some lies going on, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the origin of that is?
I was trying to think. I forget. I did know it, but I forgot about it. Cap.
Because Pony tweeted out the Peterson Event Center, when it's filled, no cap, one of the toughest places to play in college basketball last night. And
it just looked so stupid.
He got crushed, right? Yeah. So like a 35-year-old person and older probably shouldn't be saying that?
No.
Okay.
No. Like my kids say that.
See, that's why you know.
Yeah, I know, right. Exactly. Like my kids be like, you're capping. I'll be like, yeah, I'm about to cap your ass. Say cap to me again. Cap your ass.
All right, so I Googled it. Before we get into the actual football elements of this, No Cap was popularized in 2017 by the song No Cap by Young Thug and Future. All I know about Future is that he was with Sierra before Russell Wilson, right?
Correct.
Okay, very good. So, T. Higgins, I'm just scooting by it, Norin. We're just scooting by it. T. Higgins, he ain't want to be there.
Nope.
He wants to be valued. He views himself as a number one wide receiver. And I don't ever want to tell people how to go about making their money. And when everything was happening with Le'Veon Bell, I thought he was getting bad advice. I thought he should have signed on the dotted line. And it turns out I was right about that. But he was going about his life, making his money the way that he thought was best. T. Higgins, go try to make your money. But be careful, because you have Jamar Chase on the other side of you right now. You have Joe Burrow throwing you the football. Life is good. And you can still make money in Cincinnati. You got franchise tagged. Just be careful.
Yeah, franchise tagging is a slap in the face, essentially. It's like, okay, I do have Jamar Chase on the other side, and you gave him a contract.
Yeah.
But how much do you say you value me. If you value me, you give me a contract for multiple years. Now I'm on like a prove-it deal? Like, what? Like, and then you say you love me and you value me? If you did, then you give me a contract.
Do most guys look at the franchise tag as a slap in the face?
Depends on, who you are.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're T. Higgins and you think you could be a number one wide receiver and it's proven at times that you could be a number one wide receiver, it's a slap in the face. But if you're like a number two tight end and they want to keep you around and they franchise tag you for like $14 million, yeah, you'll take it.
You're making big money.
Right.
You're making top 5 tight end guaranteed money, and there ain't nothing like guaranteed money in this world. That being said, if you're T. Higgins and they want you to play that out, like I'm holding out if I'm him, first of all. They want you to play that out. Okay, yeah, it's guaranteed this year. If I blow my knee out and now I hit free agency after that year.
Right, exactly.
I'm not making anywhere near the same amount of money.
Exactly.
And it's just a terrifying concept. I mean, injuries are... they're as much a part of football as blocking and tackling.
Like, I feel like you slap franchise tags on guys like George Pickens because, like, they will always have to prove it. Like, no, you got to prove it again. You got to prove it again. We don't really believe, and, we're telling you we don't believe, and, we still love you, and we still want you to be we still like you, and we want you to be a part of this team and want you to be around. We feel like you have value, but we're still not sold yet.
Right.
It's a business. We're willing to give you this money for this year to see if you can be that guy, and if you can be that guy, then we're willing to pay you after this year.
I'm sold on T. Higgins. I think he's a number one someplace else. I absolutely feel that way. And were I Cincinnati, I would work to get something done. I saw a lot of people tweet yesterday when T. Higgins put out the emoji and say, oh, he's a Steeler. Oh, he's going to be a Steeler. There ain't no way.
No way.
They franchised him. If they move off him, they're going to trade him. They're not going to trade him to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're not going to cut him. That's not going to happen. He's not going to be in Pittsburgh. But it's still a big deal if he's not a Bengal. I mean, he was Hack-a-Shack last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for him to not be in the division, that's a big deal. Now, he could wind up in, like, Buffalo or something, and that would stink out loud. But not being in Cincinnati, that hurts them.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a prolific offense this year. One of the best in the NFL, and they still didn't make the playoffs. Now you hurt that offense. They need to rebuild that defense. They have a new defense. They do have a new defensive coordinator. Like, now you weaken them after this disappointing season they had. We talked about this not too long ago. Like, was Cincinnati ever going to rise to prominence again? This isn't Cincinnati Sports Talk Radio. This might be the biggest offseason in the history of that franchise right now. They're at an absolute crossroads because here's the other thing you do. You run the risk of really ticking off Joe Burrow.
Right.
And I knew that the Bengals had the ability to screw all this up. Let's just hope that they do. Because the conversation's been, you're looking up at Cincinnati. You're looking up at Lamar. And the Lamar thing's true, and he proved he could beat you this year. But Joe Burrow ain't enough all on his own. We saw that this year. Take his T. Higgins away, it's good.
Yep.
What a hot take by me. Take T. Higgins off the Bengals. They're not as good. That's what they pay me for, Norm.
Exactly.
It's a big bucks. It's actually what they did pay Doug Whaley for. And he's going to join us for a full hour coming up next. He's going to react to some of Omar Khan's comments. Now that the offseason is starting to crystallize a little bit, what direction would he push the Steelers in? That's all on the way. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Take a look at Jimmy Butler in Golden State. That appears to be going very well. And whereas they used to fold late in games, Now they're staying pretty stable, and he's going to the line a lot. Plus, you can even bet or combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. Get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. Now is the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, in Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2024 Jeep Wrangler payments starting at $315 for 42 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
List of accidents continues to grow larger. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. In Ross Township, crews on the scene of an accident now at McKnight Road at Babcock Boulevard. Also, an earlier accident being cleared on the south side at East Carson Street at the Smithfield Street Bridge, and also one in Carrick on Amanda Avenue at Brownsville Road. Outbound on the Parkway East, you have delays from the Boulevard of the Allies up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Inbound, it is jammed from Wilkinsburg to the tunnel entrance. Also, an accident on the Boulevard of the Allies approaching Forbes Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Wednesday with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village at St. Barnabas. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And we are now joined by our executive insider, former NFL GM, tremendous human being, Doug Whaley. And Doug is on remote today. He's doing fascinating things. Doug, where do we find you this fine Wednesday morning?
Westlake, Texas. So Westlake area, which is just right outside of Dallas. And it's going to be like 75 degrees today.
You going to golf, Doug?
I got to work today, but I will be swinging them at some point this weekend.
Nice.
Now, Doug, when you get off of this, before you might start some of your work, I mean, is there a pool? We getting out by a pool? What are we doing?
That's our happy hour spot. We sit by the pool, have a couple sips, and watch the sunset.
Nice.
It's not
bad.
He is working, though.
I look at it this way. You guys work hard every day. You got to reward yourself after a hard day of work.
No doubt.
What's it for if you can't reward yourself, right?
I
Doug,
agree.
You do realize, though, that today is the Fan 15th anniversary shindig at Rivers Casino.
And that's more reason that I'm going to have a couple adult beverages to celebrate the 15th anniversary of this esteemed radio station, which is this pure source of sports information for the Pittsburgh area and Pittsburgh fans.
Look at that. Craig
Big
Riley
time.
already got to him. He got to him. He gave him the company line there. Doug, was your favorite moment ever whenever the graphic went out talking about Jack Lambert not being able to play today. That was like
Jack Ham.
It was Jack Ham. Just an all-time social media bleep storm, and we're just like, sorry. Put it right out there.
Yeah. No, it was funny because when people, if they listened to the whole segment, was basically saying you can't compare eras. And then that was more of a facetious joke that I was going, but people ran with it. So, hey, as someone said, we're not here to tell truths. We're here to entertain. And I think that was very entertaining.
It was.
Doug, could Joe Green play? I'm just kidding. All right, so Omar Khan spoke yesterday at the NFL Combine. And, of course, he was asked about quarterbacks, and I want you to hear this, and we'll all react together.
Are you kind of going to feel it out and see what each one decides? Have you decided maybe which one you would like to lean toward?
I think ideally, I'd like to sign one of the guys that we had last year. But the reality is they're both free agents. So until we get one of those guys under contract, all options are on the table.
Doug, I don't think they want Russell Wilson to come back. I think they are putting that out publicly because they might have to have Russell Wilson back. Like, they're both free agents. Justin Fields could elect to go someplace else. There's some trade candidates out there, but there's no guarantee that those could happen. I think if Russ winds up the Steelers quarterback again, it's because he was the last of all their available options. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's by default. I mean, they really want, in my opinion, and it sounds like from all the talking points coming out of the Steelers organization, they would like to really find an answer quarterback for the long haul, and Russell Wilson isn't that. But with that said, they don't want to lead the cupboard bare and have to go in with a Kyle Allen or a rookie this year because they feel that they are a contending team right now that is a quarterback and an offensive weapon away. So if they can't get something done with Justin Fields, or Justin Fields says, I don't want to come back, and you have between Russell Wilson and a Matthew Stafford, we all know the Steelers are going to go with Russell Wilson. One, because of the familiarity, and two, because the price tag is going to be cheaper.
Can deals get done at the Combine? Like, have you ever done a deal at the Combine where it went through? Like that day?
Absolutely.
Like today?
Yes, you can do that, but most of the times, the deals you get done are the ones that are soon as 1201 hits on free agency, oh, this guy signed, that got signed. And it was funny. I was talking to my president at the Bills at the time, and we were talking about a time we were at the Combine, and an agent wrote down on a piece of napkin, a cocktail napkin, the numbers he would get for our safety at the time. And we were like, no way, that's not going to happen. And day one went through, and we're like, see, I told you it wouldn't happen. Day two didn't, and then day three hit. And the exact same numbers that he told us were the exact same numbers of the contract. So deals are getting done, but most of the time it's deals for free agency. Sometimes you can get some guys signed that are your free agents, though.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff can happen on a napkin, Doran. I believe the legend goes Harry Potter, the first chapter, was written on a napkin.
Was it?
Also, Todd Haley once signed something on a napkin that was inappropriate, and he got in trouble for it. But that...
Yeah,
we'll just sidestep that one. Doug, you brought up Matthew Stafford, and so we do have to ask you about it. Now, he wants a $50 million contract. I don't think he's going to get quite that. But right now, the Rams are balking at that. Do you think they're letting his agent go around so that Matthew Stafford gets a better understanding of his market so that they can then pay him and keep him? Or do you think they're legitimately entertaining trading a guy who had him a couple of throws away from beating the Eagles and going on to the NFC Championship?
I think it's dual paths. I think they're wanting to see what his market is, but also seeing what they could get for him on the open market, as in trade value. And if they believe they have someone targeted at that position, either free agency, another trade, or in the draft, and they can stockpile ammunition to make that happen by trading Matthew Stafford and then take that next step in the Rams franchise to say, Stafford, thank you. You came here. You got us this piece of jewelry. We really appreciate it. And guess what? We even appreciate you more because you're setting us up for our next run at a title. So I think it's like dual paths. And I think what they'll do is once they get all that information, they'll make the best decision for where they are as an organization, but more importantly, where they want to go, knowing that Matthew Stafford's time is coming near to the end.
Now, if they honor Matthew Stafford and there's 4 teams that are, vying for his services, and they say, like, you get to pick what team we trade you to, do you think that Matthew Stafford would even entertain the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I think, and this is just for me, if he does his homework, I think it would be something that he'd really have to entertain because, one, the defense is in place. Now, some people, especially here in Pittsburgh, will argue that that's not the case. But on paper, the defense is in place. And I would say to the Steelers brass, if I was Matthew Stafford, what is the plan to get offensive weapons? And if they satisfy my needs of not only the contract, but how they're going to put offensive weapons around me, I think that's not a bad marriage for the way the Steelers are thinking about always competing, but more importantly, using this last year or 2 or 3 of these defensive stalwarts to make that run, because they are on the backside of their career as well. So let's put the gang together, let's make a run and go for it, and then worry about the future after that.
Let's forget about compensation for a second here, because I do think we need to obviously get into that element of the whole Stafford thing. Let's just talk about the player. If he comes in here, can he elevate them? And if so, how high can they fly?
I think, to me, I think they seriously not only become a contender in the AFC, but they're going to be a contender in the NFL. Because look what he did with the Rams. Not that the Rams were a bad team before. They were middle of the road, kind of like the Steelers, get in the playoffs, lose. They just and that's one of the reasons why the Rams made that move, because they knew Jared Goff and what they were doing now wasn't going to get them to the ultimate goal, which was the Super Bowl and to win a piece of hardware. I think, in my opinion, Matthew Stafford makes them a legitimate contender as long, now I qualify this, as long as they get an offensive weapon or 2 around him. You can't just have Matthew Stafford come in here and not put some pieces around him that threaten the defense or a threat to score every time they touch the ball and expect him to carry everything. And he can't do it. Look at a la Detroit. So as long as the Steelers do what they're supposed to do, I think Stafford would be something that fits their mindset and their motto of the standard is the standard. And people may start believing that motto now if you bring in Matthew Stafford and pay him $35-40 million bucks a year.
How much do you think that Sean McVay had to do with Matthew Stafford's success? I mean, he was really good in Detroit, but it wasn't until he got with Sean McVay until he took his career to the next level. Do you think that would be? Do you think that Matthew Stafford would still be a really good player with the Steelers without McVay? Do you think McVay has that much cachet on offense and offensive players?
I think so, but I think Stafford would be that force multiplier for the Pittsburgh Steelers offense as long as he is allowed to, as long as it's a combination of Arthur Smith, Art Rooney, Mike Tomlin saying, hey, we have a guy in this building now that is a first ballot Hall of Famer, that is a Super Bowl winner, that is a veteran that knows how to play this game. Let's work together to put an offensive game plan and offensive structure that accentuates his positives and what he can do, instead of saying, oh, we got Matthew Stafford, but we're still going to be 3 yards in a cloud of dust. So that's that piece that is the unknown. What are they saying if they do try to court Matthew Stafford of his usage? Are they going to try to use him like a Sean McVay, or are they going to try to curtail what he can do, a la the stories we're hearing about Russell Wilson not being able to audibilize at the line of scrimmage this last year?
Doug, I'm fascinated to get in your head on the timeline of all of this. Like, what's the first domino that needs to fall? When does that need to happen? We're getting really close to the new league year. We're in the middle of the NFL Combine right now. So we'll get into that coming up in the next segment. But just to put a bow on the Stafford thing here, if it's, and just a hypothetical, if it's $40 million, that would eat up 2/3 of your salary cap space in a second-round pick. So $40 million in a second round, maybe a conditional later round pick. Is that something that you, if you were running the Steelers, would be interested in?
If you are seriously thinking about making a serious push with this defense and with T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward on their back end of their career, and Minkah Fitzpatrick before you make a decision on him, you have that core nucleus of this defense and you believe in that defense, I don't see why not. And because when I look at it, does those salary cap numbers, did that take into account the 30+ million that the cap's going up? Because if you look at it that way, let's say you pay him $40 million. That's $30 million of the cap going up, so you're really only eating up $10 million of last year's cap. But it would put a lot of pressure, not pressure, it would put a lot of focus on the draft and another piece of that you can get in free agency to bolster that offense. But I have no reason why not to do it if they feel they have to make a strong push to get the best out of these aging defensive players. And in essence, basically say, TJ, what you've done for us as an organization, we're going to take that and repay you by giving you a quarterback that can hopefully get you where you want to go, get you a place that you haven't been before. And that's not only win a playoff game, but be a serious threat to hopefully get a piece of hardware.
Yeah, and that's basically like last offseason on steroids. I mean, they go out, they get Russell Wilson, but this you'd be getting a step up at the quarterback position, no question about it. All right, Omar Khan spoke about what is the first domino that needs to fall this offseason. We'll let you hear his comments. We'll talk to Doug about that timeline coming up next. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All three Pittsburgh sports teams in season lost yesterday. Pitt men's basketball lost to Georgia Tech for the 10th conference loss of the season. Pitt's got 3 games left on its schedule. The Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Philadelphia Flyers 6-1, and the Pirates lost 2-1 to the Atlanta Braves. So that's just a spring training game. Still early in the spring training season for the Pirates. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
A new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. When your heat goes out, you need help fast, and you need someone you can trust. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The experts at McVeigh are trained to repair any type of heating system and any brand of heating system. With McVeigh, you're sure to get friendly, honest, and reliable service. Our responsive team is ready to get your heating system fixed fast so you and your family are warm, comfortable, and worry-free. Don't wait. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. We're going to call McVeigh.com to schedule an appointment.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by Tax Slayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. ESPN analyst Richard Jefferson has a thoughtful argument against contributing to college name, image, and likeness funds. You can give a kid $1 million, and the next year someone offers him $1.1 million at another school. It's better, he recommends, to invest in a practice facility versus just trying to buy players. I agree. I'm Boomer Esiason.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund is belong to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident in Ross Township on McKnight Road at the ramps to Babcock Boulevard. Also an accident being cleared on the south side on East Carson Street at the Smithfield Street Bridge. And another one being cleared, this in the Carrick section on Amanda Avenue at Brownsville Road. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays from the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We were just talking about how nice Pittsburgh people are off the air. Like famous athletes or media people that come from Pittsburgh that are just tremendous individuals. And it's because we were talking about how much we love Doug. Like Doug will shoot us stuff in the group chat all the time, and half the time we respond, half the time we're napping in the middle of the day. But if we have a question, me in particular, about football, like, Doug, what happened here? Like, what's going on here? Doug, you're just the nicest guy. I wish you were coming tonight, man.
Oh, man, I wish I was, too. I'm very sorry I can't make it, but let's put it this way. Hopefully you have me around. I'll make the 20th.
Let's go.
I like that.
All right, of all the people here, who's least likely to make the 20th, and why is it me? You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Omar Khan yesterday. When do you want to get quarterback done?
Is it a desire for you to have a deal done before free agency, or would you be okay with letting those guys?
No, it's an ideal scenario. You'd like to have this done before the start of the league year. Obviously, that who you sign impacts, the type of receiver, you may go after, or how you build the rest of the team. So all that has an effect.
Fairly obvious, Doug? I mean, you got to get the quarterback thing sewn up before you can proceed here?
Absolutely. I think a better question would be, when you try to fill the quarterback position, are you trying to fill a quarterback position that fits in your scheme economically, or are you going to try to get the best quarterback out there?
Like, do you need a guy that fits the system you're talking about?
Yes. At your price, or are you just trying to get the best quarterback that you think can take you to compete in the NFL?
Are they in position to do that, though, right now? To pick and choose?
I think you can be as aggressive as you want to be. I look at it this way. In my opinion, if you look at other franchises, when they want to be aggressive, you can be aggressive. And Omar's got a very unique talent to being able to manipulate the cap to get anything done that they want to get done. But in the end, what is the philosophy starting from Art, Mike T, and Omar Khan of this team? Is it, hey, let's try to get bargain basement deals and players and just be competitive? Or are we in this business of stocking the roster with the best talent available to compete for championships? And these last couple of years, what do you guys think their motto is?
It's been, let's do it now. Let's do it now. Yeah. And for my money, putting a Band-Aid over a gaping wound and kind of trying to kick the can down the road. Doug, I'm fascinated in this, and I was not here last week, so forgive me if you guys talked about this. But the Trevor Lawrence rumors, I'm sure, and this is a guess, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm guessing stuff like that, like let's check in on player X, happens all the time. The media never gets wind of it. There's nothing legitimately serious going on there, but these check-ins happen. Like, how many times is that happening typically over the course of an NFL offseason?
An offseason right now, every team, Sheldon White, their pro director, is calling every team saying, where are you heavy? Where are you light? Do you have anybody on the trading block? So he probably called Jacksonville. And at the time, they didn't have a GM, so I don't know who he was talking to, maybe the other pro director there, and saying, hey, I know you got a new regime coming in. I don't know if you've had any talks yet, but is there anybody on the trading block like the quarterback or anybody that we may have interest in, especially since that's a position of need for us? It could have been as simple as that, and he's made that call to 31 other teams. The other time you do that is at the start of training camp and right before cuts, and then right before the trade deadline. So there's 4 times where you're canvassing the league, not just to get information and to see if there's something out there or some player out there that's on the trading block that you didn't know about. So yes, they may have made the call. Do I think they made the call specifically about Trevor Lawrence? No, but they make the call to every team.
George Pickens, do you if he has a good year this year, do you explore giving him a long-term contract? Or do you think he would revert back to his old self, which was being what we've seen the last 3 years? Like, if he has a good year this year, would you let him walk, or would you explore bringing him back on a multi-year deal?
That, from the outside looking in, I would not think about extending him. If he's having a bang-up year, I would just use him and then let him walk, just because – from the outside looking in, you're going to reward everything he's done to date. Mm-hmm. And just because he turned it on 1 year, it's contract year, and we've all seen contract years, and guys walk the straight and narrow, and they're model citizens and they're model teammates, and they produce at their highest level because they're trying to get that bag. And then he's going to revert. I would just be really nervous to revert back. Now, the only way I would think of doing it is if we structured the contract where it was easy for me or the Steelers to get out of it if he reverts back. But as Mike Tomlin says, when someone shows you who they are, believe it. So I would struggle to reward that guy.
Doug, it seems like the Bengals are in the jackpot here with T. Higgins. They put the franchise tag on him, and then you got Zach Taylor saying that they really want to work out a deal, and then you've got T. Higgins last night tweeting out cap. So certainly seems like a bad situation. How would you navigate that if you were the GM of the Bengals? You're trying to see what you could get for the guy? Are you really trying to keep him around? And can you make it work now that there are hurt feelings?
Feelings are always made a lot better when the money is settled. So it's nothing personal. It's just business. And that's why players have agents, so they can remove themselves from the business side of it in the contract negotiations, so their feelings don't get hurt and there's no lingering feelings. But every contract negotiation I've been a part of, there's going to be some contentious moments. But as soon as we sign the deal, everybody's like, that didn't happen. Let's move forward. We're all on the same page. You got what you wanted. We got what we wanted. Now let's go out there and win some games. So to me, I think it's just normal posturing in this time of year, especially when you get a guy that's getting franchise tagged that wants to be a number one in a long-term deal. If I'm the GM of the Bengals, Tobin, I'm trying to keep those guys together as long as possible. And if it's one more year under the franchise tag, and T. Higgins may not be happy, but he's also got to understand, under that franchise tag, he's playing for his next contract, be it with the Bengals or with anybody else. So I would just, unless someone came and gave me 2 number ones for him, I'd be like, hey, let's work out a deal. If not, you're still under contract with us.
Doug, Omar talked about Najee Harris, who's obviously a free agent. The Steelers have also met with are planning on meeting with a high-profile running back at the Combine. Want to get into the evolution of that position, how GMs might be viewing it now this year after a great year for running backs last season. That's all on the way. Doug Whaley joining us until 10 o'clock. Right now, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost 6-1 to the Philadelphia Flyers last night. Penguins still at the bottom of the Metropolitan Division. They're going to play the Flyers again. They played in Philadelphia yesterday. They're going to play in Pittsburgh tomorrow, and tomorrow night's game is at 7:30. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Rich Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. There is always another way to win on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. It's the only app I ever use and recommend to bet sports and to play all your favorite casino games for real money. Bet sports or play blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, hot online slots while watching the game. Make your downtime fun time. And new users, download the app, get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. New users, download the app. I'll say it again for effect. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParx.com has all the details. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Amigos, Braddock is here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Terrapins are on fire. Maryland's won 4 in a row, and they're not slowing down. With a 16-1 record at home and one of the best defenses in the Big Ten, they're a force to be reckoned with. I'm loving Maryland at plus 800 to make the Final Four. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
What's up, guys? It's Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it is perfectly fine to admit it. Most of us guys, maybe closer to all of us, especially if you're not in your early 20s anymore, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, Blue Chew can help, and you probably know this, but if you don't, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, Blue Chew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event, the new 2025 Kia K4 LXS and lease for just $195 a month, or purchase with special low APR starting at 2.9% at Monroeville Kia. Our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch. And don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Crowley's late. Oh, good times never seemed better, did they?
Well, no one needed to know that. The music was still going, although I don't know how long the music was going for.
No, it wasn't.
Not long?
He just couldn't wait to call you out. He was excited.
You do it to me all the time. Things that just didn't need to be mentioned, like, oh, Callis messed this up. Ooh.
Yeah, if the producer's not here, whatever.
Has there been any conversations with Najee, and does this upcoming running back draft class potentially impact those plans at all?
It's a good running back class for sure. It's an exciting group. We haven't closed the door on Najee. You know, have had conversations with Doug Henderson, his representative. So, you know, all options are on the table.
It would be silly for all the options not to be on the table at this point. Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. I don't think it's super likely that Najee comes back, Doug, and now we've got new information that the Steelers have an official interview kind of deal with Ashton Jeanty, the running back out of Boise State, considered to be a top 5 pick, a top 5 talent in this draft if he's there at 21. It's interesting to see whether the Steelers would pull the trigger on that or not. Do you think they would, and do you think the league might be viewing running back differently after what happened with Saquon, after what happened with Derrick Henry? Jahmyr Gibbs goes in round 1. They got a nice little running back there in Atlanta. How do you view it?
Well, I view it as in the running back position, to me, is still one of those positions where it's going to depend year by year. And if there's a limited supply, then guys will go higher. If there's a supply like this year, you're going to have maybe Jeanty and maybe the guy from Omari from North Carolina. Jeanty first round for sure. The North Carolina guy may jump into that bottom of that first round, but it's so deep, you might as well just hold your water and get really good return on investment in lower rounds, especially when you're in a position like the Steelers, when you really have a 1A or 1B with Jaylen Warren. So, and when you have so many other needs, then I would think that they would put their first 2 or 3 rounds of resources towards explosive players that can really threaten the defense. And I'm not saying there's not a running back like that, but because it's so deep, you could get one of those guys later in the draft.
What other position would be off the table at 21 if you were the Steelers? Now, Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State, fantastic player. If he drops in the draft and he's there at 21, would you take him? I mean, what other positions outside of running back would you say, okay, we'll wait till a later round to pick this player?
To me, and I was brought up, and it was under the thought process that there should be no position off the table if the guy's a bona fide player that is the best at that position, because you're in the business of collecting talent. And people will say, well, all right, edge rusher, you have 3 on the rusher. Guess what? They were injured before, so you're always going to be able to improve depth. And when you have a guy on a young rookie contract, then that gives you maybe some ammo to start dealing some older players. Then you can replenish the coffers that way. So when you have, it's hard for me to say pass up on talent no matter what's going on. Again, there's special circumstances. If you have the bona fide quarterback, you're not going to draft another quarterback. I get it. Sometimes that's right, but sometimes I'm thinking, and I looked at it last year, I would have kept Fields and brought in Caleb Williams, have them battle it out, and then whoever lost, you had a competent backup, but more importantly, you had an asset that you could trade for maybe another first round. Well, Fields went for a 6, but even if you trade him for a 6, you're still going to have that competition, and maybe Caleb Williams wasn't ready, and then you can have so it gives him time to grow and mature, and then you have 2. You need 2 quarterbacks, especially the style that Justin Fields play, and a lot of quarterbacks these days come out play because they run the ball a lot and they expose themselves to injury. So to me, I always go best player on the board. And it's a long way to answer your question, Doran, of saying there's no position, in my opinion, that's off the board except maybe a nose tackle.
Doug, when you are looking at the free agent crop, how much of the money that you're going to allocate do you think about, okay, the draft is really stacked with position X, so I'm not going to spend that much money in free agency on that position? Or is it kind of the same thing with the draft? If there's a really good player, I don't care how good that is in the draft, and I'm just going to pay that guy?
The way we looked at it when I was in Buffalo, our thought process was, let's try to fill all the holes we have in free agency to some extent. So when we go in the draft, we are not needing anything. And it's been proven through the annals of the draft, and it's been proven not only when I was in Buffalo, but even the Steelers. When you start drafting for need, you overdraft and you have a greater propensity to miss. And that's why if they go into this draft with settled at quarterback position, bring in some type of offensive weapon, and maybe even a corner, then they can go in, and then the board's their oyster. So whoever falls to them, and then you can truly go off of what your scouts think of these players and what they can bring to the table on the team, and hopefully get the guys that will stand out, not guys that stand out in the positions of need. Again, because I look at it this way: when you need something, and if you're hungry, you're going to take that saltine and you think it's going to be better than any Ritz you ever had. And that's the issue when you draft for need. So fill those needs in free agency and then go and get the best players in the draft.
And outside of a Steelers question here, I mean, how has Howie Roseman been doing it? Like, what is the one thing that he does so well that he constructed that roster in Philadelphia the way it is? I mean, they didn't blitz at all. Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Like, they have 4 young defensive linemen. They have linebackers. They have defensive backs that are young. They obviously Jalen Hurts. I mean, it's the ultimate, like, definition of how to put the perfect roster together. Like, what has he done so well that it has every other GM looking up at him and trying to chase the way he does things?
Well, here's what he did. Once you have a foundation, and they had that foundation of the offensive line, and then they started on the defensive line, and then once he settled on that quarterback, so when you're building that foundation, it's like, okay, let's go out and, like I was saying, get the best collection of talent. When you have that foundation in place, and even the quarterback place, then you can start building a talented team, meaning, hey, we need this specific attribute on our team. We need A.J. Brown, a big receiver that can take the top off the coverage. All right, let's go get him. And then you start putting that team together, and you're not looking just for talent. You're looking for pieces that make you a talented team, and that's why they are so successful, and that's what Howie Roseman did. And that's why they are wanting to be emulated by all 31 other teams. But it started with having a plan and setting a foundation. And once you get that foundation right, but most importantly, you got to hit on these guys. And the scouting we have a saying, if you haven't missed, you haven't scouted. And that's why I always say when people go through, well, let's look at this draft. Well, they should have picked this guy in the second round instead of this guy in the first round. Well, what did everybody have coming out? You can't retroactively grade a draft by saying this guy was. If people would have said this guy was better than the guy in the first round and everybody did it and they didn't do it, yeah, that's good. And I heard you guys earlier about grading drafts, and I was always told by Bill Nunn, the only person in the Pro Football Hall of Fame that is a personnel guy that doesn't have his GM by his title, he says, don't grade drafts until after year 3. Because a lot of times when guys get drafted, they're drafted for need. They may make a team because of injury or whatever circumstances. How are they producing? Are they producing commensurate to where they are drafted? So all these first time after the day after the draft, he gets an A, they get a B, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's great media talk. But you cannot truly really find out about a draft class until 3 years after.
I get that, and who am I to disagree with Bill Nunn? I mean, you think about Marquise Pouncey. He came in, bang, he's the guy. Holy cow, this guy's unbelievable. A, after year 1. Cam Hayward, you're probably not giving him an A.
Right.
I mean, just waiting, buying time, getting better, then eventually, bang, that guy exploded. You said something in one of the previous answers that just, it put my ears up, Doug. Ritz, saltines. I think saltines are better than Ritz.
What?
Yeah, I do.
Whoa.
Sometimes. I mean, it depends on my mood.
Yeah, I'm not putting Ritz in my soup.
Right.
But I'm putting saltine.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. No, you're starving and you only have a saltine and a Ritz. Which one you choosing? Nothing else. Just straight Ritz or saltine.
He got me, Doran. He backed me into a corner. He's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a salt quotient. It gets mealy in your mouth. He's right about that.
Callis is clapping.
Social media's Biggest Loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I was proven right about something today that I was embarrassed about yesterday. The Rams, I said, weren't going to be at the Combine. I was half right. General manager not going to be there. Sean McVay not going to be there. I'm interested in that. Also, a Hall of Famer making a return, maybe, to the NFL. Get to that coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost yesterday to the Atlanta Braves by a final score of 2-1. Pirates have another game coming up this afternoon at 1 o'clock. They're going to play the Baltimore Orioles as the spring training schedule continues to move on in its early stages. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
North side section of the city, crews on the scene of yet another accident, this one in the 800 block of East Ohio Street near Madison Avenue. Also an accident being tended to in the Oakland section on McKee Place at Euler Way. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Delays heading into the West End on Route 60, jammed from before South Main Street all the way to the West End Circle. Parkway East, that is stacked at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Bressman, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochrane Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. One more segment with Doug Whaley. Someone texted in, Ritz in tomato soup is life-changing. Dorn, you don't like tomatoes. Do you like tomato soup?
Correct.
Grilled cheese?
Yep.
You ever throw any hot sauce in there?
Sure.
Some red pepper flakes?
Yes.
You ever had the roasted red pepper and tomato soup?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
Oh, yeah. I used to hate it growing up. Now it's one of my favorite winter snacks.
You probably didn't like peppers growing up, like in your food.
No,
young kids don't. And peppers in like onions.
Well, that's someone texted this in too. Crowley is definitely the saltine. Him and his bland ass corn chips.
Yeah, that makes sense. You probably liked M&M's, didn't like the peanut M&M's.
Oh, I loved.
You probably like Tootsie Rolls, like all the bland old stuff.
Man, I can't even.
He wasn't a guy that liked Rolos.
Yeah,
I was not a Rolos guy. Stan Savard big with that. He had his briefcase. All that was in there was a yellow legal pad and like Rolos and just like old man candy. Like cobwebs would come out of the thing. Love you, Stan. R.I.P. All right, Doug. Awkward transition, and I did it to myself. So the Rams don't have McVay or Les Snead go into the combine. What's that about? Like, I know that you're going to trust your scouts, you're going to trust your staff. I get it. But isn't there massive value in sitting across from a man, shaking his hand, and seeing what kind of dude sits across from you? Like, what am I missing here?
Yeah, that's very interesting. And not only his whole coaching staff isn't going to be there. Alex Van Pelt just came on as a senior assistant. I was just texting with him. He's in Florida at the beach, and they give them that week off because in the end, like you said, the scouts are there. And I guess they really just put more importance on the doctor's evaluations. All the film and the workouts they can see at home on TV better than they can see there. And I hate to say it, but when you're at the combine, especially for a guy like Sean McVay or Les Snead, there's so many distractions of people wanting you between media appearances, agents, and people looking for jobs. It's hard to get work done. And they finally just said, I can spend my time better not there. And I think that might end up being the trend rather than something that is abnormal. And you're going to see a lot more. And I think there's other teams that are doing it. They just haven't been out there publicly saying it.
I think that they also can get everything that they need at the pro days, too. Like, that's more individualized. Right. You're not going to be enticed. And we just talked earlier, like, how many deals get done at the combine and, talking with you're not going to be enticed to do that at pro days. It's more like, direct of what, that player that you want is doing. Pro days, I think, may actually kind of take a bigger seat than the combine as we move forward.
Yeah, you can be singularly focused. And then also you have those 30 visits. So anybody that you have questions about what type of man they are or what type of football character or whether they're going to bring to your locker room, you bring them on those 30 visits, or you send coaches out for private workouts to sit down and talk to them. And then that's actually probably a more true evaluation because they're not in a cattle call and every 15 minutes jumping from one interview to the other interview. It's a one-on-one. It's in a relaxed setting. It's either over dinner or at their house or at their school where they feel comfortable, and I think it might be a much truer evaluation of their character.
How about those individual workouts, Crowley? Like, I did 3 of them. I did one with the Chargers, the Ravens, and the Patriots. And like Nick Caserio, who's the GM of the Texans and was with the Patriots, like, he did my workout. Like, I worked out for him, but he was throwing me my routes. He was holding the bag for me. Like, he did the workout with me, and he was like sweating. I'm like, and then the Ravens sent their tight ends coach. He did the workout with me.
Did you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what kind of a ball did Caserio throw?
It was good. It was really good.
Yeah.
It was like
I think he was a former quarterback, but I know he was a coach there. He started as coaching.
They did the
just saw a stat real quick. When you're talking about Matthew Stafford, in 16 years, he's only played with a top 10 defense one time.
Wow.
Was it Super Bowl year?
They didn't say that, so I had to look that up. I don't think so, though. I don't remember them that Super Bowl year.
They had a bunch of good guys.
Donald,
the corner,
Ramsey. They had a ton of guys.
Yeah.
Defensive ends.
And
Ndamukong Suh, right? Didn't they have Suh?
Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah. It might have been that.
They had him in Detroit. I know that.
They definitely had him in Detroit.
All right, Rob Gronkowski, there was a brief rumor online that he was going to come back to the NFL, and I threw it to Doran this morning, and he's like, my man's a string bean now. He's like this big, Gronkowski. He can't come back.
No.
All right, that's it. I wanted to get that in there because I teased it, but there's no more time for conversation. Doug, this was wonderful. We appreciate you jumping on, even though you're in the middle of a bunch of stuff out there, so thank you.
Well, enjoy the anniversary party. Sorry I can't be there, and we'll talk to you guys next week. I want to hear some stories. There's got to be some stories coming out of that.
There will be stories, and listeners can hear a lot of them tomorrow coming up at 5:40. Hopefully we'll see a bunch of you guys tonight at 6 o'clock at the casino, but if not, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Cook and Joe is over, but Pomp and Joe is up next. See ya.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
College basketball is at its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. Listen, I've been talking about St. John's for a while right now. Just saw them play UConn. They seem to have the toughness and ability to get far. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-507-9701.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound jam near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. In the meantime, work has begun on West Liberty Avenue in Dormont. Watch for utility crews restricting that roadway to a single lane each direction between Blaine Street and Potomac Avenue. Also, utility work in O'Hara Township near Blawnox, restricting Freeport Road on the northbound side between Fairview Avenue and Alpha Drive. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Hey, this is Brad Evans from BetMGM Tonight, weekdays 7-11 Eastern. The BetMGM Network is your home for expert sports betting insights, real-time odds, and nonstop action.
And the best time to tune in is right now. The madness of college basketball is heating up, the NBA playoff race is tightening, and MLB opening day is just around the corner.
We've got expert picks, in-depth analysis, and everything you need to stay ahead of the game.
Presented by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM.
Watch on YouTube, listen on the free Odyssey app. This is the BetMGM Network.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
An asteroid will hit Earth on December 22nd, 2032. If we know it's coming in 8 years, and there's now a 2.4% chance that it hits us, I feel like we got to put a team on that. Let's reappropriate some funds. Let's get a team on that. It's not funny, Cal.
That's how Pittsburgh solves problems. We got to get a team on that.
That's exactly right. It's how Pittsburgh solves problems. We got to get a team on that.
We do got to get a team on that.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 for the price of 1 today. 2 Bucko games, split squad game for the Pirates. One of half the team will go to Atlanta to play against the Braves, 1:05. Same time that the other half of the squad will play at Lecom Park against the Baltimore Orioles, also at 1:05. As the Pirates are 2-1 in spring training play, lost to Atlanta yesterday, 2-1, but Jared Jones in his first start of the spring had a successful first outing. 2 innings, gave up 1 hit, 1 walk, struck out 3. Thomas Harrington, one of the Pirates' top pitching prospects, went an inning, gave up 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. David Bednar, Colin Holderman also gave up runs, the only players that gave up runs for the Pirates in the 2-1 defeat. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Big night tonight, Bob. Celebrating the 15-year anniversary of The Fan. We'll be at Rivers Casino.
And you're one of the originals from the very beginning.
We were just trying to figure that out here. Of originals on this station who have been with the station the whole time, it's Filipponi, Muller, and me, I think. Am I missing anybody? I don't think I am.
No, I don't think so. When did Craig get here? Wasn't he producing from the beginning?
He was, yeah. He was a part-time producer, I believe, at the beginning. And on the first day, as the story goes, Bob, I was a nervous wreck. I think it was February. Today's not the official anniversary. It was like February 10th or the 15th or something. I can't remember.
Ron wasn't an original?
He was, but he's not here anymore, Bob.
But he was an original.
Well, yeah, a lot of people were originals, but they're not here anymore. John Burton was an original. Jim Colony was an original.
Why are you getting mad at me?
Greg Giannotti, Vinny Ricci. Vinny Ricci was an original. No, but, well, I can't say no for sure. I don't want to say that yet. I don't know about Vinny. I've heard some things. He'll be involved. Let's put it that way.
I think Vinny and Ron should come in together.
Well, what's happening with Ron? I think there's been some problems. Did Ron want his own private jet to come back here? What's happening with Ron?
Yeah, he might have needed a complete first-class shuttle for him to be here. I'm not optimistic about Ron's attendance, but we're not ruling it out.
How about a video from Ron, a little video tribute to himself?
Not optimistic about Ron's attendance, but we're not going to rule anything out.
Yeah. The first day, Bob, whenever it was, I was a nervous wreck. I had the 2 o'clock show with John Seibel. And
is he coming back?
He's an original, too, by the way. I don't think so. No, unless we want to continue our fight in the parking lot.
Match,
yeah.
Right?
Can you imagine if we just replayed that, if he came back and we recreated that fight? That would be tremendous. But I was a nervous wreck, and I started getting stomach problems at around 12:30. And then between then and 2 o'clock, I was having more blowouts than the 07 Patriots. And Craig Riley, who was now our boss, went out to the store and got me medication, Bob. Did you know that little piece of fan trivia?
But we can't have a host who's having all sorts of eruptions in your stomach. That doesn't, it would lead to very much inconsistent radio. So yeah, he had to do what he had to do.
You know what? Yeah, I just thought of an idea. A little bits of fan trivia throughout the show. Do you like that?
I would love that.
All right.
Will you be presenting it as an original OG member? You're like an OG SNL member here for the big anniversary
I'll
party.
give you guys the questions. You give me the answers. I can't guarantee they're all correct, but that was the first one. Who bought me stomach medication to calm my nerves and blowouts on day one? It was Craig Riley. Who was the first programming director here? Does either one of you know the answer?
Fox. Terry Fox.
Yeah, very good, Bob. Bob's winning 1-0 on that one. Very good. And he's noted for when we got the pirate rights or when we renewed them, I think when they came back, I don't remember what the occasion was. Whatever it was, they had a big deal over at PNC Park, and Terry came in, and there was a cheese wheel. And at the end of the news conference, he picked up the cheese wheel, put it under his arm, and took it home.
Those are heavy.
Yeah.
Those are really
He took
heavy.
it home, Bob, in a little, almost like a doggy bag. But it was a cheese wheel. It was incredible.
Well, I guess if it's going to go to waste, someone has to take it. He decided to take it.
Who made the first phone call to me to tell me they wanted to interview me at the station? Who would have made that phone call?
Michael Young.
Very good. Bob's 2 for 2. Michael Young. And I didn't know who he was. I got him confused with the cameraman that you used to work with, Michael Chalik, was it?
Yeah.
That's who I thought was calling me.
Now enjoying his retirement life, Michael Chalik. Hello, Michael, if you're out there
Hi,
listening.
Michael. I didn't know who Michael Young was. I didn't know where the station was. I didn't know anything about radio or who was in it. So I thought when I checked my messages, it was Michael Chalik, the cameraman, just saying he was tipped off like, hey, you might want to give a call over there or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because Michael Young's message was even vague, like, hey, give me a call. I got something to talk about. I thought it was Michael Chalik. Can you believe that, Bob?
Michael Young had an eye for talent, as evidenced by your presence here today.
Well, I think a lot of people would disagree with you, Bob. I think. Oh, here's my last piece of trivia. Who recommended me for a job here? Who recommended me? Who was the point person? To the best of my understanding, and again, this is somebody you can direct your hate mail toward, him and Michael Young. But this person behind the scenes said you should give that guy a call.
Ron Cook.
No, it was not.
Let me get a second guess here. Behind the scenes.
Limits, are you ever going to hazard a guess at anything here?
Well, I would have gotten the first 2 questions wrong. I'm going to say Jeff Hathorn, who is also an original member.
I'm going to say
that's a pretty good guess, but no.
Eric.
Another
Eric
good
Hagman.
guess. Another good
No.
guess, but no. But you guys are both.
Jim Colony.
Yes.
It had to be one of them, yeah. Because they were all there, and they respect you, and a lot of people respect your writing, and could it translate into radio? And the answer is yes.
Old Jimbo Balls himself, Bob.
Find those
recommended
Jimbo
me.
balls anywhere you go. Normally in the deep weeds.
Behind the scenes. How about that? Jim Colony may very well be responsible for where I am right now. It's
He'll
just
be there,
sitting
right?
across from Bob. I
He'll
think
be
so.
there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he'll get a rounding ovation tonight.
I certainly hope so. All right. We'll do little bits of trivia throughout the day, and we're looking forward to tonight. Bob, you're going to be there, right?
Yeah, but I got to get there a little late because I'm on TV until 7. By the
It's
time
always something with you, Bob, but
it
we'll
is,
see
but
you
that's,
there.
you knew that going
I know,
into this
I know
arrangement.
there
I have a
is.
lot of.
You're very sensitive
By
to
the way,
that.
ding,
I'm
ding, ding,
sorry.
some breaking news.
What?
Donnie Football does not exist anymore. He's changed it to Donnie Chedrick.
What is happening with this? Did he send out a tweet?
No, I saw a tweet just now, and it's Donnie Chedrick, and I'm for one, the last name means something. You know, the family matters here.
For sure.
But
and I'm for that. But Bob, did it mean something to Cher, to Shaq, to Johnny Football,
Pele.
to Pele, to Magic Johnson? His name's Irvin, and I'm sure he liked that name.
No, I understand
Donnie
from the
Football.
business point
The
of
business,
view.
but you got to keep your stage. What does the tweet say?
It's just it's something that Adam put it out. He kind of quote
Adam
tweeted
Crowley?
it. Yes, and he quote tweeted whatever it was, and it says Donnie Chedrick.
Well, what do you mean? Is Donnie
See-
saying I'm going to go by this name now? Or
How else would you take that?
Well, he was on here with us last week saying he's very, and this is perfectly understandable and laudable even.
He's going to get
That-
married. He
that
doesn't
is-
want it to be Mrs. Football.
It's
how
his
Mrs.
last
Football, how
name
are
means
ya?
something to him. He's the only boy in the family, so he carries the name. I get it, but you also, in my opinion, have to keep that stage name.
Yeah,
in
like
some
Lady
form.
Gaga is Lady Gaga. No, she's not Lady Gaga.
Exactly.
So
I would be very, very careful with that if I was Donnie Football. Yes, Limits?
I have an update on that, actually.
Please.
One of our friends that listens, Sean, tweeted at Donnie, "Are you still going to be Donnie Football?" And Donnie responded to the tweet and said, "August 1st return."
That's pretty good. If he's Donnie, it's almost like Superman and Clark Kent. He's going to be Donnie Chedrick from February to August, and then he turns into Donnie Foot. He goes in the phone booth.
He's a seasonal guy.
He goes in the phone booth and comes out as Donnie Football.
When is he getting married? Do we know that? I thought this had something to do with marriage.
I think it does. It seems to be coinciding, but I also think it's important him to carry on the legacy of the name.
If you had to put Joe what instead of Starkey, what would it be? Joe Baseball, Joe Column, Joe...
I haven't thought about that. Joey Bats, I guess.
There is a Joey Bats already taken.
Jose Batista.
Born on this day to Donnie and Sarah, Cornelius Football, March 10th, 2027.
Cornelius Football, how are you?
Bob, we have so much to get to today that I don't know where to start. We have an unbelievable show planned with the likes of Jay Caulfield and Sonny Vaccaro, who just came out with,
how about that?
With a book.
85 years old, you were telling me, right?
Yeah. Is that going to be a treat? But we begin not with a six-pack, well, with 2 six-packs.
Oh.
Brought to you by Bet365, off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Hello, Joe, if you're out there. Here's a rundown. And he's another guy. He's JP. He's not... I'm sure he's proud of the name Potocznik, but he's JP and he's also a mustache. He's a walking mustache, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, you become what you become.
Yes, and you have to embrace that as well. It sounds like Donnie's doing it right, though. All right, let's do 2 six-packs, which to my way of thinking equals a 12-pack, Bob. Big news this morning. Don't know if you saw it. We know the Rams told Matthew Stafford, go out and seek your lot in life and come back to us. Well, guess who's interested? Tom Brady. According to Pro Football Talk, Brady has been in contact with Stafford's camp about the possibility of Stafford playing for the Raiders this season. This is getting real. Now, I know Sean McVay was on a couple outlets yesterday saying, yeah, our goal is to keep him, but it gets tricky, that type of thing. You know. Listen, Bob, if I'm Matthew Stafford, and let's say my choices came down to the Steelers and the Raiders were going to pony up my $50 million, they might have a little Ashton Genty here, Brock Bowers there.
That's the one piece.
Jacoby Myers here, T. Higgins there.
If you sign him.
Chip Kelly, Pete Carroll. That looks pretty enticing to me, certainly more enticing than Artie Smith and let's run the ball every first down.
Well, I mean, for that team, they have been in that search for a quarterback mode for quite some time as well. And Brady, you know, he knows what he's doing when it comes to analyzing quarterbacks, I know. I find it interesting that he's still doing commentating and he's running an organization essentially by recruiting people. But I think, why wouldn't they do that if you're out there? Vegas wants to try to win now. They have – and Brock Bauer is terrific at what he does. If they do have a free agent receiver, you know, I don't know how good or bad their defense is, given what I saw last year and what they're losing this year. I don't know enough about it, but I do know they're in the entertainment business. They're in Vegas for a reason.
Yeah.
And if you're going to have that, you need that. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
They have $100 million in cap space, Bob.
Yeah, a lot of teams have more cap space because of the way things are going up. They're going to shred some contracts.
$100 million. You spend, you know, whatever you spend on Stafford, you still have plenty left. You have the 6th pick in the draft. Bowers is a star. Jacoby Myers is a 1,000-yard receiver with no quarterback. You bring in a T. Higgins or a Keenan Allen or whoever else you can name at receiver. They're open for business for anybody. But
Chip Kelly, I think, is a pretty good offensive mind. You can tell me that he's had his problems at times at certain places, but overall, I think he's a good offensive mind.
So do I. And the real key in all of this is when Tom Brady wants something, and when you bring in Tom Brady to essentially be your point man on things, you're giving him – he wouldn't take a job if he didn't have all kinds of power. And I would think he would be pretty persuasive Like if I'm a quarterback looking for a place and Tom Brady wants me, I think that would be pretty hard to turn down. And I also think that Tom Brady has everything he needs at his disposal, financially and everything else, to try to get a deal done. I don't think Brady goes after things and doesn't win, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and he recognizes how good of a talent Stafford is, and if they have that kind of money available, good for them, and they'd be able to accommodate him on his money needs. But I still don't think that's the best place for Stafford in terms of trying to win. If he's trying to win, I'm not looking at the Raiders as a team that ultimately can get
Who are
there.
you looking at?
I told you, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
It's my team. If I'm them, again, J.J. McCarthy's a talented kid. What they have in him, who knows? But for now and for a short term, I would just rather go in that direction and tell J.J. if I don't trade him, you're the future here, dude. Just hang on and give examples of what happened in Green Bay plenty of times over, and Philadelphia and other places where they've drafted quarterbacks and made them wait a little bit. You'll get that chance, but you're going to have a chance to work with this guy, Matthew Stafford, too.
Then, if that happens, you may see Sam Darnold head over to Chip Kelly.
Well, that's another thing. They seem to like him. I saw certainly a rejuvenated quarterback, but also at the end, not so much. So that's a tough call. And the market is the market. He's going to make $40+ million also. I
think the Raiders have a chance to win next season. I really do. I like the hiring of Pete Carroll. Next. All right, Limits. That gets us back to our friend and yours, Omar Khan. And he not only spoke to assembled media together, then he went off with the NFL, I believe the NFL Network's Judy Batista, who's very good at what she does. And he addressed the quarterbacks sort of the same way he did with the assembled media, but on the heels of this Stafford news. Let's hear from Judy and Omar.
Is looking outside the organization for a quarterback, free agency trade, is that a possibility?
Preferably, we have the two guys that we had between Russ and Justin. That's our first preference. But the reality is we don't have a guy under contract. So until that happens, all options have to be on the table for us.
Here's my question there. And again, with Matthew Stafford the other day, I was saying probably not a first-round pick for me. I wouldn't, and the $50 million, I don't think I'd be inclined to do that. Having said that, if the Steelers believe, and they surely do believe, that they're not that far from winning, that we can argue about that. Every action they ever take indicates that they always think they're close. How could Justin Fields or Russell Wilson be your, quote, first preference if Matthew Stafford is available? That makes no sense, Bob. His first preference should be the best player at the position.
I think what you're not getting in that answer, and Rich Walsh from our station also interviewed him, and the thing I take away from all of these interviews is that there is much more to this. It sounds fine. Matthew Stafford, sure, you like him and appreciate the talent. But what you have to give up, how much you have to pay, all of that becomes part of this. And that's why he's not going to tell you that. He's going to keep, quote, all options on the table because that's the best way to do it at this point.
But he also doesn't have to say that our preference is one of these two guys.
Well, he said it last year. His preference was, is there a quarterback who's going to be your starter in the building? The answer is yes.
He said he had, quote, full faith in Kenny at this time.
I mean, that's why this kind of stuff I don't pay a lot of attention to. I know everyone wants to, and everybody wants to look at it and parse it down. To me, it's just they're obligated to talk, so they talk.
If you had a choice between Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, or Matthew Stafford with no strings attached, there's no call there.
There's no call. But there are strings attached, and those strings make it difficult for some teams to entertain that option.
Would it come down to the Steelers being cheap?
No.
You think they'd pay $50 million for Matthew Stafford?
I think ultimately, if you get they gave Ben Roethlisberger $200 million contracts. They gave T.J. Watt. They'll spend what they have to spend. So I never look at them that way. I think they're more than willing to going up to the cap every year. It's just that in this case, the age is a factor. All of it is a factor to me. And I still think down deep they want to discover who their next quarterback is long term, so they don't have to go through this perpetual stuff like Indianapolis did when they brought in Carson Wentz, Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan.
But they can't this offseason probably.
I know. I'm just saying.
Future.
That's why the best bet for me is to load up with everything else around you. Use free agency to bring in people who can start and play right now. Draft good people, and then when the time is right, and that would be next year probably, then go after your quarterback and use assets you can to get him.
Next, my preference would be to scale back, trade T.J. Watt, Minka, Pickens, build with young guys, and maybe take a step back next year, which brings us to a team that, in my mind, even though this sucks to watch this happen in many ways, is in a way better place than the Steelers, and that is your Pittsburgh Penguins, coming off a horrific loss last night to the Philadelphia Flyers. The Penguins have given up 19 goals in the last 3 games. It's the first time they've done that since 2003. And it sure does feel like the old X generation over again. Bob, who was your favorite character from the X generation? I preferred Rico Fata.
Ron Flockhart, Flocky Hockey. Rico Fata was,
Ramsey Abid was one of my favorites.
Oh, my God.
Chris Beach, Ross Lupus, Chuck.
Chris Beach almost married Sonny Abada. Would have been Sonny Beach, and I had a lot to do with that.
Would you have been invited? Yeah, you would have been invited for sure to that wedding.
Yeah, but
right?
it didn't work out. Thankfully, it didn't work out, and Sonny has a very nice family and everything else.
So here we are, Bob. They didn't mean to get here this soon, but if the draft were tomorrow, and this is unbelievable, really, if the draft were tomorrow, the Penguins would be drafting 5th. It hurts, it stinks to watch games like last night, especially against the Flyers, but this is actually where they need to be. And for a brief time, it's where the Steelers have needed to be for at least 1 year for a long time. They just either can't or won't get there. They won't. The Penguins are here in spite of themselves. And I think it's the place to be. You?
Well, certainly, if they need talent, and if you're going to be in a position where you can draft high, I don't know what this draft is going to be like or what they can get, but you would assume it's going to be somebody who can come in here and play, and not immediately, but be a big part of your future. Plus, they have 29 draft picks, 15 of them in the top 3. They've slowly but surely acquired picks. If you go back to the days of before Mario Lemieux, you remember Gene Ubriaco sneaking through the bowels of the arena so he didn't have to walk across the ice and absorb booze, right, from the fans. He would do all these things, come back in memory to me. Tony Esposito when he was the GM. And then the second time around when they needed to win a lottery, and they did. I mean, you remember what it's like going into those. So apparently we're in that boat right now. Again, not by their choice, by their play, which has been just miserable. So, yeah, you have to start somewhere on a rebuild. If they're not calling it that, it's kind of what it is. It may not be a full, on rebuild, but it is a rebuild. Make no mistake, and that's why I would think Rickard Rakell is going to be part of the process.
Limits? Thank you, sir. Man, that brings up Rakell yet again, and I've read and heard where the logic behind keeping him is so that Sid can keep his points per game, averaging a point per game, that streak extended to whatever it's at right now. And while I have respect for that streak and unending respect for Sid, I just saw a list yesterday of names available at the trade deadline. It was put out by The Athletic. I think Chris Johnson was very good at his job. Rickard Rakell is number 2 of everybody available. If you keep that guy just based on that rationale, you're out of your mind. This is the perfect time to sell on him. Maybe you can get rid of Carlson, and then this offseason, it's time to have a reckoning with some of these other guys. Maybe there's nothing you can do, but you'll be in position to move Rust if you want to. This offseason, you beg Letang to maybe move on. You ask Mike Sullivan, do you have the stomach for this, Mike? Do you? I mean, we can get you to a place where you'll have a chance to win. Does Mike Sullivan really have a stomach for this? He came off coaching the Four Nations.
Yes.
He's won a couple
Quite
cups.
a contrast, huh?
He's complicit in the demise here. Don't get me wrong. But really? I mean, you want to live through this? The Penguins have reached, a very important point in their franchise history here. And I don't know that Kyle Dubas is the guy that I trust to get it done, but here we are. And it's time to move some people and get more assets and better assets. Draft picks are wonderful. But, man, in the NHL, if you're not drafting real high, there are no guarantees. So you better accumulate as many as you possibly can if you're going to get this thing turned around.
I also wonder about the future of Fenway Sports Group. How much of this do they want to sit around for? They moved into this franchise because they thought it was an asset that they could use as part of their portfolio of sports teams. Well, it's not worked out that way. Ever since they've gotten here, they've gotten absolutely zero in terms of playoff dollars. This likely will continue. What do they do? Do they want to, at some point put it up for sale? Do they?
That is a great question. And part of their portfolio right now, it's like a little asterisk on the bottom.
Right.
There's a little symbol, and then you have to look down in the small print, and it says, by the way, we also own the Pittsburgh Penguins. And that's
Wouldn't it be cool?
That's it. In
after
small
last
print.
night's Lakers game, if someone went in and said, LeBron, as a co-owner of the Penguins, what do you think about their situation?
Yes.
Would you want to move on from them?
Yes. Somebody's got to start asking some questions around there, because that's a good one right there. Next. Ovechkin scores another one, Bob, and now he only needs 12 to break Gretzky's record. This dude is averaging this season, he's on as good a goal-scoring pace as he's ever been on. And it's unreal. He has 30 goals in 42 games. So on his pace, he's going to score 18 more. Now, I don't know if he can keep up this pace. So it could come down to that final game.
Yes.
You weren't here yesterday, but we had a robust discussion on whether people wanted it to come down to the game in Pittsburgh to end the season. I think it's April 17th.
17th, yep.
Do you want to see that in Pittsburgh? Would you stand and cheer for Ovechkin, Bob?
Yes. There's a respect factor. I would. I appreciate all those things. We were at PNC Park when Albert Pujols hit a home run late in the year a few years ago. I think it was number 706. I forget which one it was.
I was at that game, Bob. It was 696.
690, whatever it was. Yeah, but I stood up. I appreciate athletic success, stability, longevity. I mean, this guy has had 19 30-goal seasons, Joe, out of 20 years. 19. You could call him whatever you want to call him. I call him the best at what he does, which is shooting the puck and putting it in places that goaltenders cannot stop it. So, yes, I would absolutely do it. And if I were someone who was interested in making money, I would buy tickets, as many as I could, right now, betting that April 17th would be the day. And then if I so choose, I should sell some of them, because if he's within a hat trick, and not just one goal, but if he's within a hat trick, he has a possibility of doing it on that game.
Well, I think he's going to do it before then.
I think it's going to.
He's on pace to have 18 more goals.
But if you looked at his season, he's had some valleys and some peaks, and when he gets hot, he's hot. When he goes cold, it takes a while. So.
But here's the other thing, and Steige was on yesterday talking about this. Our team's going to give him some empty netters. He leads the league with 7 empty net goals. Would you give him one, Bob, late in the game?
Well, you
don't walk aside and
you're trying to win a game. You pull a goaltender.
It was
That's standard process.
It was 6-3 when they pulled their goalie the other day.
That's the way things are today in the NHL. Are you going to not do it so that he doesn't score in your empty net?
Do you think somebody's going to pull a Brett Favre with Michael Strahan and give him the record on an empty netter?
Again, I think that's a whole different kind of situation. It's one thing for in Favre's situation, Strahan just fell down. I mean, that's an obvious.
Do you get out of Ovechkin's way if you're up 3 goals late?
No, I think you try to.
There's well, I guess one of the reasons he leads the league in empty net goals is because they're ahead all the time.
Right.
But that
Sidney
also
Crosby's had all the great players have had empty net.
That
goals.
also feeds into this, though. If they keep winning, he's going to. I don't think it's going to come down to Pittsburgh. I don't think he's only getting 12 more goals.
I
but
certainly hope it does, and if it does, I'd be standing in the press box for him. I appreciate that kind of stuff. I never thought Wayne Gretzky's record would be broken. Never. I thought just because of the age factor. Here he is, 40 years old, or 39, going to be 40 soon, and he's still playing. He got injured. He had surgery. Came right back.
Yeah.
And he's leading that team to the best record in the East.
It's incredible, Bob. It's incrinculant. It's incorrigible. It's incoherent. Limits next. Sully doesn't want to blame the goalies around here, Bob. What say you? Because it looks like Nedeljkovic and everybody else just absolutely stinks. I'm glad that he's a nice guy and they view him as a leader. But that gets chalked up, bringing him back this year as another F for Kyle Dubas.
Well, first of all, I think goaltending has got to be better, but I think you make your goaltending worse by giving up amazing opportunities on odd man breaks. And all this season, that's all we've seen. You put your goaltender at risk. Confidence is a big part of any goalie or any player for that matter. And when you're constantly being shell-shocked by 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s, 1-on-nones, 2-on-nones, you're gonna have your opportunities to get into a little bit of a rut. It's a two-way street with me. The goaltending has stunk. It starts with Jarry. I don't know what I make out of Joel Blomqvist now. I have a little bit of a concern, but it's still young enough in the process that we see. But if I were Dubas, I'd be on the lookout for somebody. I don't know if I do it this year coming up, just because of all the things you cited about trying to win and get draft picks and all that stuff. But you gotta have better goaltending.
Would you play Jari the rest of the year on the theory that either he makes himself tradable or he loses all the time?
I think that ship has sailed. I don't think anyone's going to want him. So
Well,
I think
what
the
about
best case
losing?
scenario is to just, well, you could lose with Nedeljkovic and Blomqvist too. They've shown that. How many goals have they given
That's
him?
true.
19 in 3 games.
A lot of good options for
So,
losing.
Yeah, so I would say no. I think the best option is just to buy him out.
Well, what if he
and
came
part
up?
company?
Man, that's a big buyout.
All right, we were just talking about all these buyouts for coaches. I mean, at some point you either do it or you don't.
Well, it's different in a salary cap sport where you have to pay him off forever.
So you have to pay him off forever. Would you rather have that or the ghost of Jari's gone past?
I
Would
don't
you
know.
rather have him hanging around and still?
I would
What are
bring
you
him
going
up.
to get out of him for the money you're going to pay him?
Well, probably nothing. I would bring him up and play him. And if he plays great, maybe if you retain, I'd rather retain salary in a trade than just buy him out and have the Jack Johnson plan where you're paying the guy off forever and ever.
Well,
I don't know. It's a tough one. Would you buy it? What about Graves? Those two contracts were
Yeah,
actually fireable offenses when you put them
Those
together.
are albatrosses. Those
I'm
are
going to say
killers.
this out loud too, Bob. In 35 years in this town, I have never seen a GM who's doing bad at his job more lauded than this guy, Kyle Dubas. Now, you could say he's stockpiling draft picks. That's wonderful. I guess we'll find out what happens in the future, but he's not even launching a full rebuild. Make no mistake, he came here to try to win. You don't trade for Erik Karlsson if you're not trying to win. He brought in more veterans this year. Yes, he attached draft picks to them. He has failed. Ron Hextall made more good moves than this guy so far. And all I hear is wild praise and rarely heavy criticism. It's pretty incredible to me that this guy gets a free pass for a lot of people.
A lot of this, and this goes back to Hextall, I'd have to know specifically what orders he was under from management about which direction you proceed. Is it trying to win now or is it trying to build for the future? As we've discovered now, it's hard to do both. You can try that one foot in the water, the other foot not. It doesn't work. You have to make a determination. And if that's on ownership, that makes it tough on any GM when you're trying to analyze that GM. On this case, however, he was viewed in a lofty way. Like Kyle Dubas is this boy wonder. He's a metric guy. He knows what he's doing. But in Toronto, we saw that he can take you a little bit up, but then there were failings that shouldn't surprise you here in Pittsburgh, and he couldn't figure out his goaltending issue.
Right.
And the first move he makes here is coming out, and that's his responsibility.
Yes.
And he signs a guy. It's one thing to sign Jari. On its surface, I was not opposed to signing him. I did not like the term and the money. I thought that was a reach that they didn't need to go to. So there wasn't like there were a lot of teams interested anyway, I thought.
I mean, in Toronto, the heavy lifting was done when Kyle Dubas took that job. Lou Lamoriello built that team back into a 100-point team. Matthews was there. Marner was there. The Tavares signing was under Dubas's watch, but I think above his head.
Well, how much of here do you think is above his head? How much do you think he's under certain orders to do whatever they...
First of all, his mandate in Toronto was to take a team that Lou Lamoriello built and that was already winning over the top, or at least a little further. And in 5 years, he won one playoff series. Right. So he failed in Toronto. He came here, tried to win. You know, you don't sign Ryan Graves and Tristan Jarry to $54 million.
You don't trade for Erik Karlsson
Exactly.
and bring in $11 million more.
Exactly. And he failed miserably in year one and is failing in year two, although I will agree that things took a different turn, a different direction with the Gensel trade. But how much is he under franchise orders? I think this guy has a lot of power. Does Fenway Sports Group even know they have a hockey team in Pittsburgh? I think they told Kyle Dubas, do whatever the hell you want.
I disagree with that.
You do?
I do. I think there were certain things that they wanted to maintain, and that was the nostalgic approach that the Penguins have taken and what they hoped it meant with arena sellouts, try to get back on that streak, all of this stuff. I don't think they ever thought they would fall this far back. To be
well,
fifth.
Sid and Gino, yes, are always off the table, and Sid should be able to do whatever he wants. So
it goes beyond that.
He didn't need a mandate for that. That was decided before he got here.
Yeah, but what if he had ideas, or what if Hextall had ideas? Or maybe it goes back to Rutherford. Maybe his dismissal or his departure had to do with maybe he wanted to go in a different direction or wasn't. I don't know.
I think Hextall was under ownership mandate to sign, like Sid's a separate case, right?
Sid is alone on an island. And
to keep Malkin and Letang long term,
right.
yes.
And they did. They had options to move on from that, even if it meant getting nothing in return because they were free agents. So what? You save money.
I think if Dubas was inclined to approach Gino and Letang, if that's what he wanted to do, he would have carte blanche to do that, I think.
Yeah, but now it's too late.
I don't know. With Letang, Josh Yowie seems to feel that's still a viable possibility.
Okay, what would
to
you
trade
get?
him. Cap space, number one.
Besides cap space.
But that's enough for me because that equals players.
Right. I like that. But then if you're going to give 5-year, $27 million or 6 years to Ryan Graves, you better make sure. Again, I cite Washington.
I love how
when
people,
they were here, I was looking over all their roster, and I went into that little deep dive area of where they got these guys, how they got these guys, and they did it while still maintaining guys like Ovechkin, guys like Tom Wilson, guys like John Carlson. They did not move on from their highest, most successful people.
Yes, they did. By luck.
By luck. That's a whole different. I know Backstrom and Oshie are both out.
Which was worth tens of millions of dollars to them.
That's a story. You know, I understand that part of it. But what did they do with the monies they saved? They went out and they acquired people. They signed some good free agents.
Yeah, they did.
Matt Roy is a guy
guys in their 20s mostly.
And they've gotten much more bang for their buck. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to do it, you've got to hit on this stuff. You cannot, and then a series of one-year guys to try to fill out your bottom six. You know. Ultimately, you'd want your bottom six to be totally comprised of guys who are in your system right now who could come up and play that, game.
Soon enough, if they make the right picks.
I think Dubas, I'm not going to – my thing is incomplete with him. I want to see what happens with these draft picks.
Yeah, and he's got a long contract.
On the clock. He does, and he's going to be judged by what happens.
So rebuild.
We'll see.
Get rid of the guys you can get rid of, and Raquel is one of them.
If they don't trade Raquel – then you have an idea of how things are going over there.
Right. They're still trying to walk that line, and they're still probably making moves to cater to Sid at a time when you really have to do what's best for the franchise. You really do. And I read and hear and see almost everything in this town as far as the Penguins go. And it's incredible to me that people give you the old, he signed those bad contracts with Chari and Graves, but, it's like a quick little reference with a but attached to it. He signed two guys who can't play to $54 million in contracts. It's almost a fireable offense in and of itself. George Michalowski from Pitt next covers Pitt basketball. We didn't even get to that in the 12th pack, but we surely will. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's Pomp and Joe. Let me tell you about the Good Feet stores. Well, you already know the joints in my big toes were a problem for a long, long time. And it went undiagnosed. They thought I had gout. It could have been gout. I'll acknowledge that much, but it wasn't. I don't know what it was. I still don't know what it was. What I do know is that the pain's gotten better because I went to the Good Feet store. That's what I know. Got better for me, could get better for you. You can visit one of the locations. I went to the one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. Go to Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one down in Crowley Town, otherwise known as Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. It's the Good Feet Foot Arch support system designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort, whatever your issue might be. Pain and burning in the balls of your feet, plantar fasciitis, whatever it might be. Check it all out at goodfeet.com or come on in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6-1 the loss for the Penguins last night in Philadelphia against the Flyers. Flyers getting 2 goals in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the third. Penguins have lost 4 games in a row and 3 in a row since returning from the break. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th Faniversary. Like Bob Pompiani's interview with Mike Tyson.
You knocked out Larry Holmes in '88. It was the only time in 75 fights that he was ever knocked out. What do you remember about that?
I remember after the fight, I said, you're a great champion and I respect you. And he said, thank you, you're a great champion too, but you. Well, that's what he said.
Are we allowed to say that?
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health, Pittsburgh's leader in ED treatment. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Tax Slayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Move over, Pat Riley. More than 2 years ago, Alex Ovechkin presciently trademarked the Great Chase. Great is spelled GR8 and a logo his family helped design. It's a triple entendre. Ovechkin's chase of Wayne Gretzky's record 894 career goals, Gretzky's nickname, the Great One, and Ovechkin's nickname, the Great Eight. Makes sense to me. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
I'm approaching the age where I'm gonna start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a bucket list sports trip. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Only $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. New Flow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Right now, you can sign up and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will come back to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today to get a free application and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Texas us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch. And don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That hurts, Bob. We're going to have a lot of tributes at our Faniversary tonight.
Are you
I
going
can't
to
wait
sing?
For. No, I had a
normally
song
sing at
ready,
these
and
events.
then no, I'm not singing tonight.
I was ready to do a solo for you if you needed one.
I don't know. We could do a reprise of Mulsey the Snowman if we want. I don't think anybody's in the Christmas spirit.
No.
One thing we didn't get to in our six-pack. Why don't you hit one more as we get to George Michalowski? Oh, Limitless Wonder. Is the Pitt basketball team, were they a 9-point favorite, 7-point favorite?
9-point favorites, just like this is worse, or not as worse as the Virginia game. I thought the Virginia game was the low point, and then came along last night. Given what was at the line or at stake here, you can't play defense the way they played defense last night.
I mean, Capel said they fought. They were a 7-point favorite and got out-rebounded by 10. The Pete looked like there were 5 people there, including Carl Krauser, who's awesome when he's
fiery even now,
yeah,
right?
I love that guy.
I do too.
This is not good, needless to say, on both fronts with Pitt. I wrote about this morning for the Post-Gazette, Bob, about how Alan Green walked into this situation. Could he fire these guys if he wanted to? I don't think he could. I think Pitt's in a financial bind. Now, how do you get out of a financial bind? Well, sometimes the boosters do it. And these two coaches are hired or signed, I should say, forever through 2030 at least. Green walked into a similar situation at Auburn. A month before he was hired there, Gus Malzahn was given a 7-year extension. Then he underachieved, and it was the same thing. It was like, is this guy just stuck with Malzahn? And I'll read you from Sports Illustrated, Bob, and I quote, influential boosters orchestrated a palace coup and ran Malzahn out of his job with the hefty buyout that came with it. I think that's the only scenario by which they move on from Narduzzi and or Capel. Agree?
Well, but it wouldn't be coming from the athletic director, or if he wanted it, he'd have to get the guys and recruit them to do this. They have to come up with the money.
That's what I'm saying, is it would take a palace coup driven by the boosters. And I don't think it's happening. Do you?
No, just because of the money involved and all the NIL money that is necessary to compete and what you're trying to do. You have a budget for all this stuff. The budgets have gone straight out the door. There's every year it gets worse and worse. So they're in a predicament. And you're not one of the elite teams in any of these situations, which means it's harder to get people to pay for you.
No, they've become mediocre again, unfortunately. Definitely in football. And in basketball, this season's just turning into a mega disappointment. And they're going to miss the tournament for the 6th time in 7 years under Capel. Neither coach has really stoked the fan base in any kind of way, in any meaningful way, right?
No, I mean, you start, and the one common thing is we've seen complete collapses at the end of all sports seasons this year around Pittsburgh. 7-0 football goes to 7-6. Pitt's now falling off at the end of basketball. We've seen it with the Penguins, the Steelers. I mean, it's a hodgepodge of nothingness.
It really is. 3 more losses for our teams yesterday. Let's bring on George Michalowski from Pittsburgh Sports Now. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. So, George, that was a disaster. It looks like Pitt's, unless they win the ACC tournament, is not going to be in the NCAA tournament. So what's your understanding of the university's position, of Alan Green's position on Jeff Capel? And if, by chance, they wanted to move on, how would that even look?
Yeah, Joe, well, it's great to talk to you guys, first of all. Second, I agree with Bob. I think when you look back at Alan Green's move with Gus Malzahn, he got fired in 2020. NIL came about in 2021. It's a whole new ballgame in 2025 than it even was in that first year that NIL was in play. I mean, you need to save every penny that you can at this point to prepare for revenue sharing and try to get up to that $20.5 million as an athletic department, let alone the Victory Heights project. I don't think the Pitt NIL collective's donations have been overly high. So what I'm saying is I don't think that is even close to possible that they would buy out Jeff Capel this offseason. I do think that Alan Green has stepped into this position where since he's been here, he hasn't really seen much. I mean, he saw the football collapse, and now in basketball, man, unfathomable what has happened with this team. I mean, to start 12-2 with those wins, early in the season over Ohio State, over West Virginia, and now you're in a position where you don't even know if they can get to 20 wins. I don't think they'll get to 20 wins. That's unfathomable. I thought this team came into the season so confidently, saying that they were going to leave no doubt that they were an NCAA tournament caliber team last year and this year, that I was confident as well in what they could do. I thought those first few games of the season, we saw their talent stacked up. I mean, they took Clemson to overtime. Like, their talent should be competing at the top of the ACC. I could go on forever, guys. It's unfathomable to me how this happened.
Well, I don't think there's many things you can do at this point with regard to coaching, so we'll leave that. But what about players? I was watching Federico the other night, and I know that you're going to see people transfer left and right. I think RMU has a guy who's been at 5 different places. That's just the nature of it. I'm going to ask you a general question, George, because I think this needs to be asked. When it comes to time spent recruiting, how much should be recruiting high school kids? Because if it were me, I wouldn't even bother with high school kids the way this is going. I wouldn't. Because if you're going to get a Cooper flag, it's going to be for 1 year, and you're only going to go to the blue bloods. The rest of it is just you may as well just go into the portal every year and come up with your team. Is that a good way to go about business, or do you still think it's fair to go out and recruit high school kids?
I think it's the best way to go about business in this day and age. I mean, you're talking to a guy. I've worked with the Portal Report as well. It's our company that helps college basketball coaches recruit the portal. I'm looking on my computer right now at our transfer database with guys that have already said that they're leaving, and there are college coaches staring at this right now. The portal opens on March 24th. So there are a lot of guys that have fully adopted this portal-only mindset. Rick Pitino famously said last week that he would turn down a 5-star high school prospect in this day and age because you have to replace veterans. You have to win, and winning now is with 24-year-olds and 23-year-olds like Limits and I. But it's tough. I mean, you've got to build that culture. I think Pitt has built a really solid culture in part due to high school kids like Jalen Lowe, like Bub Carrington, that they brought in, and those young guys looked up to the older veterans that were in the program, Jamarius Burton and Nelly Cummings. So it's a really tough mix. I do think the split should be at least 80-20 portal versus high school. I think Pitt and other schools in the city are doing that. I think they're recruiting and focusing on the portal, planning for the portal as well as any program in the country right now. I think they all understand it. All of the coaches in Pittsburgh get it. how you can win in this day and age with transfers. But I do agree with you in that getting a high school kid and waiting a few years, especially like you said, Joe, with 6 missed tournaments in 7 years, you can't wait around for a high school kid to develop, and you can't take that risk.
No, and he may leave after 1 year anyway when someone else dangles a carrot in front of him, a money carrot. So I want to ask you, said something I thought was interesting, and I saw this last night, brought it up on our sports call show nightly on KDK Plus and right here on 93.7 The Fan, shameless plug. So Auburn, which is one of the, if not the best team in the country this year in basketball, average age of their players is the same as Oklahoma City Thunder, the best team in the NBA. Now, normally you don't see stuff like this, right? You don't see an NBA team with an average age that's right next to almost the same as a college team that is the best in, right? Isn't that a sign of the times to you guys?
What meaning do you draw
the
from
meaning
it?
I draw from it, you got to be 25 years old, it seems, to be in college these days to have a team that's going to win.
Maybe George and I should go start playing and put up some shots.
Oklahoma City is almost younger than Auburn.
And are you saying this is a good thing or a bad thing?
No, I think it's a bad thing for college sports. I don't like the way this has gone. I've been pretty vocal about that. I think this is completely out of control, and I think in order to get it back into control, there's going to take a professional. You're going to have bargaining. You're going to have agents. They already do. You're going to have to, salary cap, a floor, all of it, right? I mean, how else do you bring it back, George?
Man, collective bargaining is a must. I mean, you see these players are 20. Like Chad Baker is a player on Auburn. He played at Duquesne in 2020.
Right.
He's 25 right now. So he's an extreme example. But Bob, the Pitt tournament team in 2022-23. Was also older than the Thunder at that time, the Oklahoma City Thunder. So it is a sign of the times. It's been going that way for a few years now, and I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. I mean, you look at the Vanderbilt quarterback, Diego Pavia,
yes,
who sued the NCAA, I believe, for not giving him more eligibility just because he played junior college.
Look at Leonard Hamilton's being sued because of NIL money. He's going to retire.
Isn't part of this, though, because 18-year-olds have more options for pro ball, and shouldn't they? Why should they be forced to play college?
No one's saying they should be forced to. All you got to do is play 1 year, and you can go and do what you want. But what I'm saying to you is that when you go down this road here, you're going to end up ignoring high school kids who used to be the focus of a lot of coaches.
I mean, at some point, every transfer was a high school kid who came into college.
Yeah,
you have to go from high school to college.
If you're trying to build a program, it's hard to do it this way. That's why I ignore it. I would just go straight to the portal every single.
Actually,
how many people are in that portal, George?
Listen, I'd go differently if I were Pitt right now. If people like Rick Pitino are going to ignore 5-star prospects and other people,
and guess what? St. John's is one of the best teams in the country. They may win a national championship.
They still have sophomores, freshmen on their team, Bob. I would go out and try to sign high school kids then. I'd go the other way, George. If people are ignoring high school kids, I'd sign the best of them.
And then 1 year later, you'd be naked.
But the only issue I bring up with that, Joe, is that these high school kids are almost, and their parents are almost more delusional than the transfers in terms of NIL, because they see the numbers that are being thrown out there to the 5 stars, and they're astronomical. They're north of $500,000 for a 17-year-old.
So what's I don't understand what's delusional about it. If I can get money, I can get money, and if I want to transfer, I'll get more.
I agree with you there, but I mean, some of the dollar amounts in the high school level are not even close to doable by the top programs in college basketball. I mean, if you're telling Jeff Capel that you want $500,000 and you're a freshman in high school, he's going to quickly turn away. I guess it's not delusional to ask for your what you feel you're valued at as a high school player. But I'm saying if Pitt wants to go to the high school route and look for elite high school talent right now, I don't think they can afford to get those kind of guys.
Okay, so you are saying then that high school players are still going to colleges and getting money and playing just like transfers. So maybe it's the 3- and 4-star guys you could build around.
I agree. I mean, that's what they've tried to do, too. They've got Amari Witherspoon coming in from D.C. He's a 4-star top 100 guy. He's basically ranked around Jalen Lowe and Bub Carrington. So they've got that strategy down where they get the vets in the portal. They get, some high school guys coming in. But it hasn't panned out with the guys that they've brought in clearly. I do think they're going to have a lot of work to do in the portal this year. And obviously, you never know who you're getting back, too. I don't have any inside scoop on this Pitt roster, but if you look around, man, it doesn't seem like the morale is too high in there right now, so you never know who's going to leave.
Thank you, George. We appreciate the time.
Have a good day, George.
Thank you, guys. You too.
Can you believe Bob put us over the hour again? Limits? He doubled up. He doubled down on his questions, and that cost us our
Guess
victory.
what time you got to him? After a 44-minute first segment, which should have been 2 segments
which
in one.
featured you.
Not only that, I'm going to need some of those drinks just to get through today's show.
I featured you in that
Keep
first
bringing
segment. Bob, let's go to the general.
Oh, we have even more guests, and we haven't even gotten to the 11
Because
o'clock.
of you.
It's 11:01.
Yes.
What happened to the 50-minute mark?
I don't know. You were busy asking your second straight question to
blame it
George.
on me, huh?
Right, Limits?
And Joe didn't tell us about the text line either.
Oh, my God.
Since when have you paid attention to the clock?
And you jump on Bob's bandwagon every day, even though he called you stupid the other day.
I defend you all the time, Joe. I need to defend Bob, too. I need to share the wealth and be an honest, objective person.
The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's time for Starkey's Card of the Week. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about that from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And for this, we go to Jeff Patton. We like to call him General Patton. Bob, do you have a guess on the Card of the Week? It's Ovechkin for me.
Well, you stole it because that's the one. I mean, he just,
I'm sorry.
That's obviously one. What else? Could we have a card B? What would it be?
Card B, Luka's triple-double last night against the Mavs.
That's a good one.
Nice pick, oh Limitless Wonder. Jeff, what do you got?
Gentlemen, good morning. Well, usually it's good morning. Maybe today it's good afternoon. But thanks for having me. Happy Wednesday. Happy 15th anniversary. That's all everyone's talking about. I could have given away 100 more tickets here. Everybody's clamoring to go to the event tonight. So in segueing from the 15, we're going to go with number 15, O'Neal Cruz today. You would have never guessed that.
Never.
Not your fault. But we're going with number 15 as an homage to the 15th anniversary. I got a fantastic O'Neal Cruz autograph card. He only signed 2 of these cards. And boy, do we need O'Neal Cruz. If we're not going to import some bats, we need some internal improvement. So we're counting on 15.
Awesome. General, we appreciate the time. Will we see you out there tonight?
I wish I could come. I committed to speak at my church about 3 months ago, and I didn't like the prospects of wiggling out of that. So
all right.
I'm sending my son.
You'd have to go to confession.
My son and my daughter-in-law in my place.
Say a prayer for Bob that he can keep within the deadlines of the show. Thank you,
I
General.
certainly will. You're welcome. I'm sending the corporal.
All right. We appreciate it.
Take care. Thanks.
All right, Bob. That's your card of the week. Coming up, Jay Caulfield on all things Penguins. Man, this is getting ugly. Woo! Is it getting ugly? And it might be just the way it needs to be. This is maybe the best thing for the Penguins, but it's not easy to watch. We'll talk to Jay next.
Since when have you paid attention to the clock?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt lost last night at home to Georgia Tech, 73-67. Really difficult game for the Panthers, who have now lost 2 games in a row as Jalen Lowe led Pitt with 25 points. Ish Leggett also had over 20 points in the game as the Panthers will play against Louisville, 6 o'clock on Saturday. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is turning 15. Happy birthday. And you're invited to our party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you'll need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how you can get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15th Faniversary Party is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Icy Lights, Guardian Protection, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Bresman attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram in Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee starting at $239 a month for 27 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. In looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss?
my solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tough one for the Penguins last night. Still not won a game since returning from the Four Nations face-off break. So the losing streak is now 4 in a row, 3 in a row since coming back from that break after a 6-1 defeat last night at the hands of the Philadelphia Flyers as Alex Nedeljkovic allowed 6 goals, 38 total shots faced, saved 32 of them for an .842 save percentage. Philip Tomasino was the only Penguin to record a goal in the matchup. Pens Flyers will drop the puck again on Thursday, this time at home, PPG Paints Arena at 7:30. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Jay Caulfield joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Let's go out to the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And we find a Stanley Cup champion named Jay Caulfield, brought to us by Tom's Watch Bar. Jay, how are you?
Good, Joe. How you doing, Bob?
Nice to talk to you, Jay.
Yes, it always is, even under these circumstances. Man, this is rough, but I would say it was pretty rough right before Mario got here and right before Sid got here too, Jay. I mean, yeah. Sometimes you have to go to the bottom to rise again, and I don't know that they meant to get here this early, but the Penguins are here, right? I mean, I don't see them really escaping from this.
Yeah, no, that was look, you went through the weekend, you came out of the break, you're 5 points away from the spot, and whatever they're trying, whatever, you know, what's best for them or whatnot, you know, all these guys are playing to get it, you're playing to be in the playoffs. Sidney Crosby doesn't play the game not to play high-stakes games. He doesn't want to sit here with 20-some games to go and not have something to play for. I think when they came out of it, they didn't get the goaltending they needed. That's number one. That's bottom line. The Rangers weren't a good team, and they score. The way the goals went in the back, the way they were pulling the puck out of the net. I haven't seen that. We gave a number last night that in the 3 games that they've played, they haven't had numbers like that since the early 2000s. So it's something that's goaltending has been an issue all year long. It became a major problem. It's still a problem right now. I know Mike Sullivan said it's not on the goaltending part, and there were breakdowns all over the ice, but still you need somebody to make a save to pick up when something else goes wrong. It just hasn't happened, especially coming out of the break. And I think that it was a listless effort too. In Philadelphia, it's taking away anything that used to be a tough place to play or an entertaining place to play for both teams. And that was not the case at all last night. There was just it was tight, then it just blew open, and the Penguins were beating areas that Mike Sullivan and his coaching staff, everybody across the board, won't be happy with. And that's what it looked like to me. It's like the Flyers ripped the heart out of the Penguins halfway through the second period or late in the second period.
Even though this, to me, is not tanking, they've earned what they've gotten, which is where they are in the lottery, which is 5th right now overall draft. But I don't think I agree with what you're saying. These guys who are out there trying to do what they got to do, but they seem unorganized, disorganized.
Yeah.
And while the goaltending has to be better, I don't think there's any question, and that is a big thing to try to address if you're Cal Dubas. I also think your goaltending, and Jay, you tell me if I'm wrong about this, when your goaltending is under siege and seeing a lot of odd man breaks and different, psychologically and confidently, that can affect any goaltender, I think.
Oh, no. Bob, I totally agree with that. In fact, I thought it was – I don't think – it's been worse. There were times throughout the season early in the year where they were under siege, and that's what it was like, right? That's, a breakdown, and all of a sudden they get an opportunity, and it's a grade A chance. I think in these 3 games out last night, look, the Washington game, when there's a breakdown, that's the problem. When there's been a breakdown, and each team has it. There's breakdowns on both sides where the Penguins get a great look. Just the difference over the 3 games that we're looking at right now is that they made a save and the Penguins couldn't get a save. And that doesn't excuse the idea of the break. The ones that we saw last night through the neutral zone, the 3 opportunities, bad decisions, and I believe some bad decisions are coming from the idea that you're trying to push, if you're the Crosby line, you're trying to make something happen. So the play by Raquel, trying to find Crosby down the wing, maybe instead of just getting it deep. They've been outstanding all year long. Maybe that specific play, trying to just, do something to turn their fortunes around, and it ends up going the other way. So, Bob, I agree with that when there's grade A chances and a number of them, so many of them, that's very difficult. But in this 3 games that we just saw, the goals they gave up on the low amount of shots against Washington, the goals against the Rangers, and then you see last night, now the one-timer by Forster, there's nothing they can do on that. And, man, I'd have to look through the tape again. But the first one, I'm sure, and he even talked about it, the first one, that's a difficult one to give up. And you can see the reaction of the players, too, when all of a sudden they give something up and the guys are, you can see the shoulders drop, the head drop, everything. It's a bad space that they're in. You made the comment about looking disorganized. They certainly look that way on the 6th goal. And I just think there's little things that they harp on all the time, and they're repeated mistakes that put your team in a position like this. And it's a tough place to be. Like right now, this is not where you want to be. Most guys have been in this position where they're now again fighting, to try and just scrape to get into a playoff. And when you're not in the hunt, this is long. 20-some games to go. You're 9 points out. Everybody just about won last night that you're going against. You're holding more games than the other guys. To me, yeah, that one last night. That's when my comment last night was, well, there's a lot of guys right now, and luckily for me in the NHL, 1 year that we weren't in the playoffs. Your mindset is, I'm fighting for a job. Now I'm fighting to show that I'm able to hold on, or you want me back. That's what this is about right now for a number of players. That's what, my opinion, that's what you're looking at. You're trying to say, do you want me back or not? And it's going to be by my play. And I think this is what this has turned into. And last night, there'll be a number of guys that they'll look at and go, I might not want that back. That's what I think it comes down to.
Well, I guess that leads into my next question, Jay, and that is, that was Philly where they were getting embarrassed. Right. And in the third period, the score was out of control. I don't know, maybe hockey's just not that way anymore, but isn't that kind of a situation in the third period where you start some trouble and show some life and show you want a job in the future?
Yeah. I that's what I said. I agree, Joe. Again, we know the lineup is not that way. But Sidney Crosby's going to be battling. Sidney Crosby battled against that Cooley in New York. I mean, he's a big forward, a big power forward for the Rangers, and he's doing that. I mean, I think I felt last night that they ripped the heart out of the Penguins last night. They just didn't have the fight was gone in them last night in that game. In that game, it wasn't there. And I don't think Mike Sullivan is used to doesn't want to see that, doesn't want to see, kind of packing it in. But by what you're talking about, Joe, then they are, in a sense, with no pushback, no fight at all. And it doesn't, again, I know they're not built that way. There's not going to be somebody going to start, who's in the lineup? I mean, Nick Steele, there's a number of tough guys that will play hard, but there wasn't even anything close to the battle of the usual suspects. It's Crosby, Letang, Malkin. They're always going to be battling, and that never gets away from them. But it just doesn't follow up with the rest of the lineup.
So they are in a situation now, Jay, where they're going to try to acquire assets. They've already started this process, which is why when people think they haven't done it, they have done it. They've brought in picks. Kyle Dubas.
Yep.
Has a long-term contract. I would imagine now everything is tied to how he manufactures the draft coming up in the next 2 years and free agency as well. What can they do to save money so they have more money to spend? Karlsson makes a lot. Is there a realistic chance that he could be traded? We talked a lot about Raquel. That's obvious. If you want to, probably the most sought-after one of them wingers in the game right now. But what about a guy like Karlsson? What can they do with him?
Jeez, Bob. That's a contract that – first of all, you got to get a guy to waive a no-trade clause, number one, right? So we talked about that a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
The no-trade clause is in there for a lot of guys. And with a number like that, Bob, I'm not sure what you'd have to eat to move on from that. I don't know what takers are out there for it. That is it's kind of loaded in a lot of different ways, Bob, because I really think it's a contract that I don't think when it came down to even when Karlsson was brought in here. What teams were really in play? It was Seattle, and then they mentioned Carolina, but I don't think Carolina really was ever in the game for Erik Karlsson because Brent Burns was there, and it didn't really work in San Jose. So I'm not sure what's going to be out there for for what he's going to accomplish for a team making a run. If they want an offensive side of it, or what teams are looking for, who's desperate for something to, as you're getting to the right now, there's going to be buyers and sellers, as we know, as we're getting to the deadline. Bob, I really don't know the answer on that one because I don't know who wants to take over that kind of number. And same with Ryan Graves. What do you do? The numbers, there's guys that are out there that have had success throughout their career. Right now, it's not working here. So what are you going to be able to do, and what can you move? This is a real tough position to be in. As you went from GM to GM to GM, from Jim Rutherford to Hextall to now Dubas, and each one compounded problems, right? And Dubas is saddled with all the things of trying to right this ship. I don't think he felt like the free agents, everybody that was brought in, the signing of Jarry, Karlsson, how the Jarry signing, if he performed to what they had hoped he would, then it looks like a great signing, and you're not struggling with the contract there. Then the Karlsson thing and Graves and these things haven't panned out, and it's made it very difficult. So, Bob, I don't really know the answer to that. That's tough work for Kyle Dubas, and I'm sure he's been trying to pound the phone to find out what they can do. But this is not, even when you're not making it, even wherever you're at, what's the draft look like? How deep is the draft going to be to make the picks that you have valuable? I don't know. This is a tough spot to be. Then I always look at the Crosby situation. Again, I believe a player like that does not want to be riding this out. I'm not saying that's not. I'm saying he's so loyal and he's done that for the Penguins and took a discount, all that goes with that. But these players aren't built or aren't wired to be just playing out the season. They're not. They play too many high stakes.
Especially 3 years in a row now. You know, I mean, this has become the norm.
Yeah. Yep,
well, at least they were in it the last couple of years. This one.
Yeah, but they still missed the playoffs when you have all these teams involved.
Well, Jay, let me ask you this. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, yep. I was just going to say, to your point, I know what you mean, Joe. Like, at least they were grinding down the stretch to see if they could get in. Right now, you look at it right now, with 22 games to go, and you know, the Penguins are the one team that has not had a good 10-game stretch. I mean, a 10-game stretch to separate themselves. And with 22 games to go, that's more your point, I believe, Joe. What I think you were trying to say was that, you know, at least they were battling the years before right to the end. This is the last 3 games to be in this position has really put them into such a spot that you have just so many teams to climb. They have games in hand on you, and they're 9+ points above you. That's tough.
This is a disaster, Jay, and it leads to a question. Mario was in town. I'm sure you saw him. What can you share with us about his opinion of what the hockey team's doing right now?
No, I think across the board, Joe, with all the players that were in town for Mario's camp and everybody watching the Penguins and everybody pulling for stuff, I think the games that we saw is almost like a little snapshot of what's kind of gone on throughout the year, and realizing it's tough. They all know. Most of the players that were here, you know, for Mario's camp, were guys that always were in playoffs, always got into it. Very rarely would they miss out on what everybody's trying to play for. So the feeling of it, you can even feel the wind come out of the sails, even in the Mario's suite over the weekend when it's, you know, one after another went in against the Penguins. It's very difficult. But I think they all know they're in a tough spot right now. And Mario's so diplomatic about it, and you know, we all know what he means to just being in the building. I think this is the one thing. It's almost like it's the perfect storm with Mario not being in the building as much as what he was before, the way the team and where it's sliding to and what it's doing. I think everybody has the same feels like what we're talking about right now. And partially, probably most of what I'm talking about is what we discussed over the weekend. Everybody feels the same way, man. This is a tough position to be in and tough predicament to be in. And again, all these players that have been there have been extremely successful, and not fighting for something again, with the ultimate goal, makes it very difficult.
One more thing for you, Jan. This is about Ovechkin. I'm sure you admire what he's been able to do, and last night he became a 30-goal scorer for the 19th time in his 20-year career, which is magnificent. It could very well be that the last game of the year he's going to get that one that break Gretzky's record. He's on a pace to do it. So we've had this discussion. I have nothing but respect for the guy, and I realize that Pittsburgh and Washington was an intense rivalry, and because of that, there's some hatred that fans feel. But I would imagine on that day, if it happens in Pittsburgh, people would give him a standing ovation, and I quite frankly would be disappointed if they didn't.
No, I think everybody. I agree with you, Bob. I think that's what he's doing it's helping the game putting a spotlight on the NHL for somebody to accomplish. You know, the great players that have played the game in all sports, but somebody going after achieving a goal like this, especially the way Ovechkin played the game and still plays the game, how he's evolved into, talking to the best goal scorers that have ever played the game, say how he's evolved into scoring the goals so many different ways, just a pure goal scorer. We know the one-timer from the half wall. We know the power play on the flank, all that. But he scores in other different ways, too. And I do think I think there would only be an amazing ovation for if that did happen here. And we do know the grind, but I think the respect between Crosby and Ovechkin just alone, and Malkin and Ovechkin, I think that alone would bring that to be something that would have to be applauded. And I think it's an amazing, amazing feat that is driving the Washington Capitals as well. I think they're caught up in the whole rush. They're playing great hockey. They're caught up in what this is all about, and they're flourishing with the excitement around it.
Thanks, Jay.
Lastly, Jay, I'd be remiss not to ask you, I think it was shortly after we talked last week that news of Mike Lange's passing became known, and then an incredible ceremony this past weekend. Your thoughts on your time being around Mike?
Yeah, Joe, Bob, Mike was certainly, as everybody has said, I mean, the way he carried the game and called the game and had brought everybody into it, especially the way the Penguins, the Pittsburgh sports fans in general, from baseball, obviously the Steelers in a different venue and the hockey and the Penguins. But to me, he brought everybody into it, let them feel the game, be a part of the game. For me, he was engaging and warm when I first came to the Penguins, and my wife and I, Alicia and I, he was wonderful with us and made you feel just great about everything. And I remember one of my first interviews I had with him, it was in Philly, talking about being in Philly and what it meant to be back there. And even just threw out a phrase to me then was the one, buy Sam a dog and get his dog one, buy Sam a drink and get his dog one too. That phrase, he threw it out there in the interview with me, and I will always remember that one. And I love the one about Elvis has just left the building. And I think what he did for sports here and what he did for the Penguins and the hockey world for all of us made it very, very special. And even as I was doing this work now, guys, and what I'm doing, his comments to me or let me know I'm doing whether it be good work, whatever, that kind of thing. He was very, very always engaging, very nice, even from the last time I saw him. And it's a sad day with that happening, and we'll all miss him. And he's certainly what he meant to everybody in this profession.
Well said.
Very. We appreciate the time, Jay, and we'll talk next Wednesday. I think we'll be leading right up to trade deadline day.
Yeah, it's Friday next week.
Friday, okay.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Guys, you guys, always great to talk to you. Take
you
care.
Also, bye-bye.
See you, Jay. All right, Bob. The report cards are out. There's some certain report cards that just arrived in the NFL, and I don't think Art Rooney II is going to be hanging this report card on his refrigerator anytime soon. We'll talk about that next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates will play split squad games today as the Buccos will play one at home and one on the road. In Atlanta, 1:05, first split squad game at the Braves affiliate in spring training, and the Pirates in Bradenton will also host the Baltimore Orioles. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, Papa Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary, highlighting moments like Jim Colony's update that went off the rails.
This makes no sense whatsoever. I'm getting no volume out of my computer, and I don't know why. Amazing. All right, at some point I'll figure out what the hell is going on, and I got nothing else to say about the Penguins.
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary, brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8, Hampton Township. Drive a little, save a lot. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The Indianapolis Colts general manager said yesterday the team will not only bring in a veteran quarterback, but there will be an open competition between that QB and Anthony Richardson, who the team took with the 4th overall pick just 2 years ago. This is either an acknowledgement that Richardson is not the guy, or Richardson needs competition to light a fire under him. Either way, not good. I'm Maggie Gray.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Empower. Nick bought a new guitar, a 62 American Classic Electric. Does he know how to play? No. But Nick's Empower investment account has performed well. He got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risks. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a really good guitar solo.
Plus finance HMF, low APR, tier 1 through 2, plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Rebate offer on select Santa Fe trims only. All buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/3/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for great President's Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Cloudy with some rain this afternoon. The high 51.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Where'd Bob go?
I thought you knew.
I don't. The pizza came. Slice on Broadway. It's delicious as always.
I've already had 2 pieces.
Isn't it incredible?
So good.
Place is the best. I had 2 pieces of plain pizza and a nice salad to go with it. Limits. What did you have?
I had a piece of pepperoni. I had a piece of plain, and I also had one of those pepperoni rolls that they bring. Oh,
so
my God.
Good, aren't they?
Very good. I love pepperoni rolls.
Bob is back, so let's immediately get to the grades. Every year, the NFL Players Association puts out a report card. These are players within the building, and it's not, some of these player surveys you see at some publications, things like that, it's like, 11 guys from the league. This, I just did the math here, was something like 1,600 players, and it came out to 52 players per team. This was virtually every player in the league. And Art II, again, gets a D grade from his own players. What is happening here? Last year he got a D. That's 28th in the NFL. Across the board, the Steelers' grades are either mediocre or horrible.
Mike Tomlin got an A.
Except for head coach, where Mike Tomlin gets an A. I don't know if I want my head coach getting an A, but he did get an A. The strength coaches got a C-. That's worst in the league, Bob, from the players.
This is what happens when quarterbacks start pushing those sleds around and hurt their calves. That's, I suppose, I don't know. Some of this stuff, I wonder what they're actually asking, and, you know.
Why do you suppose Art continues to get low grades within his own locker room? I thought that the Steelers were supposed to be a mom and pop shop, a family atmosphere.
And they are.
But apparently the players don't think so.
I think a lot of this has to do with facilities and their perception of what these things should be. And I do think in time, like anything else, there'll be adjustments to their work facility. They'll try to enhance it based on what other teams are doing. I don't know what the breakdown is. Do you? Do you know what they're?
Yes,
I
do.
Okay, so what are they breaking it down for? What?
Treatment of facility, or where is it? Now now there's a thing blocking where I just had this, Bob. You ever get those come up on you?
Oh yeah.
Food and dining, B-.
See, I disagree with that, and I'm one of these people who, when you go over there,
Wait a second. Have you sampled food from around the NFL at all their facilities?
No, but I have. I think their crew over there is outstanding in what they do. And again, how much do you need before you give it an A? Are you of the belief? Ask anyone who goes over there to eat. They're very generous about what they do and what they make, and they
the
make great
Steelers
food.
don't seem to appreciate or like. I don't know about like. But I can't help but wonder, their owner, the team president. I have a hard time believing that Dan Rooney would be getting D's from his own players every year.
But what I'm asking, you've been over there, haven't you? The food.
I don't care about the food.
But you just said it's a category.
Right. The story here is the owner. 28th in the NFL for the second straight year. His own players are giving him a horrible grade. What do we read into that? I can't help but read into it that either they don't think he's giving them the best chance to win, or that some of these other things bug them about him. And I thought that was the one thing with the Pittsburgh Steelers that you could always hang your hat on, is that they treated their players well, better than other places, that this was a family atmosphere where you had, someone in the family as your sort of patriarch. They don't like their patriarch, or they don't appreciate him. They don't think he's doing a very good job. I think that's a major story.
I also want to know specifically what. Like, you have these categories, and I have no idea how they, when they travel the way a lot of teams travel. It's a first-class arrangement. You get
team travel. They gave a B+.
Okay.
That was 18th in the league. A lot of people were A's and B's.
But again, what would separate an A from a B+ in travel? Or how much sushi you get on the plane? I mean, I don't understand.
I don't know. I'm still focused on the owner. What are you saying that
I just don't know what they, you've been clear about ripping Mike Tomlin at times. They obviously love Mike Tomlin.
Is that good or bad?
I don't know. I mean,
great. They love Mike Tomlin. Does that take away any of the criticisms of him?
No, but also I think when you find letter grades like a D and the explanation is the food's a B+ or the travel's a B+ or whatever, I don't understand why.
The weight room is a C+. The strength.
Again, I think facilities are a big driving force in these surveys.
So maybe they think he's cheap and won't upgrade their facilities.
But I think they are going to do that in time. I think they will upgrade those facilities.
Well, that's nice, but they haven't.
All right. Well, then how would
the locker room gets a D. The training room gets a C+. The weight room gets only a C+. That's 28th in the league. And they had the worst grade. Now, this is something that I don't know if these are strength. Would the strength coaches be the people that you would point to if you're having soft tissue injuries?
Didn't they just change the entire strength staff?
Yes,
a year ago.
They got the worst grade in the whole NFL, a C-.
After they changed it.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting.
But is it specifically the strength coaches that you look at when it comes to soft tissue injuries, or some other area?
I don't know. What would you say to that? I have no idea.
I just don't want to make a connection there that's not accurate, because it's the worst in the league. And Tomlin, who didn't give details on anything in his season-ending news conference, gave details on that when from out of nowhere he said that we had a lot of soft tissue. We experienced a rash of soft tissue injuries that was impactful, he said. I've never heard him say anything close to that, especially in a season-ending wrap-up where you want to know why the team crashed. He said we experienced a rash of soft tissue injuries that was impactful. That's just an example of many of the things and subjects that we have covered and will continue to cover as we assess what transpired and quickly transition ourselves for the future. So he went out of his way to throw them under the bus. To throw them under the bus.
Soft tissue.
Yes.
Okay. You have to connect the dots for me here now, though. Like, what do you do to prevent that, and why is it soft tissue injuries are all over the NFL? I mean, you see it for a lot of teams.
Yeah, but they finished 32nd in their own team player rankings in strength coaches. Now, I don't know. Again, I don't know if that has more to do with the medical people. I don't know, honestly. Limits?
So in the report card, there's a brief definition of why they were graded as a C-.
Yes.
Saying that 75% of players report that they get an individualized training plan from their strength coaching staff. That ranks the team 31 out of 32. And it also included that the players feel that their strength coaches slightly contribute to their overall success. That ranks 32 out of 32 teams contributing to the last place finish.
Wait, read the first part. I didn't understand what that was.
The first bullet point was that 75% of players report they get an individualized training plan, so like a one-on-one plan between the strength coaches and the player.
What's wrong with that? They want 100%, or I don't understand what.
Other teams might do it just for every single player. But out of the respondents, only 75% of the Steelers players had that, not a higher number. So other teams are polling at like 80, 85, 90.
All right. Training staff gets a B, training room C+, locker room a D, nutritionist, dietitian C+, food and dining B-, treatment of facilities. I don't know what that means. Treatment of facility or I don't know what that means. That's a C-.
That could be treatment in the treatment room.
Yeah. So the head coach gets an A. We already know the players love the head coach, right?
Yes.
That's seventh
why
in the
he gets
league.
an A.
Do you consider that a good thing, or what do you think of that?
I mean, there's a lot to like about Mike Tomlin when he deals with you one-on-one and talks to you. But if you're going to base it on, what goes on the field and how he does or doesn't put you in a better situation to win games based on play calling, based on clock management, based on everything else, I think those are two different titles.
There's some very interesting head coach ratings here, Bob, across the league, I might add.
Please do tell.
The worst you'd expect to Chicago. I mean, it was Matt Eberflus for a lot of the. Was it him the whole year? I can't remember. He was horrible.
They got rid of him.
Of course, Jacksonville also gave their coach a C. Guess who was the only other team in the league to give their coach a C?
San Francisco?
Cleveland with Kevin Stefanski. How about that?
I thought they would have gotten less than that, but did they give Ds for this? Fs?
You would have thought that the Cleveland Browns players would give Stefanski a worse grade?
Based on everything that's gone on there, wouldn't you?
I mean, he's a two-time coach of the year. I thought the players liked him.
Well, I don't know.
Again, man, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I was shocked to see that. Normally, you wouldn't see that. The Buffalo Bills and Baltimore Ravens only gave their coach a B. Not an A. How about that?
And the Patriots got a B+, even though Gerard Mayo was fired.
See, that's weird. That whole situation there. I saw that number or that letter grade, and I said B+, and they fired their coach. I don't know.
See, I think this can be good and bad. Like Miami. Mike McDaniel, I think, is notoriously soft on players. He got an A+ from his players. But then again, Kansas City, A+ for Andy Reid. Atlanta, Washington, Minnesota, Detroit, all A+. And then you have the Steelers, Cardinals, Niners, Bengals, Colts. You've had most of the league got an A or an A-. Even Carolina, Philly A-, Green Bay A-. Then you only have those 3 Cs.
Mike McCarthy got an A.
Did he?
He did, from Dallas.
I think those guys
are there
really
are there player-teacher conferences where they go in and talk about these things?
So here's what the survey results came back for Tomlin. 95% of Steelers players believe their head coach, Mike Tomlin, is efficient with their time. And that 95% ranks 15 out of 32 teams. The players feel that Tomlin is moderately receptive to locker room feedback on the team's needs.
Interesting, huh, Bob?
Not as kind to Art Rooney.
No. What did it say about Art under there?
Owner Art Rooney II's average rating for perceived willingness to invest in facilities
There you go, Bob.
is 6 out of 10 from the Steelers players, ranking 30th out of 32 owners in the league.
Cheap.
See, I think that's when they talk about, that's what players want to be given everything that they can get in terms of how they are treated. And so facilities are always going to be top on the list. That's why I said that word right off the bat, because that's what they're looking at. And I'm sure they talk to other players and see other facilities, and that's an ever-changing thing, and you have to keep up with that. Like you look at colleges right now. Have you ever seen some of the most opulent colleges? One of the reasons why they get a lot of players is because of their facilities. So I would imagine the Steelers will upgrade their facilities in time over there. It's been, I don't know how long that place has been open.
But when?
I don't know.
Aren't they going to try to move out from where they are with Pitt?
No, I don't think so. I think that was a false narrative kind of situation. I think they're going to continue to do what they do, only in a better situation.
Joe, you wondered about the willingness to be a competitive team. The players responded to that. That was another bullet point included in this, saying that they feel Rooney is committed to building a competitive team, and that rating is 22nd out of 32 NFL owners in the way that they scaled it.
So they
think he is.
But it's only 22nd?
22nd out of 32 owners, yes. So he's in the bottom third of that.
Yeah, they must not believe it that strongly. That's an interesting story. I don't know how much it relates to winning, but it is surprising when it's a franchise that seems to pride itself on such things. Art basically said last year, if I recall correctly, that he wasn't overly concerned with what the players thought, Bob.
I mean, what's he going to say at that point? You know, I've talked to a number of players, though, guys like Cam Hayward, who's been around. I'm sure T.J. Watt will tell you a different story. At least that's what I've heard from them. So I don't know. In
terms of what?
In terms of how they deal with the players, art-specific, and all of the people in the management staff. And that includes Tomlin and Omar Khan. So I still think the biggest takeaway of this should be facilities, and they want them to be upgraded. That's the message I think players are sending.
Here's some F-minuses from around the league. This reminds me of my old report cards, Bob.
Did you get an F? You never got an F. You're too smart to get an F.
Bob, I barely got into college. I didn't do any homework for all my high school career. I didn't even realize you were supposed to read the book until I got to college, and then I got good grades. Yes, I got Fs. Nina Schweitzer was her name. She gave me an F in English one time. Tricked me. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. We were supposed to read the book. I just watched the movie. Very different, Bob.
And movies normally do.
I tried that
take
before,
things
too.
And change the licensing of it.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. F-, the Arizona Cardinals on their locker room. How about that, Bob? That ain't good. F-, the Cincinnati Bengals on treatment of families. F-.
That's as low as you can go before you get to, G, H, and I.
Yeah, there are no G's on here.
Z.
Cleveland Browns locker room. The players give it an F-. Wow. How about that, Bob?
Have you been in the locker room up there?
No.
Again,
maybe I was a long time ago. They probably haven't changed it since
then.
They
haven't.
Now that I think of it.
Like anything, you got to upgrade. That's how it works.
Commanders get an F on their locker room. Dolphins get an A+. See, here's Dolphins are A's across the board, yet the team stinks and underachieves every year. What does that tell you? Maybe we're reading this thing the whole wrong way. Maybe the idea is not to give the players everything they want.
I just think it's become such a me thing anymore. Players not only want the big contracts, they want everything that comes with it. And sometimes, no matter what you do, it's never going to be good enough. So I look at that always, and I wonder what it all means. Because there's so many categories that are brought into play here. I don't know what's really accurate or not.
To me, it's noteworthy that every year the players inside that building give Art Rooney almost a failing grade. It's noteworthy. I don't know how important it is to winning. The Dolphins have A's and A+ across the board for everything. That is incrinculant. They love it there. They just don't win. Kansas City gets a D- for their locker room, Bob. What do you think of that?
Yeah, well, again, that's new. That's due for an upgrade. I've been in that locker room. I think that's.
So was Antonio Brown. That was the Facebook Live episode.
You got a glimpse of it in there, right?
Yeah. Everybody yelled at me when I went in there, starting with Al, because I picked the Chiefs to win that playoff game against Alex Smith. Steelers won it without scoring a touchdown.
Without scoring a touchdown.
Was it 18?
Twice this year, 18-16, I think.
16? And I went in there, and they were all giving me crap.
Yeah, they say they don't care and don't listen, but until they do, and then they say, "What are you supposed to do? You make a."
I went in there.
An educated guess based on the information.
It was funny, but they were all giving me crap. I'm like, yeah. Luckily, you got a holding call there on a 2-point conversion. Remember the one that would have tied it? Yep. Like, it wasn't exactly a crazy prediction to pick you guys to lose. You should have gone to overtime, and you didn't score a touchdown. And then 10 minutes later, after we leave, AB's got the computer cranked up to record on Facebook Live. You remember that, Bob?
Oh, how could you forget that? And Mike Tomlin's in the middle of his speech afterwards, and that's not a good time to run it.
Patriots a bunch of a-holes in his speech. You remember that?
Yep. I'm sure they did too.
Oh, my God. Those were the days, Bob. We were young and foolish then, weren't we?
So many memories.
Were you there in Kansas City?
Not that day, no. We were back in the studio doing that.
Horrible ice in Kansas City. That was the night I walked off a plane, too, the night before the game.
I still remember all the ice in Dallas for the Super Bowl.
That was horrible.
That was awful. We couldn't even get around.
Terrible.
They weren't prepared for that, and they got it and didn't know how to treat the streets.
Surprised there hasn't been any compliments on my Golden State Warriors hat today. It's a special
I like
Steph
it.
Curry hat.
It's very nice.
I got this in Miami.
Did you know that Steph Curry has a house on Pebble Beach? I saw it.
What?
Yeah, he and his owner both have houses nearby one another. So I was out there, and I was looking at the houses, just curious about, the caddies know a lot. Caddies will tell you things and tell you that those guys are never there. He has a house, and he's never there. I'm sure
Curry never plays there?
Well, he plays there, but, he doesn't hardly live in that house.
Yeah.
It's like a $30 million house. They're all the real estate on that place is insane. So
I bet you he bought it just for a month or two to play golf.
Yeah, he's a golf addict like you.
He's unbelievable, Bob.
Athletes all
things
they can do things.
He already had a hole-in-one. It went right in the cup.
This is one of your bucket list things you need to do. Michael Jordan has a place called the Grove. It's very much very specific who
named
belongs.
After Bob Grove?
Maybe, but it's supposed to be unbelievable. And he serves drinks on a drone to you on the golf course. The drone comes and delivers you drinks. All these
How
things.
am I going to get in there?
Well, I'm trying to get in there.
You can get in there. I can't.
That's
Mario can get you in there.
Right. You got to be a member. I'm sure it's a very hefty price.
Where's that?
In Florida somewhere. I don't know where. Somewhere in Florida.
Wow. That must be the life, huh?
How about that? Apparently he plays 36 holes a day and loves it.
Jordan?
And still can't figure it out. Yeah.
God, that's the thing about this game. You can't figure it out.
No. He himself called it the toughest thing he's ever done.
Why is that, Bob?
I don't know.
What is it about this sport? There were things I was better at the first time I was on a golf course than after all this practice.
It's just in your head. I think it's more just a will to believe what you're doing is right. And if you do, you can eliminate some of the problems. And just get rid of 3 putts. If you get rid of 3 putts, you'll be good.
It's also the nature of that little club face trying to hit the ball in the perfect spot. It's very difficult.
There's no question. There are too many parts of your body are moving. You got to control them all. It seems simple. It's not at all. So you should take solace in that even the best of the best can't master the game.
No, they said Barkley, Jack McCallum, the great NBA writer for SI, said that when Barkley first played, he was amazing. He would smash his drives. He had unbelievably soft hands for a guy built like that. And all he did was get worse and worse and worse. And now he's a wreck. He has a tick in his swing. It's a mentally torturous game, Bob.
Totally is. And it goes in the pro level, too. There are guys who've been ranked at number 1 in the world and disappear quickly, even though they're the best at the game at one point. Then it just becomes a head case. I don't know, Joe, but
I can't figure out if I love it or hate it.
You know you love it.
No, I also hate it, though. I really do hate it.
You
All
make
right.
me laugh.
The Limitless Express is next. What do you got?
What's going on at the Combine, or really what's not going on at the Combine? What players have decided to opt out of the workout portions and just decided to take place in some interviews? That's interesting.
There's also T. Higgins news and Myles Garrett news, I might add.
There's a lot of news to cover, and also the automatic balls and strike systems. We saw it happen over the weekend with the Pirates. What did you make of it?
Man, there's a lot there. All right, the Limitless Express is coming up next. First, I want to talk about Gina Giampietro, if I may. And the fact that Justin tried to sell his home in Wexford several years ago with a different real estate agent, but he didn't get any results. It was very sad. So when it was time to try and sell his home again, Justin was a little skeptical about hiring an agent based on his experience. Online research led him to Gina. All of her 5-star reviews, gave her a call, learned she's straightforward, prompt, diligent, knowledgeable, proven marketing plans. She was able to sell Justin's home. And he said the entire process was very smooth. Highly recommends Gina, anyone thinking about buying or selling. So do I. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy a home, call my friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball has lost its second game in a row after the defeat last night at home against Georgia Tech. 73-67 the final score. Jalen Lowe, 25 points and 8 assists, as well as 2 steals in the defeat. Panthers will play number 19 Louisville on Saturday at 6 o'clock, 5:30 pregame. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, Joe.
Yeah, coming up next, news from the Combine. The Browns still insisting they're not going to get rid of Myles Garrett. And then T. Higgins had a response, an emoji response to the Bengals when their GM said, oh, yeah, we're going to sign him. We'll see about that. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And please, if you text us, say hello to Limits for me, would you?
Hello, shower chances are set to return this afternoon. The further to the north you are, the higher the chance for rain this afternoon into the evening hours. Then rain chances will sweep to the south, with rain chances highest south of Pittsburgh tomorrow morning before sunrise. Today will be the third 50-degree day in a row for Pittsburgh, with noon temperatures in the mid to upper 40s. It'll be cooler and windy on Thursday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDKA Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness, the sound of sizzle, the sound of savings. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, deals for days on over 1,000 items throughout the store, plus weekly sales and My Perks for even more savings at the pump. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a bucket list sports trip. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Only $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best-in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines. It's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey, and we talk a lot about sports together, right? And so we're talking about pro athletes. And what do you know about pro athletes? They train constantly, all the time, to try to perform better on the field or the court or the ice. However, I have a question for you. What if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to. Plus, since Blue Chew is an online prescription service, you're not dealing with one of those awkward conversations or trips to the doctor's office. No, Blue Chew ships direct to your front door in discreet packaging, and because no two guys are the same, the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrought1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFLPA grades are out. The Steelers ranked 28th out of 32 NFL teams in the NFLPA survey, with the best grade, an A, given to head coach Mike Tomlin. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with
you
here?
You can call me Ron.
Bob, why don't you tell people who won our putting contest?
Joe Starkey with a brand new approach to putting. We just have a little mat back there, and you beat me. I made 4 of 6. You made 5 of 6. So congratulations on your success on the putting green.
Thank you, Bob.
Well done. And I like the fact that you have renewed your interest in golf after you just went away from it 30 seconds ago.
Well, I'll tell you who helped me there was Sam Deep over.
Sam's great with the short
dad. Game. Yeah, there's a dad and a son, both named Sam. He helped me with 2 little tips, so I've gotten better at putting. Of course, I've gotten worse at driving as it goes along, but that's beside the point, Bob. Limitless Wonder here has the Express. Everybody hop on board. We're going to be periodically playing clips from our 15 years here on The Fan because we're celebrating at Rivers Casino tonight. And, man, some of the stuff that's going to happen there is going to be great, Bob. I can't wait. And you'll be late, but you'll be there.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to come like about 7:15, and then I'll have to leave, I don't know, sometime a little after 8, so it won't be long.
That's it? You're going to be there for 45 minutes?
You know, I have responsibilities at
Call in
KCV,
sick?
and I'm not doing that.
This is unbelievable limits.
Just 45 minutes of Bob? Well, then we don't even get an hour of Bob?
Believe me.
We don't even get an hour
I
of Bob?
will be taking a lot of abuse, I'm sure, so therefore I'll try to duck out and do an Irish exit.
I see there's tea times at Hickory Heights today. Now I'm tempted. All right, Limits, go.
How are you going to go on your tea time and make it back in time for the party?
I might not.
T. Higgins.
If Bob can show up late, why can't I?
T. Higgins tweeted last night, cap with a ball cap.
What does that mean?
3.6 million views that it received. And the idea, I think, behind this, what a lot of people are taking from it is, Cincinnati is going to franchise Higgins if they can't get a long-term deal done. They want to get a long-term deal done but T. Higgins with the little cap emoji and a lot of people reacting to it seems to think he wants to test the open market, or at least that's how I take this, Joe.
Well, the cap apparently means it's like you said, a ball cap, that someone is lying.
Yes.
That's how that's translated. And yes, their GM was out there talking about how optimistic he is and we're going to get a long-term deal, and T. Higgins apparently isn't sold on that, Bob. This is a little bit tricky. I mean, they're about to make Jamar Chase the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. You're going to pay another receiver all that money plus Hendrickson? It's going to be tricky.
Yeah, I mean, that's difficult. That's the same position, and how much money could you put in the one position? It's sort of like the Steelers putting a lot of money into the defense and not all that much into the offense. If you believe you have difference makers, though, and I believe those three guys together are really good, and they can be the difference with scoring, 30 points a game on average versus less than that, and maybe exposing your defense. I don't know if I would disagree with it. I know Chase has a year left. He wanted a new deal last year when he had 2 years left. They weren't going to do that, but now this kind of crisscrosses here. Both of these guys are in positions where they're talking extending contracts. How much do you invest in wide receiver versus other positions?
It's a good question. I don't want to hear from Joe Burrow anymore about this. I can tell you that much. They're about to make his guy the highest paid non-quarterback in the league in Jamar Chase. So if that costs you T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, too bad. Take a Tom Brady deal. Save some money for your team. You took $55 million a year. That's the second highest quarterback salary in the league per year. I don't blame you. I'd go for the money too. But then when it comes time to signing two receivers to mega deals, I think you want to sit this one out, honestly. They're giving you your guy. They're giving you $55 million. Why don't you let them do what they're doing? You know what I mean, Bob? I don't need to hear from him.
He got what he got. He wanted what he wanted, and so therefore you shouldn't go out of your way to decide what's next for the franchise. That's not your role. You have to do, and if you're that good, if you're worth $55 million, you'll make everybody around you better. I understand what he's trying to do, stick up for those guys who want to get top dollar. So fine, go ahead and do it. But if I'm the Bengals front office there, I have to see what's best. Their defense is not as good as it needs to be, and you still need to, improve positions there. I don't know what the market's going to be for two guys. They're both going to make $35 million a year, maybe more. What is the market for wide receivers right now, Joe?
It's getting up around there. Yeah, I mean, they're going to make a ridiculous deal for him. Did Mark Cabali? Mark Cabali has weighed in 19 minutes ago limits.
I'm glad that you mentioned that because that was the next item up.
Longtime Steelers apologist Mark Cabali.
It was a joke.
Steelers have made upgrades at their facility this year, according to Cabali. Cabali says that they have added a sauna and upgraded the weight room. The problem is, according to Cabali, and always will be, that the facility is just too small to accommodate an NFL and Division I football team, to which Donnie Football comments, I have a sauna in my garage, and so does every LA Fitness.
Bob, what do you make of this? Cabali,
I do agree
jumping in.
With when you share facilities, it cuts into the overall, square footage you have for the professional facility. So, but I don't see that changing anytime soon. I do think they're planning down the road to improve facilities there, and maybe expand, do something different. But I still think the plan is to have both Pitt and the Steelers in the same place. So if that's the case, that criticism probably won't go away.
You think that they're going to be in the same facility for a long, long time, that the Steelers won't build their own, opinion, or that Pitt won't build it? My God, Pitt's building enough right now. The last thing they need to do is put money into a practice facility, right?
Yeah, I don't think that that's going to happen. But that's just my opinion on it.
All right, next.
Wait, and now Doran's comments and says that he has a sauna in his basement. Why didn't we see this when we went to Doran's house last year? I didn't see this sauna. Why weren't we showing the sauna?
Cabali jumps in with the defense, it sounds like, doesn't it? With the sauna news?
Doran says Pat Freiermuth and Cam used to come over to his house and use it before the Steelers installed one. Do we believe that from Doran?
Did you know that, Bob?
No, I had no idea.
Do you have a sauna at your house?
No.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes,
I go to the local LA Fitness, and that's where although this one is now broken, so they got to fix it. That's the only thing I look forward to. It's my cheat code. When I go in there and come out sweating, people say, well, you had a good workout. I said, yes, but I didn't.
Something about saunas, when they're
healthy
when they're public like that, I don't know.
It's good for your
I like them. Don't get me wrong. I don't like the fact that somebody else just sat there bare naked and sweated their whole body out. You know what I mean? How clean can it be when I go in?
Austin, can you imagine him in a sauna?
No, I don't want
He
to.
brings those Clorox white strips or whatever those things are with him everywhere he goes.
Oh, Bob, I think we got to wipe this down. I don't know who just sat here. We got to make sure all the Clorox is wiped off like this.
You do get a lot of different approaches in there in the
Everything
public sauna. You get
like
people
leaks
who,
out of your body in a sauna, and then you go sit where the same guy just sat. I don't like the whole concept, Bob.
Would you be naked in a sauna if you went?
No, I'm thinking, what's the difference between a sauna and the other place?
Steam room.
Steam room
is good. I like that.
The sauna's where you sit on the bench.
Yeah, it's just hot.
Yeah, I don't like
steam
that.
room you can have mist, you know.
I like the steam room too, but it's the same theory.
It is.
It's just it shouldn't be public. I don't think it shouldn't be just a free for all. I don't like the idea of it. Bob.
So my dad weighs in. He's saying he was always going to put a sauna in our basement, but that my mother never wanted it. We're redoing our basement right now. My friend James is doing our basement. He's doing a great job so far.
Well,
should we put a sauna?
Yes.
Should we put a sauna down there?
Yes. It sounds like the Steelers aren't impressed with the new sauna, right? That the players really didn't go for this, Bob.
I don't know. I don't see that stuff. So they have it kind of off limits, so you don't really see what goes on in there.
Would you like
We
to
just
know?
see the locker room, and that's it.
Yeah. I don't even see that anymore. Would you like to know the top markets for the four nations? Anybody interested in that, television-wise?
Oh, okay. Let's guess. Buffalo has to be one of them. You're talking about teams that, like, not counting Montreal and Boston, the host cities, or counting those cities?
Counting those cities, I'm talking about here's where the most people watched. Which cities?
I would say,
What's one?
I don't know what's one. I'm going to guess Buffalo's in this mix, right?
Wrong.
No.
Pittsburgh's one.
Pittsburgh's one, but they're eighth at 221.
Ooh.
New York City is one at 675.
I would not have
Me
thought
neither.
that.
Boston, Chicago,
Detroit,
Minneapolis, St. Paul, L.A., Detroit, Philly, and Pittsburgh.
L.A.? That's surprising.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Stefanski's getting ripped now because his players gave him a C. What did it say about this, Limits? He's now trending on Twitter.
Stefanski.
67% of the players feel their head coach is efficient with their time. The players feel that Stefanski is moderately receptive to locker room feedback and ranked him 30th of 32 coaches in the league. I'm surprised by that, Bob. I am. And look at him now trending on Twitter. Aren't you proud of him?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think sometimes players get delusional about what they think they need. You know, you're making a lot of money. They try to do everything they can in there to make your life better.
Who does?
Most of these teams, I would imagine, do. Why wouldn't you? This is an investment you make in your
why
player.
do the Steelers get such low grades every year then?
I don't know.
Their strength coaches were 32nd in the league, according to the players.
How are we supposed to analyze that?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. It raises questions, though.
Maybe the players are not as fit and strong as they thought they were. You can advise somebody to do something. A lot of it is on your own time. Maybe they're not doing what they were told. I don't know. Is that part of it? Do we know that for sure?
That could be. Absolutely, that could be. Tomlin himself mentioned the soft tissue injuries. That seems problematic this year, doesn't it?
Yes. But it would be hard for me to analyze why they occur.
Did you just cough or laugh?
You okay, Bob?
I didn't do any. I say occur. What did you think? There was a cough or a laugh?
Something.
I heard a cough.
There was a cough or a laugh there, was there not?
That's
Can
what I
you
heard.
take that?
I'll go back.
Yeah.
I am to the point now where
What?
I feel very uncomfortable in here. I am under assault every single day I come in here.
Bob, we've had a very nice relationship since you came on full-time. I mean part-time, full-time. So I was concerned about you. It sounded like you coughed.
Can you play that back?
Joe says, can you clip that? Not knowing that everything is already going out over the air and recording anyway.
Well, yeah, you still need to clip it off Limits and to replay it, right? Bob, I think our relationship is flourishing right now.
I do
you feel
too, but then all of a sudden...
It was out of concern. It sounded like you laughed or laugh-coughed.
I don't know what I did.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right.
Can we move on?
Yes.
Okay. What are we moving to? It's hard for me to analyze why they occur. That was something I didn't know I did that.
See? I'm your watchdog now. I'm the guy looking out for you.
Analyze why they occur.
happened, Bob?
I don't know. I ran out of oxygen. I don't know.
You got to take a breath there, Bob.
It's funny you mention that because
I think it's pepperoni driven. Because something happened there.
I feel like I don't have as much wind to say things I want to say anymore. I was just freaking out about that this morning.
I think that's true.
I had a guy look at my voice box last week. That didn't sound right. To see if I had a problem with my voice box, Bob.
I know. The league gave him a D- because he's not very good at determining whether or not your voice box is up to standards.
And then I feel like I keep running out of breath when I talk, and now I feel like I have some horrible disease or something. Do I?
Go to a sauna. It'll get everything out of you.
The doctor last week said
You'll leave everything behind on the sauna chair.
He said my lungs sounded fine. The other guy said my larynx, my voice. Is your larynx your voice box? Same thing, synonymous?
I guess.
Nobody knows.
No.
We're certainly all revealing our level of intelligence here.
Yes.
And so I've been examined now like 3 times in the past week, and I keep losing my breath. Why? And now you did. Let's hear that again.
No, let's not hear that again because I didn't know I did it. Analyze why they occur. occur. You're such a jag-off. You are.
Bob,
Austin.
breathe in. Breathe out.
Bob just called you a jag-off, Limits.
Wow.
Are you insulted by this?
See what he's doing?
What am I doing? Why do I always
get this? The hey Bob's bad enough, and then we go to this level.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob.
No. No. You can't do that.
Do you have Igor calling the other day by any chance? I think we're all in a celebratory mood with the party tonight, Bob. Did you hear the ruckus back there when it was me, you, Mulsey, and Pony doing our putting contest? I think everybody's hyped today.
Yeah, they are.
I think we're all
Are
excited.
there any instructions about what can and cannot be said?
There are. I felt like one of my songs got censored a little bit. I was going to report that to the FCC or the FAA. Who do you report it to?
FAA.
What is the FAA?
The FAA does air travel, I thought. Isn't that the federal?
I don't know
aviation?
where to report it to. I can't. I keep losing my breath, Bob, when I try to talk.
The FAA is the Federal Aviation Administration.
Go back to Igor if you have that.
Well, let's find out. Igor in Indiana, how are you today? You're such a jag-off. You know, you really are.
Bob, you've been insulting me and Limits left and right lately.
You deserve it.
And it hurts.
That's all I can tell you. You deserve it.
It hurts. Next.
Talking about grasping for air there, Joe. You with the wheeze. All right.
I know. What does it sound like there's a problem? Who else should I go to get it checked?
It just seems like you're laughing so heavily that you can't breathe at the moment during that.
I don't know.
That has happened. Have you ever laughed so hard?
I have done that.
You
yeah.
like kind of.
This is different. I keep running out of breath in the middle of talking, and it never happened to me before. What's gone wrong? Tell me.
You're just getting older. It happens.
Something's wrong. Go ahead.
Multiple top draft stars that are going to be in the 2025 NFL draft class are not participating in the combine. Tyler Warren, Penn State's tight end, is not working out. He's just interviewing. Abdul Carter is doing the same thing, the Penn State pass rusher that could be in the top 5. The same can be said for Shedeur Sanders, who is not going to throw at the combine. Ashton Genty is also not going to do some combine drills as well. Is this starting to feel like a little bit of a slight towards the combine? Does this take something away from the combine? This is a little bit of a surprising development that more and more players are deciding just to interview and not go through the actual workout period, hold off until their pro day.
And the interviews are even more ridiculous. Yeah, just go to your pro day. Of course it takes away from the combine. That won't stop millions of people from sitting there and watching it, thinking that they're gleaning something from it, Bob.
I think if you're in one of those high-end positions, the less you do is probably better. And you can do it where you're most comfortable on your campus with the people you know, as opposed to going here. If you're one of these guys who needs to go and show and move up in the terms of stock and your, potential here, I think you need to go to the combine. Guys like Calvin Austin became somebody we noticed because of his speed. But if you're not, if you're already, you look at the draft board, you see who's 1 through 10. You know who those guys are. Do they have to go there and do anything more? They're going to be 1 through 10. You could do it on your own campus, feel more comfortable with it, and I think that's all they need to do. And who's to say you can't talk to somebody in your own town when they come to visit you? Why do you have to go to Indianapolis to go through a whole bunch of these interviews?
I hear you.
When you don't have to.
Right.
Not true for everyone, but for the elite players, I don't think you need to do it.
Anything else, Limits?
Yes, one more thing before we
And
get
what
to the
about
big
if a
boy.
soft tissue issue occurs there? Who do you blame?
Well, that's probably one of the reasons they don't want to do anything.
Yeah, that's part of it. You can get hurt there.
Well, especially if, like, what do you need to do if you're Ashton Genty?
Nothing.
Honestly,
really don't.
I mean, the tape speaks for
How
itself.
do you view it? I view production just as much as I do potential. I like production. If I see that kind of production, I think I made my mind up what kind of player he can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, you may want more specifics.
And you learn about that from watching the tape. What else could it be, Bob, after my lungs or voice box when it comes to this? Now I'm getting curious. Why do I keep running out of breath? And apparently you do too. What's wrong with us?
Well, I know what's wrong with me. I don't know. I can't speak for you. It could be, I don't know, fluid on the lungs?
No, he listened to my lungs. I had him listen to the lungs.
Why are you asking me? Because I'm not a doctor. I can give you only scenarios that will make you really angry at me.
It was too much of that.
Maybe it's too much of that. You exert a lot of energy in your yelping.
That sounds like
I can't imagine
a sheep
your wife
that's suffering horribly.
Your wife would have to hate that. You don't do that at home, do you?
No, if I do anything approaching that, it almost becomes physically violent from her. She yells at me. You saw her. Did you see the video where she gave me the finger?
I did.
Just for yawning. That's it.
Yeah, yawning is that's a thing that can really affect.
I mean, like a normal yawn with maybe a little squeak to it. Nothing like what we just. If she heard me do this, Bob, I'd be sleeping in a hotel tonight. That sounds like a baby on a plane. Next.
It does sound like a sheep. All right, before we get to Kabali. Pony is at it again. Source.
Oh, no.
The Steelers have staff members who would love to bring back former Steeler defensive tackle Javon Hargrave. He knows the defense. He's only 32, and it would not preclude them from taking the defensive lineman in the draft.
Now that I'm game for. You, Bob?
The only thing I would like, first of all, I think Javon Hargrave has done a really good job with his career, how he turned into a player that got a big contract.
Wait a second. Why do you only play 3 games?
I don't know, but that was one of my next things. He's 32. And when you're 32, I would rather start with somebody younger in a draft or someone younger in free agency. He won't command a big number because he already got the big number. He was looking for that one big contract in San Francisco. As much as I respect his career, what he's done, I wouldn't want him back here.
He tore his triceps.
They all do that at one point. Bicep, tricep, whatever.
He only played in 3 games. I don't know. That sort of sours me a little bit. But if you get him for a nice price, guys come back from that too. There it happened again. Did you hear that? Did you hear me lose my breath at the end of that? That normally doesn't happen, Bob.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I just think you're all gung-ho for tonight to the point where you're just getting too excited.
Could be. Coming up next, by the way, we have Sonny Vaccaro, I should say, at 1 o'clock on his new book. And I can't wait to talk to him. I talked to him about 2 weeks ago because I watched that Michael Jordan movie, Air, with Matt Damon, about them Nike signing him and Sonny being the point man there. Well, now he talks about his whole career in a new book that's out. Let's talk to Sonny at 1. But first, let's hear a little more from Omar. Bob and I haven't really riffed a little bit on Omar. He did a good interview after his big media scrum with Judy Batista of NFL Network. Let's hear a little bit of that. Him on Mike Tomlin, him on Najee's future. We'll hear from Omar Khan next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Diana Rossini with a new report out about Matthew Stafford saying that the exploration of his market over the last few weeks has indeed attracted significant interest from teams, most notably the Raiders and the Giants. A report earlier this week suggested that the Steelers are one of 4 teams interested in Stafford. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like the time Ron Cook got his celebrities confused.
Eric, I thought about who you reminded me of in the TV business.
Who's that?
Ron Jeremy. I've stunned silence here.
Yeah.
Nobody else watches Anchorman?
93.7 The Fan's 15th Faniversary. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health, Pittsburgh's leader in ED treatment. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get to Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at empower.com. What exactly is the plan for the New York Football Giants? The team is armed with the 3rd overall pick, which could put them in line for a quarterback, but the rumors that they could be in play for Matthew Stafford aren't going away. The owner says the team needs to find their QB of the future, yet the GM says they need to win games immediately. Doesn't sound like an operation that's on the same page. I'm Maggie Gray.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interest first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Ramadan is here, and Salem's Market has everything you need. From fresh halal meats to delicious prepared foods, they're your one-stop shop for sahur and iftar. Visit 29th and Penn in the Strip District or order online at salemsmarketgrill.com. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here with Matt and Catherine. They made the decision to lose weight and improve their life together, both dropping 33 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
She came home so excited one day and said, I heard about Awaken 180. I'm so excited. You have to try it with me. It's not medication. It's not a shot. It's food. You're going to make meals. And I think that was one of the biggest selling points.
What makes Awaken 180 different is the maintenance program.
just to know that you get that support gives me the confidence to keep going. I think it's important for people to know how much more fun it is to do it with a partner. Just to have the support system, it's so much more helpful.
It's going to change your life.
Thanks, guys. Like any goal, accomplishing it with someone sharing the same goal makes it twice as easy and twice as rewarding. Grab a coworker, friend, or spouse and make your 180 with the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, did you see this story in The Athletic? This was from 5 hours ago. Sam Amick talking about Luka Doncic, who we saw last night beat the Lakers, but that huge trade that they made for Anthony Davis. But here's the story, and I'll quote from it. Make no mistake, the people who witnessed Doncic's last days in Dallas do not paint a flattering portrait of the 25-year-old's professionalism. They call him lazy. They talk about weight issues that were such a frequent frustration within their walls. They mention the social habits that The Athletic has reported on, such as a taste for beer and hookah, which have been a point of concern for NBA types since he was 19. They predict his basketball demise, highlighting a health history that, as some see it, will likely lead to catastrophe in the next 5 years or so. So now everybody on social media is calling him Hookah Doncic. What do you make of this?
I mean, I've heard those things, and I've also heard that because of his habits and things that go beyond what you just described, potentially, that they just decided they weren't going to supermax him and give him the money that he wanted eventually, so why not move him now? But,
what is hookah? Is that smoking out of a long pipe, Bob?
I don't know.
Limits?
I haven't done a hookah.
No, I have not either, but I know there are places where you can do that.
Can you look up what a hookah, when they say his taste for beer and hookah, what they mean by that, please?
Maybe Mark Cabali would know what a hookah is.
Let's bring in Mark Cabali.
Because he knows what a
big boy.
Yeet. Maybe in a hookah.
He is on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. There he is. He's also on our YouTube channel. He works for the Pat McAfee Show, and he just fell. I think he fell, Bob. Are you okay?
What in the world is going on?
Mark?
Hold on.
Are you up, right? Oh, my God.
Yeah,
My first question for you, Mark.
It was a joke.
Does Pat have an unlimited expense account for you? You can go out to any steakhouse you want and he pays?
We're going to test that, right?
Do you know what hookah is, Mark?
There's a hookah. I'm guessing there's different kinds of hookah. I guess you can add things to hookah. Is there a hookah bar in the South Side?
Yeah, I guess that means you go in and you smoke, right, Bob?
There are smoke shops everywhere in Pittsburgh. I don't know if you've noticed, but they're everywhere.
That's a vape shop there.
Yeah.
But I think I don't know. You're asking the wrong person when you're talking about hookah.
All right, then let's move on to the Steelers. These NFLPA grades are out. Not good grades for the Steelers. Art Rooney gets a D again from his own players. Big deal, small deal, no deal?
I think it's a small deal. I don't think it's that important of an issue, because when you look at it, you really break it down and you put it across the whole horizon there and add everything to it. It's all based on the size of the facility. Locker room's got a bad grade, yeah, because locker rooms stink because the facility is too small. Different amenities within the training room, yeah, because the size of the facility is too small. And if you would find now you can sit here and criticize them for not finding a better place or not moving forward quickly enough to get a more 2020 version of a facility, but they've been adding to stuff there, but they're just out of room, man. Just totally out of room. They need to move out of that facility in order to be able to get any of these high grades. And you talk to some people about these grades, so you don't know where they come from. I don't think it's more than a dozen people that do this survey. I mean, it could be a practice squad guy could be there for
no. It averages
2
out.
weeks.
It averages out to 52 players per team, if they're telling the truth.
Well, they can average it out 52 per team, but I don't think that's the Steelers' participation level. But that's beside the point. I do think they obviously did upgrade some things from last year, but I mean, their travel was top 10. Their food is a B-, which is just ridiculous in my eyes, right, Pomp? It should be a lot higher.
That's
than
what
that.
I told Joe. I said,
well, how do you guys know if you haven't been to every other facility?
You don't need to go to every facility to taste good food and a whole abundance of it, do you? Do you want Michelin-star chefs? Is that what you want? If that's the case, then we're talking about a bunch of spoiled athletes.
What do you think of Donnie Football taking a little shot at you, big boy?
They're always taking shots at me there. I guess I'm an easy target. But the bottom line is, Joe, they had to construct a sauna inside the confines of the bathroom, the locker room bathroom, because they have no room to put it.
Well, when are they getting a new facility? I just saw an interview. I think it was Jenna Harner with Art last year, where he said this facility is coming to an end here, and we're going to have to upgrade or get a new one. What are you hearing?
Yes. I think they hired David Morehouse a couple years ago, and I think he's in charge of partly that and partly of upgrades to the stadium as well. I think maybe Danny Rooney might have something to do with it, but, I think there is a contract tied to that facility for the next couple of years. But I think they know more than anybody else. They got to move. They've outgrown it. And I'm sure Pitt would love to take over the entire facility themselves because they're pretty jammed up as well. It was a good idea 25 years ago. Right now, having a pro team and a college team share a facility is just counterproductive.
Where though, would be the land to do this? Is it in a similar position down the road? I know they have a lot, up against the river down there. They have options potentially.
Yeah. I think I was snooping around. I think across the river, and what is across the river? I don't even know the name
lot
of
of
the
land.
town.
I don't know, but it's a lot of land.
Yeah, but I think it's sold though. I think somebody owns that.
Okay.
The smart thing would be, not the smart thing because I wouldn't want to do it, is go up to Cranberry, get cheaper taxes, of course, out of the city. But I don't know how willing Art wants to move the franchise out of the city of Pittsburgh as well. I'm sure it would, but that's the logical spot, right next to the Penguins up in Cranberry. I mean, a majority of the players, maybe not a majority, a large number of the players live north of the city anyway. So,
well, that's certainly the case with hockey. A lot of the
it.
hockey players, and that's where they practice most of the time. So you don't have to even go into the city.
No, but that wouldn't do us any good. Well, maybe you, Palmer. Not me.
No.
It would do Pomp wonders, wouldn't it, Pomp?
No. I don't have a problem going where it is. I do think they can renovate that and make it bigger, though. I do think there's a way. So we'll see. That's going to be down there.
5 years? What did they do? They put a ton of money into it, 10, 20 million.
But it's like, you know what? It's like anything else,
6
Mark.
years ago, and they already outgrown it.
It's just every 10 years or so, you got to change stuff. It's just the way it is. It's like your house.
Bob, you see the parking situation.
It's awful.
They're parking on top of each other because there's no room. There's just no room.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan. Oh, Limitless Wonder. Well, I'll tell you in a minute what that's brought to you by. I'll make you wait for that one, won't I? So what about Matthew Stafford? How realistic? It sounds like Tom Brady's making a push for Stafford. What do you think about the Steelers? What do you think about the idea of him on the Steelers, Mark?
Oh, the idea is good, but I don't think that comes to fruition. I mean, there's a reason why things have gone south in Los Angeles. It's because money, right? He wants more money, and I don't think that's the prudent position the Steelers should go into right now with a 37, 38-year-old quarterback. I mean, if Omar can pull off some magic and, get a guy for a one-year deal at a decent rate, that's a different story, but I don't see that happening right now. So I would even put him way beneath the list. It'd probably be Trevor Lawrence, then Matthew Stafford. And we know where Trevor Lawrence sits in their thoughts right now. So I think Aaron Rodgers has a better chance of coming here than Matthew Stafford.
Wow. I wouldn't go for that. What do you think most likely will happen? No, I wouldn't. I'm not a big Aaron Rodgers fan at this point of his life or career. I do think, though.
Well, he might even retire. Pat said today on his show, I listened to part of it, is he doesn't. He's contemplating L.A., but he wouldn't even count out retiring as well. So you just don't know with Rodgers right now.
So the most logical solution is, when it comes to quarterbacks,
same as it was about a month ago, Justin Fields. I think they're waiting to see what kind of answer they get from him. And while they wait for him, they got to pretend, and I say pretend like they are interested in everybody just in case Justin Fields does not want to come here or gets a better offer somewhere else. I think it's always been Justin. I think he's their number one priority. But you can't put all your eggs in your basket. And even Omar said that yesterday. We right now have nobody under contract. So we have to approach it like that and go out and try to evaluate every possible scenario right now. But if it was up to them, I think they would bring back Justin Fields as number one. And we'll see what happens after that. The one thing you can't do is say, hey, Russell, we want Justin, hold around just in case he goes somewhere else. That's just not good way of doing business. So they're going to make it sound like everybody's still involved, but Justin Fields is the guy they want.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Where are you? What's happening?
I'm outside the old media center in the Combine.
Oh.
And some guy just walked by and just started talking on his just totally interrupted me there, Joe. What's going on?
I don't know.
People have no sense of their surroundings.
Yeah. Where are we with Najee at this point? Is he coming back?
It didn't sound like it. Omar pretty much rubber stamped the Jaylen Warren restricted free agent tender coming up here within the next week or two to be able to bring him back, and then they'll probably add somebody there and in the free agency market and draft somebody right there. So I think it's going to take a lot of negative things to happen to Najee Harris for them to even consider him coming back. So I think, honestly, that ship has sailed.
So there was a report that Ashton Genty had met with the Steelers and they were interested, which when I hear these things, Mark, I just think that they're doing their due diligence. Never would I look at it and say, oh, they're going to take him in the first round. I think they learn maybe that's not the prudent play when it comes to running backs. He's an interesting player for sure, but aren't they just doing their due diligence? Would you read into that other than, they're trying to find out as much as they can about the guy?
The last thing you want to do, Pomp, is be sitting there at 21 and everybody's off your board and Genty's sitting there and saying, you know what, we didn't do any research on him whatsoever. Man, we're just left in the cold right now. I mean, like you said, you got to do your due diligence, even though it's a long shot of even getting to or even draft him into that point or finding, a guy that you would want more than him at that point right there. So it's more than that. I mean, they spend the majority of the time out here in the combine talking to these guys, trying to get a feel for them, and don't even discredit what it means 4 years down the road from now when Genty might be a free agent and Mike Tomlin all of a sudden needs I said Mike Tomlin, Joe. He'll be here in 4 years. Wants a running back, and Genty says, "Oh, wow, they liked me back then." So I would not anticipate they unless that first round of the draft just goes bonkers, and you're left with no choice and you can't trade out of it. Then you have to entertain it. But you're right; they're just doing what they need to do at this point, so they have a book on the guy.
All right, a yes or no version of the free association. You ready, Doctor?
Sure.
George Pickens gets a new contract this offseason.
No.
George Pickens is back with the Steelers next season.
Next season as in 26?
This coming season.
Yeah, I think he'll play out this year, unless it goes real south and they trade him by the deadline.
The Steelers will draft a wide receiver in the first round.
Yes.
Justin Fields will be their quarterback.
No.
Who will be their quarterback?
Dangerous, baby.
Oh,
Danger, boy. Russ.
Danger, Russ. Okay. Defensive line. Pony put out there that Javon Hargrave may be a man of interest. Will he be on the Steelers next year?
I think he's very interesting. I'd take a look at him. I haven't kept up on my Javon Hargrave film over the past couple of years, but he's a guy that can play multiple positions, so I'll definitely look at him, yeah.
Thank you, big boy. We'll let you go.
Have a nice trip.
He must be giving you the old wind it up thing, right?
Yeah,
there, Joe?
It's like the old Gong Show. He's pulling me off stage. Thank you, big boy.
All right, fellas.
All right, see ya, Mark.
Goodbye. What a nice man he is, huh, Bob?
Yeah, that's the loud area he was in.
Yeah, it was. It was getting a little too loud, wasn't it?
But it is a combine. There are a lot of people there. A vacuous stadium.
Very vacuous, yeah. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Our next guest, top of the hour, has led a fascinating life from organizing the Round Ball Classic to being the Nike point man for signing Michael Jordan to that legendary shoe deal all those years ago. Matt Damon played him in a movie, and now he has a new book out about his life. Sonny Vaccaro joins us next on Pomp and Joe. Do I owe you anything else, Limits?
That is all.
Then I'm going to tell you about the NBA when the game tips off. NBA action's just beginning on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. Might miss the first few minutes, might just jump in on a fourth quarter comeback. You can make your picks from the first whistle to the final buzzer. Plus, you can combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers ranked 28th out of all 32 teams in the NFL in the new NFLPA survey, with the best grade out of all the facilities and amenities being an A for head coach Mike Tomlin. Art Rooney II received a D with ownership. The worst grade was a C-. Strength for the strength coaches for the Steelers, that was 32nd in the NFL. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser. Headlines, easy for me to say. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Men with ED, if you think chewing gum or calling an 800 number for pills will fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, NuFlow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call NuFlow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to Sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no-obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore. The ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Right now at all number 1 Cochrane locations, it's Show Me the Savings Time with their most dazzling auto show offers ever. Find leases as low as $139 a month. Get financing from 0%. Or enjoy savings up to $25,500 off MSRP. Plus choose from new vehicles starting under $19,000 with more than 175 models under $25,000. Come see number 1 Cochrane Auto Show offers now during Show Me the Savings Time. Visit a location near you or shop online at Cochrane.com. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. Cost per $1,000. Finance varies with vehicle, APR, and term length. Ultra-low mileage leases may include mileage overage fees. Excludes acquisition, tax, plate, license, and dock fees. May not stack with other offers. In stock while supplies last. See dealer for details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tough one for the Penguins last night in Philadelphia. 6-1 the final score as the Penguins look to bounce back and play the Flyers again, currently on a 4-game losing streak. 7:30 on Thursday, back at PPG Paints Arena tomorrow as the Penguins are in last place in the Metropolitan Division standings and bottom 5 in the NHL standings. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Sonny Vaccaro joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, when you're looking for the most influential basketball people, certainly from Western Pennsylvania, but in the country at large, I think he qualifies as well. They did make a movie about him, after all, called Air, with Matt Damon starring as Sonny Vaccaro. You won't find many more influential people in the world of marketing, in the world of basketball. And he's a Pennsylvania guy, Western Pennsylvania, from Trafford. And he's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, here to talk about his new book called Legends and Souls. The legend himself, Sonny Vaccaro. Sonny, how are you?
I'm good now that I'm talking to Pittsburgh. And I've been waiting for a week to do this show again.
I know. We couldn't wait. Bob, I watched the movie.
It was a great movie. And the fact that Matt Damon plays you, that's a pretty high compliment right there, I think, too.
Well, anybody that would have the nerve to play me really should be complimented. So I appreciate him playing that role.
He was great, and that prompted me to have Sonny on 2 weeks ago. I didn't know that a new book was in the works, but here it is. He said he would come on 2 weeks later, and here we are. Legends and Souls. I'll copy a question you were asked, I believe, by maybe NPR, did an interview with you, Sonny, and that is how your upbringing in Western Pennsylvania sort of helped to shape you and everything you've done in the world of basketball.
Well, forgetting the world of basketball, just shaping me as an individual. Growing up in Trafford with the family and all the other families, it didn't shape me. It molded me into having certain principles and certain ideals about what the world was every year I got older. But it was the community, and as I grew older, it was Western Pennsylvania, and I got involved in events like the Dapper Dan through the years. But it was my beginning, my family, as everyone listening to this, and I'm sure it's the same way, it's still the same way. Family was so important, and this should still be so important to you, and that's what I owe my, whatever this is called now, success or whatever at this age. It all started in Pittsburgh and Trafford.
So, Sonny, I want to ask you, for me, I always, when I hear your name, I think of your voyage into Nike and Michael Jordan. Sneaker deals were not around before you decided to get involved with them. And I'm very curious how that all came to be, that you would get Michael Jordan to be your first client, I guess.
Well, I'm surprised, too. I don't have the answer, and I never will. But I know how it happened. It happened because of a made basketball shot that I was at a basketball game between North Carolina and Georgetown. And I was rooting for Georgetown, and this young kid makes this shot, and everything took 17 seconds. And for some reason, I remember that the young kid happened to be Michael. I never thought of him again because I was working for Nike. I rooted my butt off for Georgetown to win that game because I was close to John Thompson, and most of those kids played in the Dapper Dan, that gone there. So to just tell you the honest truth, it was one of the 5 most improbable things that happened in my life that I would even be in this world. Because if Georgetown would have won, my life would have changed, and I would have never ever gotten involved, with Nike in all probability. Everything changes along the way. So I would never have known Michael Jordan. There was no reason ever to find him after that. But once he did that shot, psychologically it would stay forever. I evolved into this person, and I'm now working for Nike, and they asked me to make a decision on giving all the money that they had at that time in endorsements. And it wasn't a lot at that time in the 1980s. Everyone thinks the Nike today is the Nike of 1980s. It isn't. They were ready to go belly up in a lot of situations. I just happen to remember that shot, and I want to continue on with your conversation. It changed my life, but it changed the lives of many, many people, and certainly of marketing.
Certainly changed Michael Jordan's life, too, in the fact that he still makes tens and tens and tens of millions in passive salary from his deal with Nike because his mom, really, you told me, Sonny, was the one who wanted to include as part of his deal with you, he's going to get a cut of every single sneaker. Is that right?
Well, that's right. And, the parents, wore the backbone, but Dolores, his mom, was the real say so. David Falk was the agent. He did everything they said, obviously. No one ever knew what was going to happen except hopefully what I thought would happen, and then being able to involve myself with Michael personally and later with his family. But Mom and the whole family, that whole scene will never happen again because everything was first. Everything we did that made, giving him that much money, rolling the dice, giving him a percentage, going to someone that no one at Nike knew that he wasn't the primary pick. People wanted to take 3 guys. My thing was 1. I don't want to belabor that, but it was the most, fantastic thought, but everlasting event that ever took place in my life for sure. Michael signing changed the world, and certainly Michael changed marketing.
Talking to Sonny Vaccaro. He's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. Glad you could join us here on Pomp and Joe. Well, it would have been enough for most people to sign Michael Jordan, but you also signed Kobe Bryant, and in between the time that we've talked here, Sonny, I read the book Three Ring Circus about those Shaq Kobe years in L.A., and sure enough, there you were in the book. And when you met Kobe, or at least when you had your most significant interaction with him, he was a high school kid from around the Philly area. He was at your All-Star game or your All-Star camp, and he didn't win the MVP the first time around. And what did he say to you? What was the conversation after that?
Well, he was a junior. I knew because his father was the MVP of the Dapper Dan in 1971, Joe Bryant. That's his daddy. So I knew Joe, and he brings his son along 23 years later. After the game, after the tournament up there, he walks out to me and said, "Thank you, Mr. Arcaro, for inviting me to camp," or something. I said, "But I want to apologize." "What for, Kobe? You made the All-Star team. You had a great. They just finished up the All-Star game." He said, "I'm going to come back next year, and I'm going to be the MVP of the whole camp." Those words were given to me by a 16-year-old kid who just came over to America, just so the public understands that. He spent his early days in Italy because his father was playing the last year of professional ball over there. So Kobe and I sort of bonded, in my mind, that day when he said that. The audacity, the strength, the cockiness, whatever you want to call it. And if you follow his obviously all too short career and the horrible death he ended in, that's who Kobe Bryant was all his life. And I saw it, not that I'm a genius, I saw it because it was in front of me, that he just wanted the most. He's going to be the best. And when it was all said and done that he couldn't play anymore, he's certainly up there in that category.
Sonny, I want to get into the round ball, but before I do that, I also want to ask you, if I'm not mistaken, you were the guy who approached coaches, college coaches back in the day, and came up with deals for them as well. So the soul you've provided to the game of basketball goes on quite some time here. What was that like, and who did you first approach about signing a coach to a shoe deal?
Jerry Tarkanian. After I convinced Phil Knight to give me some money and pay the coach and put the shoes on the kids, I was living in Las Vegas at that time, and Jerry was a dear friend, and until his death. But I knew him because when he was Long Beach and got the job at UNLV very well. And I flew back from Oregon that day, and I called Jerry that night, and I said, "I want to meet you in the morning." And I got an offer you can't refuse. And I went over to him, and he didn't refuse. It took about 5 minutes to say, "You're going to give me $10,000, and I don't have to pay for the shoes." It was sort of what Valvano and a lot of others said later on. But Jerry was the first guy, and he led me on to other guys. And then the next year, we were really rolling. Yeah, Jerry was the first guy.
Sonny Vaccaro on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, talking about his new book with Armin Katian. Sonny, when it comes to NIL and players getting paid, what's your thought on all this? There seems to be a sentiment out there, especially among a lot of these coaches, some of whom have stepped down because of this. Tony Bennett is one who's been outspoken. What do you make of this, of the state of players getting paid?
Well, O'Bannon and I think we had a part of that. I mean, I think, that it took 100 years for them to do it. I mean, it was the biggest sin ever perpetrated on mankind, young kids. Now, I know I'm exaggerating quite a bit here, but I'm saying to you, what right did the NCAA have to say that these kids were so-called amateurs and deprive them of earning money off of their backs, all those years? And for the coaches, and I know everyone that quit, I signed most of them guys to Nike contracts way back when. They're still friends of mine. But it's hypocrisy at its very peak. Absolutely. For years, the kids were tied to their thoughts that you went there, you had to stay there for 4 years or until they kicked your butt out, or if you wanted to transfer, you sat out a year. They kept getting paid and paid and paid and paid, and I paid them. I paid some of them $250,000 to wear the shoes that I wanted those kids to wear. So it's hypocrisy. Now, that doesn't mean I don't like them. I don't respect them. They have their voice. But they were employed by the universities, and I think it was all fraud. And as far as the best thing I ever did was being able to grow up and travel with my family and all the things that I was able to do at a young age, starting with the Dapper Dam. The best thing, when it's on my tombstone, it's going to be, my thought, the O'Bannon trial. That's the best thing I could have ever done, was do something for others. You really don't know who they are. But to answer your question and not sort of rebut you, because you're asking a very fair question, I think the coaches are full of crap, and I think that all the public that think that these guys, the kids couldn't get money. Well, I'll leave this on there. I know we're limited time, and I want to talk some more. Here's what I'm saying: these schools are paying the kids now, aren't they? They're giving Rick Pitino just said yesterday he's never recruiting a high school player again. Right. Well, why do you want to go through watching a kid evolve and transfer the next year? You know what? Good. I'm glad. Because those kids that are transferring, they're putting themselves in, just like you. I know one of you guys have been there for 45 years, and you're historically famous. You were one. Those days are over. If you could have gone to whatever it was and you liked it better, you would have been able to leave on your own. You chose to stay. These kids are put in a vacuum. So this is the best thing I ever did was O'Bannon.
Yeah, I mean, that was a court victory that kind of set the stage for this NIL. But where do you think it goes from here, though? Because there's a lot of pushback about how much money and how it should be distributed. And what do you think is in the future here, Sonny?
Well, now they're deciding how they're going to distribute the money they're going to give. They shouldn't have that right, but I don't think there'll be an NCAA. I pray to God if he gives me a couple more days around here. But anyway, they're going to be run by businesses. The universities, they're going to make a deal. Who the hell said that these 5 commissioners should run the whole thing? You guys are deep into sport. You know what I'm talking about. The SEC, the Big Ten. I mean, they control. They control the whole damn what the football thing is. If it was up to the schools, they wouldn't even have a regular season. Let's just start a tournament in basketball, at the beginning, and let's see if we can just keep selling television ads. It's a one-way street, and what I want to make positive right here, the one-way street has now got a blockade on it. You can't go past it anymore. The kids can go.
Sonny Vaccaro, we're talking to his new book, Legends and Souls, about the remarkable career of, I guess, many things, but a sports marketer extraordinaire, Sonny is. I want to ask you about the round ball. Bob brought that up. So many people around here love going to that game. One of my fond memories, my brother came to visit me right after I moved to Pittsburgh, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Shaq was in that round. It was unbelievable. But what I want to ask you is, who is the single greatest talent you ever saw at the round ball?
I will never answer that question, or who's the best pro guy for. I can't do it. It's impossible to do that. You got to go back to Calvin Murphy to start at the beginning, because what him and Sammy Icino did in 1965 or 66, 2 peanut guys, put on a show in Pittsburgh that continuously made the Dapper Dan sell out. So I would say, and I said very easily before, not that as obviously Calvin was a great college player and pro player, but as life goes on, those kids and the kids today are so much more improved and better. Not that they weren't good then, but it's all the advantages kids have now of other things that the young ones didn't. But the Dapper Dan, if you played in the Dan, or if you played in that first game, the Sidney Taffy game, which I thought was one of my better ideas to add on the local. That's what Pat and I decided to call it. Patty Caesar was the co-producer. You know that. He's my partner and been my partner. There wouldn't have been a Dapper Dan without Pat. But that the Western Pennsylvania All-Star thing against the City Catholic League got, I guess, over the years, thousands of scholarships. And that was the scholarship game. And a lot of great players played in that.
May I throw one thing here, Joe, at the end? And I believe this, and I've believed it for quite some time, that Sonny is not in the Basketball Hall of Fame, and he really should be. You're talking about how the game has changed and how he has been the kind of trigger for it to change. I don't know if you have feelings about that. It may not bother you one way or the other, but I, for one, think you have a place in that Hall of Fame.
I appreciate what you're saying, and others have said the same thing. You know what? If I say something that's, because of ego, vanity, but everybody likes to be respected for the job they're doing. And if that's inoculated, you get it along the way. What I did, I am in the Hall of Fame. I'm in the Hall of Fame of making friends and being able to do things for other people in my life. But when you get to that sort of a situation, that's not my calling. That's for other people to vote on and do whatever they want to do. But there are plenty of people that have deserved it and somehow didn't get into it. Certainly it would be nice, but certainly it didn't end my life, did it?
No, you sound great. And I'm just saying that I think, you're talking about people who have been contributors to any game, who have influenced the game, who've done the things that you've done that changed the game. There should be a space in there for that.
And I appreciate that so much. And that I don't want to. I mean, I would, but it wouldn't just be representing me. It would be representing everything that I stood for, all the kids, all the schools, all the whatever. Because that's why I would be put in something like that. It's because of other people's children that trusted me to put a kid on an airplane in California in 1965 and flying to Pittsburgh when they were the first time they were doing it. And they trusted because some mother or dad or some coach trusted who this guy was. That's what that is my Hall of Fame. But I know what you're saying, and I appreciate it. I don't want to pretend I'm not vain here, and I understand what you're saying. But it's not our control. But I mean it from the bottom of my heart. It would be nice, but it would be nice for Pittsburgh too. It really would, because without Pittsburgh, Sonny Vaccaro wouldn't have had an opportunity to be in the Hall of Fame.
All right, Sonny, if we could finish with this. I'm going to name somebody who played in the round ball, and you, just a quick, even like 5 words or less, something like that, just tell me what comes to mind, okay?
Go.
1983, Pearl Washington.
Oh, my God. Pearl Washington was the first of the showboats.
Man, I loved him.
And he backed it up.
I love that guy. 1979, Dominique Wilkins, Bob. How about that one?
Oh, nobody better when it comes to soaring through the air.
Sonny?
Well, he was the first of the dunkers, and you're absolutely right. He was the first of the dunkers before we knew what the heck the dunkers were. That's exactly great. Well, thank you.
I'm looking at these attendance figures too from the Civic Arena. One of my favorites. This was a guy I used to imitate in Nerf basketball. Campy Russell from Michigan. He shot the ball over his head. He came to the arena many years later as an executive for the Cavaliers when LeBron came here for an exhibition game. And I went up to him and said, I used to imitate you in Nerf basketball. And he looked at me like I was crazy. Anyway, Campy Russell.
How can you shoot a ball on top of your head? I mean, seriously. I mean, how could you do that? It was the most. In fact, there was a kid at Duquesne way a long time ago that used to put it above. Dave Ricketts' brother, I think, he used to put it above his head and shoot that set shot. Campy and things like that. These kids did when they were young, and we didn't know what the hell they were doing. There was a guy named Helicopter. Somebody in New York. He can jump on top of the dam and take a quarter off the top of the scoreboard or some darn thing. Legendary things happen without anybody around, and then you just keep saying and talking about it. But those 3 issues right there, that's what legacy is. Remembering something that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen.
1989, one of your MVPs was Shaq. What do you remember about that guy?
Well, Shaq, easy to remember, but not so much from Pittsburgh because he wasn't the highest-rated guy coming in. He came in with, and he's still mad at me because there was other guys in there I said I gave shoes to before I gave them to him. But Shaq proved to be, obviously one of the greatest players ever to play. The most outspoken individual coming from those decades until today. And he also happens to be one of the most literate, successful guys ever. So a kid from a background, his father was in the Army, and he was in Europe and all that stuff. When he came to the States to play in the Dapper Dan, he had just come back to America. So Del Brown actually helped me get him. I didn't really know that much about him. And Del Brown, because of Louisiana, that's how I even got him. But, so many stories like this at the Dapper Dan, especially the early one. Moses Malone. I mean, my God.
That's one of my favorites. Moses Malone.
But this has been great. I like this question and answer. I like history.
Well, I'll finish it with this one. I'd be remiss. I have a very good friend, Frank Benkowski from Ambridge. I've known him for 30 years, and every time I see him over these 30 years, he mentions the Ambridge. Was it the 67 Bridgers or 68? I can't remember. But Dickie DiVenzio was your MVP in 67.
As soon as you said Dickie DiVenzio, as soon as you said Ambridge, it had Dickie DiVenzio. At this time, now let's go back to Calvin Murphy and all that stuff where little guys had things. Dickie DiVenzio was one of the most talented kids I've ever been around, and you're going back to that era when today you see it all done. Dickie could shoot, run, but he was a hero in many ways. But his ability to play basketball with that team of that era is legendary, and he should be recognized. He went through awfully hard time at the end and that stuff, and the things at Duke didn't work out as well. But if you're just talking for a shot of a kid there, that team and that kid was as good as anyone that ever played in that game.
Sonny, the book is called, as you know, Legends and Souls, the memoir of an American original. We appreciate you taking the time. Good luck with the book, and we'll talk again soon.
Thank you, Sonny.
I pray we do, and thank you guys for sure. I'd love to do it. God bless everybody from Western Pennsylvania and my family in Trafford. Bye-bye.
Take care, my friend.
Just as engaged as he's ever been. He's 85 years old, and he goes back with the memory, man. That's incredible.
I know you love basketball, too. I could talk about that stuff all day, and that was, my brother I just moved to Pittsburgh in 89, and I'm looking at the MVPs from that game. I remember we watched Shaq. Shaq was the East MVP, and Billy McCaffrey for the West. We were part of a crowd of 12,378. You must have covered a bunch of those.
Oh, it was unbelievable. And great access to interview those guys. Again, you have to remember, these are the up-and-coming. It's almost like watching AAA baseball. You know they're talented, but where would they end up? And then you look back after they achieve all this greatness in their NBA careers or wherever they played, and then you look back and say, I remember them. I remember when Moses Malone came to town. I remember when all these guys.
LeBron in 03.
Yeah. I remember I was a judge for a slam dunk contest once at the Peterson Event Center for one of the slam dunk things.
Who was Was Grant Hill one of them,
Grant Hill was one of them, yes.
Yep. I think, was Kajana Carter with you?
Kajana Carter, all those guys.
I was there that night.
Yeah,
I talked to you.
Did I pat you on the head, or did I actually engage you in conversation?
I think we didn't even know each other yet, I think.
No, it was really fun, and I used to love that stuff. That Kobe Bryant was.
Me too.
We still have an autographed basketball that they gave all the judges with Kobe Bryant's autograph on it. So
here's his dad. Here's his dad from the 72 round ball. Jelly Bean Joe Bryant was the MVP for the East that year.
Thing. It was all because of Sonny Vaccaro. He had a vision, and he went after it.
Wow. All right. We wrap it up next. Limits, did you enjoy that conversation?
I loved it. My dad was telling me a story last week about how, because he knew that Sonny was coming on, we were talking about it. Baldwin actually went down at one point, I think right around the time when he was in high school, and played like in a part of like the Round Ball Classic.
Yeah.
He went down there, he watched Magic Johnson play in the Round Ball. Like, oh my gosh, he had so many good stories about it.
Another thing we watched around that 1990 time, or somewhere in there, was Jerry McCullough outplay Allen Iverson at the Civic Arena in a game. I know Pitt fans remember that night. Georgetown came in here with Iverson, and
right.
McCullough outplayed him, and Pitt won.
I remember Patrick Ewing coming into town, and who was the big Pitt center who would go in there just to foul him all the time, basically? I mean, he was
Morningstar?
Darren Morningstar.
Yeah.
I mean, he was better than that. I'm just saying that they had fouls to give, and their whole thing was get in there, be physical with this guy.
Fouls.
Give those fouls when you can. Darren Morningstar was great.
I love it.
Those days back at the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse when those games were taking place,
was great.
The atmosphere was incredible.
Incrinculant, some would say. One of my first memories here was a packed Fieldhouse to watch Dante Calabria and Blackhawk play against Perry. What was his name? The guy for Perry who was the star of the game. Who was it? What was his name? Bob. And I think they beat Blackhawk? Eddie Benton. Eddie Benton.
I remember that name, yes.
He went to Vermont.
And Dante Calabria had a great overseas career. He went there and was making a lot of money.
I called him a couple of years ago when Vince Carter retired, It's funny you mention his name because I was watching Inside the NBA last night, and Vince Carter was on, and one of the topics they were talking about was him, Shaq, the host, I forget who else, the greatest dunker of all time. That was my column. Was Vince Carter, I think, was the greatest in-game dunker of all time. So I called Calabria, and he told me, I said, what was his best one at North Carolina? And he said he gave him a bad inbounds pass under their basket, or under the other team's basket. A bad inbounds pass, and he reached back with one arm and dunked it over somebody. He was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal. And the athletic ability back then, before you saw what's happening today with these athletes who were getting so much specialized training, nutrition, all this stuff, back then it was in short supply. It was just natural talent, and it was fun to watch it throughout the years at the Round Ball for sure.
All right, Bob, we'll wrap it up next with a couple of clips getting ready for our fan 15 anniversary party, 15-year anniversary. It's going to be very special tonight over at Rivers Casino. I want to talk to you about the Good Feet store. First, the joints of my big toes. Yes, very painful for a long time. Not good, not diagnosed properly. Got better when I visited the Good Feet store. Why? Because of the Good Feet foot arch support system designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. And it might be your low back. It might be plantar fasciitis. It might be pain and burning in the balls of your feet. It might be needles in the heel. There's a lot of things that go wrong with feet. At the end, I didn't care anymore. I just wanted less pain, and that's what I got. It's customized to your feet, your shoes. Don't need new shoes, anything like that. You go to goodfeet.com, or you visit a store, Robinson Town Center. That's where I went, across from IKEA. Cranberry Township, Route 19, next to Walgreens. And down in Morgantown, there's a store at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, according to Mike Garafolo, have informed former Pitt safety Jordan Whitehead that they are not exercising his option bonus, and Whitehead will become a free agent in a few weeks when free agency officially opens. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Thank you, Limits, for your kindness and compassion. College basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Yes, I've been telling you about St. John's left and right every single day. And then they smashed UConn, which was very enjoyable. That's $150, and I think they're going to make a run. 150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on all the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Beyond Lincoln. Join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Tennessee Titans are sending mixed messages about what they're going to do with the number 1 overall draft pick. They admitted they're taking calls from other teams. This decision is a big domino. There are only 2 real first-round quarterbacks, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. If Tennessee doesn't want one, a lot of other teams do. The Browns, the Giants, the Raiders, the Jets. The Titans really don't want a QB. The draft and free agency will change dramatically. I'm Andrew Perloff.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a bucket list sports trip. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip, September 25th through the 29th, with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium, reserved seat game tickets, and more. Only $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. This has been a very enjoyable show. I've decided, Bob, that I'm going out to California. I'm going to spend money that I don't have. I'm going to play Pebble Beach like you told me to.
Yes.
And then I'm going to go visit Sonny Vaccaro and interview him and hang out with him and talk basketball for a whole day.
I think that sounds like a great memory. And speaking of that, John tweeted us, enjoyed the interview with Sonny, brought back great memories. But he did correct me. I said Darren Morningstar. It was Matt Miklasevich who was the guy giving out fouls. But Darren Morningstar was also, I mean, they needed two guys to deal with Patrick Ewing. But Matt Miklasevich was the guy who was brought in to say, okay, just give him a blow and do what you can to contain Patrick Ewing. Thanks, John.
Thank you, John, very much. 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And by Awaken 180 Weight Loss, I might add. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We have our faniversary tonight. 15 years since we've been on the air. The actual date was February 15th. And we're going to be at Rivers Casino. And it's going to be quite a night. Do you think tears will be shed? Well, neither one of you have been here the whole time. That
12 for me, 12 of the 15.
12. Well, there you go.
But not originally, yes. But, I mean, it's been fun to do this. And there's a lot of stuff that's happened between the beginning date of 15 years ago and where we are now. So
a lot of strife between you and Ron, which was a surprise to me.
There was never any strife.
There was big strife.
There was no. It was
he
all...
blamed you for not having him on the nightly sports call, and then he confronted
he blamed me
you
for all
one
you
day.
want. I didn't have any control over that.
I know. I'm saying there was absolutely strife between you two. There was strife between me and Ron. I'm going to tell the story tonight, but I'll tell part of it right now. When I got put with Ron in that new slot in the midday, he refused to meet with me. I'm like, Ron, we're going to do a show together, a radio show.
What was his
called
basis?
Cook and Joe. He was like,
why was his basis for
I'll
not meeting
just
with
see
you?
you he literally said, I'll just see you the morning of the first show. Oh, great. So we're really going to map out our futures together here. We're just going to show up the day of the first show and start talking? What are we doing here, Bob? So there was strife between Ron and I as well. But then we came to be friends, sort of. Not really.
Some would say I wasn't even born when the station was invented 15 years ago.
Were you 2?
No, I would have been 13, about to turn 14.
Do you have any classic clip to play before we go?
15 years ago. No, that wouldn't have been true. I would have been like 8 or 9.
8, yeah.
I can't do math very well.
I mean,
That's why
Pony
I
and
talk.
Muller weren't much older when they walked into that first meeting. They were in their early 20s. They were but children, Bob.
How about that? And look what they've grown into.
How about Jack Sawinski just hit a home run in spring training, Joe? How about that? He has a hit, a single, he has a solo home run. If Greg Brown would have called it, it might have sounded like this.
And a fly ball deep to center field. Well hit by Sutton. To the wall. Gone. Raise the Roger. How you like Pittsburgh? How you like it? Goff. Walk-off win. Drew Sutton. He just the Jolly Roger. And he's at home plate. That's the magic of the Buccaneers. Everybody gets.
Remember that, Bob? When Giannotti used to make those. Giannotti made those Greg Brown clips.
He used to also make these. We used to do in our Steeler broadcast preseason. We had to promote a lot of the programming that was on the CW at the time.
Yeah.
And he'd always write up something about whatever show we had on. the vampire shows and made me read them as if
I remember that.
Had to read them on it. And these were like 5-paragraph reads, and they give you 20 seconds to read them. It's impossible to do it.
I remember him doing that, too.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
I have one more quick one. Dan
Please.
Zangrilli going crazy over a bad call in a Pirate game.
Determine the runner touch definitively. It's a joke. So you have to laugh, right? You can't get mad. You just have to laugh in its face because it is so ludicrous. Definitively determine the runner touched the plate. The catcher failed to maintain firm and secure possession of the ball throughout the tag. Throughout the tag. The tag was applied before the runner's foot hit the plate!
I never heard that.
I hadn't either until yesterday.
Now, wait a minute. Was that the call? Was that all the way back with that 19-inning game in Atlanta? What's he referring to there?
I don't know.
That had to have been Jerry Meals. I can't think of anything else.
That was when the Calliope's on that day.
Yeah. We have to go because the PM guys are at the casino getting us ready for the big party. Bob, I'll see you there. Limits, I'll see you there.
See you there.
Good night, gentlemen.
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, according to Adam Schefter, 3 teams are currently in on Matthew Stafford. His pony tweets out, it's the Giants, it's the Raiders, and the third team, well, the Pittsburgh Steelers. See if anything comes from that. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team from the casino next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 93.7thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Defensive Player of the Year race is wide open in the NBA, and the Great Barrier Thief has put himself in the mix. With Victor Wembanyama sidelined, the award is up for grabs, and Atlanta's Dyson Daniels is closing the gap. Through 53 games, he's averaging 13.9 points, 5.6 rebounds, and 3.1 steals per game in 34 minutes each. If he maintains this steals pace, he'll be the first player since Alvin Robertson in 1986 to average more than 3 steals per game in a season. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
You didn't really think we at Pittsburgh Brewing went through the effort of gutting a massive 19th century factory, scrubbing every brick, replacing every window, filling it with America's most advanced brew house, and restoring it to a jaw-dropping modern industrial marvel, just so we could bring people in for show and tell and throw some of the biggest parties in town. Did you? No. You see, we did it so those parties could have the best beer we've ever brewed. Have you tried Iron City lately?
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event, the new 2025 Kia Telluride LX 4-wheel drive, and lease for just $285 a month, or purchase with a special low APR starting at 4.49%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in a MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Hey, Adam.
Yes, Doran.
You know what I love about Guardian Protection?
What do you love?
They make home security so smart, it's like having your own personal security team.
You're not kidding. And their video surveillance has 24/7 HD recording, motion alerts, even two-way audio, so you can check in anytime.
Plus, smarter analytics mean your cameras can tell the difference between people and vehicles.
And that's why they're the best. Visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN or call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Call now for special offers.
What's up, guys? It's Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it is perfectly fine to admit it. Most of us guys, maybe closer to all of us, especially if you're not in your early 20s anymore, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, Blue Chew can help, and you probably know this, but if you don't, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, Blue Chew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Start to the second half of the hockey season could not have gone any worse for the Penguins out of this Four Nations break. Killed last night by the Flyers. Now they come home to play the Flyers tomorrow at PPG Paints Arena. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Live from an absolutely jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
.67, that'll do it. Tough one, Curtis. Tough one.
It really was.
Final score, Georgia Tech with the upset, 73-67 over the Panthers.
Flyers with a 5-1 lead. And a steal. Tip it to Michkov, and he's checked by Joseph. Got the puck back. Lays it off for Couturier. Back to Tippett, and they score! Tic-tac goal, and it's 6-1 Philadelphia.
All right, hello, everybody. We are live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook because in 4 hours, our grand celebration, the 15th anniversary party of 93.7 The Fan gets underway here. Expecting a sold-out event. I believe all the tickets have been handed out, Chris. I did not get a notification from Craig that people can still get them at the door, or am I wrong about that? Have you been given any intel?
I have not been given any intel. I think we could use guidance because we are the last show on the air before this thing happens if there are stragglers. Like, I know there are a couple.
We are the lead-in.
There are a couple people, and I think we're a strong lead-in. That's like having Monday Night Raw as your lead-in. Or I guess it was always La Femme Nikita or whatever was the lead-in on USA Network back in the day. Pony.
And T-Bird's here, and he's never been higher on a broadcast.
Wrong. He just yelled wrong.
No, I meant is in higher as in like more
your
excited
opinion
about one.
of the quality
Very
of the
excited.
broadcast. Yeah,
You
not
thought high as in stoned is what
like
I meant by that.
he also doesn't. He's never seen Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Even though he looks like his character out
He
of that
just looks like he could
movie.
be Jeff Spicoli's best buddy.
I don't think I've seen it either, for the record, but
no,
that's okay.
I have. It's a classic. Yeah. Anyway, I would like some serious guidance. We've had people come up asking us about it. I know a couple people.
Oh, this place is jammed. I mean,
well, no,
people
I have
coming
had
up left
I
and
had a
right
woman
here.
come
There's
up
a
to us.
young lady sleeping
had
over
had a very funny situation where a lady who's probably in her 50s or early 60s, but young enough to have a daughter roughly our age, said her daughter got 2 tickets, one for her, one for her daughter. Was supposed to get 2 more for her husband and her husband's buddy. Her daughter, quote, got the 2 tickets, but then was too drunk to remember she was supposed to get the tickets for her dad, which the woman seemed very distressed by. So I've got people who have asked for me to hold off some tickets on Will Call, which has already been taken care of. Our buddy Hoagie is coming. He's in that boat. I would genuinely like to know, if our boss Craig is listening, if people come up to us and ask, hey, I didn't get tickets, can I still get in, what we can tell them. I do not want to tell people the wrong thing, Pony.
Yeah, we don't want people getting turned down at the door.
I don't want people to have a bad night or to have their night fall flat like the Penguins and Pitt's Knights did last night. That's called a segue in this business.
Yeah, but I was going to say, I did know a guy that owned a restaurant where he would pay people who were actors to stand outside and wait in line.
Just to make it seem popular.
Just to make it seem like the place was
I have a
out of this
very
world. That's a true story.
I have a very Pony, you probably know this story because I feel like most people have heard some variant of it.
It was an empanadas place.
So it wasn't Casa Tumacha.
No, this is in New York City.
Okay. Did you know that early in Frank Sinatra's career, like his management people, he was going like nowhere as a singer. He was just kind of there. Mm-hmm. They thought he had like stage presence and could sing, but it just wasn't clicking. They paid a bunch of women to like young, attractive women to go and be front row at one of his shows and throw roses on the stage.
I think I've heard that
and
before.
basically like faint when he would look in their direction to just like swoon and caught like, oh my God, this crooner, he's this incredible sex symbol and singer. And dude, it worked. It was one of those deals where like everyone else saw it was like, wow, he must be great. And that kickstarted his career. It's a true story about Frankie Bones.
So tonight is our 15th anniversary party. And I think we are in need in Pittsburgh of a fun sports night, a fun night out that revolves around sports, that centers on Pittsburgh sports, because it is bleak, it is dark, It is gloomy. It is rock bottom in a lot of ways. And last
Has it ever been
night's
worse?
sports viewing, not for me, not in my lifetime. And then I think you can even debate at times in the 80s when things sucked. The Steelers went to an AFC
History of the
championship
station,
game in
has it been
84.
worse?
No, not even. No, absolutely
History
not.
of the station, we are at a nadir.
Yes.
Because, like, the stalling, you could talk, okay, has Pitt been worse than this in the station's history? Yes, the Stallings era. But during the Stallings era, you were in the thick of the Penguins and Steelers still being extremely relevant.
It's everything taken into account right now.
Okay, when you run down the teams, Pitt football struggled through a very disappointing season in just about every way, like the way it ended, right?
They're all the same. They start good and they end like crap.
Pitt basketball starts poorly and then can't get back in it.
I mean
their
the
seasons,
yeah.
Yes. Pitt basketball.
It was 12-2 and
looking
ranked
promising,
2-0 in the ACC.
Looking promising, looking like it's headed in the right direction. Damian Dunn coming back in the lineup. Look where they are now. They're not going to make it.
Pitt football 7-0.
To 7-5, the worst possible way you could go 7-5 in terms of, perception.
Pat Narduzzi going to be a part of the festivities tonight, so hopefully he's not hearing us talk about.
But he knows that it's the truth.
It is.
What's Pat going to say to me? I'm disappointed as anybody. Steelers 10-3. We think we've got something brewing here.
Omar
Something's
Khan
cooking.
said that. He said
Omar
even the media and fans thought we could win the Super Bowl.
Boom, 5 straight losses.
I think took a few liberties there
with
that comment.
With the fans,
okay.
yes, I think there were many liberties taken, but we like Omer on this show. I wouldn't want to alienate anybody else. The Pirates didn't really start strong, but were like in it and lingering last year with the Paul Skeen stuff. Like they were on
What do you mean they didn't start strong? Weren't they like 6-0 at one point?
Well, but after that it like went the other way very quickly. It's a baseball season, Pony. You know this. It's a marathon. But they were still lingering around, and then as the end of the season started to come into focus or into view, they just tripped and fell while you could see the ticker tape or the finish line tape. It really – and then the Penguins have just been where do you want – do you know your $1,000 to charity that I'm donating? Do you know which charity it is yet? Because I'll cut you the check. Me and TK both need to do that. We can talk to Tyler about it today. If he – you know what? Could he and I do something like a reverse cash out where we just automatically give you – $7.50 a piece or something?
Well, I'm nervous he's going to welch because I always end up paying off my bets and then no one else does.
I pay my bets.
You do. You actually do a very good job of that. Donnie, I can't.
He's not dumb enough to make bets like this.
Donnie, speaking of bets with the Rivers, Donnie needs to come up with what my bet is for losing football picks this year.
Oh, I know what it is.
Do you want?
So do I.
Do you want to announce it now, or do you want to wait until a later date? Are you?
No, we'll wait because we need to make sure a few.
We need to dot I's and cross T's. Yeah.
With who?
How long is T-Bird going to keep his mic on so I hear heavy breathing like we're
like I said, he's never been higher
like
for a
we're being
broadcast.
stalked. He wants to be part of the broadcast
Wait a
badly.
minute. So what? So there are things where we need to get legal involved.
Not legal. No, it's logistics. It's logistics more than legal. I mean,
logistics with me in terms of availability. Well, I can help you guys out with that right now. Do you know what date you want to do it on? I mean,
oh no, it's dates plural.
I don't know if that's fair.
Why?
No, it is.
I did a whole month of TikTok dances.
TikTok dances. That's right.
Yeah, but you.
Yeah, but.
Hold on a second. Let me finish. You taped all of them in one day, and
no,
then
I didn't.
Them
he didn't. He put in the time and did these on separate days and stuff.
If we roll back the tape, you are not going to see 30 different outfits from him.
Donnie's a simple man who often wears the same
there were nights where there were nights where I did a couple the same night, but I didn't do all 30 in one day and say, "Well, I'm done."
It's honestly something, Pony, that will require a little bit of pre-preparation for you, but because you are one of the smartest people I've ever met and incredibly adept at all things that you put your mind to, other than maybe golf, although you haven't put your mind to it, you're going to be able to handle it fine. You're not going to like it. We're just dotting I's and crossing T's. You still have to pay off the beer mile. That feels like something where I might just flip it to a Waffle House bet because I feel like getting a high school to involve themselves where you're chugging beers
I think the statute
running.
of limitations have run on that.
Nope, you're still doing it.
No, you're doing the beer mile. You're doing the beer mile.
Oh, so are you guys going to tell Dorn he still needs to get a West Virginia tattoo on
That
his
wasn't
body?
our bet.
I am not my Doran's keeper. I can't. I would love for Doran
How about
to
all
have
the
to
beer
get
that Doran owes you? Are you going to call him out for that? That is a bet he made with you.
He
Why
could-
are you holding him accountable for that?
He could start by bringing some tonight.
He's not going to.
No, he's not.
Because you don't have the nerve or the gall to go up to him and say, "Hey, Dorn, you still owe me this stuff," because you know he's going to say, "No, I'm not going to do it."
I've
and
come
you'll
up
just
to him
put
and
your tail between your legs.
I've
and say,
come up to
"All
him
right,
and
Dorn."
joked with him about it before, and he laughs
Exactly.
and says, "Yeah, I do."
Joke being the word. You guys hold my feet to the fire on these things.
Because you expect that when we lose bets to you, our feet will be held to the fire as well. So one good turn deserves another. So really, we're the only people with any betting and gambling honor here, and that's why we're holding you to this stuff. And also, I think the beer mile, just to be very clear here, is a great measure of how well your year and a half now journey of fitness has taken. Pop was apparently mocking you last night, talking about working a couple avocados into your diet.
Well, I just think the tone with Donnie makes me think it's going to fall under the umbrella of cruel and unusual punishment.
It's not. No, if you hear what this is eventually, and you call it cruel and unusual punishment, you're going to offend several people that you would not want to offend by saying that.
Like who?
Friends of yours, I mean.
Friends of mine? You think I have friends?
Man, that's grim. I'm the guy who's supposed to be self-loathing on this show. What are you doing? What are you doing? Quit encroaching on my space. Donnie, would you say that I've described it accurately in vague terms here? Like if he were to slag once he gets told what this is, if he were to slag that thing, it would be offensive to some people?
Yes. I think you have described it very well.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know why you guys can't tell me what it is then.
Well, because we just have to make sure the finishing touches are done, because you know how things happen in this building.
Actually, you know what? At a snail's pace, at a glacial pace?
Yeah, you know how the sausage
20th anniversary
gets made.
party by the time I have to pay.
Actually, you know what, Donnie? Maybe we could turn the screws on the people who have to sign off on these decisions by just putting it out there publicly, and then if it doesn't come to pass, they become the bad guys.
Which is what I've said about you trying to make me do the beer mile the entire time. I've offered up my services for it. I've volunteered to do it, but we can't get clearance for me to.
Donnie, I'm starting to on the fly think that maybe if we say what the punishment is and we put the ball in the court of the people who have to sign off on it formally, if it doesn't happen, they become the enemy here.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, would that also allow me to switch the punishment if they don't?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, here's what it is then.
I have no issue with that.
For one entire week, you and Donnie are switching roles on the show. You are behind the glass learning how and then producing the show while Donnie drives the show with me.
Oh, my God. But here's the issue with that. If I screw up and spots and stuff get missed, what happens? Then my ass is in the jackpot?
That's why you have to prepare and learn how to do it. Maybe I think the first day our boss
what
Craig,
if an EAS test or something missed?
Our boss Craig,
You're getting that email, baby. Welcome to my world.
I think our boss Craig, who cut his teeth as I think one of the best producers in the history of the station before he became our boss, I think needs to sit in with you for one day and make sure you don't screw it up. But that is your punishment. And I'll just say this. Craig was gung-ho about this when it was first broached to him. He loved the idea. I think he collaborated Donnie a little bit on the idea and really egged it on.
Wait a minute. Craig is in favor of taking me off the air, basically, for an entire week?
Donnie still gets to participate on our show. Listen to what's happening right now.
Wow.
Barrett Sports Media, which, by the way, named us the best drive time mid-market show in the country for the third straight year, Jason Barrett has espoused doing exactly this kind of thing in the past during the summer when it's a little bit slower typically in sports talk radio. Switch up your hosting order, pair people who don't usually work with each other, have a little gimmick like this. Yeah. Hey, you know what the real moral of the story here is? Stop being so bad at picking games.
Well, I think the moral of the story here is that Craig seems very receptive to reeling in my airtime.
For 1 week, yeah. For 1 week, sure. I think that indicates his great faith in two things: Donald Chedrick football and Christopher Michael Muller.
Yeah, that part is true. And he should.
Inherent Donnie, though, in Pony saying this is...
He should feel good about Donnie.
He's acting like you're taking Michael Jordan off the 1995 Bulls and that Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman can't hack it without him.
Well, hold on a second.
He's making us seem like Bill Wennington and Luke Longley.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I just think anybody who loves to entertain and loves to be a part of the conversation doesn't like getting told to go to the bench. I think that's...
You're not on the bench for this. The whole point is you would still be able to open your mic and for comedy's sake, interject.
I completely disagree with that, because if that's the case, then Donnie would be perfectly fine with being a producer on this show for the rest of his professional life, and we know that's not the case.
Same thing. You're producing the show while making the same salary and everything else that you've always made as a host. You're not suddenly switching. You're not having a trading wages situation.
Yeah, let's not make any mistake about it. I love working with you guys. I think you know the reason why I would prefer to move up in the world.
He wants to move on on and up.
point.
This is a temporary sports betting punishment for you that you are treating like a 5-year exile to the gulag in Siberia.
I'm not, for the record, I'm not mad at either one of you guys. I'm more upset with Craig that he thinks that this is something that's fine.
You know what Craig actually thinks this is, Pony, and why he doesn't care if you're mad? CONTENT content, baby. Yeah. Craig's content mill is just churning out that grist, my friend. Content mill go brrr.
I'm happy he wasn't the program director when I had penis surgery. Probably would have had a friggin' television crew, camera crew with me for an entire week through the recovery
He would have had Tom Rinaldi doing the old piano intro for you.
Oh my God. Steve Wilson would have had promos about it. It would have been sponsored, probably, by Blue Chew. I don't know. I mean, it's just... All right. Well, so you think this is going to happen?
Yes.
I got to own it. I mean, I got picks wrong.
I think it'll be a very fun change of pace for all of us, except for you.
Why not like something? Why not like you're Jeff for a week and you're going out and you're chasing stories and you're covering games and stuff?
Because you love doing that anyway. You admitted yesterday you were a horrible producer when in your career you were a producer.
And that's why you should not be in favor of this.
Oh, but I believe in me and Donnie and our collective ability. I believe in our ability to surmount your horrible producing. You know, some have said Donnie and Mulsey, great chemistry the few times Mulsey's
That's
solo.
That's another thing. What if I get Wally pipped in this situation?
That would be the single funniest possible outcome. Not really. I would be very bummed for you, but if
you wouldn't. You have a smirk on your face as you say it.
You'd Wally Pip yourself right into like a national gig with Nick Wright.
I don't think you have anything to worry about there, Pony.
But hold on a second here. Would Craig have to send it up the
ladder?
Yeah.
Why? You're an incredibly well-trained, adaptive, intelligent host. Certainly, you could learn with a day or two of training how to run the board.
Well, as you like to say, though.
You could sit in there with Bechtold and learn how he runs the board.
But as you've brought up several times before, you know, when your wife asks you to do a chore, you do it bad on purpose, so you never
So
have
you
to
would
do it
just
again?
tank it on the first day so Craig has to nix the punishment?
I think that's something Craig would have to consider.
Donnie, the fact that he's putting this out there right now is we need to come up with a contingency. If he basically says,
if you do that, we're going to make it something else.
If he tries to drive this car right into a ditch on day one, he only gets out of the next 4 days. He has to do something else equally bad.
See, Donnie sounds like a pissed-off dad who's like, oh, you thought sitting in your room was enough punishment? Well, the next thing I'm going to do is make you rake the leaves. I mean, like, that's how he sounds right now.
Yes. That's exactly what he should sound like. Donnie, I'm glad we said this because I can tell how agitated he is. But now it's out of our hands. Everybody knows that Content Craig loved this idea, so now they've got to sign off on it, put their rubber stamp on, and Pony's got to put on that big producer's hat.
Guy's acting like we're putting him in jail.
He is kind of like throwing a slap in the face to you. You do this job, and you do a great job of it, and you've parlayed it into many, many, many shifts on the air as a host. Pony's acting like, my God, guys, why don't you just cut off my limbs here?
Well,
Produce.
It's a 1 week demotion is what it is.
Wow. Man. Another just brilliant move by Donnie. He has officially put this out on Twitter.
Oh,
and I have retweeted
people are going to say, like, this shouldn't be for a week. This should be in perpetuity. This should happen every show. And he's going to start retweeting that stuff.
What if Donnie just started hosting like you and he was like, guys, I've got an unbelievable take. I think Kenny Pickett's going to win more Super Bowls than Tom Brady. Well, Donnie, you absolutely should start doing Pony-style tweeting and takes that whole week. You should just parrot it. Just
tweeting
to see
in Morse code.
On. Oh, yeah. You can grok up a couple,
Well, he's already stolen that bit from me. He put the Gronkowski thing out yesterday, and it got rave reviews.
What would Hulk Hogan and Russell Wilson look like as a tag team playing for the Las Vegas Raiders, that kind of thing.
And Craig said that's going to happen when you talk to him.
Yeah, he was. Donnie, would you not describe him as extremely enthusiastic about it and thought it was a brilliant, funny idea?
He was. And the only thing that he thought of that could be holding this up are Pony's endorsements, but he can still do those.
I
still do
them.
Endorsements.
You do exactly. Thank you. Exactly. We're gonna make that big brain apply itself to a different kind of work for 5 days.
Well,
Donnie, I
need Craig to bail me out here.
Donnie, you're going to be down here later for a special live on-location edition of Judge Donnie. I wish you could see his face right now. There is a slack-jawed sense of concern.
We might have derailed the whole show.
It's
no, it hasn't.
It's like when a boxer gets hit good in a fight and they smile, and that's how you know they're like legitimately hurt. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from them right now.
You always have to worry about when the rabbit gets the gun, okay? So you better hope you guys beat me in picks next year. Let me just say that.
That makes it even better. I know I'm going to win or finish second.
All right. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. There's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, we're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Today it's Pony and Muller. Next week it might be Chris and Donnie. We went off the rails completely there. Maybe that's a good thing because we were going to talk about the struggles of Pitt and the Penguins. There might be a ray of sunshine, a ray of hope for our teams here. We'll tell you what that is next. Our 15th anniversary is here at 6 o'clock. If you don't have tickets, you can at least come down and hang out with us. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. There's a big sign that says bar right next to us, and that's where we're at until 6, and then we're upstairs for the big party. Donnie has the headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Georgia Tech beats Pitt 73-67. The Panthers head to Louisville on Saturday. Tip set for 6. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 5:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thanks, Donnie. Man, I can't wait to work with you whenever that is in the coming months. It's going to be just extremely exciting. Really going to be a refreshing change of pace for yours truly. Anyway, you want a refreshing experience buying a car, you want to go to one place, Mitsu, buy them all. That's Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, right next to Ross Park Mall. That's Malsey's old stomping grounds. Why am I talking in the third person? I don't know. It just seems easier that way. Tim Farrar is the general manager. My guy Corey is the general sales manager, and they are the guys at the head of a great team who want to make sure you find the Mitsu that fits you. They've got sweet deals right now for you to take advantage of that makes that even easier than ever. Remaining 2024 Outlanders, you should know that Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, Mitsu by the Mall, has the best inventory in Western Pennsylvania. Right now, those remaining 2024s, I drive one, I love it. They're up to $9,000 off. Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing as well. So great deals you can take advantage of on Outlanders, on Eclipse Crosses. Plus, if you're getting rid of an old ride, you're trading one in, you'll feel the love when you're receiving up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. You can stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal. Time to get your deal your way. What a great day. Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, online, shorkeymitsubishi.com.
93.7 The Fan is turning 15.
Happy birthday.
And you're invited to our party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you'll need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how you can get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15th Faniversary Party is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Icy Lights, Guardian Protection, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Luka Doncic got his revenge against the Mavericks last night, but it couldn't have been that satisfying because let's face it, Dallas is already dead. Hard to make them suffer more. The Mavs made this giant deal for Anthony Davis, and he's already hurt. They gave up their future in Luka. Now it's clear the present isn't good either. Luka has to feel good about beating Dallas, but come on, right now that's not a big accomplishment. I'm Andrew Perloff.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a bucket list sports trip. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip, September 25th through the 29th, with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium reserved stadium seat, game tickets, and more. Only $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Is Stafford the first domino to fall?
100%. And unless Pittsburgh feels like there's no chance we're going to get a deal done for Matthew Stafford, we're just going to go sign.
Oh, those are all quarterbacks for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
No, those are the quarterback names that are out there right now.
Free agency.
Yeah.
And they're all tied together to a certain extent, and they're all, I believe, waiting on Matthew Stafford.
Gotcha.
Adam Schefter there. He also went on to name the teams that are in on Matthew Stafford. Giants, Raiders, Steelers. Said no to the Browns, said no to the Colts in that conversation with McAfee live from the Scouting Combine. We're at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Tonight is our big 15th anniversary bash. We've been talking about it for weeks, and got huge things planned. Word is for our 20th anniversary, if I lose picks next year, I'm actually going to be the bartender at it, or worse yet, maybe I'll have to mop the floors afterwards and be part of the cleanup crew.
We've got people who are fans of you, slightly more so than me, who are so incensed at this that they have suggested that if I lose picks next year and you win, because Donnie, I'm sorry that I stole your thunder. You were the winner. You should have been the one to announce it because it's your choice as to what the punishment is. But that if you specifically win next year, Pony, that you should force me to become the building janitor for a week. The problem with that is
I have no control over
that person is not employed by Odyssey.
Right, exactly.
Like, we're keeping this within the company here. I can't just go. Pony can't make me like become a construction worker for a week.
I'm just extremely disappointed with Craig. I thought I meant more to him as an on-air talent, and the idea of taking airtime away from me I thought was a non-starter for him, but I guess not. That's all. Maybe I'll.
I think this is also a commentary on how much he believes in Donnie.
True.
Because I'm not driving the show.
doubt.
Donnie is going to run the show. You two are trading places.
And not at all your fault, but man, is this dampened the mood on tonight. It just has for me.
Put you in a tough spot.
I just thought I was flying high into this, beloved by everybody at the station. Come to find out, the program director can't wait to take me off the air for a week and it now wants me to do a job that he didn't want to do anymore. Think about that.
He's the brand manager now, and he must think you're not.
How about that
not
for
so
a
great
week,
for the
Donnie?
brand.
Why didn't you recommend, hey, Pony, you're going to be brand manager for a week at the station? Let's see how things go then.
I mean, wouldn't that would be an upgrade? Technically, you'd be the guy in charge.
Yeah. Well, let's see how that goes. Let's have Pony put up the schedules.
I mean,
we'll see how many Ernie Banks are in there for Donnie if he gives me the keys to the car.
Man, even Jermichael Finley, producer over at KDAM, is getting in on the fun on Twitter. Just everyone posting GIFs.
Yeah.
Just there are vague LeBron James rumors going around. A lot of people feel you've put yourself above the two of us very clearly in the pecking order and acted like basically done the old Stone Cold Steve Austin bit. I'm the World
I've
Wrestling Federation champion. I don't deserve to be treated like this.
It's just painful when you work hard at something for 15 years and professionally people want you to take a step back from things. That's all. You know.
I mean, technically, it's me and Donnie who wanted you to take the step back, and Craig who just more or less enthusiastically rubber stamped.
What's happening next month on McAfee? He's going to do Nick Moraldo's job.
Tone Diggs will run the show.
Big Zito and Cavalli are going to host the show for a week.
Who's Big Zito?
He's like isn't he, Donnie? Am I making that up? Don't they have a Big
he's one of the guys. He's one of like the producers
He's one of
in the back.
Yeah, he's one of those.
Oh, yeah, just good old Big
Zito
Zito.
guys. Yeah, he's like Big Dom, but for McAfee.
They're letting the Wolf guy host.
I mean, Schefter is as good. He is the best at this. So he's not, scoffing or making dismissive noises when talking about alternative destinations for Stafford. And look, I know this is not a universal thing. Not every fan wants it. I mean, we've heard impassioned arguments against Stafford from other hosts, other producers on the station. I guess I'll be one of those producers making
definitely
big opinions and big points soon. But so it's not something that everybody wants. But that would be among the things that right now would rescue, in my opinion, the morale of Pittsburgh sports. A guy like that coming here would do that. Given the plight of the Penguins, the struggles of Pitt basketball, the monotony that is the Steelers and the staleness that comes with them, somebody like him, who's a proven winner and not a dozen years ago like Russ, but he's done it in the last few years, and when he's in the playoffs, he's winning playoff games just about every year. That would, in my opinion, change the landscape here. Skeens individually can only change it so much because he pitches only once every 5 days.
Well, I was just going to say, he's the closest thing to that kind of lightning bolt, but the impact of that guy is just inherently going to be blunted compared to what the most important position in sports can do. The other thing about Stafford is what you can say, even if you look at him with kind of a cross eye and say, I don't know if I want the Steelers to do that. He's too old. He might fall off a cliff. This team isn't built to win even with him. His best on any given day, I think there are like you could probably say this about 10 to 12 quarterbacks. His best game on any given day can literally beat any team and any quarterback in the league.
And think about it, you
can't, by the way, have said that about Russ or Fields. That did not apply to them anymore.
The two things about this Schefter quasi-report where he's just shooting the breeze on McAfee and he's letting everybody know who's in and who's out. We know basically what the ballpark contract extension is that Stafford wants. And we know kind of ballpark what the trade package is for him.
Mm-hmm.
And Schefter's not saying that the Steelers are out because either one of those things or both of those things are, a hill too high or a bridge too far for them. Adam has an unreal relationship with Omar Khan. And to a lesser extent, Tomlin. We know Tomlin's guy's Glazer, but I know he's close with Khan. I mean, he could have very easily, Omar said,
hey, quietly, we're not in on this. You can kind of take us out of it.
It's too expensive. We got other fish to fry.
I still think it's noteworthy, though, that the Raiders are
the
first team.
And Brady went to Montana to meet with Stafford. Think about that.
It's the big resort out there, like Whitefish ski resort or something.
Raiders minority owner Tom Brady recently hosted. He did not, so he had Stafford come to him at his home in Montana.
He's just got a random place in Montana. Well,
Brady's place of residence is Montana.
I think it's
a tax thing, right?
No, I think it's probably like I want a house in a state that's pretty sparsely populated and has wide open spaces, and here
and they spent time together skiing. Reports Jordan
this insane nice house out there.
So
I wonder if Brady acts like a wax figurine in a museum with people like that off the record. If he's that same stilted, weird guy, he has to be more normal.
We'll see how the sales pitch goes. If he is the awkward, stilted guy you're talking about, maybe
he's got to be the Brady that could chug a beer in like 1 second and went on late night TV to do that. I still think, though, I do think that he's going to have a lot more juice. They, by the way, did you see how well the Raiders did, like relative to what their team performs like in a lot of those metrics?
Well, we're going to get to the Art Rooney grade coming up later in the show.
But like I do think One of the things I think is going to happen because he's the minority owner, but he's clearly like now functioning more and more as a de facto GM or team president and like face of their operations. Mark Davis is such like a goofball in that regard. I do think they're going to get taken a lot more seriously by people, and I hadn't considered that beforehand. Him being prominently involved is just going to give them a gravitas that they haven't had since like Al Davis was in his prime as the ultimate renegade owner. And if you're Stafford,
I don't think they had gravitas then. I think they were looked at as
like a renegade franchise, but like they also like I'm talking about in his prime was the 70s.
Oh, okay.
They were.
You're going back 50 years on us here.
Sure, but like.
By the way, the lady who was sleeping here in the casino just woke up.
Up and up. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe she heard the power of my Al Davis rhetoric. But my point is, she's
actually scrolling through Twitter, and she's very excited over the fact that I'm going to be
producing the show.
Yeah.
I've waited for him to fulfill this role, and I can't wait to hear Donnie driving the show. I just think it's gonna have sway over people who are in the position Stafford's in. Now the Rams still have to want to tango with this, but if you're the Rams, you're trading him to a team in the other conference that maybe would be willing to overpay for a splash player like that. And if I'm Stafford, that's pretty appealing to me, man. Like the whole combination there. I stay out west where it seems my family is pretty happy. Being out there, the weather's good. I'm indoors for a bare minimum of 8 games every year. Sometimes 9, and depending on the schedule, even more. It's like a nice way to kind of get into the twilight of your career. You're going to get paid more in line with what you probably still warrant as a quarterback. Just a lot to like there, man. I'd be pretty surprised if he doesn't end up there, if he's not on the Rams next year.
I think the Brady thing's overrated. I really do. I think that we see it in sports. Now, Elway won in Denver, but then they fell off the cliff there. Okay, he could not find the guy after he convinced Peyton Manning to go play there and win a Super Bowl. So that worked until it didn't work. I mean, Derek Jeter in Miami with the Marlins. How many of these guys actually go from great all-time player to excellent executive? It's rare, man. It really is.
Did you say Elway in there?
I did. I said Elway worked until it didn't. Mm-hmm. And then he ran them into the ground, and he...
You're talking specifically player to executive, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about a guy with the cachet that a Brady has, where you're like, oh, he's going to bring legitimacy and relevance to this franchise.
How many guys have even wanted to do that, I guess?
Well, not a lot in football other than Elway, and he won a Super Bowl, but in other sports, it's absolutely happened. In hockey, it's happened a lot. Gretzky was a terrible coach.
Hockey, I think, cycles through people like that a lot. Jeter's kind of the only major example I can think in baseball of a guy that good. Again, what makes it, I guess, a rare thing, and it's like I can't disprove what you're saying because the majority of them have either worked till they didn't or been
think
bad.
they're different skill sets.
But, I just think that most of the guys who are really great in their field as a player don't feel the need to keep pursuing it off the field.
And you just made a good point.
MJ's the ultimate example of the worst
Hornets,
of the worst.
Yeah. I mean, if Brady's an awkward communicator and isn't good at that kind of thing, then what makes you think he's going to be some kind of great football executive?
I don't actually. I guess I was saying that sort of rhetorically. I don't actually think he's that weird away from football. I think he's talking to Matt Stafford. I think it's two guys talking shop, and he's much more normal.
Or maybe they're skiing together, and he's hyper competitive, and he's even trying to outdo him skiing, and Stafford's like, this is weird. He's bringing up the games we lost to him.
You know what I could see sinking this? Brady's having a great time, and then Stafford just casually says, I derailed that run for a second straight Super Bowl.
Remember that playoff game we beat
Brady just absolutely rages on him.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. 3 minutes away from Tyler Kennedy joining us on the Penguins. And, man, Tyler loves to come on and regale us with stories of going into Philadelphia and shutting up those idiot fans.
Oof.
Well, the opposite happened last night. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Flyers beat the Pens 6-1 in Philly last night. Philip Tomasino, the only goal for Pittsburgh. The Pens host the Flyers tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, college basketball is here. Although we've got some things going on with college hoops. Hello, Seth the MILF Hunter. Some college hoops issues going on right now with our local teams. And last night, one of those teams was almost a 9-point favorite, and they lost outright. I'm talking about Pitt. And they got a game Saturday against Louisville. They're going to be a big underdog in that game. You think they're going to be competitive? Probably not at this point. Right now on FanDuel, college basketball bettors, make your first bet. And if you win, you When you make at least a $5 wager, you're going to get $150 back in bonus bets on FanDuel. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew, and get in on all the college hoops action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch, and don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. Time to talk to Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Tyler loves telling us about the good old days, the golden age, where he would go into Philadelphia. He'd fight a Scotty Upshaw. He'd score a big goal. They'd have all kinds of moron fans. Kids
pelting their bus with beer cans.
Kids giving the double birds. Just complete
chaos. The ruination of society in one fan base.
Yeah, moronic stuff.
Yeah.
And how gratifying it was to beat those teams in Philly. Last night, the Penguins got boat raced 6-1. I mean, it was non-competitive against another bad team. Mm-hmm. And that's really, I won't say that's, they've lost all 3 games coming out of 4 Nations. They've not been outplayed in every game, but the results are the results. They're now only a couple points ahead of Buffalo.
I mean, you said this was the pivotal stretch here. Could you get yourself back into the proceedings if you win 2 or 3 in a row? No, they've gone the other way. They are a stone sinking to the bottom.
So, Tyler, that's my lead-in to ask you what it was like watching the team you love and won a Stanley Cup with get pounded last night, and a lack of effort and horrible goaltending and all those things adding up to a 6-1 loss.
And when you say pounded, they got pounded, and being a former player and playing with emotion and having that hatred for Philadelphia, I don't even care about the score. I just hate the non-hitting, the non-getting pissed off when you're down by 3 goals. Like, that's
they just accepted that they were getting smoked, Tyler. They just seemed to accept it.
They said, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?" Basically.
Well, even you hear the other team. There's clips of the other team, and they're just like, "That was a cakewalk." Like, that was, once we got up, we had our way with them, boys. Like, that's what Sean Couturier, their captain, says. Hey, boys, we had our way with the Penguins tonight. It was a good game, easy game. Boys had some good nights. And it's like, when their captain says they had their way with the Pittsburgh Penguins, like, I'm ready to throw my phone through the window, because that's the most frustrating thing, especially against Philadelphia. And I don't get it. Like, probably the craziest and the most hockey thing I learned growing up and playing in the Pittsburgh Penguin organization, this was from Wilkes-Barre, from guys that were players. They're like, no. If you're a 3rd, 4th line guy or a 5th and 6th defenseman and a team's up by 3 goals, you're fighting someone. You're running someone absolutely through. You're trying to put them in the 3rd row, and that last night they're up by 5 goals and we don't even see a hit. I don't even know what to say. You know, like I know the.
Does that reflect on the coach, TK, or is it on the player? Like, you say something like that, and I can hear like the genuine disgust and frustration in your voice. Is that something that you personally would say the players have to handle themselves, or is that something that does reflect on the coach to some extent if the team handles getting throttled the way that they did?
It's both, right? It's like if Sully doesn't take half the lineup or change the lineup and put a tough guy in there and maybe sit a star and wake the team up or do something, like it's on everyone. You know, like it's on Kyle Dubas, it's on Mike Sullivan, it's on the Penguin players. Like, it's just not on one guy. Like, I don't know. I'd be interested. Like, I wish I was in that dressing room to see how how the speech went after the game, because, you know, Mario Lemieux had his fantasy camp, and I was talking to Ryan Malone, and he was talking about this because we were watching the game. He goes, you know what, TK, when I went into the room and Mario was playing, I played my I played for Lowell, but I respected Mario so much that I would go through the wall. And it's like I'm calling out the guys that are young on that team. You have a generational player, a guy like Sidney Crosby, and you're not doing anything. Like, it's a shame, you know. And like, who's going to set the tone? Like, who's going to set the tone on that team? You know, like, again, you have Sidney Crosby. He went to Four Nations. He went to, like, pretty much, he played on the best team Canada had, right? And every guy on the team, their hero was Sidney Crosby. And then he comes back to his own team, and he's not, like, respected like that. It's, like, crazy. It's like, guys, you got to play for that guy. You know, you got to play for Sid. And it's frustrating, man. It's real frustrating because, like, I love the Penguins. I love Sidney Crosby. I love those guys. But it's like, boys, we got to get going. And I know it's a transition. I know where we're at. You know, we can't win all the time. But at least make it a little entertaining. You know, make it like you have some dog in
TK,
there.
it sounds like it doesn't resemble at all the Penguins you played on. It's just like you're saying it's not the franchise I knew and that I was part of, is what you're really saying.
It's different, you know, and obviously the game's different, boys. Like, the game's changed a lot. Like, the hatred in games, there isn't that much, but there is some. Like, you play a Florida Panthers and a Tampa Bay Lightning, like, you know there's going to be some fireworks, you know? And, like, I swear, like, if I was behind the bench, I'd be going bananas on my players, you know? And that's, like, maybe, I don't know, but, like, I just know that, like, going back to the bench or, like, having a coach whisper in my ear and going, hey, we need a change of tone in the game, I knew what that meant, you know? And it's like, half the time you didn't even have to tell guys. Players would tell each other, you know? And seeing the team and, like, you know, Sully's got to be frustrated, right? Like, he's got to be losing. To Sid, I feel bad for him. Like, I don't think they can trade Raquel or Rust because you got to keep him happy. That's like, you know, like, if you're losing, at least try to keep your star player, your generation, the guy that won 3 cups and has been such a bright spot for hockey and grew hockey in Pittsburgh. You got to keep him happy, right?
How about Carlson, Tyler? Would you like to drive him to his next destination?
You know what? Like, we knew what we were getting with him. Like, we knew he was going to be. You said it before anybody
else. You said to us the guy's not a winner, and guess what? You're right.
Well, I that's true. You know, and, like, the one thing, like, you know, again, that's why I love, like, Mario's fantasy camp, because you talk to other hockey players that think alike. And even, like, some of, like, you know, talking about Tanger, like, what makes Tanger a winner is because he's hard to play against. You know, he's offensive, but, like, in his own end, like, he's going to put you through the wall. He's not going to just stand on the side of the net, you know, and not bang someone over. Like, it's got to change, guys. And when I see, yes, yesterday it was not a good game. You want to flip the buck, you want to change the, you know, flip the page as fast as possible. But against the Washington Capitals and the New York Rangers, they scored all their goals where? Inside our house. Inside that front of the net. None of them, it's so easy to go there now with the Penguins. It sucks. You know, it's easy for other teams, and it's like, it sucks for us, and it's great for them. Like when they played the Washington Capitals, Tom Wilson wasn't touched in front of the net.
That's what PK Subban said. He's like, what are we doing here? We got two guys in there. They're not even breathing on him.
Not even breathing on them. You know, and like, guys, like, I know, like, we're not making playoffs. Like, you're fighting for your next contract because you know Kyle Dubas is going to be switching a lot of things up. When you lose like that, there's changes coming, and they're coming quick. And you want to be the guy at the end of the year in that meeting going, well, I fought this guy. I put it all on the line. You don't want to be like, hey, look at your highlight reel. You didn't do much, you know. So it's tough to watch, and, you know, it's being a former player, like, I'm prideful to be a former Pittsburgh Penguin. You know, I even put the jersey on at the camp, and I feel that pride. You know, there's that standard, you know, and it's tough to see right now. And then I know it's not going to, like, you know, you look around the league, when you win as much as the Penguins do, you know it's going to get dark. But we want to see some compete, you know, some dog in those boys, you know, because they have it. It's just like, we got to get it going here, boys. We can't just lay down. Like, let's go here.
Tyler Kennedy on what was a horrible night for the Penguins last night in Philly. Wants to see a little bit more pride and guts from this team, and I agree. Tyler, we'll talk again next week. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, boys.
Tyler Kennedy brought to you by the certified elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Julian Gray and the team getting their money's worth today with old TK. Holy cow.
You tweeted that's as harsh as you've ever heard him or maybe anybody almost be on our airwaves about the Penguins. Like a
in
guest.
15 years, Chris.
In the history of the station. Because there hasn't been cause to be. That message does resonate. I hate to sound like
great producing by Donnie to tee him up. And when we flip roles, that's what I'm going to be doing.
Teeing us up?
Yeah. I'm going to put you guys on a pedestal.
Well, you're an outstanding booker of guests. You have a great black book of names. I can't wait to have you produce our show. I got to be serious for like 10 seconds.
I get Mean Joe Green on with you. I'm getting these just monster names.
You're getting Roger Goodell for like a full hour in studio. Yeah, it's a W&J thing. I was able to work a couple connections. But
Paige Sporanic for the entire show, guys.
I mean, Craig would be sitting in the studio with us. Anyway,
yeah.
Can I just tell you, TK right there, I think that is a very important thing to say, what he just said. You do know on some level it's going to get bad in terms of wins and losses. I think there's a huge difference between we are a bad team. At this point, we know we're a bad team. It's a little bit by design, but we're still going to play our asses off and compete hard as a bad team versus it's listless, it's lifeless. That's
against the Flyers.
Right, against a team who the mere sight of their jerseys.
It wasn't the Utah Hockey Club.
Should send your blood into a boil. And they treated that like it was, as you put it, a Utah Hockey Club exhibition, like a preseason game.
Segment was brought to you by Mike Spearbar. The fan of the month is the granddaddy by Dough Daddy Brewing, benefiting the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Coming up next, more scathing reviews, not from fans, not from season ticket holders, but from Steelers players on Art Rooney. Wait till you hear the grade he got from his own players, his own employees, and the job he's doing as Steelers owner. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We are live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Our 15th anniversary party is going to take place upstairs at 6 o'clock. Right now, it's time for a message from Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. It is a message from me, Chris Muller. It's okay, guys, to admit that most of us out there could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom, and I've got good news for you. Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra. It's chewable, so if you do not like to swallow pills, I personally don't have an issue with that, but I have learned in recent years many people do have some anxiety about that. Chewable form, so no worries about swallowing pills. Blue Chew's tablets can give you the extra confidence that you need, that you want, when it's time to perform. Since Blue Chew is an online prescription service, you do not have to go to the doctor's office. You do not have to subject yourself to some very awkward conversation. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. No two guys are the same, too, so the licensed medical provider is going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Trust me on this one. Even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
93.7 The Fan is turning 15.
Happy birthday.
And you're invited to our party at Rivers Casino on February 26th. But you'll need a ticket to get in. Visit 937thefan.com to learn details on how you can get free tickets at local businesses. The first 400 guests receive a commemorative fan gift. The Fan 15th Faniversary Party is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Icy Lights, Guardian Protection, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to Sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. In looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure, and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Good morning, Beat Freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time is subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Right now, you can sign up and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will come back to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today to get a free application and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins have placed fourth liner Matt Nieto on waivers. Another one of these Kyle Dubas pickups that's gone nowhere. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Speaking of somewhere, we're at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, broadcasting live. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
How much longer do you see yourself in this role, or is there a timeline?
I don't have a timeline on it. My grandfather never retired, my father never retired, so I'm hoping to follow in their footsteps. And but look, my son's involved in the business now, and potentially other family members will be involved, and so
a public statement on it, yeah, that could be used against him down the road, I think,
in a court of law. Which, speaking of which, Judge Donnie will be appearing.
5:30 live.
Chambers will be right here. He's going to put on a headset with us.
What do they call it when?
A recess?
No, when they move a case because they think there's like a prejudice or bias.
Oh, because like a change of venue. It's just a change of venue.
Simple?
Yeah, they just call it a change of venue, I think. There might be some. We have many lawyers who listen to this show who will tell me if I'm wrong.
Have the Top Dog lawyers ever rapped about that? Getting a change of venue?
Want a change of venue? You want a fenced-in court? That dog will bite.
Speaking of lawyers, Art Rooney, too, getting slammed by his players 2 years in a row. Got awful grades last year. That was when Donnie went on a rant and said Rooney was the worst owner in Pittsburgh sports. And things haven't changed. He's in the bottom five. He got a D grade from his players in this NFLPA poll. That's 28 out of 32 teams. Do we have, Donnie, can you or Chris, you've got a functional laptop. Can you pull up the teams that are below them? Because that's only 4 teams then.
I believe one of them, just off the complete top of my head, is what? Arizona, the Bidwill?
Give me a Donnie.
Yeah, they are
Mike
last.
Brown.
So the bottom 5 are Steelers, Jets, Browns, Patriots, Cardinals.
Oh, wow, Mike Brown doing even better than Art Rooney.
Wait, give me it again. Patriots?
Do you want the exact order?
Yeah, go down from 28 to 32.
Well, the Steelers are 28.
Steelers are 28. Jets 29. Browns 30. Patriots 31. Cardinals 32.
Right. So, I mean, the outlier there is in my opinion, the Patriots, just because they did so much winning under Kraft. And, look, I mean, it's been in the Rooney family name since 1933, but this is not Art's team. Robert's responsible for the Patriots having all 6 of their Super Bowl titles and equaling the Steelers for the most in team history. So that's a little bit of a perplexing one. But everybody else that the Steelers are lumped in with makes sense. Woody Johnson is looked at as an incompetent boob.
Jimmy Haslam's a crook.
Yep, and also extremely incompetent. And the Bidwells have basically presided over the most
dysfunctional. They're dysfunctional too.
Dysfunctional and unsuccessful teams in NFL history. So that I get. It's Art residing in this neighborhood that is, I think, a stain on him currently as owner. And the reason why it resonates more is because they're not getting the results that they used to get. Yes, they still have winning seasons, but it's not translating in a way that we're accustomed to seeing it, which is win games that really matter late in the year. And this speaks to the issue of things that are not player salary and head coach salary, because that's the other thing they value more than anybody else. The other areas where you try to win within the margins, making sure your facilities are state-of-the-art, making sure the staff, not just your assistant coaching staff, which is obviously an issue and an art problem, but the entire workforce of people who try to make your football team better. This shows again that he lacks in that department. And the reason why I think it's so damning now is because they do have more roster turnover than they used to, as far as they've been way more willing to bring in players from other organizations. So, like, I could understand if T.J. Watt or Cam Hayward, they don't know what they don't know. They've only played for one NFL team. So they only have maybe like what they hear from friends. They haven't experienced it other places. They've brought in more players from other teams. Therefore, they've got something to compare it back to. And I think that's how you get these grades, Chris.
Doesn't compare favorably.
It makes Art look horrible.
Well, here's the other thing. I think somebody said, and I have to go double check this, I think the Bidwill, Michael Bidwill, is facing like harassment lawsuits. Woody Johnson's got a kid named Brick making decisions like
off Madden ratings.
Off Madden. Kraft is something of an outlier, but even he's been connected, obviously, to some pretty salacious things off the field. Jimmy Haslam,
like,
massage parlor situation.
Yes. Are we allowed to say happy endings? I think so.
He was
uncouth, maybe, but
very uncouth. I would say uncouth. Yes, uncouth's correct,
but not dumpable.
No, it's uncouth. What the phrasing? Yeah, and probably tawdry is the practice.
Yeah, very tawdry. On the high end of tawdry.
Correct, but he's obviously very successful. Haslam, complete like clown. Woody Johnson, clown. Bidwill, clown. To varying degrees, you could argue all of them kind of like bad guys. My point is, other than the Patriots, and even they've experienced it, the Steelers are the only team where the owner is being ranked in the bottom 5 here who have, on the surface, Pony, experienced consistent success by the sheer definition of do you win more often than you lose. Think of how bad it has to be that even these guys who might be coming from crappier franchises from a win-loss perspective see what he's all about after being here. And they're like, man, this, at least from like his standpoint, they're the family who runs it like a family business. This isn't all it's cracked up to be.
We'll get into where Tomlin rated among his players and how that compares to the other 31 NFL head coaches. But it is a win for Tomlin and a loss for Art, because when you read things like Rooney ranked 30 out of 32 teams, an average rating for perceived willingness to invest in facilities. Basically, the players are saying, we try to win, we try to do more with less. And if you gave us more, maybe we could do more.
Well, I think, doesn't it follow that, like, if people feel like they're working in a place where the conditions are good, and this isn't a perfect theory because, like, the Eagles got dinged pretty badly for some stuff on this. I think, like, their team flights
and the Chiefs owner didn't do well in this poll last year.
It's not perfect, and I don't want to make it sound like
but
it's a perfect
2 years
one-to-one.
in a row Art got terrible scores.
Right. I don't want to make this sound like it's a perfect one-to-one.
It's not like they tried to send a message last year, Art cleaned it up, and then they gave him good grades this year.
Here's what somebody would say back. They'd say the Falcons actually did get a big jump in grades because they upgraded a bunch of stuff, and where did it get them? Fine. But, like, most of the time, I think you would say in most workplaces, people who feel like the workplace is better suited to, like, you know, it's just a better workplace environment in every way, whether that's facilities or whatever, would say that they're going to do better work when that's, like, what their workplace is like. And there's just been no, like, meaningful effort on the Steelers' part to change any of that.
The old school Steelers mentality, or the old school belief in them was, they're a family-first business.
It's
they
like
treat
playing.
Their players
it's different
like
here.
Family.
It's really different
yes.
It's not the same as it is in every other place where you're discarded like just a number on a spreadsheet.
They actually care about you. They treat you like gold.
When Dan Rooney's talking to you, you get the sense he really – not that they said that back years and years ago. When he's talking to you, you get the sense he really cares.
The players don't actually believe that because when they got a chance to hammer this team anonymously and their owner, they did.
Think about this one picture that gets thrown around there because, frankly, it is a funny picture. Dan Rooney, towards the end of his life, when he was becoming a little bit more frail, and who's standing next to him with the mean mug, but they're both kind of doing it? Ike Taylor. When have you ever, and it's obvious that Ike revered him, like reverential figure for Ike.
Yeah.
When have you ever seen that kind of picture or that kind of obvious affection from player to owner under Art's stewardship?
Yeah, Art's not warm and fuzzy, but I
don't think Dan was warm and fuzzy, but those guys knew he gave a crap.
More. He was cutthroat. I mean, he made some very difficult business decisions.
Right, but they knew he cared.
I know. I would say Ben probably holds Art in high regard because he knows that Art picked him when Tomlin and
Kevin
Colbert wanted him gone.
Okay, but again, where is some of that stuff that like crosses over behind the scenes and like you get these visible displays of the way they feel about somebody?
412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm, and they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What one sports research company said about quarterbacks in this draft and comparing one of them, a top one, to a former Steelers quarterback. Plus, we know fans here love nostalgia, and we know the teams here love reunions. Are we going to get one with the Steelers this offseason? The latest on that, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Georgia Tech beats Pitt 73-67 last night at the Pete. The Panthers go on the road. Their final ranked opponent, number 19 Louisville, on Saturday, 6 p.m. tip. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, pregame coverage at 5:30. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Awaken 180 weight loss. Donnie, it's made a huge difference in his life. I think he's got to be close to, 50 pounds, Donnie? I hate to put you on the spot here, but
yeah, I am close.
50 pounds almost. I didn't have 50 to lose. I lost 35. That's what I wanted to lose. I actually wanted to lose 30. That's the truth of the matter for me, and I lost more. And then I, just very relaxing, kind of put back 5 more on because I didn't want to have lost that much. So think about a program where I wouldn't even say it's a negative. The only thing I could say about it that didn't go according to plan was I lost more weight than I wanted to. That's my Awaken 180 experience. I've kept the weight off for 2 years. I developed so many healthy habits. I feel better. I mean, that's the bottom line. People ask me all the time, well, what was the biggest change you noticed with Awaken 180? Yeah, it's a number on a scale. You just feel so much better. You sleep better. In my case, I was staring down knee surgery a couple months after I started Awaken 180. My joints feel better. I have more energy, and Lord knows my 2 children test that kind of theory every day. If you want to have the benefits that I experienced, you need to find the solution for weight loss. And it's easy because I'm about to tell you where to go. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The NFLPA just released its annual team report cards based on player voting, and there are some doozies. Bengals players hate their cafeteria. The Cardinals got a D+ for how they treat player families, and an F for their weight room, and the Super Bowl winning Eagles want better seat assignments and leg room on their plane. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyondy Lincoln. Beyondy Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondyLincoln.com.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list? I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Already seeing a good amount of backup on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You'll see those delays from 2nd Avenue through the tunnels to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So many luminaries coming out of the woodwork for tonight's big 15th anniversary event here at the Rivers, including some of our most famous or infamous callers and listeners to the station. Would love to see a Candy in Monroeville or a Carolyn Clinton make it out for this event.
Well, I think, to be fair about Candy, she's in her mid to upper 80s, and I think might be a tough sell for her to get from Monroeville to here. I would love to see her.
Me too. It'd bring the house down.
Carolyn Clinton, I know, is a little younger than Candy. Maybe a little bit more of a possibility.
Clinton, a little bit of a hike.
Clinton's where I used to have, Clinton, the site of a bad Chris Muller high school sports experience. 10-mile cross-country relay where there's 4 people had to do 2.5 miles, Pony.
Crapped yourself?
No, that would have been more embarrassing than this, but this wasn't much better.
Peed yourself?
I ran the 3rd leg of the race, okay? Our first 2 guys had gotten us a nice lead. We knew Northgate had the best runner in the whole place, and so I needed to kind of make even more ground if we were going to have a chance to hold him off because he was that good. Northgate's 3rd runner caught me from like 2.5 minutes behind, passed me while my dad, who would not get that into my sporting events,
watched you lose,
is standing on the side of the trail exhorting me to go faster when I literally can't go any faster. Worse yet, that guy, that runner from Northgate, has announced himself as such on the air on this station before. He's like, "Hey, Chris, it's me, Tom, the guy who beat you at that big relay when you were a sophomore in high school." That is a tough thing to live down.
I got stuck on a squat today at the gym and couldn't get up.
What, like a life alert? I've fallen and I can't get up?
Well, I was a box squat and I was on the seat.
Okay, and you just could not lift the weight?
Yeah, I'm like, it was my last rep. I'm like, I'm toast.
Did you have somebody spotting you?
Yeah.
Well, somebody spotting you, it's all right. They can help you stand up.
Donnie, are you still as put off and irritated by these Art Rooney grades from Steelers players as you were last year? Have you cooled off? Have you thought about it and said, you know what, I'm not going to go hammer time on Art this time around?
I think I've cooled off only in the sense that I'm starting to see more and more people come to my side. And I'm going to let it be known that the doors are wide open. You can hop aboard the ship anytime.
There's no velvet rope at Club Donnie's Takes, is there?
Yeah, I mean, I put it out there last year, and yeah, people got all over me for suggesting that there was an owner as bad as Bob Nutting in the city. But we have now seen multiple years in a row, and I think Chris pointed it out well. Like some of the guys, some of just the people that are listed in the bottom 5 in terms of owners is rough.
And not a great neighborhood to be around.
But hey, Mark Cavalli points out they did just put a sauna in over there.
Yeah, which is great. I mean, I live in a townhouse that I have a sauna in my garage that I got off Amazon, and every LA Fitness in the area has a sauna as well, and a basketball court and a racquetball court.
Yeah, my neighbor just put in a sauna. It looked like a very nice piece of business.
Steelers made upgrades at the facility this year, including adding a sauna and upgrading the weight room.
The fact that they did not already have a sauna is pretty alarming. Like, that's a pretty common remedial thing.
Doran was tweeting that Freiermuth and Hayward would show up to his house because he had one in his basement and they would use his sauna.
I actually believe that. Cavalli here.
Think about that, though.
I know, funny. Cavalli says the problem is and will always be that the facility is just too small to accommodate an NFL team in Pitt. Donnie, your take on that?
My immediate question would be then why are Pitt's facilities so nice? Why is their side of the building state of the art?
Their locker room does look sick.
Yeah, when you see the
locker
Steelers
room,
locker room, what do you
the
think?
Steelers locker room is closer to the locker room that I used in high school at Offutt Field in Greensburg. It's closer to that than it is a lot of the upper echelon locker rooms in the NFL. I can guarantee you that. You go into the Steelers locker room and then Offutt Field locker room, it's going to feel closer than if you go into the Steelers locker room and, I don't know, whoever's at the top of the list when it comes to locker rooms and facilities.
Have either of you guys ever like been into a pretty nice country club and looked at like a lot of the old school like locker rooms in
Is
those
this your
places?
way of again bringing up that you played Oakmont twice?
No.
Ballsy and I are new to golf or suck at it.
No, I'm genuinely asking if you've ever been in like at any reason for like a banquet or a wedding. Like it is funny. The nicer the course, like the older school that the locker room looks, Donnie, because that's not really the point. It's just literally a place to stash your stuff, and there's sort of a charm to it.
And old guys walking around naked and their balls are hanging down to the friggin' floor.
You're
Oh, my
trying to
God.
avoid that, I assure you. That's not the charming part. But, like, that's like, okay, that's part of the deal, and
Looks
like people
like a
kind of
damn
like that.
grapefruit rolled up
All
in
right,
some old bubble
what
gum.
are you doing here?
It's terrible.
Horrifying. I'm not talking about an LA Fitness locker room.
Oh, Donnie's been in
those
Oh, yeah, I'm a
jackpots
veteran.
before. But no, like when you're talking about that, and then I'm envisioning the way I see the Steelers locker room look. That's bad news. I'm going to give you guys a sobering thought though on this. Like,
oh great, I
two
can't
of
wait
them.
for a multi sobering thought.
So first one is this: if the problem is that the facilities are confined by the geography of where they're located and you can't expand anymore, then here's what you do: you figure out a place either north or south of the city, either in like Cranberry or Peters, where you've got a parcel of land where you can actually build. You buy the land and you say, yes, we are moving operations for our practice facility out of the south side. Pitt can have the whole facility, however they want to repurpose the full use of that. And we're putting a big boy facility in that's, yes, not as centrally located, but is way nicer.
But Donnie's saying
But that requires some capital being spent by them.
But Donnie's saying it's not a matter of like the space; it's that even the stuff that they have is not renovated.
That's just
It's
saying.
old.
That's just saying we're not going to pay the cost. Of
Donnie,
doing
true
business.
or false? Art Rooney 2 is cheap.
True.
Pony, I don't think a lie has been detected here. I don't know how small coaching staff. I don't care about how much people think that does or doesn't matter. Okay, facilities that could be upgraded to at least be premium stuff within the space you have, not being done. Pits are objectively nicer. Would you agree? Pony,
Yeah,
you've been there.
I've been in there.
Pits
They got
are
a barber
objectively
shop in
nicer.
there.
Right. I just think that you can't come away with any other thought, and it's less excusable or understandable because you're in a capped league that just prints money. Here's the other thing. Fake John and Robinson did text me this, and he's exactly right, and I think you both are going to agree with it. They moved up. Art Rooney moved up, Donnie. I don't know if you checked this. He was 28th last year among owners, or this year among owners. Do you know what he was last year, just off the top of your head?
Was he 29th?
He was 31st. And Fake John pointed out to me, he said, dude, they're going to see the jump of 3 spots up as a positive at the Steelers' offices. What? Wait a minute. I know that
Well, no, they won't because they're still not above the mean.
But you might roll your eyes at that, but why would they not say we're at least trending in the right direction?
Because you know why? Because I don't even think he wants to pay it any mind. I think he actually looks down on this
That's another one of the
I don't
problems.
care about the player's opinion.
You know what?
I'm going to do what I've got to do.
Okay, you know what? You can be the guy who says, I don't really care about their opinions on certain matters. Like the Eagles, I think, got an F for transportation, so like the team flights.
Cavalli said B+. Let's give the Steelers credit for
Pony,
that.
you can be an owner who thumbs his nose at this and says it's not really that relevant. If you just won the Super Bowl, oh, by the way, it's your second in this decade and third appearance overall. It's a lot easier when your team keeps winning and the guys who play for your team generally seem to love playing for that team if you get dinged in a couple categories.
FanDuel's research team looked at statistical profiles from college football quarterbacks, what they did in college, their build, everything else. Put it through a bunch of simulations and analytic programs, the same algorithms that they use to build lines.
10,000 simulations?
And concluded that Shedeur Sanders is basically this year's Kenny Pickett.
What?
Yeah.
How pissed is Dion if he is aware of that?
Well, probably super pissed because he's got a rivalry with Narduzzi. They've gone back and forth.
Pat is not a fan of Dion's, and I suspect Dion, to whatever extent he would admit it, is not a fan of Pat's.
I was hoping that those two teams got matched up in a bowl game before Pitt's free fall this year.
Shedeur Sanders takes way too many sacks, which I think does not translate well.
His offensive line was awful, though.
I know, but have you seen all the stats about if you take a lot of sacks in college, regardless of the reason, you tend to take a lot in the pros? I don't think that's a good sign.
Who came up with that stat?
No, that's like people who have studied this stuff over the course of like many years say guys who got sacked a lot in college, they've followed in the NFL.
And who are the people that are doing all this studying? Just
the dozens, if not hundreds of people who make the draft their entire livelihood, Pony. When you're producing the show, you can actually go get some of these stats from me.
Did the Steelers not consult those people when they picked Kenny in the first round when he was still spinning himself into sacks when he was at Pitt? Did they not subscribe to that letter that has that information in there?
Pretty sure the Steelers lived in their fears that they were somehow passing on Dan Marino 2.0.
Well, that's another reason to ding Art Rooney because he had his hands all over that. We'll talk to Mike Florio in a few minutes. Also, Javon Hargrave linked to the Steelers as a welcome back Cotter player for 2025. I'm okay with that. Here's why. It's getting older, which is not the best, but if they're going to get a guy that can fill a position and he's not going to cost a lot of money, that gives me more money to spend on offensive playmakers that I need. And I don't think it keeps them from drafting a defensive lineman in the first or second round.
I guess what you're really hoping there is I get the player and he's still close to the player that left here and that obviously has played well elsewhere.
The one thing that would – I don't know how they would use Benton in this situation, but if it's Hargrave comes here and that puts Benton on the bench, what a horrible look that would be for Benton. That
I don't think that's what they would want to do.
His third year, a guy that's in his 30s would be taking his spot.
I mean, haven't they talked about feeling like Benton has been a little bit miscast, or at least was last year, and what they asked him to do versus what he's
move him to Ogunjobi's spot?
Yeah, like what they've asked him to do versus what they want him to do.
Hayward, Benton at ends, and Hargrave at
tackle? People have talked about thinking Benton needs to be at the end here.
And then the guy you draft in the first or second round is
in the middle,
like a rotational.
No, I think the guy you draft in the first or second round, if you're going to draft the defensive lineman,
is he taking Hayward's spot eventually?
I think you want to draft an end because I think wouldn't you say nose tackle's one you'd hope you could get in the later rounds because it's just simply not as valued a position even in the AFC North where teams run it a lot. That's what I would look at.
Yeah, but are they looking at that nose tackle position now like Casey Hampton 15 years ago? Or are they looking at it more like I want Aaron Donald in there or Chris Jones?
I guess my point is, regardless of how they're looking at it, I still think it's probably a little bit easier to find those guys in the middle rounds. Like, you can almost draft a body type and some traits.
That's why Jordan Davis in the first round ended up being such a bad pick.
The rare Howie Roseman whiff.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Mike Florio on these scathing grades for Art Rooney 2 in this NFLPA poll. His reaction and the latest scuttlebutt from the Combine, what he's hearing about Stafford and what the Steelers might do. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Flyers beat up the Penguins 6-1 last night in Philly. The teams will do it again tomorrow night in Pittsburgh. Puck drop at the arena set for 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. I want to tell you right now about the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook, the only sports betting app I use and I recommend. You can bet more than the score with BetParx. You can bet player performances in games. You can bet scores by half, depending on what sport you're looking at here. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. Again, the only app I ever use and recommend to bet sports, play all your favorite casino games for real money. Get some skin in the game, too. Bet sports, play blackjack, play craps, poker, roulette, hot online slots while you're watching the game, and make your downtime fun time. You can play blackjack with a live dealer, for example, right on your phone. Download the app right now. Enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. New users, download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParx.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland for the BetParx app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Mitch Keller. Just 29 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're
officially less than a month away from the madness, and it's time for some college hoops. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Michigan State will enter Wednesday's road matchup against Maryland as a 3.5-point underdog. The Spartans are riding a 3-game winning streak and are looking to extend their run after securing victories against Illinois, Purdue, and Michigan. I'm backing the Spartans to cover for a 4th straight contest against the Terrapins. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Time to talk to Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio. Very busy time for him with the NFL Scouting Combine. All the info that's coming out there about free agents and teams getting their offseason ducks in a row, plus the actual scouting of prospects and meeting with those players and watching those players work out and everything else. And we're happy to have Mike on the hotline, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Mike is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, we're going to start, though, with this NFLPA survey and the fact that Art Rooney, too, got absolutely dreadful grades again. A D grade from Steelers players, 28th out of 32 teams. Your thoughts?
Well, wait, isn't this just a way for people to vent and grind axes and it means nothing? Isn't that what Art said last year in response to the only way to hold owners accountable? I mean, let's be realistic about it. You can't fire owners. The only way to hold owners of NFL teams accountable for anything is to do this report card that the players do. And I think it is a stroke of genius that they do it. And there are teams that get bad grades who react by taking the criticism to heart and doing something about it. And there are teams that try to downplay it and denigrate it and make it seem like something that is just fake news or whatever the league we want to apply. And it seems like Art, based upon what he said last year, and I got a ton of respect for him as one of the better owners in the NFL, but it seems like he has ignored the feedback. He hasn't acted in response to the feedback. And what a shock. You get a bad report card and you don't change your study habits, you're going to get another bad report card from the teacher.
All right, so just to let people know exactly what Art said last year at the owners' meetings when he was, I think, rated what, Chris? The 31st
I think he was 31st, yeah.
He said, quote, "It doesn't get presented to us, it gets presented to the media. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a media opportunity for the Players Association as opposed to a serious effort of constructive criticism," was his response.
Well, but wait a minute. Why does that – yeah, I know they'd prefer not to have dirty laundry aired out, but the players are choosing to take advantage of a weapon that is at their disposal. And I don't mean it in a negative way, but there is a broader relationship here between labor and management. And this is a great way for the players to make their voices heard, and it's a great way to shame teams into changing the way they do things. And Art might not like it, but if they want to change the right that the players have to do this, then go to the bargaining table and come up with a mechanism to require the players to share that information directly with the league. So the union, which has from time to time capitulated too often to the owners because there really isn't true equality in bargaining strength, because the owners will shut the league down for a full year and the players won't miss a game check, and I don't blame the players for that. This is something that the players can use that clearly gets under the owner's skin. And you can either downplay it and ignore it, or you can take it to heart. And the teams that took it to heart, like the Commanders, they've improved their grades. So I think it's good that the Players Union does it, and I don't think it's a good idea for the teams that get bad grades to just ignore it and brush it off and not take it seriously and not change their ways in response to the grades they get.
A couple different thoughts I have, Mike. I mean, one, if Art saw this last year, whether he saw it as a media opportunity or not, he still could have addressed his players behind closed doors and maybe helped himself, which doesn't seem that he really did at all. Another thought I had was he's in a pretty bad neighborhood as far as like other owners. Woody Johnson, Michael Bidwill, Jimmy Haslam. Bidwill, I think, currently has like a harassment suit filed against him. Robert Kraft's the only other outlier, but not a good neighborhood to be hanging out in. And then, Mike, this is my other big thought and probably Art's biggest problem. Jeffrey Lurie's team, Jeffrey Lurie then by extension, got an F, I believe it was, for like traveling and transportation and how the Eagles handle that. I think it is a lot easier to slough off that kind of thing when you're a Super Bowl champion or you got close to a Super Bowl. In Art's case, he's getting these grades, and they haven't won a playoff game in almost a decade.
I don't disagree with any of that, and I've said for years now that dysfunction in a football organization begins at the top, and bad teams stay bad. In a league where things are, in theory, balanced out so you can be competitive every given year, you can, in theory, win a Super Bowl once every 32 years because everything is flattened out from a talent acquisition standpoint. There are ways that you need to make yourself attractive to free agents. There are ways that you need to make yourself attractive to your locker room, and those little things can add up. And, hey, it's a testament to the Steelers' ability to identify and develop talent and others in the organization who can make up for the fact that ownership isn't viewed favorably by players. It's definitely something that should be alarming to any owner, and there should be a concerted effort to try to address the deficiencies instead of just saying, well, it's not a serious effort at constructive criticism because they give it to the media. That makes it even more imperative, I think, to make the changes necessary so the next year you get better grades. But I just don't think the owners like anything that is used to make them accountable. They are so used to generally, not just Art, that they are so generally accustomed to being in a position where they aren't questioned, they aren't criticized, nothing sticks to them. There's no accountability. As Jed York of the 49ers said several years ago, you can't fire an owner. I just think it's a great way for the players to try to get better treatment from all teams, and some teams are reacting. I remember last year Clark Hunt, when the Chiefs got horrible grades, he came out and said, we take this to heart, and we're going to take a hard look in the mirror, and we're going to do what we have to do. I think that's the right attitude if you want to have your players as happy as they can be. Now some would say you don't want your players to be too happy, because if they're too happy, they might be a little soft and a little complacent. Like, is it a good thing the Dolphins are number one? I don't know when you look at how the Dolphins can't get past the first round of the playoffs or get to the playoffs, and they've got that narrative that comes from within the building. They had a player say last year we were soft in our loss to Green Bay on Thanksgiving night, but you don't want to be at the bottom of the pack. You don't want to be listed in the same sentence with the owners of the most dysfunctional teams, because one of the reasons those teams are so dysfunctional is because of their owners.
Mike, do you think that the Steelers are a serious player for Matthew Stafford?
I don't know right now whether or not they are. I know that Albert Breer reported the other day that it was the Steelers, the Browns, the Giants, and the Raiders who had shown interest among other teams. Now, is that coming from the Steelers, or is it coming from Stafford's agent, or is it coming from the Rams who are trying to see if there's a real market out there so they don't have to pay him? The challenge is, or at least pay him what he wants, the challenge is to come up with a trade package that the Rams would want and come up with a contract that will make Stafford happy. The Rams want him. Sean McVay made that clear. They want him. There's just an impasse over what he's worth. And when you look at how he played last year, and you look at how there are other guys like Jared Goff, the guy the Rams tied a first-round pick to get his contract off the books when they traded for Stafford, Goff's at $53 million a year, and Stafford's making $27 this year. It's going to be a major undertaking to make him happy and make the Rams happy. And I don't know that the Steelers are in the mindset to take that kind of a big swing. Yeah, last year they made a dramatic change to the quarterback position, but at the end of the day, they paid their three guys, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, and Kyle Allen. They paid their 3 guys less than what Mason Rudolph got from the Tennessee Titans. So I don't see the Steelers going out there and giving up the draft picks that would be required to do the trade and the money that would be required to make Matthew Stafford happy. Because this isn't Matthew Stafford picking a spot where he thinks he can win a Super Bowl. If that's his motivation, just stay with the Rams. I think this is about Matthew Stafford getting one last giant bag of cash before his expiration date arrives on his playing career.
Mike, I know you are all over stuff like what I'm about to ask you about. So is Tom Brady going to get slapped on the wrist? Is there going to be any kind of weird tampering? Because I see the report was out there that they met, that he and Stafford met, and then he scrambled to say, oh, no, total coincidence. Totally, this didn't happen in a planned fashion. He didn't come out to visit me. We just bumped into each other in Montana.
Well, and then on top of it, what happened is the guy who reported it, Jordan Schultz from Fox, a Tom Brady colleague, doubled down and called BS on it being coincidence.
Oh, I didn't see that. I love that. That's great.
They're gonna. Jordan Schultz is gonna get hit with like a blow dart, like a James Bond movie, one of these, in a couple minutes here, Mike.
I just walked back over to my laptop to see the latest communication from the Rams. The PR guy there that I deal with, Artis Twyman, he's looking into what the parameters of the permission were. That's what it all comes down to. It's one thing to give a player's agent the permission to talk to other teams about what a potential contract would look like, what a potential trade would look like. It's another thing to give blanket permission for a player to start making the rounds like a free agent who goes to this team and to that team. And you go to Tom Brady's house in Montana, and Tom Brady is working on you to join the Raiders, you better have blanket permission to do it. It's not a problem for Stafford. He won't get in trouble. The guy who gets in trouble is the guy who's already walking this tightrope between being the number one analyst for Fox, minority owner, majority influence of the Raiders, and he might have just stepped right off the wire by doing what he did. It all comes down to the extent of the permission that the Rams gave to Stafford. And if they did not give him permission to meet with other teams, Brady's going to have a problem if the league is willing to do something about it. But there's enough of a sense in league circles, as evidenced by the rules that apply to Tom Brady. He can't go to practices. He can't go to production meetings. He can't enter other team facilities. There could be a consequence to this. It all comes down to the permission that the Rams provided to Matthew Stafford. And this could hit the fan. And the call is coming from inside the house, which makes it even more compelling.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk on the NFL Scouting Combine, Art Rooney and the Steelers. Thank you so much, Mike. We'll talk again next week.
See you guys.
Segment was brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Their fan beer of the month is out. It's the Granddaddy by Dough Daddy Brewing, benefiting the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Well, Rooney took home a horrible report card. His coach took home a much better one. Where did Mike Tomlin rank among NFL head coaches as far as the job he's doing, as graded out by his own players, his employees? You'll find out next. Aditi live from the Scouting Combine as well. We'll see if she has big-time scuttlebutt. Right now I'm going to tell you about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Okay, college hoops. Man, it went crappy last night. 8.5-point favorite was Pitt against Georgia Tech. Lost the game outright. I'm guessing they're going to be a double-digit dog against Louisville on Saturday when they go to the Yum Center and take on a feisty, in-game, and plucky Louisville team that has turned it completely around. Man, were they downtrodden. Man, had that program turned into a joke. They hired a new coach. They went into the transfer portal, and they're legit. And so they're going to be a big favorite in that game. And you can bet on it. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins on America's #1 sportsbook. That is the FanDuel Sportsbook. And when you win, you get that money instantly. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on all the college hoops action. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like the time Ron Cook got his celebrities confused.
Eric, I thought about who you reminded me of in the TV business.
Who's that?
Ron Jeremy. I've stunned silence here.
Yeah.
Nobody else watches Anchorman?
93.7 The Fan's 15th Faniversary. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8, Hampton Township. Drive a little, save a lot. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, rain showers continue with overnight lows in the low 40s. Thursday, rain showers with highs in the upper 40s, then switching to snow Thursday night with temperatures into the low 30s. Friday, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 40s, and the chance of rain again Friday night with lows in the upper 30s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Elantra 36 months lease, 10,000 miles per year. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Tucson and Santa Fe. Must finance HMF low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer fee. Couple buyers are qualifying. Stock units only. Represent 131.25.
Start the year in a new Hyundai at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Lease the new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $199 a month. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe, both available with 1.99% financing. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
As football winds down, college basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they are ready to shine in March and who will be seen in San Antonio. You can get in on all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's 2 different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a bucket list sports trip. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Only $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Now by Xfinity. Internet, mobile, and TV that feels just right. Just like driving past an expensive coffee shop as you sip your homemade latte. Like waiting to use a promo code for 50% off on your sister's birthday present. Like snagging limited edition sneakers before they hit the resale market. Like getting concert tickets pre-sale before online brokers raise the price. That's the feeling you get with Now Internet. Dependable internet with no annual contracts, unlimited data, and equipment included. Internet just right for endless video calls, streaming every season of that show you're obsessed with, and staying connected on multiple devices. Internet that's just what you want and nothing you don't. Backed by the Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month all in. Easy, simple, flexible. All for one low price. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
You're already seeing a lot of tunnel traffic on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge all the way to Squirrel Hill. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still, Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have placed Matt Nieto on waivers. They come home after getting bludgeoned by the Flyers 6-1. They host Philadelphia tomorrow night. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. From a raucous Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
What convinces you that Mike Tomlin is the guy to do that still after all of these years?
Mike T and I have been together now for 18 years. I've been in this capacity going into my third draft, and I just see the passion and that he has, and he's great to work with, and I love him as a person and a football coach, and I'm excited what the future holds for us.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Tell that to your paying customers, Omar Khan, that you're excited to see what the future holds with Mike Tomlin. Because the people we talk to here on this radio station say the exact opposite. They don't believe that the Steelers can win again until they show Mike Tomlin the door, which that's not how it works here. You're basically like a pope or a Supreme Court justice. You get to coach as long as you want when you're Steelers head coach. And Mike's never had a losing season, but he also hasn't had a playoff win since 2016. Players still love him. Got an A in this NFL PA survey. They graded all kinds of things. Owner Art Rooney got slagged, was given a D grade, 28th out of 32 teams. Only 6 head coaches had a better grade than Tomlin. Names you would expect like Andy Reid and Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, who won NFL Head Coach of the Year, Dan Quinn, who did a great job with the Commanders this year. Names you might not expect like Raheem Morris in Atlanta, Mike McDaniel in Miami, but still, from the people that he coaches and the guys he's trying to get his message out to, they still really like him and believe in him as a head coach. Now, I've been accused in the past on this radio station in the 15 years we've been here of twisting any positive on Mike Tomlin into a negative. But I do think it's applicable here for a few reasons. I don't think that this is the end-all, be-all. If I am a Mike Tomlin apologist or Mike Tomlin lover, I don't think you can simply just look at this grade and say, see, look, this is proof that Mike still has his fastball mulsy, and here's why. There are a couple things that I think fall under Mike Tomlin's purview let's say, that the Steelers did not do well on in this. One of them is the performance of the Steelers' strength coach. The Steelers' strength coach staff, the weight room guys that are supposed to get them in the, quote, best shape of their lives, finished dead last, got the worst grade. Now, why is that a Mike Tomlin thing? Because he blew out the previous staff and replaced him with a guy who had ties to his son's college career. This is like the low-key Matt Canada move all over again. Strength coaches from Boston College, where Dino Tomlin played, they come here, Chris, and right off the bat, major mistake, huge folly. The Russell Wilson injury on the first day of training camp. That was probably a strength coach, get these guys in shape, total mistake.
The phrase, why is Russell Wilson pushing a weighted sled, was getting uttered a lot.
So I think that's the... Everyone always says, hey, with very rare exception, like when Canada was fired, or even the input that Rooney had on hiring Arthur Smith. He was very involved in that. That it is Mike's coaching staff. Omar got a question about the coaching staff changes and said, you need to ask Mike Tomlin about that. That's not my domain.
Mm-hmm.
So players love him, fine. The assistant coaches were not graded. I'd love to know how, because it said head coach. I'd love to know how Steelers players feel about their assistant coaches. My guess is they don't have a very high opinion of them.
I think there's just a weird blind spot here overall, where the players do love the guy at the top of the heap and they respect him, and all the stuff we hear about how he relates to them, and the guy you get in front of the cameras is totally different than the guy behind the scenes and how he relates to these guys. I think they all love it, and then I think it just exists in like this weird little compartmentalized vacuum kind of area where they don't connect him to, well, he hires the coaches. They don't connect him to, if there's a bad draft pick, he probably had a lot of say in it. And I do think in all this, Brooke Pryor made an interesting point, though. He's ranked 7th because guys just like him. He clearly, you like anybody that is more relatable to you than maybe somebody else would be. But Brooke wrote,
why do you think he's still relatable when he's in his 50s now, when he's been in the NFL for as long as he's been? Because you did call it a dinosaur franchise yesterday, so why do you think he's been able to avoid falling into the Jurassic period trap with his players?
Well, I do think the way he talks to these guys, I think other coaches don't talk to these guys the way Mike does. I think he really does still make a genuine commitment to getting to know them. And I think that probably cuts across football dinosaur tendencies. You know who else is a guy who I bet, who's much older than Mike, would probably get high marks as far as do you relate to me?
Pete Carroll?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Pete has a lot of the same dinosaur tendencies as far as how he wants to coach football and thinks it should be played.
Lennox still love dinosaurs?
Yeah, he's into them still a fair amount.
Stella's obsessed.
He's real into the video game scene now because he plays the one game Mario game where you can create your own levels. So now, and I do like this for him. He'll create levels for me. One of them was from the movie Saw last night. Pick 3 doors at the start. 2 of them drop you to immediate death on a spinning blade. One of them is correct.
So he likes watching you fail at things?
Yeah, and I failed twice before I picked the right door.
Good kid.
Anyway, he's still into him, though.
Stella's new thing is daddy T-Rex, mommy T-Rex, baby T-Rex, mommy Brachiosaurus, daddy Brachiosaurus, baby Brachiosaurus.
Oh, now Lennox would be teaching her the proper pronunciations, too. He'd say Brachiosaurus, Diplodocus.
Mommy Stegosaurus.
What's her favorite, T-Rex still?
T-Rex, she says every time, yeah.
Ace is very much into the car scene.
She makes the mommy Brachiosaurus and the daddy T-Rex kiss because she thinks that they're actually mommy and daddy together.
Oh, so they're not 2 separate parents from different marriages. They're really together.
Yeah.
Wow, very romantic of her. It's like when Harry met Sally, but for dinosaurs.
And in reality, didn't the T-Rex try to eat that?
The steg? Or the mommy Wait, it's a mommy and daddy T-Rex?
Wouldn't the T-Rex try to eat the Brachiosaurus?
Oh, yeah, they're going after plant eaters big time.
Even the biggest ones.
Oh, they're still, big tree fall hard or whatever.
A lot of meat there.
Oh, to feed a whole village.
Right.
I don't know how to segue. I have no segue out of that, actually. Ace, by the way, just a menace. Just while we're talking about kids for a second, total menace.
Are they coming tonight to this?
They are not. Can you imagine me unleashing those 2 on this place? They wouldn't even be allowed in. They're children.
You can't even come to the Rivers for a show.
You can't be on the floor of the casino with
That's a good point.
Because back when we would go to we went to Vegas when I was a little kid. My parents couldn't walk us through the casino portion of Circus, which is where we stayed. Anyway, Brooke had a point though about Tomlin I do think is relevant. Or maybe she had a point about Art, but there's a thing about Mike that I think is relevant. One of the categories he got rated on in this was his willingness to listen to his players as far as their opinion and input on how to improve the team. He ranked basically middle of the pack, 15th out of 32. What is a strange needle to see him continue to thread is being so well liked overall. That paints, though, a picture, that other ranking, Pony, of a guy who is not always exactly receptive to them and kind of stubborn. I know better than you. I've been here, done that for a long time, since you were in diapers kind of deal, because he has been doing it since some of his players are probably 2 and 3 years old, right?
Yeah, now that you mention it.
I mean, it's true. I don't love that for him, because that reinforces one of my most negative feelings about him, is that he is very set in his ways. He has been empowered to be set in his ways, and no one's going to challenge him about being set in his ways. So that does get me fed up.
If I'm going to take a positive view of Tomlin from this, here's what I would say. Here's what I would try to argue. You could paint the picture that he's held back from Art, and if Art maybe in his vision of what the Steelers are or should be, if Mike did not have that hanging over him, he might be different. He might be better. I don't agree with that. But it is interesting that you and I kind of lump Rooney and Tomlin together so often now, they're attached at the hip. Sometimes Art sounds like he's working for Tomlin. That's how much he venerates him. It is interesting, the dichotomy here where one guy gets an A and the other guy gets almost the worst grade possible.
Well, I think Art's just seen as incredibly distant and not standoffish isn't the right word, but he's just not there. And I think players know enough to know he controls the purse strings. So if something does or doesn't get done facilities-wise, it's Art's call.
It's almost like
they're still in the battle every Sunday with Mike.
I know, but it's almost analogous to me. Maybe this Pirates manager could be better. So if his owner spent more money.
So do you think to some extent...
Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yes. I mean, I think that's possible. Do you really think Mike has to have his arm twisted to be a run-first, defense-heavy coach if that's Art, cascading down from him? I don't think... People always point out to, rebut me when I say Mike wants to win Stone Age style, that when Ben was in his prime and they had the Killer Bees, he happily embraced an up-tempo offense and his defense just couldn't kind of pull their weight with, cheap, inexpensive young players. And that is true. But I think that the fact that Ben kind of ran the show on one side of the ball exclusively, I think Mike has wanted to push back and say, I can do it my way on both sides of the ball and we can thrive. I do think that has been held over his head a little bit. I think the one thing I would say in Mike's favor is this. It is obvious, whether you or I think that the players are wrong to feel this way or that his charismatic kind of nature gives him a pass on other stuff that's more tangible, right? The guys who are the best, Campbell's charismatic and he knows what he's doing too. I do think this is a thing worth saying in Mike's favor. With how badly Art has scored 2 years in a row in this, I do think the fact that Mike usually gets his guys to go hard and never to just kick in on a season and completely suck, not that might not be the best thing for them, sort of prevents them in some ways from turning into the Bengals the bad Cincy teams, right? Where they would just bottom out and be really bad because the owner was not well liked.
I mean that you put 2 and 2 together there?
Well, I'm more pointing out, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily a virtuous thing in the end because you'd rather sink to the bottom and get a Joe Burrow who should have the Bengals back. But the way you hear guys talk about Art and the way you've heard Mike Brown talked about what stands mainly between that team that doesn't like that owner and being really bad one year. It might be the fact that they all are willing to die on the field for Mike because they respect him. He's almost a bulwark against them being one of the dregs in many ways because he manages to get a base level of performance and wins out of those guys. But I think
it's interesting that everybody in the national media basically knows and outside of Cincinnati that Mike Brown is a cheap owner. And it seems like now people are just coming around to the idea or waking up to the idea that Art Rooney pretty much operates the same way.
I think that's because the Steelers have won more than the Bengals have. Not recently. The Bengals have been on the precipice of winning a Super Bowl, but I think that's where your historical franchise perception factors.
Here are some coaches that Tomlin graded out better than. Nick Sirianni, Super Bowl champion coach. Jim Harbaugh. LaFleur, who wins every year in Green Bay and has done it with multiple quarterbacks.
John Harbaugh, too, then, right?
John Harbaugh. Sean McDermott.
Okay,
Kevin Stefanski, who's been coach of the year
He was
twice.
near the bottom, wasn't he?
He got, of coaches who are still employed, he got the worst grade. He got a C. So did Doug Peterson and Matt Eberflus, and both guys got
All
canned.
right, I mean, I will say, I think that the part of this that's unscientific is if you like a guy personally who's your head coach and you just think personally he's a good dude and you think he cares about you as a person, I think even if the team doesn't have the same level of success, you're going to be inclined to rate him more favorably.
Well, that's probably how Mike McDaniel got an A+ from the Dolphins.
Right, because he's relatable, and I think guys would be more willing to say, I think Mike's a great coach. We didn't hold up our end of the bargain for him more so than they'd be likely to say, man, Mike didn't have the greatest game plan in this game. I think he could have done more to help us out.
Texas on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We had Richie Walsh at the Combine give a scuttlebutt on who he thinks the Steelers will draft based on his conversations and what he was hearing on Matthew Stafford, Justin Fields, and Russell Wilson. We'll get Aditi's take on it next, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt falling to Georgia Tech last night, 73-67. The Panthers at Louisville on Saturday, 6 p.m. tip. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan, pregame coverage at 5:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Hey guys, Donnie Football here. Be ready for anything with the BetParx app. Hockey, hoops, fights, golf, racing, and baseball, the real thing right around the corner. Bet on more than the score with the BetParx app. Bet on player performances like goals, rebounds, home runs, steals, saves, and more. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win with BetParx. It's the only app I use, the only app I recommend. Play all of your favorite casino games. Bet on all of your favorite sports. Get some skin in the game with blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and online slots to make your downtime fun time. Download the app right now, and there is a great offer for new users. You guys can get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for details. Must be 21. And in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Michigan, or Ohio, gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The most important and impressive part of Luka Doncic's victory over his former team, the Dallas Mavericks, last night is the fact that LeBron James didn't have to carry the weight or the load for that team, at least not until the end. Luka Doncic had the offense run through him. He took off the wear and tear from LeBron, and we saw exactly what that could mean. A James who's ready to go, was great in the fourth quarter, and will have ample energy to spend when it matters most. I'm Bill Ryder.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refunds belong to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Cloudy with showers tonight, the low 43.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Seeing a couple spots of congestion on the inbound side of the Parkway West. First, you're backed up from Montour Run through Campbell's Run, and then again from the runaway truck sand pile into the tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still, Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Pre-party for our big 15th anniversary celebration tonight here at the Rivers. We're currently at the Sportsbook, one of our homes away from home. At our broadcast position here, there's a sign that says bar that's lit up. Like a nice happy hour. We never get to do one on this show because of the time of our show, which is just a kind of a champagne problem.
Actually, we do during football season. We usually do a happy hour.
True, but we don't actually get to go to happy hours is what I mean.
Well, Pony, I wouldn't rather have it any other way than to be sitting there in the studio
our
having a
incredible
beer
sales
with you.
manager bringing the happy hour to us right
That's
now.
right.
Thank you so much, Nancy.
Oh, that's just perfect.
Anyways, let's go to the fan hotline. Like I said, that's where we find Aditi Kinkhabwala. She is, I think, currently at St. Elmo's Steakhouse in Indianapolis. Hello, Aditi.
I am actually not at St. Elmo's Steakhouse. I am also not currently happy houring, but
okay.
Also, St. Elmo's Steakhouse would have very little appeal to Aditi, who's a vegetarian. Now, are you a pescatarian though? Will you eat the shrimp, the shellfish?
I am not. I do not.
She goes all the way.
Shrimp.
No half measures with
But
her.
she's not a
I like
vegan
that.
because being a vegan starts to really that limits your options.
Cheese.
Pony.
I love dairy. I love ice cream. I love cheese. I love Greek yogurt. So correct. I am not a vegan.
Aditi, let's go right to quarterback scuttlebutt. Then we'll get into these NFL PA grades for the Steelers. Schefter said today 3 teams for Stafford. Mentioned the Steelers. How realistic do you think Stafford to the Steelers is?
Oh gosh. You want me to answer with like a percentage? I don't think it's dead. You know, you've thrown things at me where I've said it's not happening. I'm trying to think of one. What did I tell you? I told you Ayuk was not happening.
And a lot of
this
good
one
that
is not
did
a
him because
100% no.
he kept digging in on it, Aditi.
Well, there have been quite a few, right, Pony, where you were like, is this guy coming? And I've been like, nope, it's not happening. It's not, no matter what the scuttlebutt or the noise is.
Is Stafford is this Stafford the Steelers in the ICU, Aditi? Is it in stable condition? Like, how are we looking here?
I don't know that it's stable. I'm just saying that I'm not going to poo-poo it immediately like I do a lot of things that you guys throw at me.
Why is that?
Because there's enough noise here and enough conversations that it's not out of the realm of possibility. And I think, I used this line on you. I said that I had spoken to another general manager. I think I told you guys this. I talked to another general manager who's also in the position of needing a quarterback, and he had said to me, we're in the dating everyone stage.
You did tell us
meaning that you're going to. I did tell you guys that? Sorry.
Yeah, and then Chris joked about my Facebook usage and trying to cast a wide net with girls. Yeah, we did all that.
Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. You know what? When you were at the Combine, you have so many conversations that sometimes they all run together, and now you're asking me to remember a conversation from a week ago. But in any case, my point is that that's where the Steelers are right now. And this year, Omar Khan certainly wasn't going to paint himself into any sort of corner. So any team worth its salt is doing its due diligence on anything and everything. And so, obviously, due diligence is being done. And from what I have been told, Matthew Stafford is not dead on arrival, as a lot of the things that you've thrown at me
Do you still feel that way about Russ returning to the Steelers?
From all of the reporting that I have and all of the conversations that I've had with people in the building, everything I have been told is that he is not going to re-sign with the Steelers.
Aditi, let me change gears on you. The NFLPA player survey came out today again, and first off, Art Rooney up 3 spots on the ownership grades from last year, but that still leaves him in the bottom 5 in real estate, also occupied by Michael Bidwill, Woody Johnson, Jimmy Haslam. What's your reaction to, once again, the Steelers players rating Art near the bottom ultimately among owners in the league?
You read the comments, right? Or
Yep.
some of the reasons?
The rationale, yeah.
Yes, and so if it's not completely totally out of left field. They have their reasons. This has stayed fairly consistent since they've been doing this, and I travel to every facility. I see.
That's why you're a great person to ask about this, because of what you just said right there, Aditi. Seriously.
Yeah, there are differences. There are a lot of differences in the Steelers building, the way that the Steelers do certain things, what the Steelers offer. And a lot of that is because legacy often counted for something, but we're in a different day and age that when you are being rated on your locker room, on your lunchroom or your cafeteria, on your training room, it's not enough to say, okay, well, we'll put up with all these things that are sort of below average just to get to play for this coach that we'll give high marks to.
Aditi, you have told us about George Pickens and what you observed in him, having worked sidelines of Steelers games. Omar Khan basically made it sound like they're not ready to end that relationship, and they might actually be interested in extending it. I think the most likely outcome, at least it sounds to me right now, is that they'll bring him back in almost a lame duck, prove it. We're not going to give you an extension now, but maybe if you play well and you behave, we might after that season when your 4th year is up. Do you think that's a good idea to roll the dice and bring Pickens back on a lame duck contract when he sees his peers getting big money and extensions from other teams?
Well, then you have your answer. If he doesn't have the maturity to say, okay, this is my prove-it year, this is when I'm going to make them regret this because I'll be worth so much more money a year from now than I am right now. If he's able to do that, then that tells you something about his social and emotional maturity. If he can't, if he pouts and he sulks, then that tells you that he's not someone you want to be locked up with long term. But I will say this, the way that you just phrased that, you said if he behaves.
Yep.
At this point, everything that you know of him, everything that you knew of him before you drafted him, and everything that you've known of him since he's been in your building, you have to acknowledge what that is, and you have to decide if you're going to help him. You have to decide if you're going to offer support around him. And in my personal opinion, the help that you offer him is by actually holding him accountable. You are not doing him any favors by letting what you are calling bad behavior, your phrase, letting it go. Okay, that hasn't helped him, that hasn't changed his behavior in any way, that hasn't made him any less high maintenance of a teammate or player. So if you want him to change the way that he behaves, you can't keep operating the exact same way. Something's got to change. And you can't expect him at this point to just wake up one day and say, you know what, I'm going to be the consummate professional from here on out. This is a guy that needs some help getting there. So help him get there.
Aditi, based on who you've talked to, if the Steelers actually watched Ashton Genty fall in the first round of the draft, teams still putting the old running backs aren't worth it vibe out there in the first round, do you think they would actually pounce on him if he was sitting there at pick 21 based on who you're talking to?
That's a tough one. He is a top 10 talent. This is funny because I've been sitting with as many general managers and head coaches and all that as I can and doing some of the fun stuff that I've done here. And one of the things that I've asked a bunch of general managers is if you could start a franchise today with any one player in NFL history, who would you start the franchise with? And several guys have said Joe Green. Several guys have said Lawrence Taylor. A bunch have said Tom Brady. It's very interesting.
Ken Graham? Did his name come up?
It's interesting. No, but it's very interesting who would start with an edge rusher, who would start with a quarterback. Nick Caserio, the Texans GM, actually today, the first name he said was Jim Brown. And I said, well, that's interesting that you would start with a running back. And he said, well, running backs this past year sure proved how important they are, didn't they? And he, of course, added then, can I also add LT and Tom Brady? But the point is that I think that we've seen that backs are not necessarily a dime a dozen, that there are certain backs that absolutely can be truly unique and game changers. I don't know. I mean, I'll just frankly tell you, I don't know if the Steelers would do that again so soon after Najee Harris.
Aditi, God, that is so interesting that Nick Caserio actually went on record and said that and talked about it that way, only because, I would just feel like the context is so missing there. Barkley goes to a team with an awesome offensive line. Jahmyr Gibbs is a first-round back. Henry goes to the Ravens, such a unique attack with Jackson. I am intrigued to hear that an NFL GM is still just saying almost context independent. You just trust in that kind of level of talent.
And what a flex by Aditi when she's even able to have these conversations with people.
No, I love it. And that's an awesome nugget. I don't know how I'd feel about it, I guess, if I were a Texans fan.
Mosey, it's so funny because you sit here and think about it. What's so interesting about that, too, is that Nick Caserio spent how many years with the Patriots who never had
land of
a big-name
disposable
running
backs.
back.
Yeah.
Exactly. They won all of those Super Bowls with, I think the most accomplished of their Super Bowl winning backs was LeGarrette Blount.
I was going to say
Corey Dillon. They never had a frontliner
they won it with Sony Michel as their leading rusher.
Correct. They used a first-round pick on him, which is a cautionary tale on that.
But again, what Caserio was saying is more about Jim Brown and how he was such sort of a transcendental player and talent.
Where did he go to school?
And it's not just, yes, we know. He went to Syracuse. In any case, which Syracuse is also the home of Floyd Little and Tom Coughlin, who was a wingback as well.
And Larry Zonka.
Notice he's not
Anyway.
talking about current Syracuse players, football or basketball.
Why?
Not a lot to crow about.
Kyle McCord had a bad game against Pitt, but otherwise
No,
he's
but
rising up
to
the
get
charts.
back on this, I mean, it's fascinating that you say this because I had this argument actually with my analyst over and over again about Derrick Henry because Derrick Henry, the last few years in Tennessee, was considered washed. And then all of a sudden he goes to the Ravens, who, as you said, have the most unique rushing attack, and he's with Lamar Jackson. And all of a sudden, look at him. Lamar Jackson clearly makes him better. He makes Lamar better, all of that. But the Titans had no line. So was he really washed, or was it that the Titans' offense had no pass game and they had no line? Of course, context makes a difference, but Saquon Barkley wasn't doing all of these things with the Giants, obviously.
Right, yeah.
So you can argue it every which way, but I think that there are certain players that, yes, you do need a little support, but Saquon Barkley would be Saquon Barkley with more teams than just the Eagles. And what I mean by that is that the Giants were that bad, but I think that there are some other teams that have good lines, maybe not as great as the Eagles, but good lines where you would see tremendous play from Saquon Barkley.
Aditi, we got to run because Craig Riley, our boss, just showed up, so we need to treat him like he's a big deal. So we will talk again next week. Excellent stuff.
All right, thanks for having me, guys.
We can't wait to get more of your reports from Indy. Thank you.
All right, talk to you soon. Bye.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. South Hills Kia, yes, Peters Township, southhillskia.net. All right, we've got a Bucko Minute. They played 2 today at the same time. What happened? Possibly a breakout, Malsey, from a former number 1 overall pick that I know you're excited about. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins blown out last night in Philly, a 6-1 final. The teams come back to Pittsburgh tomorrow night. Pens hosting the Flyers. Puck drop set for 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you, Donnie. Let's talk right now about McVay. They do heating, they do plumbing. We have an insider on our station whose kid is constantly clogging toilets, and I've told him multiple times he needs to get in touch with McVay. They'll cut him a good deal, and they'll make sure that the next time the kid goes to the bathroom, things go more smoothly, a little more swimmingly, if you will. Yes. Also, heating issues, furnace on the fritz. Certain vents, there's warm air coming out, good, but other ones, it's cool air or no air. Get in touch with McVay and let them troubleshoot that for you today because you're not going to figure it out on your own. Call McVay.com. Malsey.
I was just thinking, Donnie, about how it's going to be later in this summer when you're throwing it and saying we'll be right back after an Andrew Filipponi fan headline. That's going to be something, man. I cannot wait for that. Anyway, also can't wait to tell you about
already have a conversation
my friends
with him that I don't know about?
No, I didn't. No. Already excited, though, to tell you about my friend Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Great place to go. You need a new ride. You want to find the Mitsu that fits you. You go to my friends at Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Great deals still to be had this month right now. Remaining 2024 Outlanders. You can say, hey, I got a 2024 Outlander. That's what Mulsey drives.
Oh.
That's right, up to $9,000 off. Outlander and Eclipse Cross, 2 great options, either one of them. The Outlander, by the way, 7-passenger capable SUV. They're both available with 0% financing. It gets even better. If you're getting rid of an old car, you're probably trying to trade it in, right, to get a new car. How about getting up to 125%? Yes, up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Stop by Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington for an instant, no-obligation appraisal. It is time for you to get your deal your way. What a great day. Go out and see them. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington or always online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is taking a look back at our last 15 years with 93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Like when Dan lost his mind due to a bad call.
The catcher failed to maintain firm and secure possession of the ball throughout the tag. The tag was applied before the runner's foot hit the plate!
93.7 The Fan's 15th anniversary. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health, Pittsburgh's leader in ED treatment. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, time for a Bucko Minute. They played 2 today. One in Bradenton, one in wherever the hell the Braves play games now. It used to be the Wide World of Sports at Disney. I'm not sure if it is anymore. The team they sent to Disney got hammered by the Braves 9-4. The team at home in Bradenton beat the Orioles 7-3. Do we have still Donnie, or do we have gorgeous Charlie Borges back in Green Tree right now?
No, Charlie running late.
Oh, come on, Charles.
Oh, he's probably watching old Devils highlights, just thinking about Brian Madden and Travis Zajac.
Donnie, do me a favor. Hiles found a clip from the Braves broadcast.
John Madden, not Brian Madden.
Yes, of what their announcers said about Jared Triolo today. This has gone viral. So if you can grab that and tell me when you get it, I'd love to hear it. Malsey is just drinking the Henry Davis Kool-Aid. Why? Because the Pirates beat the Orioles 7-3 in that game, and a coming-out party, so to speak, for Davis. 2 for 2 with a homer. Batting average now 500, OPS 1.404, Chris.
Yeah, I don't need to hear one single Henry Davis is a totally different person, and he is feeling so much more comfortable, and he's ready to break out.
And why is that?
Because
hope springs eternal this time of year. I don't know if you've heard that.
I watched Henry Davis look like he was going to struggle if he was placed in single A last year. I do not need to read stories about how what is shaping up to be one of the worst draft busts the Pirates have had in years, and they've had a lot of them, so there's real competition.
Who's the biggest one?
True draft bust for where they picked him.
Biggest Pirates draft bust.
Man, don't I have to say in recent memory at least, Tony Sanchez? They picked him 4th. I don't care what their strategy was. They picked him in the top 5, and he was a no-hit, minimal field catcher.
Okay, they took Brian Bullington 1.
I know. I thought about him, too. Those are the two that jump out to me. I mean, the problem with Bullington as, like, saying he's the biggest bust is they almost, excused him from that designation when their own GM said we see him eventually being a good number 3 starter.
Dude, then I think Henry Davis is...
He's absolutely in the team picture for it already. I don't think he'll ever hit in the bigs. I don't. I think that he will...
We're celebrating our 15th anniversary tonight, and, there will be some stories swapped about interviews and players. He ranks right up there as one of the worst interviews in the history of professional sports.
We tried.
Oh, my God.
I think I pride this show.
Root canal doesn't even do it justice.
I pride this show. You especially, I think, do a great job, but I don't think I'm bad at it.
No, you're tremendous.
We try to... No, I'm saying specifically loosening up people and, having fun interviews. Man, we could have asked him, Henry, what gives you the most happiness in your life here on planet Earth? And I think he would have said, just baseball. It was like a mixture of Bill Belichick with, this veiled feeling of menace beneath the surface.
But no Belichick gravitas.
You did get something out of Henry Davis about, getting engaged, I remember.
Yeah.
There was something there where we felt like we had done okay.
But even that felt like a massive breakthrough.
I think we've even made some headway with Skeens, who's kind of cagey about that stuff.
It's I'm trying to think of what alien movie it was where, they were trying to communicate back and forth with the aliens, even though obviously there was a language gap.
Was it Contact or whatever
That's
that
what
movie?
I thought the name of it was. But, they finally, figured it out. They think, their version of the alphabet. That's what it was with Davis when he actually gave a good answer.
Okay, I'm going to give you a question, and this one hurts the soul a little bit. If you have to do a 24-hour...
Arrival was the name of it.
Okay. If you have to do a weekly interview, and it is 10 minutes, no matter what, once a week, with either of the following two players, and it's 52 weeks, so there's no let up.
Okay.
Henry Davis, and this hurts me to say, James Conner.
Not even close.
Conner. I agree, but James, man, I felt almost like we were holding him hostage sometimes when he would come on.
Remember when he said, I don't like snacks, and we were talking about, watching the Super Bowl or something like that?
Dude, I felt in pain for him.
So I saw him at the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. We actually did a show together there. Mm-hmm. And he could not have been cooler. He could not have been nicer. He was way more outgoing.
My interviews with him at Pitt one-on-one when I would go over there to do, the pregame stuff, he was great.
I do think he looked at leaving Pittsburgh as almost a liberating thing, and he's obviously, I think, found a nice home there. And I think
a nice little chunk of change for himself.
I think that was all Steelers' fear, that he was going to say something that was going to piss off Tomlin, and he did not want to run afoul of his head coach.
If he wanted to cure himself of that, he should have just talked to Ben before he did interviews. Ben would have said, screw it, do whatever you want. Say whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
But, no, I think there is a legitimate personality in there with Connor. I don't think there is one with Davis.
That's what was like disappointing about doing the interviews with him that always fell flat was when I had talked to him just one-on-one at Pitt, he was still guarded because I think you're a college kid. You kind of like want to also stay on the straight and narrow with like your coach there. But you could tell there was more like energy to it. With us, man, didn't he come in once?
Yeah, I think only one time.
Hold on. Here's the other thing that was so – you're right, though. Your theory that he was scared of, like, running afoul of them. We had Arthur do one of the interviews with us, and we thought player to player, guys who've been there, done that. These guys, like, they know they're part of a fraternity we'll never be a member of. It's always different. And Arthur was like, hey, James, what's going on, man? And he was just like, hey, Arthur. Hey, Arthur, how are you?
2 of my 3 favorite Steelers interviews are going to be a part of this 15th anniversary tonight. 2 out of the 3.
I think the guy
Meatloaf
who's
would have taken it.
What's that?
Meatloaf would have been fine with it.
I think I know who's not going to be part of it.
You do?
Yeah.
But I don't want to ruin it for everybody.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Donnie, do we have this Hiles clip that I told you about?
Uh-oh. Is it Borges now?
I can't hear who's
Did
back
we have?
there.
I don't know if we have. Oh, it's Gorgeous Borges.
Do we have that clip?
Jared Triolo got nicked in the elbow and was staring at Chad Kuhl the whole way to first base. The guy's trying to make a team. He's not trying to hit you, right? Right. He's trying to get you out. I don't understand that.
Man, what a weird-sounding Braves broadcast that is, but I understand it. So Chad Kuhl's pitching for the Braves now.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Chad, a cool dude. I've met him a couple times. Very cool, easygoing
Something
guy.
happened with his wife, right? Wasn't she
His
sick?
wife was very sick. I don't want to say it out. I think she's doing better. So if we get this wrong, this is a completely innocent thing. Chad,
usually I get it wrong and not you.
Well, Chad was very cool. I remember doing
related to Susie Kuhl. I think so.
I didn't think so. No. That's a pretty Kuhl is a pretty common last name. I thought also isn't Susie Kuhl's last name just COOL?
I thought she changed it for stage stuff.
Oh, I don't know. You might be right. I just remember being astounded.
Like Chris Mack.
Right. Well, Mac has changed it completely from what his is.
Or Seth the MILF Hunter.
I remember Kuhl. We did a youth baseball thing in Baldwin, and it was, I swear to you, it was like legitimately 100 degrees that day. And I remember just saying to him, dude, you are wearing a jersey and like dark black pants. How are you not like melting out here?
That's like Tomlin in August and September at training camp wearing
I kid you not.
black.
Your sister, I think, works for this company. She so loved this endorsement. He goes, man, they're these Lululemon pants. I just love them. I'm like, dude, I'd be melting from the inside out.
That's right. I don't know who that Braves announcer was, but
very weird bit there.
Just the inflection there was strange. But
do you think that's a Pirates thing where they're getting disrespected because it's a Pirates player looking down the line, and if it's a Yankee or some other franchise that's done better?
No, I still think they'd say a guy that's probably going to start the year at AAA and is on the comeback trail to the major leagues is not trying to make an impression by hitting Jared friggin' Triolo of all people in a spring training game. Anyways, coming up next, ESPN projects an unlikely name to be the Steelers' 2025 quarterback, underline unlikely. Reaction to what Aditi said about the Russell Wilson thing, and a nugget that was passed on to me about what Russell Wilson wants from the Steelers in his next contract. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Our 15th anniversary party is here in about an hour and 20 minutes. First, I'm going to tell you about Mike's Beer Bar. 80 rotating taps, the best local craft beer all around. You can get beer from Ireland, for example. We have fans here who can't wait to get to Ireland for that game in September. 80 rotating taps, like I said, hundreds of beers from around the world, and spring training baseball going on right now, college basketball, hockey. You can watch it all at Mike's. They make sure the games are on with volume. You don't have to beg a waitress or bartender to get the game on that you like. So baseball will be here before you know it, and that is the place to be before every baseball game, right next door to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-426-0177. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-426-0177. 800-426-0177. That's 800-426-0177.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a bucket list sports trip. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Only $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. 84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich from Petite. Traditions are passed down from generation to generation. And at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we have a tradition of making customers' dreams come true.
Over the years, 3 generations of our family have worked with countless customers. We've listened to their ideas and then developed designs for their kitchens and baths.
And speaking of traditions, we've also had the unique privilege of creating generations of satisfied customers the Petite way.
They've seen that upgrading a kitchen or bath adds value to a home and makes it more desirable. And we can do the same for your home with the best designers and installers in the business.
Come visit our newly remodeled showroom. The response has been overwhelming.
Petite Kitchen and Bath is on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit, or call 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident at West Liberty Avenue and Pauline Avenue in Dormont. You're seeing a slight delay in both directions. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED. NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. Penguins blown out by the Flyers last night. And they've got to regroup and play them tomorrow. But at this point, you really want the Penguins to win, given how far they are out of the playoffs and the fact that the worse they do, the better their odds are of winning the NHL draft lottery. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now, live from a raucous Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com.
That's TopDogLaw.com.
The trade possibility could be Matthew Stafford. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that's going to happen. The Steelers have not talked to Matthew Stafford, but that possibility exists. But the reason I don't think it will happen, the Rams have given Matthew Stafford permission to speak to other teams to gauge his market value, to see if he can get more than the $27 million he is owed this year. I don't think the Steelers would go above $27 million anyhow, so I think it might be a moot point, but I'm not going to sit here and take it off the table because it is a possibility, however, a small.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township. We're an hour and 10 minutes away from our huge 15th anniversary party. People are asking about, will parts of that event make it on the air? I guess it is possible. We will have Ben Tenuta there. So in the past, some of our uncensored events, we've taken
little snippets.
Done it. So I think that might be.
It will not be just broadcast on the air from 6 to 9, though. I just actually had somebody who won't be able to make the event text me that. No, it will not be just carried live on the air.
That's why we wanted you to get tickets and come down and be a part of this.
We also only have so many times we can hit the delay button in one stretch of time, and we would nuke that thing in about 5 minutes.
All right, so day 3 of the Combine. The workouts start tomorrow, including defensive linemen, which is obviously of huge interest for Steelers fans because there's a belief, because Art said they needed it, and if you watch the Steelers run defense against the Ravens in the wild card game, even though they've invested more money on defense than any team in the NFL, they do need defensive front help. I mean, that was a big catalyst, a big reason why the Eagles won the Super Bowl, what they were able to do up front without blitzing against the Chiefs. So that's tomorrow. Right now, we've been reacting to this Art Rooney horrible grade from his own players as an owner, and then just everything that's happening at the Combine in terms of the rumor mongering and scuttlebutt. And Aditi came on with us and said she heard that Matthew Stafford is a possibility. And usually she's like the Pat Buchanan or Newt Gingrich of this type of...
She's very conservative.
Extremely conservative when it comes to the whispering. And
incredible that you went with Pat Buchanan as one of your examples here. Just unbelievable to me.
She's very conservative in terms of like giving life to rumors like that. And you heard Dulac in that clip from the Post-Gazette's website say he's not ruling it out, but he doesn't think they'll go much higher than $27 million. If that's the case, then they really are out.
Yeah,
okay, they're not involved.
What is Stafford making this year? What's his current deal that he doesn't like? Okay.
Okay, so if he's
hey, Matthew, you want to get out of there? Let's trade for you, and we'll just give you that same deal.
So I mean, I think in that case, I think Jerry is obviously the most respected because he's done it longer than anybody. We have our battles and everything else. That being said,
he unfollowed me recently, by the way.
Sorry, Chris.
He doesn't even follow you, does he?
He loathes me, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, if I were in that Post-Gazette roundtable with him, which we used to have a Post-Gazette roundtable in the 15-year history of this. Remember that? The Post-Gazette roundtable?
I do actually remember the
I used to do it with Gene Collier from time to time.
I used to host that too,
and there
with
is
several different people.
There is the Middle Hillgrove. There is Bill Hillgrove, his son, Grover, as he's affectionately called, and then Jack Hillgrove. And Grover, actually all 3 generations of Hillgrove will be at this event.
I'll tell you what, I've been hearing stories, people, my Mulsey Moles telling me Jack Hillgrove really getting after it.
With callers.
Getting on people's cases.
He does not suffer fools.
No, he does not.
I like that about him.
I passed him a little piece of Sage Mulsey advice, though.
You said keep ripping him.
I said, if you've got aggressive, hostile fool, sledgehammer. If you have somebody who's calling in with a dumb take, but it's like a good-natured dumb take, have fun with it.
Yeah, but sometimes Starkey goes off.
Oh, hold on. Starkey's the king of Mulsey. You've got to be nicer to the callers, and then he damn near threatens a guy's life in the next breath.
So I'm saying, I'm not disagreeing with your advice.
Joe has never threatened a caller's life because he'll yell at me for saying that. You know what I mean.
But Joe's done an amazing job here for 15 years as a day zero guy, and the fact that once in a while he doesn't pick up on the fact that someone's not trying to be aggressive with him, and he crushes that.
It always
has not hurt his radio career whatsoever.
I know, and it always, I'll be very blunt, it always bugged me that he would be way meaner to callers in the aggregate than I would be. And people would still call in and say, Joe, you're the best. And then I would snip at one caller. I'd have a little sniping comment. and it would be like, Chris, you are the biggest a-hole who has ever been let loose on the radio
A
here.
Starkey and Muller double standard, if you will.
Oh, there was a double standard. When Miller was on the show, it was a triple standard.
We'll see if he's involved in the festivities tonight. I've heard whispers and rumors about that. Anyways, as far as the